years.
Is your home ready for the chill? Don't let winter sneak up on you. Right now, Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted Lennox dealer with nearly 11,000 five-star reviews, is offering a $49 heating tune-up to keep your system running smoothly and your family cozy. So why wait? Experience comfort with Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted no-worry solution for all of your air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration needs. Schedule an appointment by calling 480-NO-WORRY or go to collinscomfort.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns dropped the first game of their Eastern Conference road trip last night in Miami, 127-121, in a game where the Suns were down 20 at one point and then held a fourth quarter lead, but Bam Adebayo killed the Suns late, and the Suns couldn't get it done down the stretch, but they'll be back in action tomorrow night in Detroit. Yesterday, the Arizona Diamondbacks made a trade to get third baseman Nolan Arenado from the St. Louis Cardinals for minor league prospect Jake Martinez. The longtime Colorado Rocky returns to the NL West, but this time in a Snakes uniform. What that might mean for guys like Jordan Lawler and Blaze Alexander, head to arizonasports.com to find out. And tonight in Tucson, Bobby Hurley and his Sun Devils will meet Tommy Lloyd and the #1 ranked Wildcats for the first time this season. Tip-off from McHale will be at 8:30, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Cebulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Wednesday, Valley sports fans. Wake up, everybody. Once again, we have a lot to talk about. Can I start here? I'm really getting fed up with this college football schedule. I know Jared has brought this up a couple of times, but this is really, really stupid.
Whenever I bring up stuff like this, you guys always initially yell at me and you say,
no.
A longer time to enjoy a sport. Boy, I hate that. And then, as it goes on.
I don't think we've ever disagreed with you on the college football playoff thing. What was the one you always complained about?
The NBA playoffs.
Yeah,
They last for 3 months, the NBA playoffs.
They don't.
Awesome.
No, they don't.
When do they start?
How can you group one with the other?
They start in April and they end in June. That's 3 months.
We never made fun of you for what you said about the college football playoff layoff.
Ooh, the playoff layoff.
The playoff layoff. You know, a couple things about this. Indiana will have played exactly 2 football games between the Big Ten Championship on December 6th and then the National Championship game 45 days later. 45 days later.
Uh-huh.
At no point during any of these rounds is it just a week between games. Even this round, why aren't they playing tomorrow? Play Thursday night. What's the difference?
Because a game was held on Friday. Indiana played Friday. They can't have less than a week.
2 full weeks of NFL playoffs.
They control the schedule. They can do whatever they want.
Right. Believe me, I know.
College football is so hell-bent on, with everything changing. They're like, oh, we have to incorporate New Year's Day bowl games. People love the tradition of. Nobody cares about the tradition of it anymore. Just play the games.
You're exactly right. That's the big thing that's holding this whole sport back. This idea of New Year's Day and the bowls.
It used to be a thing.
Yeah.
Well, you'd roll out of bed at noon, hungover, and you'd watch football all day.
Right.
Nobody does that anymore.
No, that's exactly right.
I know.
College football has forgotten totally about that, the New Year's Day hangover thing. All right, so I think
That's ridiculous.
It only reinforces what a great coach Curt Cignetti is, that his team continues to execute at that level with this incredible layoff. 2 games in the span of 45 days? It's crazy.
I didn't realize it was that long a stretch. That is absolutely ridiculous.
It's nuts, man.
Yeah.
The NFL will have given you 2 weeks of playoffs between the semifinal and the national championship.
Meanwhile, the NFL playoffs are an event every year that you look forward to starting, and then when you get to the championship weekend, you're like, wow, it's almost over. And it goes by in the blink of an eye. It's 4 weeks.
Think of the baseball playoffs.
Yeah.
The baseball playoffs play a 162 game season, and the playoffs are begin and end within a month. The entire playoffs last 1 month.
Well,
because they play
back
every
before our time,
there was just
it was 156 games, and it went another week, and it was over.
That's right. That's
was
exactly
basically
right.
it.
That's exactly right. Craziness, man.
That is nuts.
And it's also because the NFL playoff, they take over Saturdays. They've kicked college football out of Saturday. What a joke.
Well, they're not going to put the big time games on Saturday afternoons in college. It's got to be a Monday night. We know that the championships game's got to be Monday night.
And for the record, Jared, the NBA playoffs are not too long. The NBA regular season is too long.
Yes, I feel like the playoffs are way too long. There's the best of 7 every round. 4 days between games sometimes.
But here's what it is.
Brutal.
The NBA is probably the most drama-filled sport when it comes down to the players and everything. The playoffs are the most drama-filled out of the most drama-filled sport. So
I agree, other than hockey, baseball, and football. It's probably one of the most drama-filled playoffs.
No. Disagree.
Start the show, Ferret.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Get him out coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Big news in the NFL coaching cycle. Mike Tomlin stepping down as the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers after 19 seasons, during which he and the Steelers never posted a losing record. Tomlin said in a statement that he decided to step down, quote, after much thought and reflection. In his Pittsburgh tenure, Tomlin guided the Steelers to the playoffs 13 times, including a championship in his second year in 2008 when his team defeated the Cardinals in Super Bowl 43 in Tampa. The Steelers will retain his coaching rights since he wasn't fired, meaning any team that wants to hire him now or in the future would owe Pittsburgh compensation. Obviously, a lot of angles on this story, and we'll get into a lot of them today. One thing that stood out to me at first, Monday night, Mike Tomlin was in I'm not even in that mindset now. I'm thinking about tonight. And then, like 8 hours later, after much thought and reflection, he steps away.
Yeah, this has got to be a mutual kind of thing.
Probably.
Yeah, there's no way this is just Mike Tomlin saying, you know what, I need a break.
Yeah, because 19 years, all that success. The Steelers are not an organization that's going to say you're fired.
No.
But
unlike what Baltimore did to John Harbaugh.
True, but also what you said about the compensation means that Tomlin probably knows he's not going to coach next year.
Yeah, and that's
or else
the
he wouldn't have
report,
agreed
too.
to that part of it.
Cardinals completed a head coaching interview with Los Angeles Chargers defensive coordinator Jesse Minter. The 42-year-old helped Michigan win the 2023 college championship football playoffs championship before moving on to L.A. for the last 2 seasons. In 2025, Minter's defense ranked 5th in the NFL, allowing just 285 yards per game. Cardinals have also requested an interview with Houston Texans defensive coordinator Matt Burke for the head coaching job. The list of possible successors to Jonathan Gannon reaches 12 or 13 if you include the conversation the team had with John Harbaugh.
Yeah.
It's getting...
It seems to me this is very familiar. Did they do this the last time where they kept adding names rather than whittling down?
I believe so, yeah. As expected, the Eagles fired offensive coordinator Kevin Patullo. Oh! There's the door. Oh! After 1 year on the job after he replaced Kellen Moore, the defending Super Bowl champs ranked 24th in total offense this season. The Chargers also fired their OC, Greg Roman. This move comes 2 days after the Chargers' 13-point loss to the Patriots in the wild card playoff round. A frustrating one in Miami for the Suns. They fall to the Heat 127-121. Suns played a bad first half against the hot shooting Heat, who scorched the Nets for 71 points in the first 24 minutes. Ultimately, Phoenix was down 20 points at one point in the third quarter, but as they do, they rallied. They took the lead on a Colin Gillespie three with 9:13 to go in the fourth, but in the last 3.5 minutes, Bam Adebayo took over. He hit threes on consecutive possessions to give the Heat the lead back. Suns later tied it at 118, but Norman Powell left open for a jumper, buried it to give the Heat the lead for good. Suns had a chance down three, but committed a turnover, and then Dylan Brooks missed a three and committed a flagrant foul in the process of missing the three. And that game was over. 3-game winning streak is history. Suns' lengthy road trip continues tomorrow night in Detroit against the Pistons. Lots of angles from this game, too. You're going to hear all of them. Tuesday night in the NBA. OKC got its revenge on San Antonio. They finally beat the Spurs 119-98. SGA had 34. Denver keeps on winning. The Nuggets came back to beat New Orleans 122-116. Jamal Murray and Peyton Watson combined for 66 points. Minnesota slammed the Bucks in Milwaukee 139-106, where Bucks fans booed Giannis, and Giannis booed the Bucks fans.
That was
great
crazy.
scene.
Yeah.
Lakers cruised past Atlanta 141-116. LeBron at 31. DeAndre Ayton 17 points, 18 boards. Ain't that something? And Houston stopped its losing skid with a 119-113 win over the Bulls. Dallas Mavericks big man Anthony Davis, and stop me if you've heard this one before, he'll be out several months to recover from surgery to repair ligament damage in his left hand. Chance he misses the rest of the regular season. He played in 20 of the Mavericks' 40 games to this point, and only 9 contests last year after the blockbuster trade that brought him to Dallas. The Arizona Diamondbacks have a new third baseman. They swung a deal for 8-time All-Star and 10-time Gold Glove winner Nolan Arenado from the St. Louis Cardinals. D-backs sending right-handed pitcher Jack Martinez, the former Sun Devil who was just drafted in the 8th round last summer, to St. Louis. Arenado, 34, about to be 35, considered one of the greatest defensive infielders of all time. Down year last year, hit .237, 12 home runs, 52 RBIs in an injury-plagued season. He also posted a very devilish OPS of 666.
Ooh.
Is that ominous?
That is ominous.
College hoops tonight, Arizona State. They are in Tucson to face the number 1 Arizona Wildcats at McHale Center. Devils coming off a 3-point win over Kansas State on Saturday for their first conference win of the year. Tommy Lloyd's Cats are rolling 16-0, number 1 in both the AP and coaches polls. Tonight's contest tips at 8:30. You can hear it all right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 8. And GCU lost on the road last night in Albuquerque to New Mexico, 87-64. Things were tied at one point, but the Lobos dominated the second half, outscoring the Lobes 49-31. Bryce Drew didn't stick around for the whole thing. He got ejected in the second half.
That's very unlike him. He got a real quick hook, too.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he will stick around 3 hours from now. You can find out what happened.
We'll see.
Indeed.
Yeah. Also, we're looking for a first half blowout tonight, please, with an 8:30 start.
Yeah, ASU, put them away early, man. Please, for all of our sakes, put them away early. There you go. There's your splash for this Wednesday, January 14th. Coming up next, last night the Suns blew it, then had it, then blew it again. We'll talk about a frustrating Phoenix loss next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And the Suns fall tonight to the Heat, 127-121. They got down double digits early. They were down 20 at the beginning of the third before fighting all the way back to take a 6-point lead. But they end up on the losing side by 6, 127-121.
Gut Punch L on the road, and we talk about it today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Waltz, where you will find more than big screen televisions. They have appliances, computers, refrigerators, washing machines, dryers, security cameras for your home, all sorts of audio components from speakers to headphones. But if you are a sports fan and you want to take your viewing experience to the next level, they are the place you go to get your big screen television. They've got great selection televisions all the way up to 115 inches. Go check that out in their theater room. It is spectacular. spectacular, great selection of outdoor televisions. This is the time of the year to put a television in your backyard, and you are going to get red carpet service and a very knowledgeable staff that will give you insight you will never get from the big box stores. You get all of that plus great pricing, and to prove it, Waltz will match any price you bring them. They'll get your electronics delivered and installed correctly. Remember, they've been serving the Valley since 1957. Their expertise is unparalleled. Go get game ready by visiting Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. While you're there, drop my name. You get extra sugar. You get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. You can always shop online at waltz.com. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-718-4040. That's 800-718-4040. 800-718-4040.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Start the new year off on a healthier note by taking active liver supplements from New Nordic every day. Available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, or Wegmans.
Hey, it's Luke. Which position will Jordan Lawler play in 2026 now that the Arizona Diamondbacks have traded for Nolan Arenado? Talk about that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Hey, good morning on this Wednesday morning. A shout out, a thank you. We appreciate our audience in Chandler. Chandler. We love you out in Chandler. Come on, play.
Royce right hands it into the forecourt. He's going to shoot from the logo at the horn. He missed that. And the Suns fall tonight to the Heat. 127 to 121. They got down double digits early.
It was a tremendous fight to get back into it. Being down 20 on the road, I think our response in the third quarter was exactly who we are. Not easy. Backs against the wall. I think we were up in the possession game by 11 in that quarter. Just our overall resilience in that third quarter was fantastic, and then they made the plays down the stretch.
Yeah, final call from John Bloom, and then Jordan Ott, the head coach of the Suns, sharing his thoughts on a 127-121 loss to the Miami Heat. File this one into the frustrating loss because it had different levels of frustration too, and a lot of non-characteristic frustration from the Suns, in my opinion. That first half was something else. I mean, Miami came out and they were shooting and they were playing very confident offensively.
Right.
But it didn't look anything like the Phoenix Suns defensively from an effort standpoint or an organization standpoint.
It was. I was watching it going, this is the first lazy defensive effort I've seen from this team.
Oh, it was a layup drill at a certain point. Jaime Jaquez was doing whatever he wanted to do.
I couldn't recognize them. I'm like, what's going on with this? Why are they acting like this?
And then I tweeted something in the first half, and a lot of the response to that was, well, you know this team. They're going to come back. And I did have that feeling as well. Certainly, they came back. They had a tremendous third quarter, as you heard Jordan Knott talk about. They outscored the Heat by 17 points in that third quarter. They take the lead, and then another different kind of sloppiness that was uncharacteristic, and that was end-game sloppiness. Disorganization again defensively. The corner three that Powell hit was a dagger, but he was wide open.
Yeah.
Because there was three guys collapsing in the lane, and Dylan Brooks is, he tried to get out there to challenge the shot. He couldn't. There was three bad turnovers. Williams had the traveling call. With about 6 minutes to go, Royce O'Neal threw a terrible inbounds pass that led to a Bam Adebayo dunk. Grayson Allen stepped out of bounds after a timeout play. Just sloppy play that we have not really seen from this team in quite some time.
Now, do you blame any of that on the classic? They fought so hard to get back in the game. They ran out of steam at the end?
Maybe.
I mean, and they were marginalized too. We haven't mentioned the Devin Booker ankle injury, which looked bad. He went right back to the locker room. He came back in. I was somewhat shocked that he came back in, but that's something to monitor now.
Yeah, and then you've got the Dylan Brooks saga where he picked up a technical foul that I don't think he deserved, but then he got a flagrant foul at the end of the game, which was just a foolish display of basketball.
It was, and the officials last night, I agree with you on the technical. There was a little bit of a push, but there was a lot of physicality. I don't think they call that a technical foul on any other player in the league.
Nope.
There was also a play where there was a foul and there was, again, a collision. And when the official blew the whistle and called the foul, and I think the official was John Conley, who I'm not familiar with. I think he's a newer official. He immediately put his finger in the air like, we're going to review that, because it was Dylan Brooks involved. And then the other two officials talked him off the ledge. And then, look, I'm not forgiving Dylan Brooks for the corner three to tie the game. He missed the shot. You can't make the play that he made. There was no reason for him to make contact with Andrew Wiggins there. But then it turns into a flagrant. And again, I don't think that's a flagrant on any other player in the league. It was we've talked about this many times this year. That was the full Dylan Brooks experience last night, because he was instrumental in keeping them in the game. But some key plays late, kind of responsible for not letting them stay in the game. He was 1 for 10 from three-point range, too, by the way.
Oh, yeah. And that's part of the Dylan Brooks experience as well. Sometimes the shot selection gets a little wonky.
He's got a little Jay Crowder in him.
Here was Jordan Knott on Brooks' night.
Day one, since he stepped foot in our building, he set the tone, brings it every single night, gets to those same spots every single game, makes them at a high clip. I'm sure he's going to want some of those threes back that he felt that they looked good, especially the catch and shoot. But his twos, he got to a spot. He was 10 of 14 from two. Had a good night inside the arc.
Yeah, it was frustrating is the only way I can say it.
Yeah. No, it was a very strange way to begin this road trip. But you know what? Props to the Miami Heat. They kind of found themselves at the end of the game. They made some big shots. I agree with you. I couldn't believe that a team that had fought all the way back just had those gaffes at the end, leaving Norm Powell. I like what you said earlier, accidentally, Norm Peril. Leave him alone at your own peril.
He's one of the top three-point shooters in the league. He's having a great year.
He really is.
The other frustrating part of it was I was listening to the pregame show as I was driving around town yesterday, and I thought the guys, and Kellen and Mitch and Bernsey, and I'm not sure if Gambo was stuck around for the pregame show yesterday, but that was the portion I heard. They were talking about how bad Bam Adebayo had been. He had been just struggling, like a shell of his former self for about 3 weeks. Over 11 games, barely involved. He was in single-digit scoring in their last game. He looked like a damn all-star last night. He was the most confident offensive player on the floor after coming out of a slump.
I think, for me, the Suns played bad down the stretch. You can't help ball side like Dylan Brooks did. They know all that. But the most frustrating thing of it all last night was the 3 threes from Bam Adebayo. Because percentage-wise, the next 3 he's going to take, the next 4 he's going to take, he's going to miss. He's only made 42 threes this season, 4 of which came last night.
Yeah, and look, he stepped up. He made the shots. I'm going to say something also that I think is going to be music to your ears, Dan Bickley. And it's about number 1, Devin Booker, and it's not about his ankle. I thought he was at his foul hunting worst last night. It was another level of frustration. He got to the line 11 times, and he made all 11, and that's a good thing. But it's almost to the point where sometimes Devin Booker it seems like he's so hell-bent on getting a foul call that it changes his shooting form.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. Look, and stick around for the blast, because this is kind of exactly the subject of it. It's the one thing that I wish I could surgically remove from this basketball team.
Look, there's a lot of other players in the league that do it, but when it's not working for you, it's a hard watch.
Very much so.
And I think that was a big reason why Devin Booker was 6 of 19 last night, because he was preoccupied with other stuff.
That's a great word for it.
And it sounds ridiculous to say when you look at the stat line: 24 points, 9 boards, 9 assists. He did a lot of good things.
Yeah.
But he's so good at just putting the ball in the hole. It doesn't have to be that complicated.
Exactly. But there are games when he just gets in a headspace where he is so angry and he's got a vendetta or something against the officials, and he just goes down this road and he can't get out of it. Listen, and the only one who really ever tried to break Devin Booker of that was Monty Williams. Yeah, it's the one thing. I agree with you.
Yeah.
So, look, that third quarter, though, was a monstrous comeback for the Phoenix Suns, and I think last night you just chalk it up. There haven't been a lot of bad losses.
No.
I'm not even sure I'd call this a bad loss.
Miami's a good team.
I think it's a frustrating loss.
It's a tough place to – I mean, despite the fact that the crowd is all comatose, it's a tough place to play.
To me, it reminded me of the Rockets' loss in that it's frustrating because it's a game they could have won. It's a game they were winning late, and when you're sort of wanting to get every win you can this season, it's just frustrating.
A lot more on the Suns' loss in Miami coming up. The WM Phoenix Open making its return to TPC Scottsdale February 2nd through the 8th. We're giving you the chance to win tickets. Just text the word green to 620-620, and you could win some Greenskeeper passes. That's green to 620-620. Coming up, for the first time in 2 decades, the Steelers are looking for a new head coach. We'll talk about all the fallout from Mike Tomlin stepping down next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Wednesday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
You are buying relatively low on him. I mean, a few years ago, you would have had to give up half your roster to get Nolan Arenado. This is where having the offense that the Diamondbacks have right now comes in handy, because you don't need him to come in and hit you 30 home runs, which is something he's certainly done before. I mean, this is a guy that has hit 30 a few times. He hit 40 once.
You must be strong inside that clubhouse as well. Imagine this. A guy that goes out and plays his position, fields his position well, and a guy that has accomplished the kind of things that Arenado has accomplished. This is a calming voice that they're bringing in.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagas. And Matt, a lot of listeners tell me they're frustrated with the big box financial firms.
And I hear it every week. People get handed off from one advisor to the next, pushed towards products they don't need, and they rarely actually have a plan.
And that's the exact reason independent fiduciaries stand out.
Right. And at Bright Wealth Management, we're not tied to any parent company, any product shelf. Our only responsibility is to act in the client's best interest. No sales pressure, just real retirement income and tax planning.
And people can see the difference immediately?
Absolutely. Clear advice, more communication, and a plan that actually fits their life.
And you're offering that experience to anyone listening today.
Yes. Call us at 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com and schedule your complimentary consultation.
If you want planning built around you, not a corporation, this is the time to reach out.
Again, that's 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
That's the sound of fun.
All across the valley, families are discovering their new favorite game, pickleball. At Just Pickle Courts, we design and build custom pickleball courts for homes, clubs, and communities. Beautiful, durable, and made for connection. For a free quote, visit justpicklecourts.com/radio. That's justpicklecourts.com/radio.
JustPickleCourts.com. Design, build, play, pop, pop, every day.
If you're replacing your home's windows or doors, here's what most people miss. Installation matters as much as the product. I'm Becky Lynn, and that's why I recommend Arizona Window and Door Store. Locally owned with their exclusive seal and shield installation process, backed by a lifetime labor warranty. And with over 1,400 five-star reviews, Arizona homeowners agree. Call 480-562-3902 for a free in-home appointment or book online at azwds.com. That's azwds.com.
Your financial freedom is most determined on how you finance your home. Get that one wrong and you'll spend your life indebted to the mortgage company. The Life Changer loan allows you to do your banking inside your mortgage. So every dollar you earn attacks every dollar you owe without fear because you keep access to all of your equity. That's real financial freedom. It's not magic. It's just math. Your debt sentence ends today at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
It's where every slam dunk dream and memory of your favorite game is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. Yet as many athletes know, a brain or spine condition can change that. That's why Barrow pushes the boundaries of neuroscience medicine and what's possible. Consistently ranked among the best in the country, Barrow fights to help patients hold on to their dreams, memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
College football fans, this is the game you've been waiting for. Watch the College Football Championships at Talking Stick Resort on Monday, January 19th. Catch every play on massive screens and enjoy mouth-watering food and drink specials that bring the ultimate game day energy. Whether you're cheering for your favorite team or just there for the good vibes, this is the place to be. So come early, grab the best seat, and watch it all at Talking Stick Resort. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Nolan Arenado, welcome to the desert. The Diamondbacks made a trade for the 8-time All-Star and 10-time Golden Glove winner yesterday in exchange for minor leaguer Jake Martinez, and the Diamondbacks will only be paying him $11 million over the next 2 years. The Phoenix Suns lost a tough and somewhat frustrating one last night in Miami after being down 20 points and giving up 71 first-half points. The Suns fought back and held the lead late in the fourth quarter, but Bam Adebayo from 3. Yes, Bam Adebayo hit 3 late threes, and the Suns dropped one in Miami, 127-121. And as more NFL head coaching jobs become available, find out where the Cardinals are in their process at arizonasports.com. And tonight, the Territorial Cup on the hardwood. ASU and U of A will get together for the first time tonight at the McHale Center. The number 1 ranked Wildcats will look to get to 17-0, while Bobby Hurley and the Sun Devils will look for the massive upset. That game tips at 8:30 and can be heard right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
Brian, this is a Mike Tomlin decision, and this clearly is something that has been on his mind for quite some time. There were people I've spoken with who were with him over the summer who sensed that it was going to be his last season. It built up. You don't lose the game last night, call a team meeting for 2 o'clock to inform your team that you're stepping down as the Steelers head coach without being fully convicted on this. This is a historic day for the Pittsburgh Steelers, for Mike Tomlin, the longest tenured head coach in the National Football League. And this is something that he clearly had been thinking about and had come to the decision to make today or as soon as the Steelers season ended, which just happened to be last night.
It's Adam Schefter on SportsCenter talking about Mike Tomlin stepping away. We speculated on it along with others around the country. What was going to happen with Mike Tomlin after the playoff ouster handed to him by the Houston Texans on Monday night, and he didn't wait long to make his decision. Walking away after 19 years. Now, it is interesting, since he is resigning, that the Steelers will hold his coaching rights. I don't expect Mike Tomlin, even though we talked about very briefly the possibility of the Cardinals getting into the Tomlin business with a head coaching opening, but I don't expect Mike Tomlin to just jump right back in. I don't think this is a John Harbaugh situation.
I don't either.
I think Mike Tomlin, you mentioned the possibility, and there's all been these connections of, hey, he'd be great on TV for a year. I think that's probably where it goes, and I think this time next year, we might be talking about Mike Tomlin being in the coaching cycle again.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what he's going to do, and I think this is going to be an interesting time for Pittsburgh, because the fans, they've been clamoring, not all of them, but a good portion of them have been clamoring about this for quite some time. I can't get over the fact that Mike Tomlin got that job in 2007, and at that time, Russ Grimm was never the official head coach, but he was the assistant head coach. They won a Super Bowl. He was so convinced that he got the job that he actually called his daughter and said, guess what? I got the job. And the Steelers reversed course and gave the job to Mike Tomlin. Yes. And there was a little uproar at the beginning of it all until Mike Tomlin started winning football games. And he was a great leader, and he did a fantastic job in Pittsburgh, clearly. Now, the playoff things, the playoff legacy, the playoff record, that speaks for itself.
Yeah, but I mean, we talked about it yesterday. 7 straight playoff losses, but they've made the playoffs with some real challenging quarterback situations the last few years. He obviously had a lot of success when he had an elite quarterback in Ben Roethlisberger, and it hasn't been the same since Ben Roethlisberger retired.
Yeah.
And, you know, in reacting to this and reading all the reaction, I wanted to get like a more local reaction, so I tuned into Pittsburgh sports radio yesterday. 93.7 The Fan, and their afternoon show was taking a lot of calls, and the overwhelming sentiment from these callers was relief. Like, it's time.
Wow.
Like, we haven't won a Super Bowl in a really long time. They haven't won a playoff game in a really long time, and it's hard to fathom being in Phoenix, Arizona, and hearing that mentality. We read the tweet we got from somebody. Don't wish Mike Tomlin on the Cardinals. They haven't won a playoff game in forever. They're always one game above 500. That sounds like nirvana to me.
Yeah. See, but the problem is you get used to it, then you want more, then you don't get more. And then the stacking of playoff losses aggravates you, and then you forget how bad it is elsewhere.
Well, it felt like a total perfect example of it's time to move on. You know what I mean? I don't think anyone's saying like Mike Tomlin's a horrible coach, even Steelers fans.
I think some
really?
Steelers fans would tell you that. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I read it more as like, you know, he kind of overstayed his welcome. We need a different voice, a different move. He sort of plateaued because it's just, like you said, it's 9-8, 10-7 every year.
Here's some context of how long Mike Tomlin was there. When Mike Tomlin got the job in Pittsburgh in 2007, Lane Kiffin was announced as the new head coach of the Raiders 4 days earlier. Lane Kiffin is now on his 6th different job since then.
When he got there, I was 7 years old.
There you go. When Mike Tomlin was hired by the Pittsburgh Steelers, the Patriots had just wrapped up a 16-0 regular season. We know what happened to them in Glendale at the end of that.
The next coach for the Steelers will be their 4th coach since the 60s. The Arizona Cardinals will have 4 coaches since 2018.
When Mike Tomlin was hired, Novak Djokovic was more than a year away from his first Grand Slam title.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Stephen Curry was a freshman at Davidson. Tim Tebow was a freshman at Florida. Isn't that great?
That is absurd.
Apple announced its very first iPhone the same month Mike Tomlin got hired in Pittsburgh.
And as we pointed out, he's not that old. He's still only 53 years old. If things had gone better, he could have been the coach there another 10, 15 years. It's crazy, just the longevity.
Yeah.
Now, the question is this now just ingrained in the team that the next head coach now will get the benefit of the doubt and will get a longer runway than every other team? Or has times changed now?
I'm real curious who they hire. I'm real curious now that the Rooney family has got this clean slate, who they're going to select.
Yeah, I mean, Jared's asking a pretty deep question because we know patience doesn't exist. But the one place where it still might exist is Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. They have shown it in semi-recent history. It was never really challenged with Tomlin because they never bottomed out. They never had a losing record. And some people marvel at that statistic. Other people say, well, big deal. It's a big deal. It's the second longest non-losing season streak in NFL history. Only Tom Landry had a longer streak with the Dallas Cowboys. But, you know, they had a chance in Bill Cowher's tenure. I mean, in 1999, Cowher's, that was like his 7th year on the job. They went 6-10. They didn't fire him. 6 years later, they won a Super Bowl. Wow. So I think Pittsburgh might be the only place with the Rooney family still in control, one of the old guard ownerships of the NFL. It might be the only place where it exists. They haven't had anything resembling a disaster, though, and that makes it a heck of a lot easier to show patience.
Yeah, that's a great point. It really is. They've been just the model of consistency, and that is, it's so rare. I mean, just look across the NFL right now. You have got 9 head coaching vacancies. We're one short of the record.
And if you look at Pittsburgh as a job opportunity now, obviously one of the key cogs, I mean, the ownership is great, the stability, you couldn't ask for more. The tradition, all of those things. One of the key cogs for any coach looking for a job is who's the quarterback. They don't have anything close to their future quarterback being in place.
Or a top draft pick.
So is John Harbaugh a candidate for Pittsburgh? Does he just
wild.
Dismiss them because it's Pittsburgh? Those two cities and franchises absolutely hate each other.
But if John Harbaugh has any animus towards the Ravens.
Maybe.
Oh, no, that would be a big backslap.
Yeah, that really would be.
A backslap to the face?
Backslap to the face.
I wonder if the Steelers are thinking about Kurt Signetti, who's from Pennsylvania.
Oh, yeah.
Look,
I heard Damashek bring that up.
Oh, really?
That was brought up by several of the callers on 93.7 The Fan as well.
That would seem to be a perfect fit.
There's a weird connection between Pittsburgh and Indiana. Like Mark Cuban, Dave Damashek, both from Pittsburgh, with both Indiana alums.
Yeah.
I don't know anything more than that.
Those
are the two things I knew.
You don't have to go deeper than Cuban and Damashek.
That's two connections. That's pretty good.
There might be more people that are from Pittsburgh that went to Indiana.
Who knows? Could be. That's two. Two is good.
It's a good start, Jared.
Yeah, it is.
Coming up next, the Diamondbacks addressed one of their biggest needs with a former All-Star. But how much does Nolan Arenado have left in the tank? We'll get into all of it next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on this Wednesday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The Suns defensively, it has been one of the cornerstones of why they've got the 6th best record in the NBA's Western Conference.
Yeah, it is really aggressive in getting after the basketball. If you're going to make a lazy pass, they're going to get their hands on it. They're going to deflect it. They're going to steal it. That's led to a lot of easy baskets for them. So by most defensive metrics, this is a pretty good defensive basketball team, which surprised a lot of people.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you are now or if you've ever struggled with private student loan debt, you know how it feels. It does not feel good. It feels awful, as a matter of fact. You feel stuck. You feel embarrassed. You feel like you've run out of moves. I hear from people who are in this exact spot. But there is a way forward, and that way forward is called Y Refi. Hi, it's Vince Murata, and Y Refi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That is what they do. In the process of Y Refi helping you out, they're not going to judge you. They're not going to ask you why you didn't fix your situation sooner. Y Refi just helps you get back on track with a low fixed rate payment you can actually afford. And if you've been turned down by other lenders, not a problem. That's when Y Refi shines the most. They build a plan around your real life, not some fictional perfect version of it. Your student loans don't define you. They don't get the final say. Y-Refi helps you take back control and breathe again. Call Y-Refi today at 888-Y-REFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Progressive knows life takes you in many directions.
Bear right at exit 32, then begin to wonder why you never bought a fish tank. In 1.3 miles, you'll realize you've been mispronouncing epitome your whole life. At the roundabout, you will remember you said something at dinner you wish you hadn't and will think about it for decades. You have arrived at your destination, but it turns out there really is no destination and life just keeps going.
Wherever life takes you, protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
Home sellers often face the same dilemma. Buy your next home first and risk 2 mortgages, or sell first and risk being without a home. But Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, has the solution. Carol's Buy Now, Sell Later program advances the cash so you can make a non-contingent cash offer, move into your next home first, and then sell your current home the right way for the most money, no double mortgages. Call Carol Royce at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey, it's Gambo. After landing Nolan Arenado, what is the next move for the Arizona Diamondbacks? We'll talk the latest on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
I think he's a good fit for us as a team. You know, we lost some of our position player group last year in the middle of the season when I traded them at the deadline. So even though I know a lot of the fixation this offseason has been on the pitching, we still felt like adding back to the position player group was important for us. We think he really solidifies our defense on the infield. It's been a priority for us to improve our defense, which I believe is going to have a direct impact on our pitching in a significant way. And I think it builds out sort of the depth around our team, allowing some of the younger guys to, be versatile, play, have matchups selected for them, etc. And I like the way we've always liked the way he's played the game. The impact he can have when he's not playing inside the walls is important to us. I think he's a good fit from that standpoint too. I know how much winning means to him and is important to him, and it's important to us.
Nolan Arenado, a member of the Arizona Diamondbacks, of course. Mike Hazen, the general manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks, talking about the acquisition yesterday. The Diamondbacks send Jack Martinez, a 22-year-old right-handed pitching prospect who was just a draft pick in the 8th round out of ASU last summer. He didn't even throw in the minors last year. And they get Arenado, one of the most decorated third basemen in the history of the game, and they're also not on the hook for $31 million of the $42 million that Nolan Arenado is owed the next couple of years.
On paper, this looks like a very imbalanced deal in favor of the Diamondbacks, getting a player that is a borderline Hall of Famer for a pitcher who hasn't thrown a pitch in the major leagues, yet it also speaks to the decline in Nolan Arenado's game the last couple of years. Now, so what I think the Diamondbacks are hoping for is that new scenery, new chance, new team, new vibe. Coming off a bad season offensively, highly motivated player with great pedigree, I think it's a great move. I'm not saying it's going to work. I think it's a great move. It's a great roll of the dice.
Yep. Matt Vasgersian and Harold Reynolds were talking about it on MLB Network yesterday. Vasgersian agrees.
They got a lot better with this trade, that's for sure. You get a proven run producer, a guy with a big-time pedigree. Yes, Arenado is an advanced player in terms of age and tread on the tires, but we're still talking about an elite glove, 10-time Gold Glover, 8-time All-Star, and a real presence.
I mean, just focus on that infield. They're going to catch the baseball.
Yeah, they're gonna pick up the ball, Dan Bickley.
They're gonna do one thing you need to do in
baseball. Pick up the baseball.
Look, Nolan Arenado, not only the accolades are there, and it would be foolish for me to suggest that he's the same player that he was in his prime in Colorado and even the early years in St. Louis. But in terms of his past, not only a tremendous defender, made some of the most unbelievable plays you'll ever see at third base. He's that good defensively. He has 6 platinum gloves. Platinum glove is the overall defensive player of the year, basically in each league.
Yeah,
they've
that's
only
the
been
highest. Right.
They've only been giving it out for less than 20 years, and he's got 6 of them.
Yeah, which tells you about the caliber of defense that he once played. He's still really, really good. I don't know if his metrics are still as good.
Yes,
but I also think what this proves is that last couple of years there have been times when the Diamondbacks have looked very ragged defensively. And the year they went to the World Series, they were very buttoned up defensively. I think they've made the deduction that one way to solve our pitching staff problems and the bullpen problems is to make sure these guys know they have got a rock-solid defense behind them. I think that they've gone into this offseason saying, no, we can't play games with this anymore.
No.
We can't take chances with guys at positions only to see them, butcher ground balls and sail airmail throws, and even for look, as much as we all love Gino Suarez,
I was going to say the same thing, but go ahead.
He could commit errors in bunches.
Yeah, and I think Gino's first year in Arizona, it was a pleasant surprise how good he was defensively. And last year, even though he was remarkable at the plate, there's no doubting that, there were times where the defense waned and really started to fall off, and I think that's one of the reasons why Gino Suarez is still available on the free agent market.
It's
now,
one of the reasons they maybe just didn't say we're going to stick with Blaze Alexander at third base.
That's exactly why.
Here's Mike Hazen. Do you still see Nolan Arenado as an everyday third baseman?
Yeah, I think we see it that way. We didn't specifically have that conversation, but we talked a little bit about how we want to do what's right by him and maximize his performance and availability as we go through a full season. But we kind of talked about we'll tackle that when we kind of get in person a little bit more.
It creates some questions. There's no doubt about it, because Jared just mentioned 2 players that were going to figure prominently, at least we assumed they would figure prominently, in Blaze Alexander and Jordan Lawler. What happens now? Does Jordan Lawler get thrown into a platoon in center field with Alek Thomas?
Can he succeed?
Is Blaze Alexander your everyday left fielder until Lourdes Gurriel Jr. comes back?
I think they're going to give Blaze Alexander a chance to play left field.
On the
He's
Lawler,
got a great arm. We know that.
The Lawler thing, don't you eventually have to play him every day? How many years into this are
Jared,
we? You have
Jared,
to. I know
the moments that the patches of playing time they've given him have been
horrible.
Unimpressive.
I know.
They have been, and this audition, for lack of a better term, at the major league level for Jordan Lawler is coinciding with a time where the Diamondbacks they want to compete for a World Series championship.
Yeah.
They believe they're close, and those 2 things don't always work in combo with each other. to the best degree.
Right, but at the same time, it's problematic because you're talking about a guy that's a very highly rated prospect. This was one of these, can't wait till this kid is ready for the bigs.
A can't miss.
Can't miss. And now
we're in year 4 or 5 of this.
I know.
I don't know. We'll see. It's easy also to say that Nolan Arenado will play every day. If he's hitting 230 again and has truly lost his power, which over the last few years has really declined, we'll see if that doesn't turn into a platoon.
Well, there was a lot of speculation, too, that the power loss, the drop-off that we saw in 2025, the second half of the season, he was banged up. He had multiple injuries, came back, tried to play through them at a certain point. Look, I agree with you, what you said earlier in this discussion. This appears to be a no-brainer. For the Diamondbacks who needed a third baseman, they swung, and they didn't come up with Alex Bregman for other reasons we know, and he's in Chicago now. Now what's next? First base.
Yes, please.
Are they handing this to Tyler Locklear?
No.
Is there going to be a Goldschmidt-Arenado reunion, a St. Louis reunion at the corners? Will Leach...
They'll be favorites for the 2017 World Series if they do that.
Will Leach suggested as much. He's a huge Cardinals fan that writes for MLB.com. And look, Goldschmidt's out there. And Goldie was pretty good for the Yankees last year.
Especially against left-handed pitchers.
Yes.
And the big thing, so the deal on paper, you make the trade player for player, but the big thing is he's only $11 million over 2 years. Arenado is
a $31 million discount to take him?
Yes.
Yeah. Absolutely. Sign me up.
And what are the Cardinals doing, by the way?
Tanking.
Bottoming out?
Yeah.
Yeah, they got a new GM, and they're just cleaning house.
It gives very much Evan Longoria vibes from a couple years ago,
Absolutely.
but at an
That's
elevated level.
That's a great call.
I mean, Longoria didn't produce that much, but was very instrumental in the Diamondbacks getting where they got. If Arenado can,
be better,
absolutely replicate what he did from a leadership standpoint,
Yeah, but
and
they
be
have-
better offensively.
They have those guys that were young guys that Longoria was mentoring 3 years ago are now the vets on the team. I don't know that they need that older guy anymore.
I mean,
It never hurts to have a veteran leader.
Yeah, listen, I think all that stuff is supplemental. Judging by the comments from Mike Hazen, that they're making it clear to Nolan Arenado, you have no pressure on you offensively. We are not expecting you to carry this team. We're not expecting any set of numbers. You just need to lock down the defense at third base.
Yeah.
So,
and we know he's capable of that.
Oh, yeah. So, again, all things considered, I think this is a very nifty move from the freaky Mike Hazen.
Arizona Sports is teaming up for something big. We want you climbing with us. Sign up to join Wolf and Bernsey on the Arizona Sports team and help raise critical funds for the special needs community during the Cardinals Climb event on February 21st. Text HIKE to 620-620 to learn more and to sign up today. Coming up next, the Cardinals added even more names to their coaching search. We'll tell you those names straight ahead on the Wednesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Devin Booker from downtown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Southwest Gas fuels the moments that matter the most. Hi, it's Vince Murata, and Southwest Gas is committed to delivering safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Southwest Gas fuels the homes and local businesses that bring our neighborhoods to life. Southwest Gas is also proud to support the lifestyle of Arizonans, like cooking a meal, for instance. Natural gas is the fuel of choice for chefs, whether you enjoy dining outdoor cooking at home or in the backyard for a barbecue with family and friends, or for a night getting cozy by the fire, roasting marshmallows for s'mores. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. For more information about how Southwest Gas helps fuel life's important moments and supports a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, it's Wolf. I've been telling you about how great Aria Dental Implant Center is, but don't take it from me. Listen to Denise, a recent Aria Dental patient.
Life before was crazy. I think I've had every other treatment option that you could have. I had the veneers, I did the bridges, the fillings, the crowns, the everything. Yeah, I put a lot of money into my teeth and it never paid off. Since the surgery, my life has changed all for the better. Every day I'm smiling, every day I'm laughing. They say laughter is the best medicine. New teeth for me was the best medicine.
Take it from Denise. Aria Dental Implant Center helps patients regain their quality of life while saving them thousands of dollars. Go see my friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com and tell them Wolf sent you.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Start this month and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, sleep better, and you'll lose that belly fat. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Start TRT today. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medications. That's a $299 value only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns dropped the first game of their Eastern Conference road trip last night in Miami, 127-121, in a game where the Suns were down 20 at one point and then held a fourth quarter lead, but Bam Adebayo killed the Suns late, and the Suns couldn't get it done down the stretch, but they'll be back in action tomorrow night in Detroit for the Pistons. Yesterday, the Arizona Diamondbacks made a trade to get third baseman Nolan Arenado from the St. Louis Cardinals for a minor league prospect, Jake Martinez. The longtime Colorado Rocky returns to the NL West, this time in a Diamondbacks uniform. What might that mean for guys like Jordan Lawler and Blaze Alexander? Head to Arizonasports.com to find out. Tonight in Tucson, Bobby Hurley and his Sun Devils will meet Tommy Lloyd and the number one ranked Wildcats for the first time this season. Tip-off from McHale will be at 8:30, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, and that's what's trending now.
Hey, it's Wolf. What needs to happen for the Arizona Cardinals to land Mike Tomlin as their next head coach? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
We continue here on the Wednesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Dan Bickley, Vince Murata, Jared Carlin, Sammy Cebulka taking you up until 10 o'clock today. The Arizona Cardinals continue to expand their list of candidates for their head coaching position. It's up to 12 or so.
Oh, man.
Jesse Minter, the defensive coordinator of the Chargers, reportedly interviewed yesterday, so put him in the completed list. And they add another interesting name, I will say, because of what the unit he's in charge of has done this year. And it's Matt Burke, the defensive coordinator from the Houston Texans. Request has been put in. Of course, the Texans still alive in the postseason, so that interview might have to wait a while. But an interesting name. Is it the sexiest name? No, we've gone over this pretty much every day since Jonathan Gannon was fired and what we're looking for. And there is a lot of defensive-minded names on this list for the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah, a lot of defensive-minded names who've never been a head coach before.
I was just thinking that. I was just going to ask you, are you surprised that they're focusing on the defensive coaches?
I think the easy answer to that is yes, but I think the bigger answer to this is what exactly is the Cardinals' process right now? Michael Bidwill at the Jonathan Gannon firing press conference said Monty Ossenfort is heading up the coaching search. So I take that to mean Monty is going to interview every candidate he wishes, cast a really wide net, and then he's going to come down to recommendations, maybe a final 3, and then maybe Michael Bidwill gets involved at that point in time, or maybe in a perfect world, Monty Ossenfort gets to pick the head coach, and Michael Bidwill just rubber stamps it. Does the cursory interview to make sure the guy's polite and civil, and doesn't come to the interview in pink pants and pink shoes.
Does that rule Jared Carlin out?
That was stray at Jared Carlin, of course. So that would be in a perfect world. And so if Monty Ossenfort, either way, this hire is going to tell you a lot about Monty Ossenfort. Because if he goes back to another unproven young defensive coordinator, he better be darn sure that he's getting somebody special. Because that's the working definition of insanity, right? I'm sure they understand there are a lot of Cardinal fans who really believe that this is an inflection point for the entire organization. There are a lot of Cardinal fans who are claiming that if they don't get this right, if they pull some wacky name and try to sell it to us as the next Vince Lombardi, I'm done. Now, listen, if we had a dime for every time a sports fan is claimed, I'm done.
Yeah.
You could buy the Cardinals.
You could buy the Cardinals and hire your own head coach.
Exactly.
Look, sports fandom is not like an airport. You don't have to announce your departure.
You can come and go as you please.
Did you just think of that line?
No.
Oh, okay.
It's been around for a while.
That's pretty good. I've never heard that
now,
before.
the reality of the situation, we talk about the prevalence of the defensive-minded names. That is the nature of this coaching search league-wide. There's more defensive names available. If you look at the list of candidates for the other teams, they're certainly more than dotted with defensive names too. But of the 12, there's 4 offensive names with the Cardinals. Thomas Brown of the Patriots staff, Clint Kubiak, Mike LaFleur, and who am I missing here?
Cliff Kingsbury.
Matt Nagy is the other one.
Matt Nagy.
So of those 4, only one of them has head coaching experience. Matt Nagy, with all due respect to his career and his ability as a coach, excites absolutely nobody in the Arizona Cardinals fan base. The defensive names, Burke, Hafley, Jesse Minter, Raheem Morris, Matt Nagy, Robert Saleh, Chris Shula, and Anthony Weaver.
And Vance Joseph.
And Vance Joseph, yes. And John Harbaugh is kind of in a category by himself for a number of different reasons. I wonder if 12 is about the limit here. Are they going to continue? Are they buying their time because they've got their eye on somebody who's still coaching in the playoffs, something that maybe they ran into 3 years ago when they were waiting for Jonathan Gannon, supposedly. Even though they didn't fully wait for Jonathan Gannon, it cost them a draft pick.
Well, Burke is still in the playoffs.
And that's the thing, too, because you would love to back channel your way to Robert Saleh and get an idea, hey, listen, would you be into this? Because we're into you.
Yeah, Burke is still...
But you can't risk that stuff now. You've been popped for it already.
Thomas Brown still in the playoffs. Burke still in the playoffs. Joseph still in the playoffs. Kubiak LaFleur.
So it might be a while.
Saleh, Shula. All of those guys are still in the postseason.
On the Bobby Saleh thing, I think
Bobby.
doesn't that feel like a good fit for Pittsburgh?
Yes.
Now that that's open,
Don't even put it out there.
Sorry.
I think Pittsburgh has got to crash the Marcus Freeman press conference today.
Oh
at
my
Notre
gosh,
Dame.
that's a great poll, Vinny.
And like
Makes
tie
so
him,
much
tie him
sense.
up, put duct tape on his mouth, and take him to Pittsburgh.
And they don't love him at Notre Dame.
Oh, yes, they do.
Do they? 'Cause
Yes.
It feels like they're always
Could ask Tim Ring, but
okay.
everything from I've heard,
They
Marcus
didn't even
Freeman
make the
is-
playoffs this year.
What a bunch of losers.
What a bunch of losers.
If it gets to 16 names, can we do a Mock My World of?
Oh, that's a good idea. I mean, we could do it anyway next
just
week.
add?
Just put in like Tomlin and Harbaugh and stuff like that.
I don't mind that.
Kenny Dillon.
Look, again, the reason why the expanding interview list makes me want to break out into hives is just the idea. The last thing that I want is the Cardinals to be the last team standing, fumbling around, looking for a head coach. All the great ones are gone. All the good ones are gone.
And we get what's left. It's interesting also how each team approaches it differently because we're just, going by what's reported on the different meetings and the different interview requests, where it's like other teams like the Dolphins today, for example, they official account tweeted out, we just completed an interview with Kevin Stefanski. It's funny how some of them make big deals out of the completion of interviews.
Yeah.
I don't understand that whole movement, quite honestly. It's like, okay, you're doing your job.
Yeah,
Great.
I don't get it either. Maybe it's just to kind of pacify the fan base who are screaming, what are you doing?
I guess with Stefanski, that's a big name, and you want to, sort of show off that I guess you got an interview with him.
Sammy, are you good with Photoshop?
I can.
Wait a
I'm
minute.
all right.
Have you not seen my sports kebab?
Sammy, are you
post?
good?
Yeah.
Are you good?
Yeah,
with
Sammy, we repeat. Are you good at Photoshop?
Can you create a graphic for me that says, so I can use it later in the show after I visit the men's room, that I can post a graphic that says, Vince Marotta just completed a washing of his hands after using the bathroom? Because that's basically the same thing, isn't it?
And
cares?
Real quick on the Matt Burke thing, he's the latest to enter the coaching equation. So he took over play calling for this awesome Texans defense. And not only are they awesome this year, they could be historic. They have the second best pressure rate of any defense since 2000. And so he could be heading one of the best defenses of the last 10, 20 years.
Yeah, and I'll admit, look, I don't want the Cardinals to go down this road because I do covet experience, head coaching experience, and successful head coaching experience at this position. Matt Burke is a name that kind of, I think, elevates over some of the other candidates that are coordinators right now. Because of what Houston's defense is doing, it's an extreme level of success that we're seeing. And he's got a year of familiarity. He worked with the Cardinals in 2022 under Cliff Kingsbury in his final season. Now, that wasn't a great year, obviously, but he's got some familiarity with the organization. And I'm not saying rise him to the top of the list by any stretch. I'm not changing my preferences of Saleh or Harbaugh or Stefanski or somebody of that ilk. But he's a little bit more interesting to me than the other coordinator candidates.
Yeah, I don't know if I feel the same way. Well, it's just because sometimes I think Nick Sirianni comes to mind. People, how could you fire a Super Bowl winning coach? The reason the Eagles have a Super Bowl is Howie Roseman, right? That's the driving force behind the Philadelphia Eagles. Just because the Texans are a great violent defense doesn't mean that this guy's going to be a great head coach.
True.
What you're saying
People
about
get blinded by that.
He's right. That's it. That's what I'm trying to say. He certainly has institutional knowledge of the Cardinals.
Yes,
and that I'm sure would help. But look, this is a big moment for this organization. And if they try again on a first time head coach with no real oomph.
Would you call it the biggest offseason in Arizona?
I'd say this is possibly the most crucial offseason in the history of the Arizona Cardinals.
It almost needs like a big movie trailer voice guy. One final point, Vic, and this is for you and for you only.
All right.
You know what they say about people who get blinded by one specific thing.
I do indeed.
That's a joke for two.
Sometimes you got to amuse yourselves, Eddie. Right?
Coming up next, the Phoenix Suns were on the verge of getting fully healthy on this road trip. So what could possibly go wrong, right? We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And the Suns fall tonight to the Heat, 127 to 121. They got down double digits early. They were down 20 at the beginning of the third before fighting all the way back to take a 6-point lead. But they end up on the losing side by 6, 127-121.
Gut Punch L on the road, and we talk about it today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hello, everybody. Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and sports fans know better than anyone you need more than goals to get where you're going. You need the right team. You need the right teammates. You need a really good plan, which is why if you're thinking about retirement, if you're uneasy about retirement, if you're seeking financial independence, set up a free appointment at Trajan Wealth. Get a second opinion on your existing portfolio. Get that game plan that will assure you are making the right financial moves for your future. Remember, Trajan Wealth, veteran-owned, locally operated, and they are not beholden to certain products or portfolios, which means they can offer you a multitude of options. Plus, they're fiduciaries, which means they're obligated and duty-bound to act in your best interests at all times. When I met with Trajan Wealth, super impressed at their approach. No pressure, no confusing jargon, just straight, honest talk. And when you meet with them, you'll see it all begins with relationships, talking about customized strategies, personalized plans based on your needs and desires. At Trajan Wealth, your future is their priority. Call today to get that free appointment, 480-360-7900, online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-718-4040. That's 800-718-4040. 800-718-4040.
Got a question. Did you buy your home in the last, say, couple of years? Well, here's the deal. You could be throwing away thousands on a high interest rate. Whoa, who knows anybody who wants to do that? The Lund Mortgage Team, Arizona's trusted family-run lender, just launched a powerful new refinance program that can lower your rate and boost your savings. It's fast and it's local, and it's available for you right now. Don't wait. Lund Mortgage. That's LUNDmortgage.com, where Arizona saves.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. So what stood out in last night's Suns game in Miami? We're reacting to the Suns on the Bernsey and Gambo Show, and we start at 2 o'clock on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Hey, good Wednesday morning to you, especially our listeners right now in Cave Creek. We appreciate the support in Cave Creek. If you're watching on YouTube, listening on the app, or on 98.7 FM, Cave Creek, we got you this morning.
Hero lobbing the other end for Larson. He gets it blocked by Booker. Both guys hit the deck and are underneath the basket in pain. On the other end, a lob to Brooks. He'll lay it up and in, and the Suns are within 3. Devin Booker still slow getting up, as now he's got a visible limp as he's trying to walk it off. And Booker's going to limp off the floor as he has a heavy limp heading into the tunnel.
Yeah, it happened in the third quarter last night. Devin Booker made a great defensive play, tremendous effort play. And you heard the call from John Bloom there. But when play stopped, it wasn't Devin Booker checking out of the game and going to the bench. He went straight to the locker room, which is never a good sign. Now, I will say this. Devin Booker did get retaped. He was working out some flexibility. He had the band working on the bench before he came back in the game and gave it a go.
I was super impressed by that, to be honest with you.
I was, too. You don't see that in today's NBA very often.
No, you really don't. You really, really don't.
Now, was he effective? No. I mean, it's not like it stood out like a sore thumb, but you have to wonder what it means going forward. Now, Devin Booker did get some kudos from his head coach, Jordan Ott.
Man, dude's a warrior, right? Like, obviously, ankle roll. We put him back in the fourth because we knew it was going to stiffen up. So as soon as he was ready, we put him in. You could tell after some of his shots when he'd land, he wasn't feeling great. So ice on it when I saw it last. But yeah, just his toughness. That's what this team's about. We follow our leader. He's our leader on the road. Did everything he could to put us in a position to try to win the game.
Are you concerned about it? Because you said he was wincing after a few plays there in the fourth with the left ankle.
Yeah, you're always concerned when something happens with any of the guys. So, but it's like one of those things that we'll see how it responds to the night, to some type of treatment, and see where he is in 2 days.
Yeah, and 2 days is tomorrow. They got a game against one of the top teams in the Eastern Conference in the Detroit Pistons. You know that is a key stop on the road trip for Devin Booker.
No doubt about it.
A Detroit guy at heart.
Michigander.
A Michigander. So he wants to be out there against especially a good team and especially against a great player like Cade Cunningham. So I don't know what to think. It's weird when you watch stuff like that happen in today's NBA. You're conditioned as a fan to say, oh, he's out 2 weeks.
Yeah, especially when you go straight off the court and you're like, okay, that's a player who knows I need to get back off this foot and into the training room as soon as possible. When he came back, I was really astounded. First game of the 6-game roadie, but I think it really kind of shows you the fight that's in this group.
Yeah.
And Devin Booker felt compelled to kind of be that guy and send that message.
They wanted to win that game in the worst way. You could tell.
Absolutely. What's going on?
So I asked Sammy in the last segment, we were talking about the graphics that NFL teams put out. Hey, we've completed an interview. So I said it's as useful as me announcing that I just washed my hands after using the bathroom. So one of our listeners, Mr. B, at Mr. Invigorator, he said, don't worry, Vince, I got you. And he made a graphic with my face on it that says Vince Marotta just took a dump and in parentheses and washed his hands. I wasn't talking. I try not to dump during the show, Mr. Invigorator.
Especially in that bathroom.
Especially in the on-air bathroom.
Filthy animal in this building. Seriously, we need to put a book of matches. It's the Gary Sanchez Whiskey's Quicker trick that I never knew about.
What? Tell us the trick.
If a bathroom is on the odious side after a certain act, you light a single match, you blow it out, and the problem is solved.
Oh yeah,
you've heard
instantly.
that before. That's an old pioneer trick.
Light a match.
Right, exactly.
I had no idea that was a thing.
You're too posh. Too posh.
Yeah. Yeah. No, stop it.
Put some poopery in there or something. Stuff is amazing. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Invigorator, for your Photoshop skills.
Sorry to be derailed. I just looked over at Vinny's screen and there was.
You looked at it.
I was like, "What in the world is that?"
Not exactly what I was looking for, but hey, I wasn't thorough in my description.
So I think Devin Booker coming back into the game would give you hope that maybe this thing would be available, but. Again, you've got the Knicks, you got the Nets, you got the Sixers after the Pistons game.
Yeah.
Look, you don't want to push your luck. Even if Jalen Green comes back and takes some of that scoring, as great as this team chemistry is, as great as everything has looked this season, you need Devin Booker.
Of course.
And you need him. You can't, even for like a long stretch, you can't go without him, even if he's back at some point.
We talked about, look, Devin Booker had a frustrating performance last night for a couple of reasons, and there's going to be more coming up on that a little later on. But as soon as he left the court, I was like, uh-oh.
Well, you're also literally living through it where you may have brought Jalen Green back too soon earlier in the year, and he re-injured himself. I know it's a different injury.
Soft tissue as opposed to a joint injury is different. Grayson Allen was also limping at the end of the game. He was asked after the game, what'd you think about Booker's injury?
Were you guys surprised he came back in?
Who?
Devin, when he went out, were you guys surprised when he came back?
That happened. I'm not surprised when he wants to be out there, he'll be out there.
Yeah, because he limped off with the. Yeah, so you didn't see that?
I didn't see that. No.
Okay.
It was after that, the play he made stopping the lob, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, we know he's tough. If he can get out there and play, he'll be playing.
Yeah, so his teammates didn't even realize he was injured. I don't know how.
Mm-hmm.
He was pretty demonstrative in pain, writhing on the floor underneath the basket.
Grayson Allen's like, oh, wow, wow. That's cool. He came back great.
Another one of the pluses from last night's game, even though it was a frustrating loss. We had talked earlier in the week about Colin Gillespie kind of hitting
a wall,
hitting a rough
bit.
patch.
Yeah.
He didn't have huge numbers, but he was back in double digits. And he made some very big shots in big spots like Colin Gillespie had been. I thought that was a really good sign.
Nice bounce back night for him. Yeah, I totally agree with that.
Yep. So the Suns move on. Game 2 of the 6-game road trip tomorrow night in Detroit against the Pistons. You can join Arizona Sports April 11th for Pat's Run in Tempe, which finishes up at the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium. Celebrate the legacy in every stride, honoring Pat Tillman's life as an ASU Sun Devil, Arizona Cardinal, and Army Ranger. Learn more, sign up today to honor Pat Tillman's legacy with every stride at patsrun.org. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Wednesday morning in the Rush Hour Reboot. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
As former head coach Jonathan Gannon talks with teams around the league about their open positions.
Who's interviewing with Washington, as you've now heard. For the D.C. job, Jonathan Gannon.
The Arizona Cardinals' search for a new head coach continues.
Arizona, again, is going to be the team that, how much are they going to pay a guy? Are they going to have sort of the leftovers? Are they going to have the last man standing type of deal?
Who's going to be the big bird for the Cardinals on game day in 2026? We're keeping tabs on the front runners for the job.
I love Robert Saleh.
And we're looking around the league at who's getting hired by the other teams in need of a new head coach on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Football fans, this is it. The biggest game of the season is going down Sunday, February 8th. Head to Talking Stick Resort and Casino, Arizona for the ultimate big game watch party. Catch every play on massive screens. Enjoy food and drink specials, raffles, giveaways, and more. Doors open at 3:30 p.m., so arrive early and get your spot. Grab your crew, bring the energy, and be where the action is. The big game watch party at Talking Stick Resort and Casino, Arizona.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Murata here, and it's time to shout it loud. Ready, set, Ford. See why more car buyers than ever are choosing Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. For 75 years, Earnhardt has been a name Arizonans trust with the experience, selection, and offers to prove it. Right now, you can score a $1,000 trade bonus on remaining 2025 Ford Rangers on approved credit, or get $1,000 in bonus cash on a remaining 2025 Ford Bronco or Bronco Sport when you trade in a competing vehicle, or get an awesome low payment on a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $289 a month on a 36-month lease with $33.69 due at signing on approved credit. Founder Tex Earnhardt used to say, if you don't try us, we both lose money. And after 75 years, that still holds true. So shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford, I-10 and Ray Road, no bull for 75 years and going strong. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. People say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it, because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medication absolutely free. That is a $299 value. Paul Calvise here. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you're going to feel like you're 20 again. You gain more muscle with less effort in the gym. You're going to think better, sleep better. Your love life will be better, because don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here, reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Nolan Arenado, welcome to the desert. The Diamondbacks made a trade for the 8-time All-Star and 10-time Gold Glove winner yesterday in exchange for minor leaguer Jack Martinez, and the Diamondbacks will only be paying him $11 million over the next 2 years. The Phoenix Suns lost a tough and somewhat frustrating one last night in Miami after being down 20 points and giving up 71 first-half points. The Suns fought back and held the lead late in the fourth, but Bam Adebayo from 3. Yes, Bam Adebayo hit 3 late threes, and the Suns dropped one in Miami, 127-121. They'll be back on the road tomorrow night in Detroit. As for the NFL head coaching search, the Cardinals have added Matt Burke to the potential candidate list. And tonight, the Territorial Cup on the hardwood. ASU and U of A will get together for the first time tonight at the McHale Center. The number 1 ranked Wildcats will look to get to 17-0, while Bobby Hurley and the Sun Devils will look for the massive upset. That game tips at 8:30 and can be heard right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Mulatto mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
Good morning. It is 7:30. I'm Sammy Cebulka, and it's time for the Rush Hour Reboot, here to get you up to date and informed on everything going on around the Valley and sports in general. I want to start with the Arizona Diamondbacks. They got their third baseman yesterday. There we go.
Sammy is their new third baseman.
Amazing.
Man,
wow. You got range?
I do. I was a shortstop growing up. I have still my A2000s ready to go.
That's a nice mitt. That's quality mitt, man.
It is ready to go. So, but no, the Diamondbacks got their third baseman, Nolan Arenado, via a trade yesterday. What were your initial thoughts on the move from the Snakes?
My initial response was every bit of breaking news must go through a clearinghouse where it sits until Bickley and Murata are off the air.
It's unbelievable.
It's true.
The amount of breaking news that happens at 10:01 to 10:05 is really quite something. Coincidence or not?
And I feel bad because it ruins the whole Wolf and Luke show. They plan out exactly what they're going to talk about.
Right.
Look, this wasn't plan A.
Sure.
Obviously, we know what plan A was. It was Alex Bregman.
Mm-hmm.
Alex Bregman broke the bank with the Chicago Cubs. It was not in the future for the Diamondbacks, all things considered. You want to talk about a fallback plan? This is about as attractive a fallback plan as you can get from everything considered. Nolan Arenado, the player, the veteran, the leader, the defensive player, and the financial ramifications of it. To get him for $11 million over 2 years, that's robbery almost.
It is.
If he does anything, it's almost robbery.
Here's the beauty of it. To get Alex Bregman, this team would have needed to trade Ketel Marte. That has become very, very obvious.
Yes.
And now that didn't happen, you've got Ketel Marte's bat still in your lineup, which means you don't need Nolan Arenado to put up crazy offensive numbers.
Yeah. So would you rather have Bregman on his own? Or Marte and Arenado.
Yes.
I think it's a fascinating question.
Yeah, that's a great way to frame it up.
That's exactly what I was going to ask. But what does the Arenado trade mean for guys like Blaze Alexander or Jordan Lawler?
I think it means that if those guys want to play on a regular basis, they got to produce.
That's it.
And I feel better about the chances of Blaze Alexander doing that. And Blaze was spectacular in the field at a number of positions.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the offense has got to come around a little bit, but they're pushing those young players now. Hey, nothing's going to be handed to you. We're competing to try to make it back to the World Series. So you want to come along, come along. That's what it says to me.
Definitely. I totally agree.
Yeah.
Okay, so every day on the show, we've been given a Cardinals potential head coaching candidate, and we've been given for and against, and the last couple have been guys the Cardinals have talked to, have showed interest in. This guy, there's no report that the Cardinals have brought in for any type of talk, but it's Mike McDaniel. Why would you be for the ex-Dolphins head coach? Why would you be against?
Yeah, listen, there's a lot of reasons you would be for him. He's an offensive savant. He's very good at play calling. He's fantastic at installing a running game. He's right from the tree that produced Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay. So you're bringing in a guy that knows exactly how the head coach of the Rams and the 49ers rolls, and you're bringing in a guy with the offensive acumen to take down the guy in Seattle. So to me, it checks every box.
Yeah, I agree with everything that Bickley said. The offensive acumen stands out. Head coaching experience stands out. He's coached 2 playoff teams in Miami. That stands out. I also think he's an interesting dude.
Yeah.
I think, he's not bubbly and energetic, but I think he's got an interesting way of looking at things.
He's got an interesting energy to him.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And look, he doesn't own socks, so he needs to go somewhere warm weather.
Exactly. You can get away with not wearing socks year round here. Just ask me.
Yeah.
I want to stay with the
guy who wears flip flops to work every day.
Yes, every morning. Love me some flip flops.
Even when you wear pants.
Yeah. Like today.
Like today.
Yes.
Show your feet to the camera, Sammy.
No. I want to stay.
He only does that on his off hours.
You got money, Jarrett?
That's funny. He only does that on his OnlyFans account.
It's Wiki Feet. Come on.
Wiki Feet. I want to stay with the Cardinals head coaching search real quick. Notoriously, they've been, quote, patient. Whether you like it or not, they've gotten, I guess, maybe the leftovers of some of the head coaching positions as of their last couple hires. Is patience the right move again for the Cardinals, or do you want to see them be one of the first teams to hire a head coach?
At this point, if they're last again, it's going to be, here we go. It's going to drum up all those feelings that Cardinals fans have had in the past. But honestly, that doesn't matter. It's basically like winning the press conference. Who cares? Just get it right. Easier said than done.
Yeah.
I understand that. But just identify somebody who is going to take over this organization and lead them in the right direction.
Yeah, I would like, you know who I want out of this grouping? I would love John Harbaugh. I don't think John Harbaugh's coming here.
Right.
Robert Saleh, the minute the 49ers are done, I would hope that they would interview him and offer him the job. So if they are still dilly-dallying after that, then maybe I have an issue with the length of it. But like Vinny said, if they get it right, they get it right. That's all that matters.
Gotcha. I have a couple quick NBA hitters. So a month ago, this might have been a layup for you guys, and even maybe after last night. But if I gave you the Thunder or the Field to win the title this year, which one would you take?
I'm still taking the Thunder. I don't feel as strongly as I did a month ago, but I would still take
when
the Thunder.
When you handed him the Larry O'Brien?
Yeah, when I just said, don't even watch
don't
anymore.
Even care.
Nothing matters. They're never losing again.
So you would take the Thunder, Bick. Would you take the Field or? It's a lot of teams.
It's a lot of teams,
I'm
and the
telling
Nuggets were really close. But
I'm telling you, the team, you just mentioned them.
Yeah,
the team that gives me the most pause right now is the Denver Nuggets.
Yeah.
Yep. And the Thunder kind of got over the little bit of a hump that was in their way last year.
But I think if you handed me a stack of bills and said you have to bet on a team, it'd be Oklahoma City, not the Field.
I totally agree. And lastly, ASU, U of A on the hardwood in Tucson tonight. Can ASU hang around and make things interesting in a rivalry game, or do you think U of A might just be too good?
I mean, this is my generic answer. I hope so.
Yeah.
ASU going down to Tucson historically in the last 30 years. It's not gone exactly well for the Sun Devils. There's been the outliers. Yes, Bobby Hurley told us 10 years he's gone down to Tucson. He's only won twice, which, 2-8 is almost a feather in the cap because of how dominant they are, especially this year. I hope so. We don't know what the injury situation is with Bryce Ford or Marcus Adams if they're coming back. I mean, I think they can keep it close for a while. I'm not breaking news here. Arizona is a superior team in every way.
Yeah, you guys don't want to hear this. I would love for Bobby Hurley to get a moment like that. I mean, he's had some rough nights in that gym.
He has.
To get a win.
He has.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. One of their wins came while I was there. That
Desmond Cambridge.
Gosh.
Oh my goodness.
That was.
Oh my god, what a game that was.
I'll never forget that game because it was family weekend and it spoiled one of what was supposed to be a great Saturday for
that
for me and
was
the fam.
That was something else. By the way, Cambridge's brother, who was also on the team that year, Devin Cambridge, he's still playing college basketball. He was like a fifth-year guy when he was at ASU.
Mm-hmm. He's still playing?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
I gotta look it up, but I saw somebody posted a bunch of, because there's so many of them now, former Sun Devils and what they're doing, like Joe Sansanin and Jaden Quaintance is not doing much at Kentucky, quite honestly.
Which is surprising. Yeah.
But Cambridge's name came up, and I was like, wow, he's still playing.
That's unbelievable. Kids are getting 6th, 7th years. It's
all right. Devin Cambridge.
Yep.
3 years at Auburn, 1 year at Arizona State, 2 years at Texas Tech, and now he's at UCF.
Come on, man.
Hey, undefeated UCF.
7th year of college
A
basketball.
lot of guys go to college for 7 years.
They're called doctors.
Or lawyers. Not overseas basketball players. But there you guys go.
Thanks for the setup, Jarrett.
Yeah.
We're all rebooted. Thank you, Sammy. Coming up next, D-backs did get their third baseman. We'll talk to Steve Gilbert, who covers the team for MLB.com, about all of it next. Spickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I get it. There's the people that are like, okay, good. You should be in on this. And then there's the people that are like, ha ha, big deal. They talked to him. Well, that's fine. I mean, do I think he's going to coach the Cardinals? No, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't. But they better be in on it, at least. And it sounds like they at least are. I'm not going to lead a parade because they're in on it. But it would have been pretty discouraging if they were just like, John Harbaugh, who's that? Like,
See, I totally agree with that. I totally agree with that logic. It doesn't mean the Arizona Cardinals are going to get John Harbaugh to coach them. No. Yet at the same time, it is nice to see them try.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know the scorching hot Arizona sun can do a lot of damage to our homes, especially our windows, which can lead to a lot of bad things, warping, condensation, or like me, a huge spike in your energy bill. And if that sounds familiar, I've got some great news. My friends at Advanced Window Products running their New Year's sale, which means it's a great time to beautify your home, reduce your energy bills all at the same time. Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that is celebrating their 40th year in business, a family-owned business that treats customers like friendships. In fact, they're co-owned by former NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, former Utah legend. You might remember him. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, and they do tremendous work. And I know because I replaced my windows, and they look phenomenal. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. And like I mentioned, during their New Year's sale, you get $1,250 off the purchase of 5 or more windows, $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 480-764-2110. Online at advancedwindows.com.
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts at helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
It's Wolf. I've been telling you about how great Aria Dental Implant Center is, but don't take it from me. Listen to Michael, a recent Aria patient.
I had partials, and I was dealing with those for the last, 12 years or so, 15 years. And it just got to the point where I just got tired of it, and it just was, I needed to do something. I didn't know what I needed to do. And so I came into Dr. Joe and had the consultation.
My name is Dr. Joe Marinfar, and I have a practice in Phoenix where we focus on the all-on-4 process.
Everything was, from start to finish, was phenomenal, and it really amazed me. Don't hesitate. Don't hesitate. This is the last set of teeth, I guess you could say, you're going to have, and so you're done.
Aria Dental Implant Center helps patients regain their quality of life while saving them thousands of dollars. Go see my friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com and tell them Wolf sent you.
Collins Comfort Masters here, your trusted Lennox dealer. Is your AC system over 10 years old? You could be wasting up to 40% on energy costs. Smart homeowners know now is the time to upgrade to a high-efficiency system and lock in our New Year's savings. With nearly 11,000 5-star Google reviews and over 40 years of trusted service, Collins Comfort Masters is your no-worry solution for AC, heating, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com today.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
This is the one the world waits for. Be part of the excitement at Barrett-Jackson, the world's greatest collector car auctions. January 17th through 25th at Westworld. There's entertainment for the whole family. Save with advanced tickets today at barrett-jackson.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Which position will Jordan Lawler play in 2026 now that the Arizona Diamondbacks have traded for Nolan Arenado? Talk about that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
It is the Wednesday edition of Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports. Dan Bickley, Vince Marotta, Jared Carlin, Sammy Sabolka taking you up till 10 o'clock. Big news with the Diamondbacks this offseason. They fill a gap at third base with one of the most decorated players at that position of all time in Nolan Arenado. Trade with the St. Louis Cardinals, here to talk about it, and the D-backs offseason. He covers the team for dbacks.com, MLB.com. Steve Gilbert, our guest via video this morning. Steve, you're a vision in green. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good. Obviously, a lot of reaction to the Arenado deal yesterday. And in terms of, look, we know this wasn't plan A for the Diamondbacks. They went down the road of Alex Bregman, didn't work out. But for a plan B, fallback plan, all things considered, I think they did really well for themselves. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, you look at this, they're paying, I know we're talking athlete dollars here, not like real world dollars, but like $5 million, $6 million for a guy who, as you said, is quite decorated, still is pretty good defensively, has slowed a little bit offensively, particularly last year, but could easily bounce back. And even if he doesn't, for what they're paying him, for what they gave up, which was not a ton, not, as an 8th round pick from last year out of Arizona State, great university, of course. But look, I think it's certainly worth taking a flyer on Nolan Arenado at this point. And if nothing else, he gives you some great defense and also some leadership in the clubhouse.
What do you think about the change of scenery and how it might apply to him? Or is this a player that is just in natural, normal decline based on advanced age?
Well, he is getting older, but you bring up a good point. Things weren't great for him in St. Louis. They worked on trying to trade him last offseason. He turned down a trade. I think it was to the Astros. And so you never know how that affects somebody mentally. He had some physical issues as well. So he's a guy, I got a text from Paul Goldschmidt who said, Nolan Arenado's a good one. You're going to like him. He's going to play well for the Diamondbacks. So that's a pretty good testimonial there.
Yeah, it is. Steve Gilbert, MLB.com, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Let's talk about Paul Goldschmidt for a
now
second.
that you open that door.
What else did the text say?
You open that door. Anything else the text say is, he's a free agent. They have a gap at first base still that he might fit in nicely.
Yeah, no, he didn't say anything about that, but I will say, and I think you guys will probably agree that, if he's going to play one more season maybe or whatever it might be, again, I don't know that, how many more years he wants to play. Certainly, if he wants to play one more year, to have him in Arizona, way to capstone his career, I think would be a great thing. I think the fans would really appreciate it too. And he seems to fit what they're looking for still, as a right-handed bat that can platoon at first base with Pavin Smith and maybe DH at times.
If not Paul Goldschmidt in that spot, would Tyler Locklear be the guy? I mean, we saw Tyler Locklear after the trade. He kind of struggled offensively. Would it be somebody like Tim Tawa? Is there free agent dollars left to go out, if it's not Goldschmidt, to pursue somebody else at that position, Steve?
Yeah, I think they are still trying to pursue some people at that position. I don't know how much money they really want to invest in it, but they are still looking at that. And Tawa is a possibility. Sure, Locklear is. We got to see how it bounces back. He had that. It's the first time I've ever heard of somebody having shoulder and elbow surgery at the same time, injured on the same play. So we'll see when he's ready. They're hoping that he's ready for the start of spring training, but that remains to be seen.
All right, so Jordan Lawler, where are we at with this young man, and where is he at with the clock ticking in terms of if he's going to become that guy?
Yeah, Bick, it's interesting with him. We saw him first in 23 and probably a little ahead of when they likely should have called him up. But they were looking for a spark down the stretch. Nick Ahmed wasn't providing much with the bat. And then we saw him a couple of times last year. First time he didn't really have a role. And that, as you know, is very tough for a young player when they come up to find the rhythm at the plate if they're not playing every day. So I think his best opportunity, it looks like right now, is going to come in the outfield, whether that's center field or left field. Lourdes Gurriel is going to open the year on the IL, at least for a couple months. So they're going to have a hole to fill there. So I would look for Jordan Lawler to get some looks at spring training in both center and left field, along with Blaze Alexander. And, you got Alec Thomas out there in center too, and just kind of see where where the chips fall.
About the center field position, I went into this offseason, I think it was the third straight year I went into the offseason thinking, are they going to unload McCarthy or Thomas? And I like both of those guys individually. I just didn't think the situation was ideal for this team. So they move off of Jake McCarthy. He goes to Colorado for a pitching prospect. Was it Jake McCarthy just based on the interest elsewhere? Was there more interest in McCarthy than Thomas, or do they prefer Thomas over McCarthy that strongly?
That's what it sounded like, is that the interest was more for McCarthy, or that they felt like this deal was the right deal for them, and this was the pitching prospect they wanted to take a chance on. So, I think that's where it more came down to, is where could they get the best return, which guy could give them bring back the best return for them.
You know, what's interesting to me is you factor in Nolan Arenado and the idea that they're not really expecting anything dynamic or big from him offensively, that they just really need him to lock down third base. And Torrey's already talked about how they're going to really stress fundamentals. They're going to really stress getting off to a good start. What do you think this is going to look like when camp opens? What do you think the Diamondbacks are going to try to change to get back to what they did in 2023?
Yeah, that's a great question. He's spoken about maybe doing drills at a faster pace, maybe altering their drills slightly, although we don't know what that looks like yet. He's getting some input from different people on that, but he definitely feels like the last couple of years they've left some wins on the table early that have come back to haunt them. Certainly in 24 when they missed the postseason by 1 game. So I think that's something that he really wants to stress and lock down, and I think you see that with Arenado. And the way that they're emphasizing his defense. So I think if you want to claim that left field spot, if you want to claim that center field spot, I think you're going to have to be the best defender out there as well as be able to swing the bat. I think that's going to be the differentiating factor going forward, because they feel like that could really help the pitching staff as well.
Steve Gilbert, our guest here on Arizona Sports, and even though nothing happened, and he's still a member of the team, I think it was a really interesting offseason for Ketel Marte. And I read a piece on The Athletic that kind of questioned the Diamondbacks' strategy on being willing to trade Ketel Marte, then ultimately not trading him. He's still here. Are there feelings that need to be patched up still? We talked to Torey Lovullo. He kind of glazed over that about a month ago on this show. But how big of a question mark is Ketel Marte right now as we speak, Steve?
It's hard for me to know for sure what's going on in Ketel's mind. I think that the one thing the Diamondbacks really have going for him is the relationship that he has with Mike Hazen, also Torey Lovullo. But Mike Hazen, remember, in 2017, when Ketel was not a superstar player yet, he was just an up and down guy from the minor leagues. When his mom tragically passed away, it was Mike Hazen that got on a plane and went down to the Dominican Republic with him for the funeral. So that kind of bonded those two, and Ketel really respects Mike, and so I think that they're going to have a conversation here shortly when Ketel gets to town for spring training, and kind of make sure that there are no hard feelings. But yeah, it was interesting to see that all play out, and Mike was very honest from the start, which you don't often see from a GM, saying, "Look, I don't think this is going to happen, but I'll listen." And you talk to other teams, and they say the Diamondbacks ask in return for Ketel was super high. And Hazen makes no apologies for that. He said, yep. And if we got it, we would have made a trade, but we weren't going to make a trade for anything less than that. So maybe Ketel looks at that and realizes that, how valued he is, how many teams maybe were interested, how much the Diamondbacks valued him by not just giving him away.
Yep. Steve, great stuff. And I don't want to put you on the spot here, but you baseball people always know the answer to this question. How many days until spring training starts?
We're let's see, what are we at, the 14th? I think we're looking at we're looking at less than a month now till pitchers and catchers have their first workout. Right. So
close enough.
We'll hear the pop of the glove soon.
We will. Thanks, Steve. Right. Good to talk to you. We'll talk again soon. Steve Gilbert, our guest here via video on Bickley and Murata Mornings, breaking down an eventful offseason for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Coming up next, Bick kicks off the second half of the Wednesday show with
Fire!
The Blast. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Booker on the penetration. Dump to Williams. He'll throw it down. What a look from Devin Booker.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi, and I'm here with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, one of the biggest fears people have is whether their retirement income, whether it'll actually last.
Running out of money in retirement is everyone's biggest fear. Market swings, inflation, taxes, they all eat up your savings.
And that's why an income plan is so important.
Exactly. We help clients build a customized income strategy that coordinates Social Security, pensions, investments, taxes, and it shows exactly where your income will come from and how long it will last.
And that kind of clarity takes the stress out of retirement.
Exactly. And you know when your income works, you make better decisions and enjoy retirement more.
And listeners can get that same guidance.
Call 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary consultation.
If you want confidence in your income plan, now is the time.
Again, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
If you're replacing your home's windows or doors, here's what most people miss. Installation matters as much as the product. I'm Becky Lynn, and that's why I recommend Arizona Window and Door Store. Locally owned with their exclusive seal and shield installation process, backed by a lifetime labor warranty. And with over 1,400 five-star reviews, Arizona homeowners agree. Call 480-562-3902 for a free in-home appointment or book online at azwds.com. That's azwds.com.
Happy New Year, Susan. I really appreciate you picking up the bill for lunch.
I'm happy to. One of my New Year's resolutions is being better with money. So I've started using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for buying gas.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I earn cash back just for buying the gas I was already buying.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make $200 to $300 this year.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now in the App Store or Google Play and start earning cash back on everyday gas purchases. Use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's up to 50 cents per gallon on your next fill up. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code RIDER. Code RIDER.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'll be straight with you. I don't usually talk supplements. I'm skeptical by default. Most of them sell shortcuts, and shortcuts don't work. That's why I take M-Drive. I've been taking it for years. Not because it's flashy, because it makes sense. It's about routine, showing up every day, respecting what your body can still do even as it changes. Look, if you're still working, still competing and grinding, you probably noticed it. Energy dips, weight sticks around longer. Burning it off gets harder. That's not laziness, that's biology. M-Drive Boost and Burn was built for that stage of life. It supports steady energy, a healthy metabolism, and fat burning. So the work you put in actually counts. No hype. M-Drive's been around nearly 20 years. High quality, clinically tested ingredients made right here in America. It fits my routine, simple, consistent. You can find M-Drive Boost and Burn at Sprouts, Amazon, or at mdriveformen.com. Taking care of your health matters. Don't put it off. M-Drive, for men who still show up.
They're going to go nuts when he hits this thing.
The People's Open is back. See the PGA Tour's best tee it up at the 2026 WM Phoenix Open, February 2nd through the 8th at TPC Scottsdale. Get tournament and ticket info at WMPhoenixOpen.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns dropped their first game of their Eastern Conference road trip last night in Miami, 127-121, in a game where the Suns were down 20 at one point and then held a fourth quarter lead. But Bam Adebayo killed the Suns late, and they couldn't get it done down the stretch, but they'll be back in action tomorrow night in Detroit for the Pistons. Yesterday, the Arizona Diamondbacks made a trade to get third baseman Nolan Arenado from the St. Louis Cardinals for minor league prospect Jack Martinez. The longtime Colorado Rocky returns to the NL West, this time in a Diamondbacks uniform. What might that mean for guys like Jordan Lawler and Blaze Alexander? Head to ArizonaSports.com to find out. And tonight in Tucson, Bobby Hurley and the Sun Devils will meet Tommy Lloyd and the number 1 ranked Wildcats for the first time this season. Tip-off from McHale will be at 8:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And this report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and D-backs. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
Bickley and Marana Mornings. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
I love most everything about the Phoenix Suns, from their rich history to their heartbreaking failures, from their mascot to a dance team a fellow columnist once called the greatest dynasty in sports. But if I could surgically remove one thing from our heritage franchise, it would be the preoccupation with officiating that permeates the entire organization, a tone that was set by the late, great Al McCoy. Because last night, Devin Booker was at his foul hunting worst, and at the end of the game, Dylan Brooks earned a flagrant foul for attempting to make contact with the opponent after releasing a potential game-tying three that he did not make. By the way, this is the third time that Brooks has done something foolish in a big moment, and while the Suns need Brooks to live right there on the edge, it's a reminder that he needs to be a bit smarter with his antics in endgame situations, because clearly the refs are watching him very closely. But to me, the foul hunting is Bush League stuff. I also think it's a sign of weakness and discomfort from a player who should be concentrating on the basket and not the opponent, a player trying to trick the referee into giving him free throws. And I wish this team could just find the ability to play through the officials in a stoic manner, as if they didn't even exist, because there are repercussions to these actions. If you are engaged in trying to trick an official, you are in effect trying to make that official look foolish, and that stuff will come back to bite you in the end. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
The last great dynasty in sports.
That was Mark Wicker from the Orange County Register. Every time he came to town for a Suns game, he would say that to me. Bick, this is the last great dynasty in sports.
Look, we talked about the subject of your blast, and it came up organically because I had the same perception last night, the same reaction to watching Devin Booker play, and it's been a little bit more prevalent this year. I thought last night it kind of peaked. That was kind of the peak of the foul hunting, and look, it worked to a degree. He got to the line 11 times. I think it affected his overall effectiveness in other scoring areas, and he finished with 24 points. It's one of those things, it's very frustrating to watch. I hate that the NBA is going down this road because the Suns and Devin Booker's, he's not even the worst at it.
No.
I mean, the Suns just beat the New York Knicks last week, and Jalen Brunson
he's terrible.
He is a first-team all-foul hunter,
no doubt
and
about
he's
it.
really good at it.
Alexander,
Yes.
Luka Doncic,
James Harden.
James Harden. I don't like it from anybody. This is not singularly attached to Devin Booker, but I care about the Phoenix Suns, and I love Devin Booker otherwise. I'm just here to tell you, I've got a couple of retired NBA officials that I talk to occasionally, and one of them flat out told me, if a basketball player like Devin Booker is always putting himself on the floor after shots, that ref is going to hold it against you. Facts. I'm not making that up. That has come from the mouth of a former NBA official.
But there's also the flip side of it. It's a damned if you do, damned if you don't, because Devin Booker, we've seen him, when he's not in that mode, he doesn't get calls that other players get.
I get that.
And that's the double frustration of officiating. And I'm going to say this, and this is not an absolving of anybody that we're talking about right now. I've watched NBA basketball for a long time. I have a very unique perspective. I'm privileged enough to have that perspective. And you know how I feel, generally speaking, about NBA officiating. I think it's been worse this year than I've ever seen.
Really?
Yes. Absolutely.
Why?
And it's just the perception I have. There's a lot of anticipatory calls. It seems like the number of those are going up. How many times you watch a replay and it's an N1 and you see the replay in super slow motion and there's absolutely nothing resembling a foul? Or there was a Dylan Brooks play last night where he got a layup and he was absolutely fouled and there was no whistle called and the ball bounced on the heel of the rim like 2 or 3 times and the official didn't think it was going in, blew the whistle, and then it fell through and he gave him the N1. I think there's a lot of determinations like that from officials, too. Like, that's a foul, but if it goes in, I'm not going to reward it.
That is definitely a thing. And I've always actually been okay with that, even though when you drill down on it, that is pretty asinine. As a ref, if that ball doesn't go in, now you're blowing a late whistle.
Yes.
Because there's a foul and you're acknowledging it, but you don't want to slow the game down or add a free throw to it if it goes in. I don't know.
So here I am, somebody who's saying I think the officiating is worse in the NBA than it's ever been, but I'm also frustrated with what transpired last night because I think if the game was in the balance, it was there for the taking after a tremendous comeback by the Suns, a very, very gritty effort to get back into that game because Miami was playing their game and they got hot. But I think if the focus would have shifted to let's just win this game as opposed to let's win it from the free throw line, I think we'd be talking about a different result right now.
Yeah.
And it wasn't just the Suns last night either. By the way, I know we got 2 Wildcats on the other side of the glass here. Pelle Larsson.
Oh, dude.
The last time I saw Pelle, has anybody flop like that? It was at the end of the Faith No More video, and that fish was dying.
Hey, I'm a big Pele fan. He and I are actually friends, but he's been flopping since he's been at U of A.
Yeah.
It's been a thing.
It was probably before that. It was probably when he was at Utah, too.
And then the Dylan Brooks thing.
I wish you didn't say you were friends with him. I won't give my honest opinion of him as a player then.
That's funny.
I'll come in there at the break.
So the Dylan Brooks thing is also something that needs to be monitored because we all know that he's got to do what he does because that's what makes him who he is.
Yes.
And we know it. And this is the thing. You sign up for this, you have to accept the good with the bad. But he's got to be real careful in these end game situations because if anybody is not getting a fair whistle, it's Dylan Brooks because of his reputation.
Yeah.
That technical he earned in the third quarter, I at first thought, oh, come on, Dylan, you're launching a dude into the stanchion. And then you watch the replay and you're like, no, that's not at all what happened.
No, and that was number 14. There's a chance that one gets rescinded. He's had one rescinded earlier this year. We'll see. I thought the officials were walking on eggshells around Dylan Brooks last night and very, very cautious. There was a play too. I mean, the dust up between Booker and Larson that Jaime Jaquez got involved with. That's an altercation now.
Like, come on.
What are we doing?
I know.
I agree.
Seriously.
That's kind of a joke.
And I didn't understand the actions of Dylan Brooks at the end of that game in that corner 3 that he missed, but that wasn't the most egregious thing that cost the Suns the game.
Yeah.
The defensive breakdown where Norm Powell, 42% 3-point shooter, was left alone in the corner.
Yeah.
That's what really cost
the
him
defense in the first half.
Yep.
And then the last couple minutes of the game.
Which was very lazy by Sun standards. And it just shows you how remarkably locked in this team has been in that you put a half like that on the court and you see the results and you're like, wow, that's what happens when you play ordinary NBA tepid defense.
Yeah, and we've talked about the different levels of frustration too, and Bam Adebayo becoming Steph Curry at crucial situations of the game.
Man.
I mean, the Heat had missed their previous 6 3-pointers. And then made their last 3. Adebayo had the two of them, and then the Powell dagger. I said to you off the air, the Suns actually made more threes than the Heat did last night, but it seemed like the Heat made 30 in a row at a certain point of the game.
Yeah, I know.
One of those games, man.
And now you got a tough test in Detroit against a very physical, very good Pistons team
with at least a marginalized Devin Booker. If he plays, credit to him. After seeing the way he turned that ankle and the effects afterwards,
I'd be kind of surprised.
If he's on the floor, he's not going to be at 100%. He'll be playing through something.
And it might be best to just let him sit this one out, given what's after that.
I mean, I think this road trip, even before that happened last night, you looked at the way it laid out and the length of it. It's one of those road trips. You come back 3-3, I think you've accomplished something.
Absolutely. And the Suns
that's probably still the goal.
Well, and again, the Suns have overachieved to such a stunningly wonderful level that they've built in a little margin for error. Not a ton, but a little bit.
Yeah.
And so, and look, and who knows? Jalen Green, if Devin Booker is out the next game, Jalen Green might be at a point where they can push go on him. They might have an idea of when they wanted him to come back, but he might be at a place right now where they can press go.
Yeah, it sounds like Detroit's not going to be the debut, the re-debut, if you will, of Jalen Green, but maybe a little bit later on in the trip. So we shall see. Coming up next, what does the Mike Tomlin news mean for the Steelers? Who is John Harbaugh meeting with today? And what does all of this mean for the Cardinals coaching search? We'll get into the possibilities and angles next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Diamondbacks are bringing in a new third baseman.
Per our John Gambadoro, the Diamondbacks have completed a trade for third baseman Nolan Arenado with the St. Louis Cardinals. Arizona sends Jack Martinez to the Cardinals.
Okay. As long as it's not Justin Martinez, I'm good with that.
Yeah. Spring training now a month away. What else will the D-backs do to compete in the NL West? Follow breaking Diamondbacks news on the local sports leader on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, and sports fans know that on the court, on the field, on the diamond, the three magic letters are MVP, most valuable player, but on the roadways, the three most valuable letters, BMW, the ultimate driving machine. And if you're in the market for a new ride, make it the ride of your life. That is what you're going to get from my friends at Chapman BMW. Chapman BMW, your premier destination for luxury and performance. They've got two great locations, which means you're going to get the best selection you are going to find in the Valley, no matter what you're looking for. As many of our listeners will attest, they deliver an exceptional car buying experience. And then once you become part of the Chapman family, their state-of-the-art service center, staffed by BMW certified technicians, ensures your vehicle will receive expert care. So here's how you get rolling. Pick a location, go find what you like, take a test drive, then get your hookup by asking for GM Shane O'Hanrahan by name. He's a close friend of mine. He's the GM of both locations. He's hooked up a number of our listeners already. You can be next. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. Two great locations, one great experience.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-949-1441. That's 800-949-1441.
Happy New Year, Susan. I really appreciate you picking up the bill for lunch.
I'm happy to. One of my New Year's resolutions is being better with money. So I've started using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for buying gas.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I earn cash back just for buying the gas I was already buying.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make $200 to $300 this year.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now in the App Store or Google Play and start earning cash back on everyday gas purchases. Use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's up to 50 cents per gallon on your next fill up. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code RIDER. Code RIDER.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
In today's buyer's market, home sellers face more competition than ever. That's why it is crucial to understand all of your options before making a move. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty offers her guaranteed multiple cash offer program where you receive up to 10 cash offers plus her guaranteed sale offer. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at a price acceptable to you or she'll buy it. Call Carol Royce today to review your offers. Call 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and Sullivan.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
Hey, good morning to Gilbert. Not just some dude named Gilbert.
Steve Gilbert.
How about that? Steve Gilbert on at 7:45. A shout out to our audience in Gilbert at 8:15. We appreciate our audience in Gilbert.
I think it was everything.
Ooh, I gotta close some stuff down before I play that sound. Here we go.
See, he looked tired. He looked worn out. And obviously all that work had taken a toll on him to the point where at 2 o'clock today, he gathered his team together and he informed his players that he was stepping down as the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers, effective immediately. And that sends ripples across the National Football League for so many reasons. Like we said, the Pittsburgh Steelers now have a head coaching opening. There are nine current head coach openings right now, including 3 in the AFC North. The only returning coach in the AFC North right now is Zach Taylor in Cincinnati. Andy Reid just became the longest tenured head coach in the National Football League with the Ravens firing John Harbaugh.
How about that? Andy Reid, the longest tenured coach in the league. Have you seen this guy,
Have you
Jared?
seen this guy, Jarrett?
Longest tenured belt in the league, too.
He started...
Who would be after him?
Because
you had those big 3 of long tenured coaches.
Yeah. That is one of those questions that you don't ask because now we're going to ponder over it and we don't know the answer.
Sammy, look it up.
That's terrible radio.
Move on.
Yeah. Thanks, Jarrett. Well done.
Just thinking out loud.
So Mike Tomlin, no longer the head coach. I do think that point that Adam Schefter just brought up there about Zach Taylor being the only coach who kept his job in the AFC North for one reason or the other. He has made it to a Super Bowl, but I think Zach Taylor, of the 4 coaches who began the year in that division, was the least accomplished.
That's
and he's
so
the last.
funny.
He's the last one standing.
He was the one on the hot seat at the beginning of the year in that division.
And some
even during and after the year.
Yeah, some people seriously think he should have been gone as well.
Yeah,
That's
Cincinnati won 6
unbelievable.
games this year. Yes, they had injury problems, and Joe Burrow missed a lot of time, but they weren't exactly very competitive at certain points of the season.
I heard speculation that Mike Tomlin might want to hang around and wait out until that Chiefs job becomes open. And then you get a nice run with Patrick Mahomes.
Well, that would be a lot different from what he's experienced at Pittsburgh at the quarterback position over the last 5 years. What does the future hold for Mike Tomlin? Here's Jeremy Fowler from ESPN on that.
It could be a Sean Payton situation. As you recall, Payton sat out that 1 year, did TV, came back, went with the Denver Broncos, where they had to work out a trade with the New Orleans Saints. So as of now, the Steelers have held Mike Tomlin's options for 2026 with an option for 2027. So unless they negotiated a buyout, there could be a situation where there's a trade if he wants to come back a year from now, 2 years from now, whatever that is. You know, this is a coach that has some roots in Florida, coached in Tampa Bay. So if that job opens in a couple years, maybe something shakes there. There'll be plenty of available options to him. Teams have already called his people today just in case, like, hey, is he really leaving? So he would be certainly coveted on the scene if he does entertain that.
Yeah, so we don't know what happens with Mike Tomlin, but I will say this, and I don't think it's a common feeling for Pittsburgh Steelers fans, because a lot of them are glad. There's a relief, I think, among the Steelers fan base that Mike Tomlin is moving on after 19 years. But this has all the makings of that feeling of you don't know what you got till it's gone. Mike Tomlin ran a buttoned-up program in Pittsburgh for 19 years. There's not very many organizations that can make that claim for nearly that amount of time.
Listen, you're bringing up something that I think is universal, and I think people in Pittsburgh are definitely guilty of this. A lot of the playoff berths that Mike Tomlin achieved that didn't produce any playoff victories were masterful coaching jobs to even get in the playoffs. The start that they got off to this year, wholly unexpected.
Yes.
So yeah, I think you're right about that. Be careful what you wish for. That might be something that does apply to the Steelers fan base after this.
Yeah.
And I'll be real curious to see where they look for their successor.
Yeah, it seems like they might be operating under different parameters than the other organizations, doesn't it? Because, I mean, they're never in this situation.
Right. That's right.
And we've seen the list, and the list is long. It's up to 12 or so for the Cardinals. That's about par for the course. There's some that have more candidates on their list than the Cardinals do. But look at it this way. There's now more than a quarter of the jobs available in the NFL right now.
It's unbelievable.
9 of 32 are available.
Unbelievable. 9 open
And that's
jobs
without
in the NFL.
LaFleur getting the axe, and that's without Sirianni getting the axe.
Uh-huh.
Now, the Philadelphia Eagles did make some changes on their coaching staff, not surprisingly, Kevin Patullo. It just seems like they're going to change coordinators for one reason or another every year in Philadelphia.
Listen, so it's really, I think it's a function now of a lot of these owners reaching billionaire status and really having no issues with absorbing sunken costs. And, so we owe that head coach $35 million. Who cares?
And now people have suggested, too. Baltimore's open with the firing of Harbaugh. Pittsburgh's open with Tomlin stepping down.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't they just take each other's jobs? Bill Barnwell on that subject.
It's the Baltimore Ravens. Is it not? I mean, the obvious thing to me, the logical thing, and I said this 2 weeks ago before either of them they're not fired, but either of them moved on from their teams. Would it not make sense to swap Mike Tomlin for John Harbaugh, the two biggest rivals of the last 15 years in the AFC North? But they would be great fits for the other organization. For the Ravens, you want someone who's going to build some authority on the defensive side of the football, someone who's going to be able to work with Lamar Jackson, someone who knows that organization inside and out. Well, Mike Tomlin's been studying the Ravens for 19 years now.
I think that would be absolutely fascinating.
I
don't think it happens
yesterday as a joke.
Yeah, but it would be absolutely fascinating if it happened.
Okay, 2 thoughts on that.
And I'm not saying one half of that won't happen. There's reports
Do you think
now
that could actually?
that the Giants have sat down for an actual non-lunch interview with John Harbaugh. That was actually an interview.
Right.
And that there's interest in the job. Even though Atlanta boasted to everybody, hey, we interviewed John Harbaugh, that doesn't seem to be the case. It seemed like it was more of an informal meeting. Although all the reporting says they're still very much in the mix.
It's like this is not actually a date.
And I would be more than mildly surprised if Harbaugh ended up in Pittsburgh, but I agree with Bill Barnwell. That's a great fit.
I just, knowing and watching the Steelers all these years, I don't know if the Rooney family would think that would be tacky. To go and take a guy that you've been competing against all those years that's so aligned with a different brand. And I don't know if Mike Tomlin does that to the Steelers, especially if he wasn't kind of nudged out the door.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I do agree with you. John Harbaugh would be the perfect guy to plop down in Pittsburgh. But you know what? The Steelers, they're really proud of... They're as proud of their patience record with their head coach as the Ravens are with their preseason football record. So to me,
2 legacies.
Yeah, I think to me they're gonna get somebody more in the late 40s, 50s range.
Yeah.
So you get another long run.
Right, Harbaugh would be 82 if he had the same run.
Yeah, right.
By the way,
one of those things that you mentioned, one of the 2 things that you mentioned, actually is something that you should take pride in.
Right.
Yeah, that's right.
So the answer is the longest tenured coaches, right?
Yeah, 3.
Go.
McVay, Shanahan, and McDermott, all 8 years.
2017.
Wow.
So 2 in the NFC West. 2 guys named Sean.
So there's only one guy in the whole league with a double-digit tenure with his respective team.
Wow. I saw a stat about the NFC West that really kind of illustrates the uphill climb facing the Cardinals. The 49ers, the Rams, and the Seahawks all went 6-6 against each other combined during the regular season.
Yeah.
They went 32-7 against everybody else. So all those 3 teams combined to go 6-6 against each other, while the Cardinals went 0-6 against.
Yeah, and they combined to go 6-0 against the Cardinal.
That's it.
Realignment.
Realignment.
When you can't beat them, exit.
Flee the scene.
Coming up next, we'll continue to talk NFL playoffs and offseason. with the one and only Mark Schlereth. That is straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And the Suns fall tonight to the Heat, 127 to 121. They got down double digits early. They were down 20 at the beginning of the third before fighting all the way back to take a 6-point lead. But they end up on the losing side by 6, 127-121.
Gut Punch L on the road, and we talk about it today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and a new year is a great time to get moving, and if joint pain is holding you back, there's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, without putting your life on pause. My friends at QC Kinetics specialize in advanced regenerative treatments that help your body repair and restore damaged joint tissue wherever you are hurting, and folks, this stuff really works, and I know that because the patient satisfaction rate at QC Kinetics is 92%. I've leaned on QC Kinetics twice to dramatic results, and Emmett Smith raves about how QC Kinetics has helped him deal with all his joint pain after a lengthy career in the NFL. And the best thing is, these are all natural, organic treatments that happen right in their office. You walk in, you get your treatment, you walk back out the door and go about your day. Simple procedures that deliver life-changing results. So check out these options if you're dealing with any kind of chronic joint pain. Move better, get stronger, stop managing your pain, start solving it with QC Kinetics. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can get a free consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
If you're replacing your home's windows or doors, here's what most people miss. Installation matters as much as the product. I'm Becky Lynn, and that's why I recommend Arizona Window and Door Store. Locally owned with their exclusive seal and shield installation process, backed by a lifetime labor warranty. And with over 1,400 five-star reviews, Arizona homeowners agree. Call 480-562-3902 for a free in-home appointment or book online at azwds.com. That's azwds.com.
There's more than one roofing company, but there's only one roofing contractor of the year, America Roofing. Yep, America Roofing just rated #1 in Arizona, #1. And that's reason enough, but you know what? So many more reasons. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Family owned and operated for over a quarter century. 500 employees statewide, home or business, repair or replace. And we've had America Roofing do both at Casa Galvisi. Plus, right now, save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management founder Matt Dagus. And Matt, taxes change everything once you retire.
That's right, Paul. And when you retire, if you're taking income the wrong way, you could pay a lot more taxes than necessary.
And you help people avoid those mistakes.
Exactly. We analyze every account and create a specific tax strategy designed to save you money.
So get your review today.
Call us at Bright Wealth Management, 844-726-9116, or online, brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
I'm I'm Sammy Sobolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Nolan Arenado, welcome to the desert. The Diamondbacks made a trade for the 8-time All-Star and 10-time Gold Glove winner yesterday in exchange for minor league pitcher Jack Martinez. The Diamondbacks will only be paying him $11 million over the next 2 years as well. The Phoenix Suns lost a tough and somewhat frustrating one last night in Miami after being 20 points down and giving up 71 first-half points. The Suns fought back and had the lead late in the fourth, but Bam Adebayo from three. Yes, Bam Adebayo hit 3 late threes, and the Suns dropped one in Miami, 127-121. And as for NFL head coaching jobs, as more of them become available, find out where the Arizona Cardinals are in their process at arizonasports.com. And tonight, the Territorial Cup on the hardwood. ASU and U of A will get together for the first time tonight at the McHale Center. The number 1 ranked Wildcats will look to get to 17-0, while Bobby Hurley and the Devils will look for a massive upset. That game tips at 8:30 and can be heard right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, and that's what's trending now.
Have you heard about the lonesome loser? Sit down, take a look at yourself.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
NFL analyst Mark Schlereth talks football with Bickley and Murata.
Brought to you by Earnhardt Ford and Chandler. Shop local. Shop EarnhardtFord.com.
It's the Wednesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. We are on to the divisional round of the NFL playoffs. Here to talk playoffs with us and off season from NFL on Fox, Denver Sports, and the Stink It Truth podcast, the one and only Mark Schlereth, our guest on the Arizona Sports Line. Mark, good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good. We had the discussion on our show last week, like what is the best weekend of playoff football? We all geared toward or veered towards the divisional round, but I got to tell you, the wild card round, 6 games, yeah, a couple of stinkers in there, but the first 4 games were outstanding with all the lead changes and all the drama. What did you think of wild card weekend?
I thought it was amazing. I mean, it was absolutely must-watch television. And I don't know how many steps I took on Sunday, but it couldn't have been many. I did actually go to the grocery store and load up. I got Red Vines. I got a thing of Red Vines. I got several things of hot tamales. Got some Hershey bars, and I pretty much ate the whole kit and caboodle.
That is that's fantastic.
Because I'm not like your average, New Year's resolution guy. I'm going to get in shape and all that stuff. I wait for all those people to kind of mid-January, end of January, where they stop going to the gym. That's when I pounce.
That's a smart move.
I start getting in shape. Not right now, right? Right now, it's time to keep that layer on, and then boom, remove it come February.
That's the way to do it, man. See, that's the pros move. That's not amateur hour.
Talking football with Mark Schlereth, as we do every Wednesday here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Talked about Houston's defense a lot. It's a championship defense. There's no doubt about it. They scored 2 defensive touchdowns. They terrorized the Steelers all night. But the offense, C.J. Stroud, the overall numbers don't look bad on paper. He did not play well. The ball was all over the field. There was some sloppiness there. Do you think the Texans' offense is enough to get them to a Super Bowl, or does it even matter when you have a defense that good?
Yeah, no, I think ultimately, can you get to the Super Bowl? Probably. You probably could, just because there's so many flaws in all the teams that are left in the AFC, but can you win it with that offense? Not if the offense plays like that. If you turn it over that many times, you're going to be in trouble. Now, that defense of Houston is freaking unbelievable. The speed, the violence that they play with, just their ability to rush the passer with only 4. I mean, Danielle Hunter is the most undervalued player in the National Football League. That guy can't be blocked. It is unreal watching him play. So, but you're going to have to produce something on the offensive side of the ball. I mean, they couldn't execute a shotgun snap.
No.
They must have put the ball on the ground or bobbled the ball at least a half a dozen times in shotgun. It was alarming. Now, they did run the ball better. And I like to. I'm not one to toot my own horn, but if I don't toot my horn, nobody will.
Right.
I did actually work with them like week 13 or something, and it was the first time after week 13 that they had a 100-yard rush. I'm surprised Troy Aikman didn't bring it up in the broadcast last night. They've run the ball much better since I actually worked with the offensive line in a Friday practice. And how that hasn't made the news is beyond me, because it should be something that has been out there readily talked about throughout the National Football League. Release the secret weapon. Give me a call. You want to fix your run game, and I can do it in one afternoon. Coaching can't be that hard. If I can fix the Houston Texans in a 5-minute tutorial, like how hard can coaching be?
That's fantastic.
What are we doing?
The Cardinals should have called.
You guys need a coach, right?
We do.
What are we doing? Hey, Bidwell, call me.
Yeah.
Not only that, he should have called you in September. We saw that running game early and went, uh-oh.
Right.
I mean, don't they know you are the dispenser of justice? All right, so you look across the playoffs in the NFC. There are 3 NFC West teams. This is the world the Cardinals are living in, unfortunately. And like you said, they're looking for a head coach. I'm just curious, out of the blue, since you pay a lot of attention to the AFC West, do you know anything about Jesse Minter, who just showed up on the candidate list in Arizona?
No, I really don't. But didn't you go down that road with Jonathan Gannon?
Exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. You want to kick the tires on everybody, right? You want to talk to guys, and I get all that stuff. And the Chargers' defense is legit, man. They're big time. I think they're great. But at the same time, I look at your quarterback situation. I look at your offensive situation. And I think that, to me, that's the direction you need to go. The other thing that you need to do is you need to get away from first-time head coaches. Mm-hmm. And I've talked to a bunch of general managers here recently, and they've all said the same thing. Kind of the conversations we've had is the problem with first-time head coaches, they have a really tough time putting a staff together because they don't have those relationships and they don't have guys that will jump ship to come with them. Because you're just not sure, right?
Yeah.
And I think that that's one of the big issues that a lot of organizations get into when they get, all these fancy first-time head coaches. I mean, if you get the Oda McVay on you, everybody wants to hire you. And let's face it, some of those guys, like you get these passing game coordinators that get to be head coaches or get to be offensive coordinators elsewhere. And they don't really understand the run game and how to tie the whole thing together. And then, the Zach Robinsons of the world and some of these other guys, you question whether that's the right move. So I just think that having a guy that's been there, that's done that, that's been fired, and can learn from that process and that experience, I think that's the best direction to go into.
Talking football with Mark Schlereth, as we do every Wednesday here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. I wanted to end on this because, Bick mentioned it, life in the NFC West for the Arizona Cardinals. You're dealing with 3 really good football teams. But what the San Francisco 49ers have done and what Kyle Shanahan has done, and we've seen instances recently, Mark, where the Niners have been ravaged by injuries and they don't win a lot of games. Kyle Shanahan, believe it or not, has 4 double-digit loss seasons on his coaching resume. But this year is different, and they just persevere through everything. They get another big injury with Kittle. I mean, how amazing is what we are seeing from Kyle Shanahan, Robert Saleh, and that whole coaching staff in San Francisco?
It's incredible. The injuries they've had, and you look at what they've done defensively with guys that came up from the practice squad. I mean, Eric Kendricks was out of work all season long. Got 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago, they pick him up, and he's starting at middle linebacker, making all the calls, and made the final play at the end of the game to save the game for them against Philadelphia. It's incredible. Both, like you said, what Kyle Shanahan is doing with a bunch of also-rans on the offensive side of the ball and what Robert Saleh is doing with a bunch of guys. I mean, they're down to their 6th, 7th linebackers, and they're winning football games. So incredible what they've done as a coaching staff considering all the injuries they've had.
Mark, always great to talk to you. We appreciate the time, and we look forward to talking to you again next week.
All right, well, we'll see. I'll let you guys know if I come into town for an interview.
Okay.
You'll be the first one. I'll let you know because I can't. I gotta imagine Bidwell's listening to the show right now.
No doubt.
It's probably gonna ring any minute.
Probably.
Thank you, Mark.
Thanks, Mark. We'll talk next
See you
week.
guys.
Mark Schlereth, NFL on Fox, Denver Sports, the Stinkin' Truth podcast. He joins us every Wednesday here on Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
What a weird year where you could make that a real case for like 8 coaches for Coach of the Year. And then you could flip it around and you've got Hall of Fame caliber coaches that are available. And Mike Tomlin just won the division. They just went to the playoffs.
Let us dream. That it is a possibility. Mike T's out there. I know he likes Arizona. I know it, Basinonians. Don't at me on this. I know that he does. If we're going to put together, if we're going to put together a wish list, for me, Mike Tomlin's number 1.
Yeah, Tomlin.
Can I just say that?
Tomlin's what?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
So Parker & Sons is absolutely fantastic in your time of need. They'll be there in minutes, not days, and I have proof. I had a plumbing emergency a few months ago in the middle of the night. Knock, knock, knock on my door. My youngest son, Dad, there's a flood in the downstairs bathroom. Sure enough, I had a leaking toilet. I called Parker & Sons on the way to this radio station at 4:30 in the morning. A live person answered the phone. That blew my mind. I later learned that a live person always answers the phone at Parker & Sons. By 8 a.m. the same day, my issue was done and solved. I was tremendously grateful. Thought that was tremendously impressive, but that is exactly how Parker & Sons rolls. But they're also great for preventative measures, and right now with cooler weather settling in Arizona, what about the air quality in your home? From duct cleaning to air purifiers, Parker & Sons can keep your family breathing easy. In fact, highly recommend their Captura air scrubber. Cleans the air in your house 24/7, makes a huge difference because most people do not know how much gunk they're breathing in the comfort of their own home. Great idea with cold and flu season settling in. Keep your family healthy by calling Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And remember, their technicians are all licensed, bonded, insured. They've all passed drug tests and background checks. All you have to do is call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit Vital4Men.com. That's Vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf, of course the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey, it's Pat. Does your brain ever seize up when you have a lot of choices in front of you? Mine does. At restaurants, the mall, ice cream, decision paralysis. Weird thing is, I have zero issues picking out a Toyota. There isn't a bad choice in the bunch. It's easy. Not like other things. I mean, somebody gave me a gift card to an online store. I've been sitting in front of the computer for 3 days trying to figure out what to buy. Oh, maybe ice cream.
Right now, get low 1.99% for 60 months on remaining 2025 Tacoma SR and SR5 models. Or get 4.99% APR financing for 60 months on best-selling Toyotas like Camry, Corolla, and Grand Highlander. Or get a great lease deal on any new Toyota. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,887 per thousand borrowed for 60 months on 2026 Camry and Corolla. 1.99% financing with $1,752 per thousand borrowed for 60 months on 2025 Tacoma SR and SR5 only. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers end 2/2/26. See dealer for details.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Why Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-502-2612 or visit whyrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
All right, Basin Earnings, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com. Hey, it's Wolf. What needs to happen for the Arizona Cardinals to land Mike Tomlin as their next head coach? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
We continue here on the Wednesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, taking you up till 10 o'clock, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Suns moving on to Detroit to try to bounce back from a very frustrating loss last night to the Miami Heat, 127-121, a game they trailed by 20. They came back, they took the lead, had a chance to maybe grasp control, and a couple of defensive breakdowns, some sloppiness, and some weird decisions kind of cost them the game. But I don't know if you saw the video. My son sent this to me. I woke up to it last night. Another one of these moron fans. And I didn't know any of the fans in Miami made any noise last night. Is that the deadest sports town in America, by the way?
It sure seems to be.
You heard everything the PA announcer said.
Yep.
They were up by 20, and I was just paying attention to anytime the camera was on the crowd. Nobody was looking at the court. Everybody was looking at their phones or having conversations, or that woman who was dressed up like a peacock or something in the first. Like, it's ridiculous. But there was one fan who was paying attention to the game.
Yeah.
And he used his attention to lob it towards Dylan Brooks, telling Brooks, "You suck. Sit down. You're nothing." Used a couple phrases that I can't say. And Dylan Brooks, to his credit, verbally responded, didn't physically respond, didn't make a big scene out of it, but he probably deals with that every game on the road. And in the video, this fan says, "Oh, we're going to go viral." These guys deserve anything that happens to them.
I tend to agree with you. And again, I think this is a function of the anonymity and the protection these keyboard warriors get. You and I are of a generation, you run your mouth at somebody like that, you get your backside handed to you, and you learn real quick. And it's funny you bring this up because I saw a fantastic commercial or a bit something put together on social media. There was a company that drives around a neighborhood. I forget the name of it, and it's like there's a truck, and they're going and seeking out people who have talked a lot of smack on social media. So they show up at a dude's house who posted something, "I hate female boxing. I could beat her with one hand tied behind my back." So the back of the truck opens up. A female boxer walks out, walks in, and pummels the guy. And he's like, I'm sorry. And they go to a few different houses, and they've got a bunch of people in the back of the truck there to handle the people who were trolling them. It was fantastic. That should happen one day a year.
This was the plot of one of the Kevin Smith movies, and I can't remember now. Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back, maybe? They found all the people that were making fun of them online, and they drove around. They found their addresses, and they drove around, and they knocked on the door and punched them.
I remember a video. It was probably a decade ago. Somebody was talking smack about a male boxer. I think it was over in England. And he tracked him down and filmed it and knocked on the door and confronted the guy. So satisfying. That's one of the things that I love about College Game Day.
Yeah.
And there's been teams that have done this before, too, where they set up a kicking competition and they invite all the people that rip on the kicker for missing a 40-yard field goal in a pressure situation. Hey, let's see what you got. And you see these people try to kick a ball, and it's like they've never even got up off the couch once in their life.
Yeah.
Do you remember the show Pros versus Joes? Have you ever heard of that? Sound familiar?
Yes.
They took like regular people, but regular people who thought they were good athletes, and they put them against either washed up or old retired athletes. And the old retired athletes almost every time would just embarrass them. I remember there was a famous one where it was like a street baller guy who thought he was just the best, and they put him against Brian Scalabrine.
Well, Brian Scalabrine's take is, because he gets it all the time, people think he was a terrible player. He was a really good college basketball player at USC, but he always says, I'm way closer to LeBron in skill than you are to me. And he'll play these people, and he will pummel them.
Like 14-0. Yep.
That's fantastic. I retweeted it. I found it, by the way. You got to check it out.
Okay.
It's fantastic.
Right. Another thing in the NBA that I thought was interesting that I ran across, and it has local ties as well. The Athletic put together a piece, and they published it yesterday. One trade every NBA team's fan base would most likely want to undo. The three players on the graphic are Kevin Garnett in a Brooklyn uniform, Luka Doncic in a Dallas uniform, and Kawhi Leonard in a San Antonio uniform. But they go through every single team. Some of them are interesting, some of them are not. Of course, for Philadelphia, they want the Charles Barkley trade back. Mm-hmm. Because the centerpiece of that trade, Jeff Hornacek, lasted a year and a half in Philadelphia and then had great years with Utah. But for the Suns, I thought this was interesting. I'm scrolling down and I'm like, wow, is it going to be Durant or is it going to be Beal? It was neither. Interestingly enough, it was a non-local writer who put this piece together for the Suns portion of it. Actually, no, I'm sorry. It was Doug Haller who did. I thought it was Tony Jones, but it was Doug Haller. The trade that he singled out, Sean Marion and Marcus Banks to the Miami Heat for Shaquille O'Neal back in 2008. And Doug wrote, Kevin Durant, ? Bradley Beal, ? Both strong options, but let's go back. The 2008 Suns had the best record in the West when they made this blockbuster. They had Steve Nash running Mike D'Antoni's 7 seconds or less system, but no one was happy. The versatile Marion felt underappreciated, and then Coach D'Antoni felt pressure to win a title. ... We know what happened. We know how it ended.
Yeah.
Do you rank that one ahead of the Durant or Beal trades?
Oh.
I mean, there's recency bias, yes. There's still open wounds, yes.
You have to think which team was closer to winning a championship if they had done nothing.
Yeah.
I think, all right, so we have to go back to the 2022 team that
was coming off the best season in franchise history.
But ultimately lost in Game 7 to Dallas.
Right.
They won 64 games that year, but that was the impetus to trade for Kevin Durant.
Right.
That team the next year, I don't think was that as constructed, was not close to winning a title.
I tend to agree with that.
Now, the Suns that Shaq won, that was after a series of years where the Suns just could not get over the hump for a bunch of different reasons. It's a hard one. Durant was much more in his prime than Shaq was.
Yes.
The real answer is the Beal trade, because that's what crushed the franchise completely for 2 years.
I'm surprised that wasn't the pick, honestly. But the Marion for Shaq deal was a bad deal in real time.
Yeah, it was.
And everybody knew it. Mm-hmm. And it completely changed the complexion of that team, the way they played. But
at that time,
Doug brought it up in the write-up. Sean Marion wasn't happy.
No, and at the time, Mike D'Antoni was tired of dealing with players who were unhappy over stupid things. And Sean was really fixated on things, the fact that he wasn't getting or respected or scoring. I forget what it was. But I think in both situations, we look back on those teams and maybe think they were a bit closer than they actually were. Because that Chris Paul and the Twins thing, that seemed to hit a wall.
It did. They were not playing well that season.
I don't know. I probably would have voted for the Bradley Beal trade.
Which, we have to say it. We have to take accountability. We were both for it in real time.
I know. Yeah.
There's a reason why we're not GMs.
Yeah, but thank you. I'm a little...
And just real quick before we break, the Cardinals have added a 13th name.
And this one is ridiculous, in my opinion. Arthur Smith from the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Oh, yeah.
Former Falcons great.
What didn't wow you about the Pittsburgh offense this year?
Thank you.
Yeah. It's name accumulation season.
I guess.
All right. Arthur Smith added to the list.
No, so we got 13 candidates now.
Not Mike McDaniel.
Not Kevin Stefanski.
Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through some social studies to kick off the 9 o'clock hour. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
the Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. You've seen his face on Valley buses and commercials during Suns games. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name, it's a fun brand, but understand this, the work they do is very serious, and when you're hurt in an accident, they are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice. They are the heavy-hitting firm you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys, a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and all that trial experience their attorneys have gives them incredible leverage when dealing with and negotiating with those insurance companies. It's why they not only win 98% of their cases, big and small, they consistently deliver some of the largest settlements in America. And remember, having the right attorney on your side can literally mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. And if you're hurt in an accident, do not settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000. Online at sweetjames.com.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Logan Fury did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he bought a mini treadmill. Is walking on it during video conference calls more distracting than he thought? Yes. And is that because he overestimated his foot-eye coordination? Definitely. But it's Logan's savings, and if he wants to burn calories and any chance at a promotion, we say, good for you, Logan. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com. Or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medication absolutely free. That is a $299 value. Paul Calvisi here. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you're going to feel like you're 20 again. You gain more muscle with less effort in the gym. You're going to think better, sleep better. Your love life will be better, because don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Is your home ready for the chill? Don't let winter sneak up on you. Right now, Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted Lennox dealer with nearly 11,000 5-star reviews, is offering a $49 heating tune-up to keep your system running smoothly and your family cozy. So why wait? Experience comfort with Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted no-worry solution for all of your air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration needs. Schedule an appointment by calling 480-NO-WORRY or go to collinscomfort.com.
A great haircut every time in a barbershop that will make you feel young again. That's V's Barbershop. Dave Burns here. And for Jimmy V, the founder of V's, that was his mission. Hire the very best barbers in town and create that old-fashioned vibe that you experienced as a kid. You open the door to V's and it's a wave of nostalgia. And when you leave, you have a haircut to be proud of from a barber that you trust. The next time you're thinking about where to go to get your haircut, don't think about it. Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns dropped the first game of their Eastern Conference road trip last night in Miami, 127-121 in a game where the Suns were down 20 at one point and then held a fourth quarter lead, but Bam Adebayo killed the Suns late and they couldn't get it done down the stretch, but they'll be in action tomorrow night in Detroit for the Pistons. Yesterday, the Arizona Diamondbacks made a trade to get third baseman Nolan Arenado from the St. Louis Cardinals for minor league prospect Jack Martinez. The longtime Colorado Rocky returns to the NL West, this time in a Diamondbacks uniform. What might that mean for guys like Jordan Lawler and Blaze Alexander? Head to arizonasports.com to find out. And add some more names to the Cardinals head coaching search. Both Matt Burke, the defensive coordinator of the Texans, and Pittsburgh Steelers offensive coordinator Arthur Smith are being requested by the Cardinals. And tonight in Tucson, Bobby Hurley and his Sun Devils will meet Tommy Lloyd and the number one ranked Wildcats for the first time this season. Tip-off from McKay will be at 8:30 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by the Window and Door Store. After a brutal summer, your home deserves an upgrade. Schedule your free in-home consultation online at the Window Store, thewindowdoorstore.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Yes, 9 o'clock every single morning. That means it is time for Social Studies. We give you guys questions on our social media. It is your job to respond to those. And if you're wondering where you can find them, we are at Bickley_Marotta on X. We're at Bickley and Marotta on Instagram and Facebook. And we're on YouTube as well. You can watch the show every morning at Arizona Sports. Shout out to the 305 of you watching. Eclipsed the 300 mark.
And I just want to share a text I got per our discussion about repercussions for talking trash and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Lorenzo Alexander texted me and reminded me of a time, and I can't remember if he was fill-in hosting or as a guest on the show, but one of you that was here will remember it. I was talking trash about James Harrison for some reason. I was making fun of him for some reason.
Yeah.
And Zoe goes, I got James Harrison's number in my phone right now, and he happens to be in town. I'm going to text him right now and I was like, no. It's like he's going to come to the studio and he's going to kick your ass.
Why would you be trolling on James Harrison?
I don't remember the context. Does that sound familiar to either one of you? Or either one of you here for that?
I don't remember it.
Does that sound familiar, Dan, a little bit?
Vaguely, yeah, okay. I do remember that.
It's years ago, but Zoe reminded me.
That's pretty funny.
Man, I mean, yes, he did deliver one of the biggest painful moments in Arizona sports history, but
that could have been the second most painful moment in Arizona sports history if you would have heard me.
Yeah, that dude was...
That's a guy you don't want to... Yeah.
No, you don't want to get on his bad side.
No,
I've actually toyed with the idea of reaching out to Adam Silver and staging him as a guest and not telling you.
Oh, my gosh.
So when the hotline rings and you answer it,
He'd pass out.
That idea.
He's not awake during daylight. So maybe the first hour of the show we can.
He'd pass out and I'd have to go answer the phone.
Yeah, you would.
All right, so let's jump into social studies. Got 3 questions for you guys, and we want to start with the Phoenix Suns and a fill in the blank here. Things can go south this season if blank happens.
Why even put this out there? Did you run out of material today, Jared?
No, because because of the two things that happened in last night's game, a Devin Booker injury,
look, we all
and
know
the Dylan Brooks technical foul thing and all that.
Look, we know the answer to the. I'm not even going down the Brooks technical road. I'll be shocked if he doesn't serve a suspension based on technical foul accumulation this year. But it's the same answer for every good team in the NBA.
Yeah.
I don't even want to say the words out loud.
No, don't. Yes.
I mean, that's got to be the
overwhelming
answer, right?
Yes, the overwhelming response are injuries, but there's also a lot of people.
Jalen Green.
A lot of Jalen Green. Chris Lewis said if Jalen Green ends up being a detriment to what they're already doing, and that Houston knew that he could score, but did not know that he could play winning basketball. And then John says if Brooks, Booker, and Green can't share the ball on the floor at the same time, but again, it's a small sample size, but I trust Jordan not to figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, and there might be growing pains. There's no doubt about it. I mean, that's a major change to your rotation, bringing in a player who's that ball dominant potentially.
Yeah,
I get it, but I also believe so much in the chemistry of this team that I don't think if it's a problem, it'll be a temporary one.
Yes, and on the Dylan Brooks technical fouls, real quick, did he deserve the technical foul last night?
I don't think so.
No, and I think one of the reasons why he was so upset, A, that he didn't deserve it, and B, I think he is aware of how many technicals he has and that a suspension is probably coming.
Yes.
And so when he got teed up last night, he was fed up.
But also, as unfair or fair as it may be, if we know it, he also must know that he gets officiated differently.
No.
He knows he has a reputation.
That's true, but he is also, as Bick pointed out, he knows how he has to play, and if he turns that down, he is putting himself in danger of not being as effective. I don't think he deserved the technical or the flagrant. I don't think Booker deserved a technical. I don't think Jaime Jaquez Jr. deserved a technical. I thought you had a bunch of scared officials on the floor last night.
Oh,
I might do this as an exercise just for myself, but of the games that I watch, of keeping track how many games there is not a flagrant or a technical foul. I'm gonna watch most of the games tonight, and I'll report on how many received flagrants or technical. Because I can't remember the last time a game didn't include one of those.
Yeah, it's true.
All right, our second question. Of the Steelers coaching job became available yesterday, Mike Tomlin stepping down. So of the head coaching options available, what is the best job and what is the worst job and why? The Steelers, Ravens, Giants, Browns, Falcons, Titans, Dolphins, Raiders, Cardinals. Lots out there.
Yeah, listen, the best job is where the best quarterback is. I think the Falcons' job is pretty good. But you've got to believe in Michael Penix Jr. for that. They've got a lot of great skill players there.
I mean, Baltimore is probably the best job.
So Baltimore's got to be the best job.
Yeah, and Pittsburgh doesn't have a quarterback, but they have the organizational stability that I would put at the top of the list. As far as the
Giants have.
Yeah,
I guess it depends on if you believe in Dart.
Yes, there's that.
Yeah, and I think the jury is still out as far as I'm concerned on Dart. I like watching him play, but I don't like watching him get smeared all over the field either. On the low end of it, I don't know. I'm probably the Raiders.
Yeah.
Well, they have the number one pick.
So there was a lot of best for the Steelers, and I get the organizational, they function at a high level, but their defense is old. Their quarterback is old, and there's not a lot going for them. Darryl Lee had a really good response. He gave the best for each option. So he said that it's the best for the Steelers if you like your job, the job security. The Ravens if you like to run the ball. The Giants if you enjoy ridicule every single day. The Falcons if you like traffic. The Titans if you like barbecue. There you go, Jarrett. That's where you would go. The Dolphins if you like... Well,
looking at. Well,
if you like looking at, it's Miami.
Yeah.
And then
South Beach is right there.
Yep. The Raiders if you like gambling. The Cardinals if you like casitas. And the Browns, no, sorry, it's the Browns. This is the worst job. I thought that was a really, really well given answer.
Yeah,
and then a lot of Ravens, Steelers for best, and a lot of Cardinals, Raiders, Browns for the worst. A topic of conversation that we had this morning of the length of the NBA playoffs, the length of the NFL playoffs, going back and forth. So which pro sport has the most exciting, dramatic playoffs and why? MLB, NBA, NHL, or NFL?
They all offer...
This was mostly in response to Sammy
saying that the NBA playoffs...
The NBA,
the NBA playoffs are the most dramatic.
Dramatic.
I don't agree with that at all. I would probably rank the NBA playoffs as the fourth on the list. Not every game applies, but NHL overtime playoff games, when you see the effort and being exerted and the guys killing each other out on the ice, that to me is number one. MLB is probably number two. Because if you hang on, you watch playoff baseball differently than regular baseball. You hang on every pitch.
You do.
NFL 3, NBA 4 for me.
I think I would go NFL first based on the win-or-go-home nature of it all.
One and done.
And then I would go then I'd go NHL 2 just based on what you said. The NHL playoffs, it's no sport transforms itself like the NHL.
Different intensity.
Oh, and like Vinny said, guys literally will put their lives on the line to win a playoff game.
The response is 37% NFL, 35% NHL, 18 MLB, and 8 NBA. And I think I'm just
You're just a big NBA fan.
I'm clearly just a massive NBA fan. And a lot of people, Andy Bryant says, NFL, it's one and done. Plus, it lasts just 1 month. The NBA and NHL last 2 months, and it's best of 7 series in sports. That one and done would work way better. Respectfully, I disagree there, Andy.
Yeah, but Jarrett, you pointed out you ripped the NBA playoffs for going on for 3 months, but you said nothing about the NHL, which is the exact same format.
NHL is way too long also. Absolutely. NHL is ridiculous.
It is ridiculous, but
they shouldn't be playing in the middle of the summer.
Yep.
Well, beginning of the summer.
Well, we're out of time on social studies, but you can find us at Bickley_Murata on X and Bickley and Murata elsewhere. There you guys go.
All right, thanks.
All right.
That is social studies. Coming up next, GCU, tough loss on the road last night to New Mexico. We'll talk to the head coach, Bryce Drew, about all of it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Lawler, I mean, he's still considered one of the top prospects in baseball. We all know about the failings that he's had at the major league level so far, whether it was the yips or his inability to hit at first. I feel like we've gotten to that point where Jordan Lawler, where it's like, okay, what are you? Who are you? How are you going to contribute to the Arizona Diamondbacks? And I don't mean Reno. I mean the Arizona Diamondbacks. Yeah. How are you going to contribute to this team? And it feels like this is that year for Lawler. I just don't know where that path is.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
So artificial turf has become all the rage in Arizona. I see it all over my community. So many houses changing to artificial turf in their front yards, and you understand why. It looks fantastic. And if that interests you, my friends at Turf Monsters are the company you call. They're Arizona's trusted, top-rated installer of artificial turf. Their turfs are engineered for our climate. They're built to stay cool, vibrant, durable year-round, backed by industry-leading warranties, and a clean, green, low-maintenance lawn makes entertaining so easy. The artificial turf is pet friendly, it's kid safe, it drains fast, never gets muddy, so everyone can enjoy the yard without the mess. Also an eco-friendly option that will save you thousands of gallons of water a year. Turf Monsters is a one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams. Artificial turf is only one element. They can build you everything from customized fire pits to barbecue pits, from patios to pergolas. They're a leading installer of pickleball courts in the valley now. Anything you need, they can build it for you. Highly recommend you check out samples of their work online. Also, you'll find near 1,000 5-star reviews. TurfMonstersAZ.com, or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with JT Lee. That's right, all of the legendary JT. Moving Team 6. Moving Team 6 actually has a culture.
Amazing culture. What I look at is it's God, family, country.
Love it, man. It's how you do things that make you guys different.
We just want to go in, get the job done with perfection, and make sure the customer's happy. And that's what matters.
That's movingteam6.com. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
It's a new year, and Aleve is here to help you keep your New Year's resolutions on track. Whether it's a daily walk, hitting the gym, or spending more time with friends and family, Aleve's got your back. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, Aleve keeps you moving with long-lasting body pain relief so you can chase those dreams and achieve your goals. Don't let body pain slow you down. Keep going with Aleve, because this year is your year. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
You applied to Grand Canyon University because you want somewhere fun and affordable, where hands-on classes and access to industry pros can help you build skills employers need, with the opportunity to graduate in less than 4 years. You want to feel seen, loved, called to more, to know you found your purpose. Make yourself the main character. Begin your story. Find your purpose at GCU. Visit gcu.edu.
Arizona Sports. Bickley and Murata talk Grand Canyon University men's hoops with the head coach. This is the Bryce Drew Show, presented by Global Credit Union. Proud to be GCU's official financial partner and the only place to get your official Lopes debit card.
Yeah, before we welcome Bryce Drew to the show, shout out this morning to our audience in Whitman, out in the far West Valley. We appreciate the support in Whitman. Lopes, tough one last night on the road in Albuquerque. They lose 87-64 to New Mexico. Here to talk GCU Lopes for his weekly visit, the head coach, Bryce Drew, our guest via video. Bryce, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How you guys doing?
Doing well. Tough one last night. And I find it, we were talking a little bit about it yesterday, first taste of the pit in conference play. And one of the advantages you have, regardless of the conference that you're playing in, is your home atmosphere. What was it like being on the other end of the atmosphere last night?
Yeah, definitely tough place to play. The altitude is the beginning aspect. Obviously they have a great fan base, been around for years. And, as part of our guys, for 30 minutes, I thought we played well, enough to give us a chance to win. And, we had a chance to take the lead in the second half. I thought that had been a big momentum swing, but just couldn't get over the hump and get that lead.
Bryce, I think there was only one person more stunned that you got ejected last night than I was, and that would probably be you, because knowing you a little bit, you're very gracious. I have never heard you swear. How in the world did you get that second technical? Did you ever get an explanation?
Yeah, no, I didn't. Last night, the first one I definitely wanted. So, that one I deserved. The second one, just in my opinion, was very shocking. Not to get a chance to walk back to your bench to get to that fast. So that was pretty alarming. I've been around a lot of basketball, seen a lot of basketball. I was pretty shocked on that second one.
Yeah, I'm curious, and you mentioned it, the first one you wanted. When it comes to coaching, I know there's some tactics involved in getting a technical. There's motivational aspects to it. There's messaging behind it. What percentage of your coaching technical fouls did you say that you were planning on getting, that you wanted to get?
Yeah, I would say most all of them.
Yeah.
In my career, and so are pretty close to them. Just the flow of the game, how it was going. I had tried a lot of other tactics, and so that was kind of the last result. Kind of a funny story in the NBA. I got ejected in one game, and it was pretty similar. It was like a back-to-back quick technicals, and using the NBA, you get fined. And I remember I actually had a head coach from another team call the league, and I guess people called there and said how ridiculous it was on my technicals, and I never got fined. Wow. The league never fined me because it was so unwarranted. And so it kind of took me flashbacks, to that.
Now, when you got ejected, did you even get a chance to watch the second half? And if not, was that a good thing?
No, well, first, you obviously as a head coach, you want to be out there and you feel bad. So, my first feeling is I felt awful. I wasn't down there with our team, helping them in the last 10 minutes. So, that was painful to sit up there and no, I couldn't see the game. But it's painful not to be down there helping your guys.
Bryce Drew, the head coach of the GCU Lopes, our guest here every week on Bickley and Murata Mornings. It seems like, and I'm not saying this was purposeful by the leaders of your new conference in the Mountain West, but it seems like this is the welcome to the Mountain West Conference stretch for GCU basketball. You get New Mexico last night, home against Utah State. They're ranked 23rd in the country. Then you get San Diego State, who's the powerhouse of the Mountain West. Do you kind of get that that's your welcome to the Mountain West moment?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of growth that our team needs, and last night's some areas we really got to grow before Saturday's game, and I'm optimistic on this group. They're a high character group. They want to be successful, and so we got to take some of the things that we learned and apply them this Saturday and next Wednesday against San Diego State. But we all know what a good league this is. We're learning a lot going through it for our first time. And again, it's making us better. It's making our program better. It's stretching us. We're growing. And, eventually we're going to reap a lot of good results from it.
All right, your rotation of three bigs combined to go 2 for 18 from the field last night. And I know getting F.A. Demerol, your 7'1" center from Turkey, getting him to play with force consistently. I know it's an issue. It doesn't look like he kind of embraced the physicality last night. How do you get that to be a consistent thing with this young man?
Yeah, it's a process. He shows glimpses of it, but I don't care where you play, who you play. It's going to be really hard to win when your front line combines for 2 for 18.
Yeah.
And we got to get more production out of the paint. When we've been a significantly better team, and so that's definitely an area of concern from last night, a takeaway. And we need more production there moving forward.
You guys made a nice run early in the second half, and you pulled even, and I thought, ooh, this is going to be interesting. And then the defensive stops just came to a stop. Was that just good execution on New Mexico's behalf? Or were you guys just not as connected as you've been defensively?
Yeah, I think it was a combination of a lot of things. We hit a couple screens that we needed to get through better. Our bigs didn't protect the rim in a couple of those plays. We could have done better. And then on the other end, it was tough. We went through a stretch. Jade got knocked to the ground with his head. We had a couple other guys knocked to the ground. And we couldn't get back in transition like we were earlier. And so there's a lot of combination things, how it went from, a tie game to kind of a 10, 11-point game, before I got the technicals.
Now, I want to go back to the atmosphere question I asked earlier because we know, obviously, the Havocs, they show up all the time. Even when school's not in session, they show up, they represent. Do you expect there to be, now that you're in the Mountain West and you're going through this stretch with Utah State and San Diego State, do you expect is there a challenge thrown out to the Havocs maybe to bring a little extra energy to provide you guys an edge in the atmosphere in games like that?
I think it starts with our team. Our players got to play with a little more edge. They got to play with a little more urgency, energy, especially at home in front of our crowd. And then, as they do that, then, our crowd, like you said, is always spectacular. They can feed off of our guys. And so, I think it definitely starts with our players on the floor. We got to give them something to really cheer about.
All right, lastly for me, Bryce, what are you going to work on now? You talked about last night proving that there's still areas that this team needs to grow. You're a fantastic teacher. You got a staff full of good teachers. Where are you focusing? What do you want to see before Utah State?
Yeah, great point. I think as you go through a season, sometimes you can get stagnant. Sometimes you can kind of beat your head against the wall. Instead of, like you just said, looking for some fine details that you can tweak. And, first is, we can't have breakdowns in our coverages. We got to get tighter with our coverages. We got to get a little better with our rim protection. FA had no blocks. Our centers got to get some deflections, some blocks around the rim. And then I think, the transition, we had some plays at the basket, give or take whatever happened. We can't give them open runouts and give them numbers in transition. So Those are some areas there. And then, our shooting, I thought we had some good shots in the 30 minutes that I was out there. I thought we had some really good shots, and, we didn't make them. So continue to try to put some guys in situations, work on shooting, and hopefully shoot the ball a lot better at home.
And finally, do you remember the NBA official that ejected you, Bryce? I'm guessing
I don't.
you do.
I don't. I remember the play, and I remember the aftermath, but definitely not the name. I do remember last night all the names though. For sure.
I'm sure you do. Bryce, thanks for the time as always. Best of luck in this stretch,
Bryce.
and we'll talk to you next week.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bryce Drew, the head coach of the GCU Lopes, our guest every week here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. I got a research project.
Yeah, you do. You love research projects.
I love looking at stuff like that.
Look, I'm just stunned because, you can tell from interviewing Bryce Drew.
We've had him on the show for years.
He's as gracious and mild-mannered and as respectful as you're going to get. He doesn't swear. He got job last night.
Yeah, and they termed it a judgment call. Ejections aren't judgment calls.
I know.
Thanks to Bryce Drew for joining us. Coming up next, it's Wednesday. We'll roll out a round of Mock My World. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Bryce Drew Show, presented by Global Credit Union. Proud to be GCU's official financial partner and the only place to get your official Lopes debit card. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan, and what I'm about to tell you isn't for everyone, but if it is for you, it will change your life. The Life Changer Loan, an innovative program that can help you save a ton of money and take care and wipe out all of your debt. Here's how it works. You do your banking inside of your mortgage. Every deposit, all of your income immediately goes to paying the principal of your home, immediately goes to paying off all your debt, and you're able to do this without any worry, without any trepidation whatsoever, because you always have access to your equity. 24/7 access to your equity gives you the power to pay off, pay back, or borrow from yourself whenever you want to do it. And the average length of time it takes a Life Changer Loan client to pay off their home, 5 years, which does a lot of great things, quite obviously. But most importantly, with that house payment gone, with all that debt gone, you can now build personal wealth while everybody else, chained to that 30-year fixed rate mortgage, otherwise now known as a debt sentence. Now, again, it's not for everybody. You've got to have the right financials. You got to be good with money, but I can tell you this, if you're a good fit, you're going to love the results. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Here's what's different about GCU. It's one of the country's biggest universities with over 360 programs shaped by industry leaders. GCU's campus ranks among the top in the nation. Most of all, GCU cares about affordability. The average federal and private loan debt for GCU undergrads is lower than the average for private nonprofit four-year universities. Find your purpose at GCU. Visit gcu.edu.
Home sellers often face the same dilemma. Buy your next home first and risk 2 mortgages, or sell first and risk being without a home. But Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, has the solution. Carol's Buy Now, Sell Later program advances the cash so you can make a non-contingent cash offer, move into your next home first, and then sell your current home the right way for the most money, no double mortgages. Call Carol Royce at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hit by a drunk driver who chose to get behind the wheel. Hit by a reckless driver who didn't care about the safety of others. It starts an endless road of pain, uncertainty, and financial hardship. If you've been hit, it's time to hit back.
Call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
The holidays are over, and right now is the best time to start your home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. New year, new projects at the lowest prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
Progressive's accident response can detect and send help when you need it most, after a major car accident. But other accidents, you're on your own. Like when you accidentally call your wife Mom. When you accidentally say happy holidays on someone's birthday? When you accidentally wave at someone you thought was waving at you? We can't help with those accidents, but Progressive's Accident Response provides peace of mind after major car accidents. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Limited availability in California. Driver is responsible for emergency and towing charges not covered by the policy.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Nolan Arenado, welcome to the desert. The Diamondbacks made a trade for the 8-time All-Star and 10-time Golden Glove winner yesterday in exchange for minor leaguer Jack Martinez, and the Diamondbacks will only be paying him $11 million over the next 2 years. The Phoenix Suns lost a tough and somewhat frustrating one last night in Miami after being down 20 points and giving up 71 first half points. The Suns fought back and led late in the fourth, but Bam Adebayo from three. Yes, Bam Adebayo hit 3 late threes, and the Suns dropped one in Miami, 127 to 121. And add some more names to the Cardinals head coaching search. Both Matt Burke, the defensive coordinator of the Texans, and Arthur Smith, the OC for the Steelers, are being requested by the Cardinals. And tonight, the Territorial Cup on the hardwood. ASU and U of A will get together for the first time tonight at the McHale Center. Tip-off in that one is at 8:30 and can be heard right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7, and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Call Parker & Sons for all your heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. Voted number 1 by consumers 15 years in a row. Parker & Sons, not your average Joe.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All right, today's Arizona Sports Poll Question brought to you by Sanderson Ford is, have your 2026 season expectations changed with the Diamondbacks after adding Nolan Arenado? The options are yes, World Series or bust, yes, playoffs for sure, or no, they've stayed the same.
Ooh, this is a tough one. It's not World Series or bust, obviously, nor will it be for the Diamondbacks going into a season. Yeah. I think you got to see how things transpire.
Yeah.
This team's close to the playoffs, so I'll side there, but I'm not sure. I'm excited about Nolan Arenado. I'm not sure how much it boosts my. I already had expectations for this team, is what I'm saying. But we'll go playoffs.
Okay.
Yeah, 66% of the vote voted no. They stayed the same. 29, yes, playoffs for sure. 5%, yes, World Series or bust.
All right, there we go. Today's Sanderson Ford poll question, which you can vote on. Just visit the homepage at arizonasports.com. And then visit other pages, too.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Mock-ups are the bane of my existence, guys.
If you cut me open, mock drafts would pour out.
Bickley and Murata, Mock My World.
Last week on Mock My World, it was more Dan Bickley domination.
1-0 in the new year.
We went down the road. Oh, you keeping track, right? Or Sammy's keeping track?
I am, yes.
Official Mock My World statistician. Sammy Cebulka.
At it.
We went down the road of the worst coaches in Arizona sports history, and Bick with Herm Edwards, Wayne Gretzky, Lindsey Hunter, and Igor Kokoskov. 55.1% of the vote. Jared Carlin, a distant second place at 26.6. I was a distant third at 11.7, and Sammy 6.6%.
Single-digit Sammy, they call him.
They're going to start. This week we're staying on the bad tip, if you will.
Yeah.
But it's a combo. I love this category, by the way.
Yes.
Because you love what we're talking about.
This is my genre of movie, basically.
See, this is up for very much interpretation. Well, explain the category first, and then I'll say what it was.
We're going down the road of the best bad movies of all time. There's no way to really define them.
Right.
There's no official category. It's just how you feel about the movies. But this is cool because we get to. It's a real connection with the audience.
And
Hey, I feel the same way about that movie. I
Yeah,
love it, though
right.
it's bad.
And that's what I was going to say is
And
that.
this is Vinny's genre.
And I'm sure one of us is going to give our pick, and someone else will say, "That's not a bad movie.
Yes.
That's a
I
great
thought
movie."
about that.
Or how do you like that hunk of crap?
Yes, exactly.
Right.
So in reverse order of last week's standings, Sammy's got the first pick. I will go second. Jared third. The defending champion Dan Bickley will go fourth, fifth. It's a 4-round snake-style draft. So start us off, Sammy.
Man, yeah, this is a tough category to have the first overall pick in. A lot of interpretation, but I'm gonna go with a movie that it sucks, but it is hysterical every single time. I'm gonna take Borat.
Oh, that's a great movie. Oscar. I think that's an Oscar-nominated movie.
Offended that you said that movie.
But again,
sucks.
this is all individual.
It is. We just
It does
prefaced-
suck.
No, it doesn't.
It's hilarious, but it sucks.
It's literally an Oscar-nominated movie, so I
Yeah.
don't know that you could include it. But
There
sure.
might be a couple more
It's your
Oscar-nominated movies.
Arguably, I'm not saying it is arguably the funniest movie of the last 25 years.
Hey, that's
But
all right.
I guess
Okay.
I guess
Single-digit Sammy has struck.
Cue me in.
My first pick, I'm glad you didn't go here. I had an experience watching this movie because I heard about it and heard about it and heard about it. I wondered what I was watching, and it is truly a terrible movie. And I recommend everybody watch it at least once. The Room.
Oh, yeah, that was on my list.
Tommy, they made a movie about the movie. That's how bad it is. Have you seen it?
I haven't.
Oh, my God.
It sounds like I better.
Yeah.
It's one of the most virally bad movies.
It's it's
But
terrible.
what makes it good?
Oh, hey, Mark.
James Franco, Seth Rogen, Dave Franco, they got together and they made a movie about the movie. It's fascinating. So watch the original first and then watch. It's called The Disaster Artist is the movie about the movie.
All right. I am going, to me, this category lends itself to two things, stupid comedies or mindless action movies.
Yes.
I'm going with the latter with my first pick. I'm going with an extremely enjoyable popcorn summer movie with a ridiculous plot.
Come on!
I'm going with Armageddon.
It was on my list.
Never seen that movie.
Bruce Willis,
All
Ben
right,
Affleck.
with 2 picks.
Okay.
I will take Any Given Sunday.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, great pick.
And I will take Strange Brew. Do you remember that movie?
Oh, my
yeah.
God. I love Strange
Bob
Brew.
and Doug
Bob and
McKenzie.
Doug McKenzie.
Yeah. The second half of that movie is just such garbage.
Oh, someone horked our beer, you hoser.
I'd kiss you if I didn't have puke breath.
Oh, man.
All
right.
Go, very good
Jared.
picks, Bick.
Okay, I'm going with the original cult classic, Rocky Horror Picture Show. Very entertaining, good music, bad movie.
That's an outstanding pick as well.
Thank you.
I'm going to go with one of my favorites, and one of the ones I just mentioned recently as the best bad movie of all time. Tom Cruise's Tour de Force Cocktail.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good pick.
All right, I got 2 picks here. Similar vein.
I'm going to go with Gone with the Wind.
Similar vein to the first.
Casablanca didn't have color.
Stop making fun of SDS here. Let him do his thing.
All right.
Let him do his thing.
Man, I hope I win Mock My World this year.
This year.
I'm going to take Napoleon Dynamite.
That's a
Napoleon
good
I
that's a
agree
good
with that
pick.
one.
That is a good pick.
Yes. And then I'm going to take, it's the first one, but Roadhouse.
Another good
That's
pick.
an excellent one.
Yes.
Forever shown on TBS
Yes.
in perpetuity.
Bounce
All right.
back. Come on,
Drafting
guys.
the best bad movies of all time. I'm going with another personal favorite of mine, and I admit it's just a terrible movie. Joe Dirt.
Oh, that's a good one.
I haven't seen Joe Dirt.
It's all right. I've seen it enough for all of us combined.
I'm going with a dumb comedy with an even dumber presence that just somehow works for me. Weekend at Bernie's.
Nice.
The guy who plays Bernie should have won an Academy Award.
Yes.
That's funny.
A great
That's
pick.
good.
How about Weekend at Bernie's, too? It's still
That
available.
one, he's got voodoo and he's dancing around. I love it.
It's big for 2, right?
Bick for 2 to complete his team.
Give me Detroit Rock City. It's about a bunch of stoners who
Love Kiss.
love Kiss.
Pilgrimage to a Kiss
Yeah.
concert, right?
And any of the Twilight movies.
Dang it, no.
We'll just go with the original Twilights.
Last pick, Vic. No way.
I remember.
No.
I have not sat
Sorry,
through a
Ben.
full one, But after all the hubbub, I remember they came on cable, the original, and I watched about 15 minutes of it. My jaw dropped.
The scene when they're playing baseball?
Horrific.
What is that?
That vampires playing baseball.
I cannot.
It is America's pastime. Jarrett, your final pick?
I'm going to go. I'll go with one that seemed like it was almost made to be bad. Snakes on a Plane.
Oh, that's a good pick.
Okay.
Sam Jackson.
Yeah, that's a good pick. You got a solid team, Jarrett.
Thank you.
My last pick.
I know there's like a lot.
You haven't picked any Sandler.
Can't do it.
I haven't because I love his movies so much, except for the bad ones are so bad.
They're not
even you can't defend them.
They're not even good.
Good,
Like
bad.
I can't with a good conscience pick Grown Ups 2 or Jack and Jill. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna. No, I'm not gonna take the gamble. I'm gonna go with Showgirls.
That's great.
Okay.
Great pick.
Haven't seen it.
Watched that one a few times, did you?
It is.
maybe.
Some of the dialogue in that movie is so laughably bad.
The acting.
Just horrific.
The nudity is
too.
tremendous.
What?
Wait, there was nude people in it? I didn't notice.
All
Sammy,
right.
your final
excited.
pick?
My final pick, again, it's a similar theme here, but Nacho Libre.
It's good.
You got two by the same director.
Yeah, I'll watch it every single time it's on, but I'll leave watching it.
I really believe Jarrett and Vinny could do a 3-hour podcast on this subject.
100%.
See, I almost picked Billy Madison as a Sandler bad movie. That's good because it's.
That's fine. I mean, that would have been.
I think early Sandler.
That would have been a great pick. The
is
movies
bad
were
movies
bad.
that are entertaining.
Yes, yeah, I totally agree.
Our whole off the grid could be just them going back and forth with movies.
Yeah.
Oh, dueling Gambos with bad
Dueling
movies.
Gambos with
The
bad
movie I almost picked was Rocky 4.
I almost picked Rocky
I
4
thought that's
as well.
Yeah.
I thought the same one.
One of the movies that the worst movie by critics that I really love for whatever reason, but I don't think anybody would really remember, Howard the Duck.
Oh, that would have been a great one. That's a famous flop.
Yeah, and you love that
has
movie?
a cult.
I love that movie.
I actually have never sat through
That would
the
have been a
whole
good
thing.
one.
All right, best bad movies. Sammy's got Borat. Ooh. Napoleon Dynamite, Roadhouse, and Nacho Libre. I've got The Room, Cocktail, Joe Dirt, and Showgirls. Jarrett went Armageddon, the Rocky Horror Picture Show, Weekend at Bernie's, and Snakes on a Plane. And Bix got Any Given Sunday, Strange Brew, Detroit Rock City, and Twilight. We'll put this up on X. You determine the winners. I think we're going to get some feedback on this week's category.
So too. I might get grilled. There's a chance.
Final thoughts on this Wednesday straight ahead. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
And my wife.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And the Suns fall tonight to the Heat, 127 to 121. They got down double digits early. They were down 20 at the beginning of the third before fighting all the way back to take a 6-point lead. But they end up on the losing side by 6, 127-121.
Gut Punch L on the road, and we talk about it today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
If you are now or if you've ever struggled with private student loan debt, you know how it feels. It does not feel good. It feels awful, as a matter of fact. You feel stuck. You feel embarrassed. You feel like you've run out of moves. I hear from people who are in this exact spot. But there is a way forward, and that way forward is called Y Refi. Hi, it's Vince Murata, and Y Refi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That is what they do. In the process of Y Refi helping you out, they're not going to judge you. They're not going to ask you why you didn't fix your situation sooner. Y Refi just helps you get back on track with a low fixed rate payment you can actually afford. And if you've been turned down by other lenders, not a problem. That's when Y Refi shines the most. They build a plan around your real life, not some fictional perfect version of it. Your student loans don't define you. They don't get the final say. Y Refi helps you take back control and breathe again. Call Y Refi today at 888-Y-REFI-85 or visit YRefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those roadshows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Start this month and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, sleep better, and you'll lose that belly fat. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Start TRT today. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medications. That's a $299 value only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the day.
Give me that funky bass line. Somewhere, if he's listening right now, our very own John Gambadoro is shadowboxing to this song. I almost picked Rocky IV. It's objectively a horrible movie. I will watch it every time it's on. And when it first came out,
yeah,
I was gifted the soundtrack on a cassette tape, and I listened to it over and over and over again. And this is on the soundtrack.
Okay.
Robert Tepper, No Easy Way Out. This is when, I mean, there was a lot of like really reflective Rocky moments in Rocky IV, but this was when he was driving around in the black Lamborghini.
Oh, yeah.
Pondering his life.
Shifting the
after
14
Apollo
times.
got killed.
The Rocky saga. The Rocky saga is interesting in that way, in that you see the first 2 movies are good movies. The third movie is a bad good movie. The fourth one is a good bad movie, and the fifth one is a bad movie. And then the sixth one is okay. Doesn't really fit in any of those.
They could go on for
all
hours.
day long.
For hours.
Like, I'm interested to see what else they had on their list.
Like Jarrett, how long have we worked together?
Oh. 10 years?
Over a decade.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been here 14 years, but on this show, over 10 years. What you just said on any subject, is the most brilliant thing you've ever said.
Right, because this is the stuff that he cares about.
And you're right on the money. That's the perfect breakdown of it.
Take that compliment and run, Jared. You don't hear
say
those
it
very often.
anymore.
It's funny how the Creed movies are kind of following that same path, too.
Creed 1
is like a really, really good movie.
Good movie.
The second
Creed
one
2.
is not as good of a version of the first one, and then the third one is sort of...
It's a good, bad movie.
Yeah.
No Easy Way Out, Robert Tepper, today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
I thought this was interesting due to the golf news from earlier in the week with Brooks Koepka coming back to the PGA Tour. Liv is fighting back. You see this?
Oh, I did. Yeah, this is fantastic.
Liv has signed Dustin Johnson to a multi-year extension.
Ooh!
So from that, we could say he's the captain of the Four Aces GC team, by the way, because everybody's following Team Golf. From this, we could say that there is nothing resembling competitive juice left in Dustin Johnson. Am I right?
No, you're absolutely right. Zero. Yeah. No, he's good. He's got Paulina. He's good.
We'll show you.
Yeah.
We'll re-sign Dustin Johnson.
And They did a weird press thing yesterday where Bryson DeChambeau pledged allegiance to Liv because he said, I'm under contract for one more year, but it looked like he was at a shotgun wedding.
Oh, yeah, he was gunned ahead. Like, you better say this.
Right.
I don't understand, like, who watches Liv? Because you are maybe the two biggest golf fans I know. You don't watch it, right?
Oh,
like, you checked it out at first.
Team
but
golf
Sammy's,
is ridiculous.
you've watched it.
I've watched it.
Yeah. But
I mean,
you've watched it, but do you watch it?
No.
Like, if I asked you who the defending champion of the next Live event is, would you know?
Depends on the event, but
he works.
I mean, you're in the golf.
He's in the business,
Yeah, I guess that's not a great.
Yeah, no. The answer is no. Nobody's watching. The ratings are minuscule.
We'll say fun events to go to though. Like live there.
You went to one?
Oh yeah, I've been to one.
You supported the Live Tour?
I went to the one in Tucson like 2 years ago. It was amazing. I loved it.
Wow.
But again, from a viewing standpoint, television-wise, nobody's watching it.
You think you know single-digit Sammy? It just breaks your heart like that.
Let's see how many weeks I can go with it.
Several people said Howard the Duck.
Yeah, it came up a lot.
Okay.
No, you're the juggernaut. Your team is still awesome. I think you're still going to win.
The Twilight poll was fantastic. I had it. Thought I could get it late.
My movie buff son said when you picked Borat, terrible pick, Sammy. And then he said Borat and Napoleon Dynamite are great. I disagree with my son on that. Napoleon Dynamite, it was a phenomenon when you watch it, and you're like, this is so weird, but then you were into it by the end. Wait 10 years and then watch it again, and you'll be like, what the hell am I watching?
Yeah.
How did they ever make this movie? Of course, they made it for like $9, so it didn't really matter. It's a weird little movie. I don't disagree with that pick. I do have a soft spot for Napoleon Dynamite, but...
Oh, it's a great... I love watching it, but it is bad.
I had a lot of fun with that topic. Had a lot of fun with today's show, too. Thanks to Mark Schlereth, Bryce Drew, Steve Gilbert for joining us. Thanks to you for hanging out. We are back tomorrow morning, bright and early at 6 a.m. Wolf and Luke are up next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Have a great day, everybody.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Booker, a lob down low. Williams will jam it home on the alley-oop. Devin Booker hits Mark Williams. That's the bookmark.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. You've seen his face on Valley buses and commercials during Suns games. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name. It's a fun brand, but understand this. The work they do is very serious, and when you're hurt in an accident, they are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice. They are the heavy-hitting firm you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys, a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and all that trial experience their attorneys have gives them incredible leverage when dealing with and negotiating with those insurance companies. It's why they not only win 98% of their cases, big and small, they consistently deliver some of the largest settlements in America. And remember, having the right attorney on your side can literally mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. And if you're hurt in an accident, do not settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000. Online at sweetjames.com.
That's the sound of fun. All across the valley, families are discovering their new favorite game, pickleball. At Just Pickle Courts, we design and build custom pickleball courts for homes, clubs, and communities. Beautiful, durable, and made for connection. For a free quote, visit justpicklecourts.com/radio. That's justpicklecourts.com/radio.
Justpicklecourts.com. Design, build, play, pop, pop, every day.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know that hiking isn't for you. Sure, it sounds nice to be in nature while exercising, but that's what a gym and houseplants are for. I mean, you don't even like walking upstairs. So why would you walk up a hill for miles? To what, end up high in the air? Come on, you know you're scared of heights. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
We know exactly what you're not thinking about right now. Wiper blades. But now that you are, take a moment to think about how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America. Why? Because Rain-X thinks about wiper blades all the time. We obsess, so you don't have to. Simply install our blades and then think about literally anything else. So choose Rain-X, America's #1 wiper blades, and then go back to not thinking about wiper blades. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
Collins Comfort Masters here, your trusted Lennox dealer. Is your AC system over 10 years old? You could be wasting up to 40% on energy costs. Smart homeowners know. Now is the time to upgrade to a high-efficiency system and lock in our New Year's savings. With nearly 11,000 five-star Google reviews and over 40 years of trusted service, Collins Comfort Masters is your no-worry solution for AC, heating, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com today.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
A great haircut every time in a barbershop that will make you feel young again. That's V's Barbershop. Dave Burns here. And for Jimmy V, the founder of V's, that was his mission. Hire the very best barbers in town and create that old-fashioned vibe that you experienced as a kid. You open the door to V's, and it's a wave of nostalgia. And when you leave, you have a haircut to be proud of from a barber that you trust. The next time you're thinking about where to go to get your haircut, don't think about it. Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns dropped the first game of their Eastern Conference road trip last night in Miami, 127-121, in a game where the Suns were down 20 at one point and then led in the fourth quarter, but Bam Adebayo killed the Suns late, and the Suns could not get it done down the stretch, but they'll be back in action tomorrow night in Detroit for the Pistons. Yesterday, the Arizona Diamondbacks made a trade to get third baseman Nolan Arenado from the St. Louis Cardinals for minor league prospect Jack Martinez. The longtime Colorado Rocky returns to the NL West, this time in a Diamondbacks uniform. What might that mean for guys like Jordan Lawler and Blaze Alexander? Head to arizonasports.com to find out. And add some more names to the Cardinals head coaching search. Both Matt Burke, the defensive coordinator of the Texans, and Arthur Smith, offensive coordinator of the Steelers, are being requested by the Cardinals. And tonight in Tucson, Bobby Hurley and his Sun Devils will meet Tommy Lloyd and the number 1 ranked Wildcats for the first time this season. Tip-off from McHale will be at 8:30, and you can hear it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. No trust, your estate could go through probate, meaning the courts decide who gets your money. Schedule your free full estate planning review at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Wednesday morning. It is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what is up?
Oh, you know what? It's a big game plan day, of course. You know that. It's Wednesday, Basinonians. And, of course, we're going to go out and we're going to practice Wednesday and Thursday. A huge game plan in terms of the NFL and going out and preparing for our opponent. That is what I always think of during the football season. Wednesday and Thursday, huge game plan days. That's what I'm thinking of, even though I know you want to talk Phoenix Suns right now.
Well, here, a couple things. Max Starks is going to join us in 15 minutes, so we are going to talk football because we're going to grill him on Mike Tomlin for basically the whole time he's here.
Yes, okay, that's great.
Katie Wu.
Look at me, Max. Look at... Okay.
St. Louis Cardinals reporter for The Athletic. She's actually about to be the Dodgers reporter, but she's been the Cardinals reporter for the last few years. We're going to have her on to talk about the Nolan Arenado acquisition for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
We'll also ask Katie what's the
about
best
Mike
restaurant on the hill.
But yes, we're going to start with the Suns because this is what we do. We start with the Suns, who, when they lose now, Wolf, it kind of throws me off. I'm like, wait, just the whole game. I'm like, oh, yeah, okay, they'll come back. They'll come back. Maybe when they had when they were down 20, I didn't necessarily think, oh, they're definitely going to win. But we've seen them come back before. And they did, and they took the lead, and you figure, okay, here we go. And then the game ends, and I'm like, there's got to be a fifth quarter, right? They don't lose. That's not how this works. But they did lose, and Dylan Brooks got another technical foul, and Devin Booker rolled his ankle. So that wasn't ultimately a very fun evening, to be honest.
It was not Phoenix Suns basketball, was it? It was not. They lost. You know, as of late, it just feels like everything they do is right, and every game they play, for the most part, what was it, 8-2 in their last 10 games? Mm-hmm. Played very, very well. You know, for me, again, I think it was more about how Miami came out last night to me than how the Suns came out. I thought the Suns, they were the Suns. They came out, they were ready to play, they were going to go out there and they were going to ball out. Things just didn't go well. They didn't shoot the ball very well in that first quarter and actually didn't shoot the ball well the whole game when you think about it. But also, too, the defense was a disappointment. They came out, and the Miami Heat put up 36 in the first quarter.
Yeah, at one point the Suns were down 74-54. They dug themselves a hole in the first quarter. It got worse in the second quarter. They came fighting back in the third, and then even in the fourth took the lead. But, you dig yourself that big of a hole, even if you have that ability to come back, which every team doesn't. But the Suns have proven multiple times this season that they have that ability. You're still walking such a thin line in that second half. You basically have to be perfect. Here's Grayson Allen.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough time to fight way back in a game like that.
It's tough. You just, look back to that first half. We just went back, giving up that many points. We did it was a great job in the second half, especially the third quarter, to keep back in the game. But got to clean up that first half.
Yeah, for me, it was really the Suns. Watching the Suns go out and play defense, it was a disappointment to watch them, frankly. And that you just can't say that very often about watching the Phoenix Suns. That it was a disappointment on the defensive end of the floor, but it was. Spotty and potty, as my old coach used to say. Spotty and potty.
You need to write a book of your old coach phrases.
They gave up 36 in the first quarter, as I said, and 71 points in the first half. Does that sound like Phoenix Suns basketball to you?
Not great.
No, and again, they got down by as much as 20 points in this game and came back. Tied it up 92-92 going into the fourth quarter, and yet could not finish the deal. Took a 6-point lead, had a 6-point lead with 3 minutes and 32 seconds left in the fourth quarter.
Then you kind of thought, okay, here we go. They have all the momentum.
Absolutely. They came back. It's who they are. They battled. Just couldn't get it done in the end.
Bam Adebayo, I understand he shoots more threes now than he used to, but for his career, he averages 0.2 of a three made per game. And him just going out there and dropping 4 of 6 from three really did not help the cause last night for the Suns.
Me.
Yeah,
That
he's
really
just out there
did.
lining up like he's Ray Allen.
I mean,
what's
other
going
than
on?
Grayson Allen, what was he? 6 of 14. 6 from beyond the arc, man. Are you kidding me? Other than him, I can't. Well, Gillespie was 3 of 7, but everyone else, Dylan Brooks, 1 of 10.
Yeah,
Book,
that was
1 of 5.
Yeah.
Royce O'Neal, 2 of 8.
Yeah.
Which isn't horrific. It's certainly better than 1 in 10.
It adds up though when you go 14 of 48 from 3 and Bam Adebayo is just out there hitting. It wasn't even just the numbers. I mean, 4 of 6 for him. That has to be efficiency-wise from 3, one of the best games of his career. But it's when he hit them too. When like you said, the Suns had fought all the way back. They had taken the lead. It looked like, okay, here we go. And then as Jordan Ott said after the game, Bam got us.
I mean, that's the game changer. Like, how do you protect the rim? How do you protect the paint? You put size there. When they're able to space the floor like that, I'm sure that's why he's out there spacing the floor, and that's why they're playing the way they are. They did it at a high level tonight. I thought he got easy ones early. I thought we got to let him get going early. Can't do it. He's too good of a player, done too much in his career, too hard of a place to win. We cannot start games like that. Didn't like how we started, on him specifically. Then he got us in the end.
Yeah, it hit a couple of huge threes, of course, late, 29 points. Also, too, Norman Powell being questionable. Norm, could you sit down, please?
Did we not talk about that yesterday? It feels like Norman Powell not only is one of the most underrated players in the NBA and keeps moving around the league for some reason. I don't know why teams don't just keep him, but he always seems to haunt the Suns. And sure enough, yesterday he's questionable all day. Oh, it's Phoenix? Yeah, I'll come back for this and drop 27.
27.
Thanks, Norman.
And not only that, he hit the biggest 3, too. The kick to the cradle for the Phoenix Suns. Hit that 3 that made it 121-118 Miami, and they never looked back.
Yeah. Here's Jordan Ott. More from him after the game, just talking about specifically what went wrong in this one.
I mean, it's not an excuse. This is different. The way they play is different. They obviously came off a road trip that they probably weren't too happy about. Their response in that first half, they were at us. They were at our chest. Really hard to come with any type of help. So you're on an island one-on-one. 71 points, not good enough. I mean, we talked about their pace, how fast they play, and how they drive the basketball, how they cut into space, and then they just drive to gaps. We'll take a look. Obviously we didn't change a ton in the third quarter, and we were able to guard them. So, and then the fourth quarter they made shots. It was less about the individuals driving to get into the paint. They did spray in the fourth. I thought Hawkes was fantastic. He's tough. Like, you play off of him because he's such a physical driver, and then he made the right plays down the stretch.
Yeah, the Miami Heat made the right plays down the stretch, and they played better than the Phoenix Suns, which makes you think the Phoenix Suns are going to come back and play even harder in their next game. This is the way that I'm reacting to the Phoenix Suns.
Well,
I didn't think they were horrific. I didn't think their energy level was low. I didn't. I just think they came up against a team that was, okay, all right, we've lost our last 3 games, And now we've got the Phoenix Suns. And you better ball out. You better ball. It's Spoelstra. He had his guys ready to go.
He had a lot to say about the Suns after the game, too.
Man,
We're going to play that in a little bit.
We've got to get to that because I think it has an awful lot to do with how the Heat came out in that first quarter and really the whole game.
The Suns came out a little flat. The Heat are not a team you can necessarily do that against when they're on point. They are a team that traditionally under Eric Spoelstra has that sort of mentality of this is, we're going to outwork you. That's been Miami's thing for a little while. They just came out on point. I credit the Suns for fighting back. There were moments in the second half where it was very contested. I mean, you had technicals, you had flagrants. It wasn't just Dylan Brooks that was getting techs. It certainly in the second half felt like the Suns are starting to take this personal and they want this game. And the only reason I bring that up is because they play again in less than 2 weeks here. It's actually it's the first game back for the Suns after the 6-game road trip is home January 25th against the Miami Heat. So I'm guessing that'll be a pretty good one too. And to your point, 10-2 after a loss since Halloween. That's the Phoenix Suns, 10-2 after a loss. So we'll see how they respond tomorrow against a really good Pistons team. When we come back, what does Max Starks make of his former coach resigning after 19 seasons? We will ask the 2-time Super Bowl champion next. We'll probably actually interrogate him on this next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And the Suns fall tonight to the Heat, 127-121. They got down double digits early. They were down 20 at the beginning of the third before fighting all the way back to take a 6-point lead. But they end up on the losing side by 6, 127-121.
Gut Punch L on the road, and we talk about it today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Listen, the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth, they understand no two retirement plans are the same. You just can't have it. They offer guidance on a variety of financial objectives, including ways to earn higher potential returns, of course, and also you always have to remember about the tax concerns, Basinonians, that will come into play. Let Trajan Wealth help you develop a plan that will meet your financial goals. Trajan Wealth, they understand the importance of tactical investments and tailored insights for growth that are going to be in line with your risk tolerance. As an independent firm, Trajan Wealth is not bound by just one line of products or portfolios. Pick up the phone and call 480-360-7900 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Home sellers often face the same dilemma. Buy your next home first and risk 2 mortgages, or sell first and risk being without a home. But Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, has the solution. Carol's Buy Now, Sell Later program advances the cash so you can make a non-contingent cash offer, move into your next home first, and then sell your current home the right way for the most money, no double mortgages. Call Carol Royce at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is truck country. How you kicking off the new year for truck buyers?
What's up, Dave? We're starting the year with huge truck savings. Right now, get up to $12,000 in savings off the all-new 2026 Sierra 1500 or take advantage of 0% financing. Plus, we got $5,500 off the all-new 2026 Sierra HD. We've got a great selection on the lot, so now is the time to get into a new truck.
So visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey, y'all.
It's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. Spent a lot of time pitching heat. Years later, the pain in my joints remind me of those days, but I'm not looking to sit still, and I definitely am not interested in going under the knife. That's why I chose QC Kinetics.
Not just for elite retired athletes. QC Kinetics gives everyday folks joint pain relief using regenerative treatments that work with your body to help repair joint damage.
No surgery, no long recovery, whether it's your knees, hips, shoulders, or back. My friends at QC Kinetics will help you get moving again so you can get back to doing the things you love.
QC Kinetics medical professionals will look at your x-rays or MRI to determine if you're a good candidate.
I trusted QC Kinetics to help me feel like myself again, and I'm proud to recommend them to you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us on Thursday as we continue to talk about the Arizona Cardinals head coaching search and what dominoes are first to fall. Shenanigans begin at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Quick shout out to Mesa. What's going on, Mesa?
Yeah, Mesa, Arizona.
Fine Wednesday morning. I was just in Mesa yesterday, actually.
What were you doing out there?
Eating. Not eating Cajun food. That's what I should have been doing.
There's only one place
I know,
to go.
and it's in Mesa. All right, we are going to talk to Max Starks here shortly. He's going to join us for Maximum Football. And look, we always like talking to Max, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
But we are especially interested right now because of the news out of Pittsburgh yesterday with Mike Tomlin resigning, stepping down, whatever you want to call it. Now, look, he may or may not coach in the NFL next year. Who knows if the Cardinals will even be in on it. You and I both kind of pointed out yesterday that he would probably be our first choice. I mean, I said this.
No, he is.
Before the season, he would have been my first choice of almost any coach in the NFL, whether they're coaching or not. You can put Sean McVay in that list. Yes. I was kind of going through it again yesterday to see how much it's changed over the last few months. But either way, but even if he doesn't coach next year, the ripple effect throughout the league when a coach that is that good and has been coaching for 2 decades in the same place, that changes things. Like, I don't even know how to look at that division right now with the Ravens and Steelers not having their coach, and Baltimore, or Cleveland, but they're a little bit different.
Yeah, just their whole mentality as well. And when we talk about leaders of men, that's exactly what Mike Tomlin is. You've heard this before, Basonians, but you have no idea just how huge of an impact it truly has on a football team. When a coach can get up there and the respect level that every player typically has, every guy sitting there, the respect level that he has for the head coach, knowing what kind of man he is and what he demands from his players, and yet he does it with love. I kid you not. He does it with strength and love. If he gets on you, which he will, it's because he cares about you and wants to see you do right. He wants to see you be successful because guess what? Then the team will be successful. He wants to see you be successful for your family as well. He cares about this stuff. Listen, there are coaches that are out there that really don't, and that's okay. I was fine with that. I was absolutely fine. Listen, Bill Belichick, I talk about this and I say it lovingly about the guy because I love playing for Bill Belichick. But he was just an awesome coach. Bill Belichick, you knew exactly what you were going to get with Bill. He demanded you went out and did your job. And if you didn't do it, he wasn't going to get in your face. He wasn't going to try to motivate you. He wasn't going to hug you. He wasn't going to love on you. He was just going to cut you. And everyone knew it. And that's why he doesn't need to be emotional and doesn't need to make that eye contact with a player, doesn't need to be that type of coach. This is a mercenary league, and this is how we're going to do it. And I get
Arizona Sports, the local
Max
sports leader.
arriving.
He played tackle in the NFL for more than a decade. Max Starks. Maximum football.
Please welcome, from the University of Florida, tackle Max Starks.
It's crazy, too. We talk about how Tomlin never had a losing season.
Yeah.
The Steelers have had one losing season this century.
Yeah.
So you just kind of assume whoever they hire as their next coach, they'll probably get it right. They went 6-10. No, they went 6-10 with Bill Cowher in 2003, and he responded by winning Coach of the Year the next year. Max Starks is joining us for Maximum Football today, back from Pittsburgh. What's going on, Max?
How are we doing, guys? Yeah, sorry about being a little bit late here. I had to finish up the Art Rooney II press conference. It just ended. It started at 10, so I was like, I know I need to get on the show, but I got to finish this press conference.
Whoa.
So yeah. I am here now.
Yeah, yes, if that's your excuse, sure.
I appreciate that.
We assumed you were talking Mike Tomlin into the virtues of coaching in Arizona. Is that maybe that's your next goal?
Listen, warmer climate, you know. I mean, it's a real thing.
He likes that too.
He said if he was to do it again, he'd want to do good climate. So I'm like, hey, listen, I'm not going to fight that. I think that's one thing that we do possess. It's good climate out here in the desert.
Well, Max, let's just go big picture. Just your reaction. It sort of seems like he probably knew he might go down this path for a while. I obviously didn't make the snap decision on Tuesday morning. But just what's the reaction there, and what's your reaction? Because you obviously played for Mike Tomlin, that the guy who's been coaching that team for almost 20 years and, largely successful every single year, this is a huge shift in the NFL now.
No, it is a huge shift, and I think that's kind of how you look at it. I mean, this has been one of the craziest offseasons. We're talking about 10 jobs that are now available that we weren't thinking about being available at least even a week ago. So, to know that these jobs are all out here and that you have to now wade through this, and the candidate list, seems to grow by day, essentially. So I'm a little cautiously optimistic and excited about it, just because I think this type of turnover doesn't happen all the time. I mean, we get a quarter of the league normally, but being greater than that and talking about pushing towards a third of this league being up, I mean, heck, 3 out of the 4 AFC North jobs are available. Zach Taylor's the only last man standing in the AFC North with all of the tenure that was there just a year ago. So, this is a big moment.
Max, why do you think Mike Tomlin stepped down?
I think for a variety of reasons. I think, you do question, even as good of a coach as you are, sometimes the pressure from just the job itself and doing it and trying to figure out, okay, well, what is the course of action? Like, what am I doing here to quote unquote help the franchise get better? And can I still do that job? And what's necessary? Am I willing to put in, quote unquote, that type of work now, and getting it to where it needs to be? And maybe there is a fresher vision that's there. Maybe I do need a change of concept for myself. I think all of those things, you kind of weigh all of those in the process. And then, of course, family pressure. I mean, there was a lot of people out there talking negative about him. And even though it's not him, I think that would have that issue. I would have to say, the family aspect of it, like what happens, to your family, and the pressure that they're getting from other people. And you want to protect your family. He's very protective of his family and understands what that looks like, for all intents and purposes, how they respond to it. Because, I mean, the noise got pretty loud, and fans can be vicious out here. So you wonder what that was in the process as well. So I take a couple of those different reasons kind of culminate together to create a clearer picture.
Max, we'll get into what maybe his future looks like a little bit later on here in the hour, but just you played for him and you were there before he got there. So he gets there in 2007. You had already played a couple years for the Steelers, and I understand the culture was already good. I mean, you just won the Super Bowl, 2 years earlier? Bill Cowher had a pretty good culture too, but what was it, because you were there at the beginning of his run, what was it about him that guys seemingly immediately responded to?
Well, I think the biggest thing is just clear messaging. a lot can be said for a coach with clear messaging, and what they and how they present themselves. Like all of that, I believe matters. And for a player, and Wolf, this is all I can ask for is, hey, shoot me straight, coach.
Yes.
Let me know where I'm at, right?
Yes.
And that goes a long way for someone like a Mike Tomlin. And getting through to players and communicating that and never
just
wavering
a head
off of
coach,
that.
Max. Just a head coach to actually get up there and tell guys what is what. Man, you can't ever lie to your team, and I don't see Mike T doing it.
Never have, never will. He's always been clear on that, and I think that's what when I think of that's the first thing that comes to mind is that he was a clear and transparent teacher and communicator, and that's the biggest first step. Regardless of everything else, that's the biggest first step you can ask for from your coach.
When we come back, what do you got?
Oh, okay, no, that's okay, yeah.
When we come back, we got 8 teams left in the NFL playoffs, so we'll look ahead to the divisional round and which game or game stands out the most. Max Stark's going to stick around for some more Maximum Football. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
As former head coach Jonathan Gannon talks with teams around the league about their open positions.
Who's interviewing with Washington, as you've now heard. For the D.C. job, Jonathan Gannon.
The Arizona Cardinals' search for a new head coach continues.
Arizona, again, is going to be the team that, how much are they going to pay a guy? Are they going to have sort of the leftovers? Are they going to have the last man standing type of deal?
Who's going to be the big bird for the Cardinals on game day in 2026? We're keeping tabs on the front runners for the job.
I love Robert Saleh.
And we're looking around the league at who's getting hired by the other teams in need of a new head coach on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and a New Year's a great time for new windows, a great time to beautify your home and reduce your energy bills by calling my friends at Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. This is a family-owned business that treats customers like friendships. They're co-owned by former NFL linebacker Nate Orchard. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, and they do tremendous work, and I know because they replaced my windows, and they look outstanding. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, and then they'll guarantee them for life. And during their New Year's sale, you'll get $1,250 off the purchase of 5 or more windows and $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call, tell them I sent you. 480-764-2110. That's 480-764-2110, or online at advancedwindows.com.
Chick-fil-A's new frosted sodas and floats, it's a 10 out of 10. Hey, this is Lizzie, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You will love having your favorite soda blended with our creamy ice dream to make a new frosted soda or float. With the mix of the ice dream and soda fizz, it's so delicious, I call it Fizzalicious.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The search for the Arizona Cardinals' next head coach continues, and a new candidate has popped up today. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, the Cardinals have requested to interview Pittsburgh Steelers offensive coordinator Arthur Smith. For the full list of candidates, head on over to arizonasports.com. And the men's basketball edition of the Territorial Cup goes down tonight in Tucson. Tip-off for Sun Devils Wildcats is at 8:30 with pregame coverage beginning at 8 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Call Parker & Sons for all your heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. Voted number 1 by consumers 15 years in a row. Parker & Sons, not your average Joe.
Arizona Sports. Max Starks. Maximum football. With Wolf and Luke.
I was just trying to look up the weather in Chicago on Sunday nights. Max Starks is joining us here for Maximum Football.
Don't do that. It's going to be miserable.
It's going to be miserable. And
Did you hear?
That's all you need to know.
Did you
You
hear,
said what?
or are you just guessing?
No. It's Chicago. I'm always assuming the worst weather-wise coming off of Lake Michigan every time that I hear anything about Chicago in January.
Looks like, is that the high? I don't know. 16 degrees with a low of 7.
That's
good. Told you. Listen, I was there a month and a half ago, and the kickoff temperature was 4 degrees at 1 p.m. So, and Wolf, you know what that booth is like over there in Chicago.
Oh yeah.
There's no heat.
Brutal.
There's a garage style grate that rolls up and down. No, you can't see once it's down, so you got to keep it up.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, and there's
But
no
as a
heat,
player, though, Max, are you kidding me? This is bring it on, man. I used to love this.
Exactly, because you know what? There's a heated bench when I'm not on the field, Wolf.
No.
And you got the little jacket.
We didn't have any heated benches then. All right.
You had the jackets, though. You had the jackets.
We did have the jackets.
You had the Batman cape. Don't act like you didn't have the Batman cape.
We did have the Batman cape. There's no doubt about it. But, man, to me, I loved it. I loved playing in cold weather games, nasty, dirty games.
Oh, physical.
It just,
I mean, listen. And
yeah.
And here's the best part: when you see that guy across from you, and he looks like he's cold. That's when you know it's over with.
You've got him. And we're all thinking of just Tua, right, or anybody on the Dolphins.
Yeah.
That's usually how.
Or Mike McDaniel's.
Yeah.
I mean, Mike McDaniel's visual of him with his cool glasses on. They're like frosting up on Kansas City.
Well, the only reason I looked it up is because I saw this quote from Matthew Stafford that he loves playing in the cold and the wind. Max, I want to start with that game. I'm looking at it right now. 8 degrees on Sunday night, with winds between 10 and 20 miles per hour. That's the forecast for Chicago. I can't think that favors the Rams. That is, and I'm not, they could still win. I do still think they have the most talent top to bottom, but 3.5-point favorites in Chicago in that environment, I don't know. To me, that's the game of the weekend. Where do you come out on that one based on what we saw from both those teams last weekend?
Yeah, I mean, Matthew Stafford has to do whatever it takes to get his team motivated because they did not look good last week. I mean, they were in a dogfight with Carolina, and they lucked into that victory. Carolina, gave them everything they could handle and more. So I look at that and I say, you're trying to inspire your team and say, yeah, man, I love playing in cold. You played in Detroit. I believe Detroit was a dome team last time I checked, and you live in Southern California now. So I hear what you say, Matthew. I don't know if I believe you. I feel like Ron Burgundy, right? I don't believe you.
I don't believe you.
You know, there's just an awkward moment there for that one.
So, of course, we had some great games last week, as you all know. Are you kidding me? Wild Card Weekend was absolutely fantastic. 4 of the 6 games came down to a one possession. It was a one-possession situation. Of course, 3 game-winning drives by some quarterbacks. Josh Allen, of course, Matthew Stafford, Caleb Williams as well. Yeah, I just want to get your thoughts on Caleb Williams playing quarterback for the Chicago Bears and how you think he performed.
Moxie. You know?
One word.
I said ominous yesterday because, honestly, if he's going to play like that, if he's going to go out there and look like John Elway, look out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, you know, that you talk the quote unquote it factor, right, Wolf?
Yes.
You can't really quantify it. There's no clear definition for it.
Yep.
It just is. And I thought that's what he played with. And that's what you need. I mean, listen, he's not the most accurate guy in the world, right?
He's a Mustang.
50% passer. But once again, when you allow that dog to hunt, he will hunt. And that's all you need. That's all you need in these type of situations, especially in single elimination style.
Yes.
You need a guy who just knows what it is and like, hey, it's game time. It's got to have it moments. Give me the ball, coach. Put the ball in my hands, and let's go out there and let's do whatever's necessary. By any means necessary, get the job done. And I feel like that's how Caleb Williams operates. It's not going to be we need to draw up the perfect play. I need to see you on this route. I'm going to touch fade this right into your left shoulder. None of that is, hey, if you're open, I'm gunning it to your chest. You better catch it the first time. Like it's – and we need to win. And if you don't want to win, keep your butt on the sideline. Like that's the mentality and the intensity that I felt like I saw – in Caleb Williams, especially in that fourth quarter. And, I mean, it was a wild fourth quarter. I was at my daughter's volleyball game, and we were huddled around somebody's phone watching the last 2 minutes of that game and how it unfolded. And so it was just awesome to see. And that's what playoff football is all about. This is what January football looks like. You want to feel the desperation oozing through the TV screen and into your eyeball sockets. You want to feel that visually, or if you're taking in radio broadcasts, as you know, Wolf and I are both very much fans of. You know, the melodic tones just go right into both the ears, and they just pierce your cerebral cortex, you know?
Wow. Max should do advertising for radio. Max, while we have you, I want to ask you about kind of it seems like sort of the forgotten of the 4 divisional games that are coming up. I mean, they're all obviously high profile, but Patriots-Texans, just because you just saw the Texans –
I did.
Well, how much of a disadvantage is it for them that they had to play on Monday night and now turn around and play a shorter week against the Patriots, who don't have that short week? But also, I can't make sense of this team because their defense is amazing and has been amazing really since, I don't know, like week 3 of the season. But their offense, man, every time I want to buy into C.J. Stroud, I don't know. Like, how dangerous is that team really this week against New England?
They're super dangerous, and I'll tell you why. Because you have to remember, like, this game, I know you look at the score. A lot of people look at the score and say, 30-6, man, the Steelers just got mollywopped on that game.
Yeah.
It was 7-6 with 13 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Let's just put that in perspective, okay? That team for the Texans knows who they are. And that's what makes them dangerous. They know that the defense is the belle of the ball. Like, whatever we need to do offensively to make sure that defense can do what they just did by scoring 14 points in the fourth quarter by themselves. Because the offense only scored 17 points, total.
Yeah.
The defense scored 14 of those 30. So that's one thing. If we need to ball possess, chew up time of possession, because guess what? The more time of possession we chew up offensively, the fresher my defense is on the sidelines, right? Eating Gatorades, drinking Gatorades, eating protein bars, and getting ready for the next series that they can go terrorize the opposing quarterback. And if we can hit those big plays and get chunks in moments, we're going to win because our defense is going to will us to win.
Yes.
And understanding that dichotomy, offense wins games, defense wins championships. They believe that wholeheartedly, and that's why they've looked as good as they have and why they're on a 10-game win streak. That defense applies the pressure in the fourth quarter. They keep chipping away. At the rock until the rock finally splits, just like at Wolf, was it your grandfather's house where he used to have the rocks that y'all would have to take the sledgehammer on?
Yes.
And Craig's
Yes.
hands would go numb,
Yes.
right? You know, and like, why am I doing this? It's not happening. And then all of a sudden, the 30th or 40th hit, the rock splits.
Yes.
That's what their defense does. So that's where they are dangerous because defense, championship level defenses will always rise to the occasion, and that's why Mike Vrabel stressed it so much. So it's going to be a really good matchup between those two teams.
So you know what? You've got 4 games, and I'm going to ask you this question. I don't want to know the why of it. I don't want you to back up why you believe it. I just want you to say it. What game is going to be the most contested game of the 4, and what game do you think is going to be the least contested?
Denver-Buffalo, most contested.
Okay.
Can't
All
wait
right.
for that game.
Least contested, I'm going to go with
Seahawks,
Seattle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Seahawks 49. Just because we just saw that. We just saw it.
Yeah, that's probably the right way to answer those. I don't know. I mean, it feels like at least 3 of these games are going to be great this weekend. Wolf,
oh yeah,
I'm going to have you chime in on this because Arizona Sports is teaming up for something big, and we want you climbing with us. Sign up to join Wolf and Bernsey on the Arizona Sports team and help raise critical funds for the special needs community during the Cardinals Climb event on February 21st. Text HIKE to 620-620 to learn more and sign up today.
Listen, David Charles and myself, we are heading up a team right now for the Cardinals Climb. That is February 21st. Basinonians, walk with me. Come out and walk with me, and let's walk through the stadium on this Cardinals Climb. We'll do it together for a great cause.
When we come back, is Mike Tomlin going to coach again next season, or, I don't know, ever? And if he does coach, could it be with the Cardinals, or at least not in the NFC if it's not the Cardinals? We're going to talk to 2-time Super Bowl champion Max Starks about that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I think from a Cardinals perspective, this changes things not so much because Tomlin is available, because as I said, I don't think you're going to get him. I think what changes things for the Cardinals is that Pittsburgh is available. And now that search got a little bit more diluted for the Cardinals to find their next guy.
That's a great point. It is one of the most stable franchises in the NFL, but there's a lot you've got to kind of overcome.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Listen, brothers, sisters, gather around the transistor and press the ear. If you've got some type of back issue or you got a neck issue, you need DISC, man. No doubt about it. I have a condition known as spondylolisthesis in my low back. The spine surgeons at DISC, they've helped me out in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation. If you're battling spine or neck issues whatsoever, you need to go see DISC. The DISC surgeons, they utilize the broadest array of treatment options, including non-surgical endoscopic spine surgery and ultra-minimally invasive spine surgery as well. The DISC founder pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, and now surgeons train from all over the world. They come right here to train with DISC. Get back to living. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 for DISC.
When you don't compromise on the court, you shouldn't compromise off of it either. Lose the calories, not the taste. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Copyright 2024.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'll be straight with you. I don't usually talk supplements. I'm skeptical by default. Most of them sell shortcuts, and shortcuts don't work. That's why I take M-Drive. I've been taking it for years. Not because it's flashy, because it makes sense. It's about routine, showing up every day, respecting what your body can still do even as it changes. Look, if you're still working, still competing and grinding, you probably noticed it. Energy dips, weight weight sticks around longer. Burning it off gets harder. That's not laziness, that's biology. M-Drive Boost and Burn was built for that stage of life. It supports steady energy, a healthy metabolism, and fat burning. So the work you put in actually counts. No hype. M-Drive's been around nearly 20 years. High quality, clinically tested ingredients made right here in America. It fits my routine, simple, consistent. You can find M-Drive Boost and Burn at Sprouts, Amazon, or at mdriveformen.com. Taking care of your health matters. Don't put it off. M-Drive, for men who still show up.
Today at Berg Simpson, we're helping another client who's seriously injured. We're taking on the insurance company to help that client with their medical bills. We're helping them get access to great doctors and great therapists. And today, we're joining that client on their road to recovery because their better future begins with our help. Help that starts today.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
Arizona Sports. Max Starks. Max Starks. Maximum football. Maximum football. With Wolf and Luke.
You know, Wolf, I had this thought too. Like, the one thing you don't want, if neither one of them is going to coach the Cardinals, I don't want like Mike Tomlin coaching Atlanta and John Harbaugh coaching the Giants, and you just have those two teams in the playoffs every year in the NFC now too. And Harbaugh, the reason I bring that up, is talking to the Giants, I believe, in person today. All right, Max Starks is joining us. Max played for Mike Tomlin for a long time, won a Super Bowl with Mike Tomlin. Max, I'll just ask you this, and I know you aren't Mike Tomlin, so you can't answer definitively here, but do you think he's looking to coach this year or anytime soon?
I don't think he's looking to coach this year. That was intimated by Art Rooney in his meeting with Mike Tomlin yesterday because they asked him about the Steelers still own his rights. So he has 2 years left on his contract, and if a team wants to deal for Mike Tomlin, they have to go through the Steelers, and obviously similar to the Sean Payton situation when he left New Orleans, left for TV for a year, then went to the Broncos. Similar situation, like draft compensation is going to be up for it, however that trade's going to work. So it was not intimated to Art Rooney that it was a desire for Mike Tomlin to go coach immediately. His thoughts were that he was thinking that he wanted to take some time and do some things with his family and spend time with his family that he has not been able to do. His daughter's a gymnast at University of Georgia, so I imagine he probably wants to go see a couple of matches down there, and actually be a dad for a little bit. So I think when you look at it from that perspective, I think there's no rush, but I do expect after a year or so, I think he will get back into that. He'll get the itch. He's still a young guy. You have to remember, he's just getting into his 50s. So there's a lot of ball left in his system that I'm sure he can add a lot of value to any franchise. Like you said, he shoots to the top of the list of a lot of coaching searches and potential coaching hires. So I see that as kind of being his course of action, that he lays low a little bit. He's not like John Harbaugh, who wants to get right back into it. And John Harbaugh he was fired. He did not resign.
Yeah.
So there's a different dichotomy there.
To me, once again, I thought his statement where he does not plan to coach next year, that is the story that we're hearing right now. To me, I thought that was largely a PR statement, but that's just my own opinion right now. When you think of Mike Tomlin possibly going into television, what are your thoughts on that?
Oh, he's going to be an excellent studio guy.
Okay,
Just
so
think about
you could
the
see that
wordsmith
happening.
of that. I could see that. I don't think it would be a long-term thing, unlike, whereas Bill Cowher, you didn't know, and obviously the circumstances on why Coach Cowher stepped away from football was a lot different than Mike T. His Coach Cowher, his wife was sick, and then she eventually passed away. So that's kind of what kind of changed his mentality about it. Whereas Mike T walks away from this of his own resolve and understanding like the larger picture about, where his value is. And I think he will come back into it. I just think he'll take a time to take stock and do some things because he has a lot of varied interests. I mean, he trust me, he will never have to work another day in his life the way that he set himself up. So it's truly through passion. I mean, he has a lot of investments. He's a very, very savvy businessman as well. And I really think it's the familial aspect, wanting to spend time with his family because he's had to, you have to sacrifice a lot in the coaching world. Just as I would say a little bit more even so than a player. With the time that you have to put in outside of the minimum required time, and so he wants to probably take a minute. He's a guy that enjoys travel. He enjoys learning new things. I mean, he's a guy that has a lot of varied hobbies. So I imagine he wants to at least explore that since he has not gotten to do that largely, at all, really in his 30s and 40s. So I think, you now say, hey, new decade, I've reached the half-century mark. Let me go explore some of the things before I'm too old to do them.
Max, you're around that organization a lot, and so I'll ask you this. So Wolf and I, we've done the show for like 4 years. We really haven't done this show that long, right?
No.
This will be the Cardinals' third coach since you and I have started doing this show.
Man.
The Steelers, they've had 3 coaches since 1969. So Max, I guess I don't know. Like, what's their secret? How do they have a coach in waiting, it seems like, every time, and that guy comes in and he's not only the coach for like 2 decades, he's wildly successful. What do they do when they hire a coach? And is there a way the Cardinals could maybe start doing like half of that?
Patience. Patience is the key. For each of those coaches, they've never been head coaches before. So you have to have patience with that process. And then for the Rooneys, they're not overbearing. They're not helicopter owners, right? They're not on top of every little thing. They allow for coaches to make mistakes. They allow for coaches to grow, but also the mentorship in that process. One of the biggest things and the challenge that, Art Rooney's going to have is this is the first time he'll go into a coaching search in the last 56 years without his dad present. Just think about that.
Yeah.
The late ambassador Dan Rooney was involved in all 3 of those coaching hires. Bill Austin, when they were hiring Bill Austin back in 1966, Chief came in and told Dan, hey, we're going with this guy, offensive line coach for the Packers. Vince Lombardi loves him. We got to go with him. If Lombardi loves him, we got to go with him. And, Dan was like, no, we need to find somebody else. He's like, no, we're going with Austin because that's the guy. Bill Austin was hired, lasted 3 years, then you got Chuck Noll because Dan Rooney was like, nope, we're not doing this. That's what you're battling. When you do have that newer coach, and remember, none of these coaches were former head coaches before they became head coaches at the Steelers. So that's another thing the Steelers do. They don't go for the retread. They don't go for the sexy hire when they're going through this traditionally. So do you buck 56 years of trends in the last 3 that your dad did to go with something that seems more niche or, trendy now to go with the former head coach? Or do you support that guy? But the Steelers' mentality and motto has always been patience with that. They want to let a coach grow, and they're going to look for those innate skills that they have. That's why I think if you are going to go with an NFL assistant, right, it's going to be like a Jesse Minter type. It's going to be like a Kubiak type versus getting like a Stefanski or a Harbaugh or someone who's been a head coach. And you know what? I'd even say Robert Saleh, because it was such a short coaching term with the Jets. Maybe you look at a Robert Saleh in that moment or a Brian Flores. I was like, well, heck, Kurt Cignetti is a Pittsburgher. Yeah. Like, why wouldn't you go at least talk to Cignetti? I know he's 64. He doesn't fit the mold.
By the way. Okay.
Yeah. See, exactly.
Let's be clear.
So he's a tough dude, and he resembles the ideals of what the Pittsburgh Steelers organization represents, but he is older. So you're thinking about a long term. He might not be that, but I figure you got to kick the tire. but that's the realm that they look in more than anything else. But patience is always the underlying theme.
Max, what do you say to people out there that believe that Mike Tomlin quit? That he quit on his team, quit on his players, quit on the organization, just quit?
I would say those people don't know Mike Tomlin, and they're just reading headlines, Wolf. And, your brother, loved Mike T.
Big time.
And loved what he represented. And at no point would they think that Mike Tomlin quit. The one thing I can't say, he was mentored under Dan Rooney and Kevin Colbert. And he's a person that also has very good, I'm not going to call it clairvoyance, but he also knows the temperature of the room. He knows how to read people. He knows how to read situations. And if he made that decision, it was for the better good of the organization versus selfish interests. And I think that's also what it is. And, I think the familial part of it that, hey, I don't want my family going through this. I've been through this for 19 years.
Yeah.
Like, show me another coach that's lasted as long as me, right? And I have guided it selflessly. I have taken all of the arrows that people can throw. I've listened to the chants in the stadiums multiple times, and I didn't give a crap. So I don't think that he quit by any stance. If anything, he was allowed to go out on his own terms. He was allowed to pick his expiration date because of what he's given to that organization.
Yep.
Max, it's always great talking to you, buddy. Thank you for everything.
Max.
I know it's been a busy football season for you, but thanks, man.
No, my pleasure, guys, as always, man. Take care, and I'll talk to you guys soon.
All right, sounds good. That's Max Starks joining us right there for Maximum Football. When we come back, time to get back into basketball because Devin Booker looked injured by the end of the game last night. So how concerning is that? We'll get into it next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Hey, you want to buy a home? What if you could do that right now without getting slowed down and stressed out trying to sell your old place first? I've been in that spot before. You find the home you want to be in. You just know it won't be on the market for very long, but you also need the money from your old home to actually be able to pull off the move. Well, good news. It's exactly what you can do now with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program. If you find the home you want, buy it. Don't let that one get away. Sell the old one later, and here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. You can do it without waiting around. No showings, no double moves, none of that. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. They make price-boosting upgrades, and then they list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard agents really are experts, too. They're local pros, some of the most experienced around, and they are equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. Buy before you sell, and then get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. It's quick, it's easy. You can do it all right there on the website. Again, that's Orchard.com.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less
than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The search for the Arizona Cardinals' next head coach continues, and a new candidate has popped up today. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, the Cardinals have requested to interview Pittsburgh Steelers offensive coordinator Arthur Smith. For the full list of candidates, head on over to arizonasports.com. And the men's basketball edition of the Territorial Cup goes down tonight in Tucson. Tip-off for Sun Devils Wildcats is at 8:30 with pregame coverage beginning at 8 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by V's Barbershop. Get a fresh cut at V's Barbershop with real barbers, real tools, and real tradition. Clean, classic style that never goes out of fashion. Book your next cut at V's Barbershop.
Hey, it's Gambo. After landing Nolan Arenado, what is the next move for the Arizona Diamondbacks? We'll talk the latest on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Hour number 2 of the show live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Thanks to Max Starks, who joined us last hour to talk
What up, Max?
football.
Thank you, bro.
I'm ready for these games this weekend. All 4 of these games. We're at the point where you have to cancel everything else that's going on so you can watch these games. I'm sorry, that's the way it is, especially this weekend.
Yeah, this weekend, to me, it is my favorite weekend because now it's the divisional round. And that, to me, is great because you've already weeded out some of the weaker, and I'm using air quotes, weaker teams in the NFL.
Alleged.
And
this is all
exactly,
allegedly.
and I love that, Jamal. It is alleged. Yet at the same time, now this is okay. You are going to play for the conference championship if you win this game. That's what I love about the divisional round.
I don't know that there's any outcome to a game this weekend that would stun me. You know, San Francisco beating Seattle just because San Francisco's so beat up and Seattle's rested would probably be the biggest surprise, I guess. But I don't think there's any outcome where I'd be like, wow, how did that happen? You know what I mean?
Bills Broncos too.
Yeah,
I think, honestly, especially in Denver.
Flip a coin.
Yeah.
In that one. To basketball, the Suns lose last night. We already talked about how that's just kind of weird at this point. Like, kind of throws off your evening. Oh, and Suns lost. Okay, I guess I'll just go to bed then. I don't know. I don't really know what else to do
Suns
today.
lost.
But in the middle of all of it, and this would be hopefully not a big deal at all, but it's the bigger potential deal. I mean, they're going to lose a game occasionally. Book went up, tried to contest an alley-oop, and you saw him land kind of weirdly on that left ankle, and then he was kind of hobbling around for a little bit and played through it, but then left for, like, I don't know.
Yeah, they took him out.
Yeah, this is Jordan Ott's explanation of it at the end of the game, okay, or after the game.
Man, dude's a warrior, right? Like, obviously, ankle roll. We put him back in the fourth because we knew it was going to stiffen up. So as soon as he was ready, we put him in. You could tell after some of his shots when he'd land, he wasn't feeling great. So ice on it when I saw it last. But yeah, just his toughness. That's what this team's about. We follow our leader. He's our leader on the road. Did everything he could to put us in a position to try to win the game.
Are you concerned about it? Because you said he was wincing after a few plays there in the fourth with the left ankle.
Yeah, you're always concerned when something happens with any of the guys. So, but it's like one of those things that we'll see how it responds to the night, to some type of treatment, and see where he is in 2 days.
Yeah, but it couldn't be bad, right, Coach? It couldn't be bad. It couldn't be bad, Luke.
You just looked at me like I'm a doctor and you want reassurance from me. And I gave you the blankest stare ever.
Macedonians, it couldn't. Why else would you bring a guy back from an ankle sprain, high or low, if he was taking on fluid? If you're worried about it stiffening up and that's what taking on fluid is, to me, it couldn't have been bad. It couldn't have been bad. Why would you have brought him back?
Well, look, I mean, he might play tomorrow. Like, who knows?
That's what I mean.
I heard Dan and Vince talking about this when I was driving in this morning. They made this point, and it's honestly, it's spot on. 2026 in the NBA, how often do you see a guy get hurt? And hurt can just be hurt. Like, he doesn't have to miss games, but, like hurt. And then still play through it in the game. The way the NBA is set up right now with the load management and everything, like, oh, that guy landed weird on his ankle. Okay, we'll see you in March. You don't see the guy fight through it and keep playing in that game. Now, that's not everybody, obviously. And a guy like Devin Booker, you do expect to see him fight through it. But to your point, I don't know that you're going to allow him to put himself in harm's way if you think it's a big deal. And so maybe he misses a game or two here. I'm hoping it's nothing more than that because you already don't have Jalen Green.
Yeah.
And Dylan Brooks is taking on technical fouls faster than any of us can even count.
Oh,
ESPN had it listed at 15 yesterday. Thankfully, it's only 14. But still, it's a lot closer to 16 than any of us wanted.
Yeah. Jordan not just saying that, put him back in the fourth quarter because we knew it was going to stiffen up. Although there's no doubt about it, that is true, you can do more damage to an ankle by playing on it as well.
Yeah.
If you've already tweaked that thing. And what kind of impact could it possibly have on Book's performance as well during the game? And, it couldn't have been bad. The trainers had to walk up to Jordan Ott and said, you know what, it was just a little tweak and he feels like he can go. Or otherwise, you wouldn't bring him back.
Now, look, they've been so methodical with keeping Mark Williams healthy this season, and they have been, I don't know if cautious is the right word, but, it feels like they're waiting an extra few days or whatever to bring Jalen Green back, which I think is smart because you don't want him to re-injure that hamstring again. I can't imagine a scenario where they would put Devin Booker at risk, but I also can't. I mean, good luck telling Devin Booker he had to come out of that game last night if he felt he could keep playing. You know what I mean? Like, if it was a really bad injury, he would have just been like, okay, look, I'll just sit out the end of this game or whatever. But they wanted that game. It felt like that game got personal in the second half. And I don't know that you were pulling Devin Booker out of that game permanently unless he, couldn't walk.
Yeah, it just, once again, that's a situation where Book's got to be legit. He's got to be up and up. He's got to tell the truth. You don't want to go, hey, Book, we don't want you sitting out for 4 weeks.
Yeah.
We don't want that, okay? You got to be honest with it. A player's got to take responsibility when he's injured and when he's hurt. And there's two different parts of that. Injured is legitimately injured. And a lot of guys, they talk about being injured when they're just hurt.
Just
that hurt me. Book's not one of those
I got a
guys.
paper cut.
Book is not that guy.
You can play through hurt. You probably shouldn't play through injury unless it's the playoffs.
Yeah, I actually wondered if it was a high ankle sprain when I saw it happen. A high ankle sprain. That's what watching the way Book came down on it, and then where he grabbed kind of on his ankle. At first, it was a quick little grab. I thought, I wonder if that's high.
Here's Mark Williams. I'm just going to pretend you didn't say anything right there. I'm just going to play this Mark Williams cut. His reaction to Devin Booker. We cannot afford to not have Devin Booker right now. I mean, if he's got to miss tomorrow's game, the sky's not falling on the Suns. But you can't not have him for a few weeks because there's no guarantee Jalen Green's coming back specifically at any time.
Ever.
And Dylan Brooks is going to start getting suspended like every other game here soon.
And hey, listen, I'm a Jalen Green guy. I really am. What? Okay, I'm over it.
Here's Mark Williams.
Saw him go down on that little. I think they threw the large. I don't know how he landed. I just saw him on the ground, but obviously it's tough for coming back. Gave us a chance down the stretch, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. We'll see what it is, but credit to him.
Yeah, it couldn't be bad. It couldn't be bad, right?
Right,
Jamal. Couldn't be bad.
I'm telling you, Wolf, you have to. Whenever you're just like looking for a side gig, you need to voice the navigation system for cars, because you know how Jamal, you know how you can switch the voices. I mean, you can switch to Wolf, and Wolf would be like, "Turn left, right."
Turn left.
That'd be awesome.
Right now.
And people would just be going in circles. Like, am I supposed to go left or right?
Yeah, go ahead and at me on that. Right? If you want me to do that, that sounds nice. What a gig that would be.
Nice voiceover work right there. The easiest gig there is. The WM Phoenix Open is making its triumphant return to TPC Scottsdale February 2nd through the 8th, and we are giving you the chance to win tickets. Just text GREEN to 620-620, and you could win Green's Keeper passes. That's GREEN to 620-620. Text GREEN to 620-620. Who knows? Maybe it will lead to a Jalen Green return too, as you get your Green's Keeper passes.
Right.
All right, when we come back, the list of Cardinals coaching candidates at last count is up to 13.
Wow.
How do you feel about that? That's a lot. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And the Suns fall tonight to the Heat, 127 to 121. They got down double digits early. They were down 20 at the beginning of the third before fighting all the way back to take a 6-point lead. But they end up on the losing side by 6, 127-121.
Gut Punch L on the road, and we talk about it today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey, it's Pat. Does your brain ever seize up when you have a lot of choices in front of you? Mine does. At restaurants, the mall, ice cream, decision paralysis. Weird thing is, I have zero issues picking out a Toyota. There isn't a bad choice in the bunch. It's easy. Not like other things. I mean, somebody gave me a gift card to an online store. I've been sitting in front of the computer for 3 days trying to figure out what to buy. Oh, maybe ice cream.
Right now, get low 1.99% for 60 months on remaining 2025 Tacoma SR and SR5 models. Or get 4.99% APR financing for 60 months on best-selling Toyotas like Camry, Corolla, and Grand Highlander. Or get a great lease deal on any new Toyota. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,887 per thousand borrowed for 60 months on 2026 Camry and Corolla. 1.99% financing with $1,752 per thousand borrowed for 60 months on 2025 Tacoma SR and SR5 only. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers end 2/2/26. See dealer for details.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free, and you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Well, Happy New Year, Roller.
It's a new year, Wayne, and listeners are making new resolutions, eat healthier, go to the gym, save a little money. But what about their cars?
That's right, Roller. Everyone makes personal resolutions, but your car needs a resolution too.
All right, like what?
Stop ignoring the warning signs. You know that check engine light isn't a suggestion. It's your car's cry for help.
Okay, what else?
Well, commit to regular maintenance, fluid changes, brakes, tires. Taking care of the little things prevent big repairs and big expenses later.
That definitely sounds like a money-saving resolution.
I'll say, here's a good one. Don't wait until you're stranded to call AMCO. If something's off with your car, get it checked right away.
So fewer breakdowns, smoother driving, and less stress in 2026.
That's the goal. Start your year right with a car that's right.
A new year, new habits for you and your ride. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us on Thursday as we continue to talk about the Arizona Cardinals head coaching search and what dominoes are first to fall. Shenanigans begin at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Shout out to Scottsdale. What's going on, Scottsdale?
Yeah, Scottsdale.
I was actually walking through Old Town Scottsdale last night after eating, Wolf, and it was right before halftime of the Suns game, and I walked by a sports bar that I had Kevin Ray yelling out of 75 TVs out of the sports bar. I just heard K-Ray everywhere as I was walking down the street.
You're so Scottsdale, aren't you? You are Lucas Scottsdale.
I don't know that I am Scottsdale, but of the two of us,
you know
I'm
who
more
I am?
Scottsdale.
I'm Wickenburg. No offense, Wickenburg.
No, you are.
Okay, I'm just saying.
You are saying it, but that's
Yeah, you kidding me? I wear that like a badge.
I don't know that I am Scottsdale. I think there's a lot more but I have lived in Scottsdale.
I'm Wickenburg, man. Give me the blue collar, bro.
The list of Cardinals head coaching candidates that they have now been linked to, either as they've done an interview or they've requested an interview, or in the case of John Harbaugh, have spoken to on the phone, whatever the terminology was there. We're up to 13 now, Wolf. We had the list of 10 coming into the week. Then you could go ahead and throw John Harbaugh on there because they at least talked to him or inquired. Then you had to throw Jesse Minter of the Chargers on there. And now you can throw Arthur Smith, Steelers offensive coordinator, on that list as well. The Cardinals have done a lot of head coaching searches over the last, decade, it feels like. I don't remember a time when they had this many names on their list. And it's not like this is like capped. Like, okay, now they could easily add more to this list. At a certain point, like, are they just interviewing everybody in America?
Yeah, it's a situation where, again, you want to cast a wide net, and you want to interview as many people as you possibly can, I would imagine. This is what they would tell you. For me, I really do. The one name that caught my attention was Arthur Smith, because I love Arthur Smith. I think this guy has a clear understanding of what offensive football is about. As a matter of fact, when we talk about an offensive coach right now, here's a guy that already has head coach experience when he was down with the Atlanta Falcons, of course. I like Arthur Smith as a guy that is an offensive mind and a guy that has been a head coach before. He's high on my list, as a matter of fact.
He has been a coach.
Of guys that I respect and be very interested in his take on this team. I think I could see why the Arizona Cardinals would want to go ahead and bring in Arthur Smith. Having said that, my favorite is still Mike Tomlin, John Harbaugh, and Kevin Stefanski. Stefanski!
Well, the problem with that list you just read off, John Harbaugh, Mike Tomlin, and Kevin Stefanski, is they haven't even been linked to two of them. Look, I keep coming back to Stefanski in this sense. Why not even just talk to him? You know, like you and I have both been, and everybody has been like, hey, you got to at least talk to Harbaugh and Tomlin. If Tomlin's you got to talk to him. You got to show that effort. Like, put yourself on that list. There's reports out there right now that the Giants, Titans, and Falcons are becoming the front runners for John Harbaugh.
Yeah.
I would like more than just a phone call to be like, hey, John, how's Jim? Okay, talk to you later. Like, let's try for this, right? Like, give
hey,
it
John, how you doing? Yeah. Okay. Hey, how's Jim?
Okay. We'll talk to you again in 15 years when you're available. But I just, as you've been saying since day one, maybe you just can't get John Harbaugh. Maybe he already has in his mind, I want to go coach the Giants or whatever. I don't know. But you can get an interview with Kevin Stefanski. You could hire Kevin Stefanski. Now, if internally you interview
Here's
him.
the one thing about it, though. The only thing is, I keep talking about this, it takes two.
It does.
And maybe Kevin Stefanski said, I'm not interested. Maybe he did.
Then I'd like to know why.
Because, listen, think of how many guys, 13 candidates?
Yeah.
You want to talk about casting a wide net? You're talking to everybody.
So does
13 candidates. So how in the world would you not say Kevin Stefanski?
Exactly.
Maybe Kevin Stefanski said, I'm not interested.
It makes it more noticeable when, everybody went into this coaching search. Everybody listening, everybody's Cardinals fan, whatever. You had a couple names on the list that you would like, even before Harbaugh was out there. I would have been interested in Brian Flores, Kevin Stefanski for sure. Just some of these names. It makes it that much more noticeable when they're linked to 13 names and guys like Stefanski and Flores or Mike McDaniel or Mike McCarthy or whoever, insert any name, if they're not on the list. It makes it pretty noticeable that they're not on the list because that list is getting really long right now. It is up to 13, and 6 of them have head coaching experience. So there is at least there's a chance that they would hire somebody who has been a head coach before, who I don't feel like you do that to win the offseason. I think you do that to be able to navigate when things get tough during the season. You have a guy who's been a head coach before is like, okay, I've been through this before as a head coach, and this is how we dealt with it, or this is, this is what worked for my team or what didn't. I feel like if you go out there after all this and hire another coordinator, you're not going to be able to sell to the fan base. The only way you're going to be able to win the fan base over is if that coordinator comes in here and wins 10 or 11 games. Then obviously everybody will get back on.
Yes, and once again, this is what I always say, for me, at least it's all about the winning. I really don't care who does it. I really don't. You could hire John Harbaugh, and he could come in here, and for whatever reason, John Harbaugh, you can't give him a quarterback that is going to be conducive to his winning ways that he's been accustomed to. And then suddenly, John Harbaugh doesn't look like a good hire because you don't have a quarterback. It's a situation where, once again, I think you have to consider everything. All I care about is the Arizona Cardinals win, that they get it right and they win. I honestly, I could care about the accolades. I could care about, what's your resume look like? And to me, can you lead men? Can you do it in a hyper-aggressive alpha male world, a paradigm like no other? Can you do it? And if you can, and you're going to win, that's great. But once again, players have to develop. Players have to play better. Everybody has to be on the same page. And that's what a head coach, more than anybody else, that's what a head coach has got to do. And it's one of the reasons why I like a guy who's already done it.
Because he knows he has some insight on it, yeah.
And he's got to do it. It's not a work in progress. He's not developing. I want a guy that knows what it takes to not just win over his players, but get everybody in the organization on the same page.
Yeah, and that's, look, going out and hiring a coordinator works for Seattle. And I'm not saying it's just because Mike McDonald's been great, but it works for Seattle because he just had Pete Carroll forever, right? Okay, you've already done the established thing. And I don't want a head coach that's, hey, this is his fourth head coaching job and he's never gotten it right. There's a point where you get to like, okay, is this guy just not great at this? He's a retread. But anybody that's been a head coach like once, I think you got to be taking a look at those guys, like a guy like Robert Saleh. I'm not saying he's amazing, but if the guy's on this list, that's a guy where you could look and easily say, yeah, that Jets defense got really good. I understand the Jets weren't good, but it's the Jets. When are they ever really good? Another name on the list, it's actually 14, is Matt Burke, the Texans defensive coordinator. Here's Peter Schrager talking about Matt Burke yesterday with Pat McAfee.
Let me tell you something about Matt Burke. This is a guy who has been around the league, has bounced around a bit, was with the Dolphins, with the Eagles, gets to Houston, and this is before they drafted Stroud and before they drafted Will Anderson, and D'Amico's obviously defensive coach. This year, D'Amico gives up play calling duties on defense to Matt Burke, who very quietly has put together this season with D'Amico, obviously a big voice in it. And these guys have been unbelievable all season. So week 4 or 5, Orlovsky and I went out there and we called, and I was on that broadcast crew that called the Seahawks-Texans Monday night game. It was part of a doubleheader. Not a lot of people stayed up to watch it. But now you look at it, it's Seahawks-Texans. Seahawks won by 14 points. You don't think much about it, whatever. The Texans defense absolutely dominated that game. And I came out of that thing being like, okay, like, I know they lost, but this team is legit. Then they beat the snot out of Josh Allen and the Bills. They eliminate the Chiefs. They go on, they get to the playoffs. And then last night on national television, just absolutely destroyed the Steelers offense, which was clicking the week before.
Yeah, destroyed the Steelers offense. C.J. Stroud, how many times they turn him over in that game as well that he was just referencing?
A few.
Yeah, 3 times.
The only
Houston won that game with their quarterback turning it over 3 times.
Nobody questions that the Texans' defense is great. I just think one thing that a lot of us have learned over the last however many coaching searches for the Cardinals is just because the Houston Texans' defense is great and just because Matt Burke is clearly a really good defensive coordinator doesn't automatically mean he'd be a great coach here. He doesn't get to bring Will Anderson and all these guys from the Texans over. And maybe he'd be good, but he doesn't get to bring them. You don't get Houston's defense just because you're hiring Matt Burke. It'd be nice, but that's not really how it works. All right, when we come back, let's talk some baseball because the Diamondbacks made a pretty significant move yesterday. How is Nolan Arenado going to fit into this clubhouse? We're going to talk to Katie Wu, who covered Arenado in St. Louis the last 5 seasons for The Athletic. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morata mornings.
You call John Harbaugh and you say, hey, John, Michael Bidwell here. As you know, we've got a vacancy here, and we're obviously very, very interested in you if you'd like to be part of what we're doing here. And have you seen the weather here in the wintertime? It is stunning. Have you seen the plans for our brand new facility, of which you can be the ringleader of it all? And, we don't really have a quarterback now, but we've got Jacoby Brissett, and he can get you through a year, and you can go pick out whoever you want. Have you ever had a Sonoran dog, John? Have you ever had our salsa? Have you ever seen our sunsets? Yeah, look, it's a pipe dream. Yeah, I mean, you try it.
Bickley and Morata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those roadshows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing, and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Happy New Year, Susan. I really appreciate you picking up the bill for lunch.
I'm happy to. One of my New Year's resolutions is being better with money. So I've started using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for buying gas.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I earn cash back just for buying the gas I was already buying.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make $200 to $300 this year.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now in the App Store or Google Play and start earning cash back on everyday gas purchases. Use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's up to 50 cents per gallon on your next fill up. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code RIDER. Code RIDER.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Dan Bickley here, and a new year is a great time to get moving. And if joint pain is holding you back, there's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, without putting your life on pause. QC Kinetics delivers regenerative treatments that help your body repair and restore damaged joint tissue wherever you are hurting. And these treatments happen right in the office, and you go about your day. Simple procedures that deliver life-changing results. So skip the invasive surgery and the 3 to 6 months of pain, recovery, and rehab. Plan the upcoming year on your terms. Move better, get stronger by taking care of your pain the smart way with game-changing regenerative treatments. Stop managing your pain. Start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now to schedule your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hi, everybody. Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, what makes starting the new year with service at Liberty GMC such a smart move?
Glad you asked, Dave. We respect your time all year long. Drop off your vehicle by 8 p.m. and you're back on the road the next morning. Plus, right now, get 25% off your entire bill for the month of January.
And to start the year strong, you can lease a 2026 GMC Terrain for just $279 a month for 39 months. Buy online anytime at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The search for the Arizona Cardinals' next head coach continues, and a new candidate has popped up today. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, the Cardinals have requested to interview Pittsburgh Steelers offensive coordinator Arthur Smith. For the full list of candidates, head on over to arizonasports.com. And the men's basketball edition of the Territorial Cup goes down tonight in Tucson. Tip-off for Sun Devils Wildcats is at 8:30 with pregame coverage beginning at 8 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by V's Barbershop. Get a fresh cut at V's Barbershop with real barbers, real tools, and real tradition. Clean, classic style that never goes out of fashion. Book your next cut at V's Barbershop.
Hey, it's Gambo. After landing Nolan Arenado, what is the next move for the Arizona Diamondbacks? We'll talk the latest on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Yeah, pretty significant local baseball news yesterday. I mean, you had Nolan Arenado. That's big enough where that has a ripple effect across the league. It sounds like the Padres wanted him, and obviously he's not on the Padres because he's on the Arizona Diamondbacks now. Katie Wu is the Dodgers reporter for The Athletic. She just became the Dodgers reporter for The Athletic, but she covered Nolan Arenado in St. Louis the past few years as the Cardinals reporter, and she joins us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Katie, thank you so much for the time. How are you doing?
I'm great, guys. How are you?
Doing good.
Doing well, Katie. Really appreciate your time this morning.
Oh, of course. Big day in Arizona land. So excited to break some things down.
Well, let's just kind of start big picture with this. With Nolan Arenado, this is a guy that certainly D-backs fans are familiar with from when he was with the Rockies, and he was one of the best players in all of baseball. Where do you see him at this point in his career as both a fielder and a hitter?
Yeah, I think that let's break it down first on where Arenado is in his career right now. You look at the stats and they tell a story, 3 years of consecutive offensive decline. But the Diamondbacks did not trade for Arenado to lead their offense. They traded for him to lead their defense, and he still remains, and we saw this regardless of the performance at the plate, one of the best third basemen in the game right now. And you look at how this infield is set up. I know the D-backs are potentially looking to upgrade at first base, but other than that, Perdomo at short, Marte, he's back. He's going to stay. He's at second base. And now you have a future Hall of Famer at the hot corner. You're feeling really good about your infield defense. Now, on the flip side of the ball, when you think about what Arenado could bring offensively, to me, after watching the last 3 years in St. Louis, I always felt like Nolan kind of struck me as a change of scenery candidate. Obviously, he has a lot of familiarity in the NL West. Chase Field is nice to hit. He's got the dome most of the time. And I think when you're looking at what the D-backs need from Nolan, again, they don't need him to be that power in the middle of the offense. They have guys there. They need him to be that supplementary hitter, maybe 6th or 7th in the lineup that can drive in some runs and get on base, but not exactly fuel the entire offense. So if you're trading for Arenado and paying just $11 million of the 42 remaining, and you're getting him for defense, I don't think the Diamondbacks could have done better in that regard.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that, Katie. What kind of clubhouse guy is Nolan Arenado?
You know, I think he'll really be re-energized given the youth and competitiveness of the D-backs. And they have some experience there, right? This is not a rookie squad here, but there's a lot of young guys and a lot of talented guys, and I think that will do him wonders. We've heard about this for multiple seasons now, his desire to play for a competitive club. Well, he had a significant amount of time in Colorado, so that didn't happen, and 3 total playoff games for the Cardinals in 5 years. So he is super hungry to bring a winning mindset to the D-backs, and I think he'll really enjoy being around those guys as they look to compete in the NL West. It was interesting to see how much Nolan learned, I think, about himself and his leadership style over the last couple of years in St. Louis. When you go to an organization and you expect them to compete and all of a sudden they don't, you also have to change your personality, your mindset about how things are going for your organization. And being around a lot of young guys and inexperience in St. Louis, it was nice to see Nolan kind of make those adjustments and become a better clubhouse leader. I really think he'll bring a level of respect and a level of experience that will benefit this club here.
Katie, what kind of personality? What kind of personality does this guy have?
Oh, he's fiery. He wants to win, and he is never, ever satisfied. And it's crazy because you look at what he's done at third base, inarguably, I should say, one of the best third basemen of all time, and he's never happy with it. Cardinals manager Ollie Marmol would talk about it with us pregame on how Nolan could have, 3 hits, and at the end of the game, he's taking videos of his swing in the cage and sending it to the hitting coaches like, okay, what can I do next? He's one of the only guys I've ever covered that has taken BP after a game in the cages. So this really is one of the most intense ball players I've ever been around, and it shows up in the way that he plays every day. Good luck getting him to take a day off. He will not do it.
We're talking to Katie Wu, athletic reporter who has covered the St. Louis Cardinals for the last few years, so very familiar with Nolan Arenado and what he brings to a team. Katie, you mentioned the Diamondbacks infield there, and this is a team that has been trying to win with pitching and defense the last couple of years, and yet for whatever reason the offense has been the strength. And when you bring up an infield that has Nolan Arenado and Geraldo Perdomo and Ketel Marte, and then you have Corbin Carroll in the outfield, what do you think of this lineup right now in terms of being good enough to keep this team in the race until they get some of their pitchers back, whatever that is, mid-season, let's say?
That's all they need to do, right? Look, the significant part here is that the D-backs play in not the greatest division for them in the NL West because they will have to go against the Dodgers if they want to win the division, and that's obviously not an easy feat. But the way that they're constructed and the way the National League looks right now, and again, things could change based on the free agency picture, I think the D-backs could really be competitive here. You mentioned Corbin Carroll, obvious stud. the fact that they kept Marte is huge because it just says that, this is something that we can build around here. Gurriel's hurt. Maybe he'll be back around June. That'll be a boost. But your primary goal, if you're the D-backs, is to hang around and play competitive baseball in the first half and make it hard for Mike Hazen to have to make a decision at the trade deadline if they're going to go for it or not. But this, to me, if you're going to go and rely on some pitching, I know that they brought back Merrill Kelly and Mike Soroka as some depth pieces, but if you are going to rely on your pitching and defense and you're waiting for some key guys to come back, making sure that you have a sound third baseman and a sound shortstop and a sound second baseman is really going to help your pitching staff. So I like the way this lineup is constructed. I think Arizona has quietly had one of the better off seasons despite not signing any of those big stars necessarily. But this to me certainly looks like a team that can keep up in the division, especially with the Padres not really having that splashy of an offseason and the Giants doing essentially nothing so far.
Katie, why do you think the Cardinals were so willing to move off of Nolan Arenado?
It comes down to where they are in their organization's trajectory. And for those that maybe don't follow the Cardinals as closely, it's a little bit of a grim time in St. Louis. And I think for the most part, when we talk about the Cardinals, we're talking about the history, the proud franchise. They're always in it. They're always winning. Well, the Cardinals, for the first time in a long time, are rebuilding. And they're doing this under new president of baseball operations, Chaim Bloom. They had the same front office for over 2 decades in John Mozeliak, but their farm system was depleted. They had a lack of resources, and it just came time for this organization to really look itself in the face and say, we have to start fresh. And that's why they traded Sonny Gray, Wilson Contreras, and now Arenado. Obviously, the saga has been going down for the last year and a half, because I think the Cardinals would have expedited this rebuild if they were able to trade him last year. It just came down to the Cardinals needing to cut payroll, wanting to give some experience to their younger guys, and Nolan also not really wanting to be part of a rebuild either. And, I think it made sense for both parties. I think they both left. Nolan left St. Louis on good terms. The Cardinals, of course, happy to move him, sad that it didn't work out in better favor for either party. But this is just what made sense for both teams.
Well, Katie, we really appreciate this. Thank you for the insight. We'll talk to you again, all right?
You got it, guys. Thanks so much.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
That's Katie Wu, athletic reporter who has covered. If we had more time, I was going to ask her about Goldie, too, because there's always.
Ask her about the best restaurant on the hill.
Oh, yeah. You wanted to talk about where to get the best Italian food in St. Louis.
Katie had me.
All right, we're going to have to get Katie back on the show. All right, when we come back, how are teams feeling about the Phoenix Suns as we approach the halfway point of the season? I think we got a little more insight. We had that cut from J.J. Redick earlier in the year, Wolf. We got one from Eric Spoelstra, who knows a thing or two about hardworking teams. You'll hear what he had to say about the Suns after that game against the Heat last night. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Booker on the penetration. It's up to Williams. He'll throw it down. What a look from Devin Booker.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. Choosing dental implants, it's one of the most important health decisions you're ever going to make. That's right. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center right here in Phoenix. They're locally owned, and they're proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility right here in Phoenix with decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored. Dr. Joe and their expert team, they deliver results that you can trust, Basinonians. Unlike some gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait-and-switch pricing and limited-time offers or surprise add-on fees, you're never going to see that with Aria Dental Implant Center. Implant Center. Never going to see that. Go experience the Aria difference. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the other implant centers out there. Go to Aria Dental Implant Center. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
This is the one the world waits for. Be part of the excitement at Barrett-Jackson, the world's greatest collector car auctions. January 17th through 25th at Westworld. There's entertainment for the whole family. Save with advanced tickets today at Barrett-Jackson.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. So what stood out in last night's Suns game in Miami? We're reacting to the Suns on the Burns and Gambo show. And we start at 2 o'clock on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Thanks to Katie Wu for joining us last segment. Good stuff.
Katie was great.
Wolf did not get to ask about
I
Italian
know.
food, though, which was your whole plan.
Come on, I already know Canetto's on the Hill, based on our names. If you're going to St. Louis, Canetto's on the Hill, courtesy of your Uncle Ron.
How do you feel about the song by Alice in Chains?
This is...
So if you're ever in St. Louis on the Hill, as you call it, and you hear somebody making that noise, that means Wolf is there ready to get some
By
Italian
the way,
food.
if you're standing there in a tunnel getting ready to run out onto a football field as well, you might want to do that to the guy standing next to you. Just look him dead in the eye and just do it.
Just maybe don't do it to your coach before you. Maybe you should.
Coach,
who knows?
Coach needs to be fired up too.
How about this cut from Eric Spoelstra? Speaking of coaches, one of the most respected coaches in the NBA.
Yeah.
Suns played the Heat last night, obviously, and this is what he said. This is actually before the game, so this gives you an insight onto how Miami was approaching the Phoenix Suns. First time these two teams have met this season. First time Miami has seen this version of the Suns in person, and this is what Eric Spoelstra said.
We respect what they've done. We view them as probably similar to us. I just think they've done that at a higher level and more consistent. What I talked about early on, where we've had these pockets of inconsistency, I think they've been pretty steady and steadfast in who they are. They defend at a high level. They share the ball. They play a collective game, and they don't fatigue with that. They do it night in, night out, and that's given them an opportunity to be +9, where we hoped we would be at this point. They've done it, and that's a good example for us, but also, hey, respect is there, but look, we want to get a win tonight, and coming off the road trip we had, we need to take care of business.
Your thoughts on that, Luke?
Well, look, I mean, as a coach, you can say anything about, hey, we respect this team, but he went into some detail there, and anybody who knows anything about the Miami Heat and the culture they have there and how proud they are of their culture there, for Spoelstra to go down that path and give detail and not just give a quick 5-second, oh, yeah, we respect what they've done. They're having a good year. We need to bounce back. That was a 50-second cut right there, and he went into comparing the Suns to his team and the way they play and how hardworking they are. And we all know how hardworking this team is here, but there was that stretch earlier in the year where you could see other teams being like, wait a minute, this is not the same Suns team from last year. That J.J. Redick cut from early in the year really kind of stands out as one of those instances, but there are others. But now you're going through it again because the Suns are playing a bunch of teams on the East Coast that have not played the Suns yet. So I thought it was interesting to hear Coach Spo, of all people, say that because he's seen some things in this league.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I mean, this is one of the reasons why that first quarter was the way that it was, because Coach had them ready to go. Eric Spoelstra had his team ready to go, and they came out, and they were lit from the get. And you look at it, they scored 36 in that first quarter, 35 in the second quarter, and they scored 35 in the fourth as well. When the game was on the line, even though the Suns did a great job coming back, tying it up going into the fourth quarter at 92. That was awesome to see them come back. They actually took a 6-point lead with 3 minutes and 32 seconds to go. They took a 6-point lead, and you were thinking, this is who they are. This is what the Suns do. And then, bam, the Miami Heat, they won it in the end. Clutch time was their time. Now, that typically is something we've seen an awful lot from the Phoenix Suns as well. But this culture that the Phoenix Suns have, to me, of everything that Spoelstra just said, I love the fact that he said they play a collective game and they don't fatigue with that. They play a collective game and they don't fatigue with that. They don't get tired of doing it as a team. They do it night in and night out, he said. They've done it, and that's a good example for us. See, the culture of the Phoenix Suns, once again, is something that other coaches across the association are looking to implant into their team. That kind of culture.
When you said lit from the get, I thought you were going to use that to segue into dip off after tip off, but you didn't do it. You stuck to a real point there.
There was a dip off. You dip.
Look, it's indicative that the Suns aren't sneaking up on teams. I think you're right. The way Miami started that game last night, maybe they would have done that anyway because they were in need of a win, but it did feel like they were acutely aware of the team they were playing. And if they didn't bring it early, they were just going to be another team that the Suns beat. I mean, the Suns were 9-2 in their previous 11 coming into that game. There's going to be more and more of these teams as you get into the second half of the season. It's the next test for the Suns. You see this all the time in the NBA where you have an 82 games. You see it in baseball too with 162 games where you'll have the occasional team that surprises people. But then you get into the second half of the season. You see this in hockey all the time. Same schedule setup, right? 82 games. Where, oh, yeah, okay, you're surprising some teams here in the first 41 games. Okay, now we're into the second half. Now the All-Star break has passed. The teams that need to make a run in the playoffs, the teams that came into the season with massive expectations and super talented rosters, they know how to play when it gets into February and March and April. They know how to raise their game up. And the Suns are not going to be a team that plays a really good team, really talented team, and that really talented team's like, oh, we got the Suns. Okay, cool. This is kind of like a get-right game.
Yeah.
They are on everybody's radar. This is going to get tougher now.
You know what's amazing? I can almost hear Eric Spoelstra's pregame speech to his team. I can almost hear it. These guys are who we want to be. Are you telling me right now these guys don't have this dripping talent? You know what? We have more talent than they do. What do you say we go out there and we show them what our culture is? These guys talk about their culture all the time and who they are and how it allows them to go out and play. What are you going to do about it here? I mean, I can almost hear him challenging his players. You better be ready to go. These guys are who we want to be, especially on the defensive end of the floor.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of effort are you willing to give? Because you're going to get it from these guys. They're going to come out and they're going to ball out. And if you're not ready, we're going to get blown out at home. I could just hear them. I mean, so much of the time, this is how coaches, they build up the opponent to begin with. But when you can say it with conviction, the way that Sproles could say it, yeah, man.
You can't help but circle that game now on January 25th, right? First game home for the Suns after this road trip, and there's a stretch there where they're going to play after this road trip 9 of 10 at home, and it starts with that game against the Heat. But I think this one now stands out a little bit because you do have a Miami team who prides themselves historically, or at least over the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years, at being really good at the things that the Suns are currently really good at. And they got the Suns in the first half last night. And it's like, okay, wow, all right, Miami, here they go. They clearly had the Suns on their radar, and they wanted to. But the Suns came all the way back, like they do. Even if you have the Suns on your radar and you come out on point to begin a game and you're up by 20, the Suns are going to come back, and they're going to take the lead, and they keep doing it. So I'm real interested to see that. On top of the fact that when the Suns play a team multiple times, they noticeably get better the second time or third time around this season. And the fact that game is in 9 days, 10 days, I mean, that's how can you not have that on your radar?
Yeah, I love the fact they came out with intent. The Suns, of course, after the first half, giving up 71 points, came out with intent in that third quarter, gave up 21? I believe it was 21 points in that third quarter, and that's how they got back into the game. 92-92 going into the fourth. Yes.
And it's funny because, watching that game last night, I was like, they're going to come back. I mean, they're down by 20. They're going to come back eventually.
You were confident, yeah.
Yeah.
It's absurd, isn't it?
It's insane.
But we're all thinking it because they keep doing it.
They just keep doing it, yeah. From the first game of the season.
Yes, that's true. They showed us who they were in that first game. Hey, we're down 20 to Sacramento. Hey, look, we won. It's why it's another reason why it's so easy to get behind this team is it's like a boxing match or a UFC fight where it's back and forth. It's not like, oh, this is lopsided. Okay, oh, you hit me hard. Okay, I'll just go home. It's like if you hit the Suns hard, they're going to hit you harder in the second half. You might beat them. Miami beat them last night, but they're going to come back. They don't just go down easily. When we come back, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The Suns defensively, it has been one of the cornerstones of why they've got the sixth best record in the NBA's Western Conference.
Yeah, it is really aggressive in getting after the basketball. If you're going to make a lazy pass, they're going to get their hands on it. They're going to deflect it. They're going to steal it. That's led to a lot of easy baskets for them. So by most defensive metrics, this is a pretty good defensive basketball team, which surprised a lot of people.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from our brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Man, January is here. Yes, it is. Let me look at. Oh, yeah, there it is. January is when smart buyers make their move. And when it comes to new vehicles, I trust Tim Hovick and his team at Santan Ford, Basinonians. I've known Tim Hovick for 20 years now. I'm all about no gimmicks and no nonsense. And that's why I love Tim Hovick, because he's not about gimmicks or nonsense of any kind. Just great Fords and great Ford people who do business the right way. Isn't that what you want to deal with? I know you do. Try out the world-famous Ford F-150 or family rigs like the Explorer and the all-new Expedition. That's what the Warrior Queen drives. Absolutely loves it. If you need a little more, then Bronco or Mustang is for you. Find them all, plus great people at Tim Hovick Santan Ford. Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, your company is a leading installer of artificial turf in the Valley, and artificial turf has become extremely popular in Arizona.
Absolutely. Less maintenance is what everyone is going for these days. So we can provide a lawn that'll last through every season, less watering, no mowing, one-stop shop. Call Turf Monsters.
623-263-7388, online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value.
Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
If you're sitting there thinking, I'm drowning in private student loan debt and nobody's going to help me, let me stop you right there. Why Refi will help you. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and helping people escape distressed or defaulted private student loan debt is exactly what they do. Why Refi works with you to build a low, fixed-rate payment plan that actually fits your life. Not a Band-Aid, a real path forward. And here's the thing, they're not going to make you feel bad about it. There's no judgment, no endless questions about how you got here. They know life happens. They just want to help you move forward. If other lenders have told you no, don't assume that's the end. Why Refi was built for people who've been told no. Your student loans don't have to control your future. Take back control today. Call Why Refi at 888-WHY-REFI-85 or visit whyrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Got a question. Did you buy your home in the last, say, couple of years? Well, here's the deal. You could be throwing away thousands on a high interest rate. Whoa, who knows anybody who wants to do that? The Lund Mortgage Team, Arizona's trusted family-run lender, just launched a powerful new refinance program that can lower your rate and boost your savings. It's fast and it's local, and it's available for you right now. Don't wait. Lund Mortgage. That's LUNDmortgage.com, where Arizona saves.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The search for the Arizona Cardinals' next head coach continues, and a new candidate has popped up today. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, the Cardinals have requested to interview Pittsburgh Steelers offensive coordinator Arthur Smith. For the full list of candidates, head on over to arizonasports.com. And the men's basketball edition of the Territorial Cup goes down tonight in Tucson. Tip-off for Sun Devils Wildcats is at 8:30, with pregame coverage beginning at 8 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Ready to freshen up your home in 2026? Come visit the Window Depot today. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, and more at the best prices. TheWindowDepot.com.
And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports. Local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does it smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
It is noon on a Wednesday. We are live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, and it's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick.
The search for the Arizona Cardinals' next head coach continues, and according to The Athletic's Diana Rossini, the Cardinals have requested to interview Texans defensive coordinator Matt Burke. How would you guys feel if Arizona hired Matt Burke?
Yeah, it's ultimately, and I know you keep saying this, Wolf, ultimately it comes down to if they win games, we're going to like the hire.
Yeah.
But I think with where things have been the last however many years and the fact that they have repeatedly hired unproven coordinators, and it's not that it has never worked at all, but it's obviously why they believe we are where we are, because they just fired Jonathan Gannon a week and a half ago. I think if you hire an unproven coordinator, the fans just aren't going to be excited until you go out there and put up a 10 or 11 win season, even if he ends up being the right guy. So Matt Burke, any of these guys, Mike LaFleur, any of them, Clint Kubiak could be the right guy.
Yeah.
But don't expect the fans to be fired up because you're doing the same thing you've been doing, and it's not leading to wins.
No, you're absolutely right on that. This is the Arizona Cardinal way. It is. They're more interested in coordinators and the next guy that might turn into a great coach as opposed to paying a name guy,
a great coach
that is already out there. That's, for the most part, always been the way that it's been. Now, Dennis Green was a guy that was a really well-known hire. Buddy Ryan was a well-known hire as well. Some people would say they were more towards the end of their coaching career for the most part, but, once again, it's just not been the Arizona Cardinal way, Basin Onions. I want to see him get it right. Whether it's a coordinator, an offensive coordinator, a defensive coordinator, a special teams guy, I just want to see them get it right where they go out and they win games. The odds of them hiring a coordinator and him coming in and turning it around the way that Ben Johnson has turned it around or Liam Cohen has turned it around, the odds of that happening aren't as big as the odds of John Harbaugh or Mike Tomlin, or even Kevin Stefanski turning it around. And that's why it's always going to be something that fans are going to look at, and they're not going to be fired up about coordinators as opposed to guys that are named coaches.
You're going to have to prove it. There's whoever, if you want to use Matt Burke as the example, might end up being a great coach. But we were talking about Mike Tomlin earlier. This will be the Cardinals' 6th head coaching hire since Mike Tomlin got hired in Pittsburgh. And they were all unproven guys when they hired them. The only guy with any NFL head coaching experience is Bruce Arians because he had stepped in that one year with the Colts. And look, Bruce Arians, that worked out great. Like, some of these do work out. But you can't – it's going to be tough if they hire a coordinator for that coordinator when he first gets here, because the press conference is going to be like, we believe, oh, this is the guy. Like, you guys aren't going to believe it. Yeah, no, we're not, until they go out there and win 10 or 11 games.
That's right.
Kind of like the Suns, I feel like. The Suns came in and they're like, this is the guy with Jordan Ott. And we're like, well, he just went to Michigan State. Yeah. And then now it's like, oh, he's the guy.
Look what he had to do to win people over.
Yeah,
they
you
win
just gotta,
every night.
If you win everything, all the pre-existing notions about someone just kind of goes away. I was going to ask you guys, how would you feel if Arthur Smith was hired, but I feel like you guys feel the same way.
No, I'm just telling you right now, that is the name that I like in terms of coordinators. When we talk about coordinators, the reason being is because he's got head coaching experience.
I was going to say, I don't view him as just a coordinator. He's been a head coach.
Experience with the Atlanta Falcons, and then, of course, being a coordinator. I love his mentality. This guy is about one back. He's about two back. He's about every personnel group you can possibly want. And we're going to be varied. We're going to have multiple sets. We're going to do a lot of different things. That's Arthur Smith.
He's been a head coach in this league for 3 years with Atlanta. Like I was saying earlier, it's been with one team. I don't need a guy who has, I don't want to say failed, but I mean his record, he had a losing record, 21-30. I don't need that if you have a losing record with 3 or 4 different teams.
And we're going to have a fullback. Yeah, baby!
There's the real reason. Okay.
The Arizona Diamondbacks traded for 10-time Gold Glove winner Nolan Arenado yesterday. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now on ArizonaSports.com. It asks, have your 2026 season expectations changed with the D-backs adding third baseman Nolan Arenado? Yes, World Series or bust.
Ooh. Okay.
Yes, playoffs for sure. No, stayed the same.
I mean, if those are my 3 options,
that's it.
The one thing I would say, I guess if those are my options, I'm not going to say playoffs for sure. I said that last year and it didn't work.
Don't say it again.
I guess I'll
do not say it again.
I guess I'll say stayed the same, although they haven't stayed the same, because I think the addition of Nolan Arenado shows me that internally they believe they can make the playoffs this year. You don't go out and get him if you're in like a wait and see year and you're just ready for everybody to be healthy in 2027. You wouldn't go out and get Nolan Arenado if you were going to do that. So it has changed, but I'm not going to say playoffs for sure.
Yeah, I'm a big pitching and defense guy for the most part, based on Nolan Arenado. It doesn't get much better. over at the hot corner than Nolan Arenado.
10 straight gold
10
gloves.
straight
Is that good
gold
enough for you?
gloves? Are you kidding me? But we talked to Katie Wu as well just a few segments ago. Who says segment based on our
Only
news?
you.
We just talked to him, and she was talking, I should say, about Nolan Arenado and the type of person that he is. And this is not a guy that takes days off. That was not lost on me at all, where you've got this guy who's well respected, who's done a lot in this league, and suddenly he doesn't like to take days off.
Oh, I'm scheduled to play tonight? All right, I'll be there.
Interesting.
No days off. No days off.
That's right, Bill.
No days off.
That's right, Coach. Do your job.
What an inspiring chant that is.
It's so great. It's one of my favorite things. And everybody in the parade crowd was going, "No days."
That's the thing. You got to remember that was a parade. That wasn't the first day of the season.
All right, so I guess I'll say stayed the same, but I think they should make the playoffs. That's my opinion. Stayed the same as leading, 64%. Yes, playoffs for sure, 31%. And yes, World Series or bust, 5%.
How could you say they're going to make the playoffs? Honestly, when you look at the rotation right now.
The rotation. If they went out and added
Even the bullpen.
Yeah. Yeah, but if they went out and added like a Framber Valdez or a Ranger Suarez, I'd be like, okay, playoffs. Here we go.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think the rotation could be playoff-esque. Like,
wow.
if Fott and Erod have bounce back years,
man.
But those are question marks.
But like,
and it could turn into an exclamation point.
2023, we watched this team go all the way to the World Series.
Yeah.
It's tough, I think, to be confident with what you just said, Rick, of if Fott and Erod, because I feel like we said if Fott and Erod a lot last year. You know what I mean?
and I think that Ryan Nelson should do.
I fully expect him to just keep doing what he's doing.
Yeah, that's like, I think Brian Nelson could be an ace, and you bring back Merrill. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's largely prove it, and
for
yet
sure.
that's okay. I'm great with that because typically they will.
I feel good about the Diamondbacks in general. I just would like one more starting pitcher because you did lose Zach Gallen and you lost Corbin Burns, at least for the start of the year.
All right, last one for you guys. The Phoenix Suns lost 127-121 to the Miami Heat last night. Devin Booker left the game with an ankle injury. He did return, but it did sound like they're going to take it, cautiously after the game when you heard what Jordan Ott said. What would the impact of Booker missing time with this injury what would the impact be of Booker missing time with this injury at this point in the season?
Well, look, the first thing I would say is Devin Booker has dealt with injuries in the past, and he seems like a guy who knows his body pretty well, and he has an injury, whatever, even if he has to miss a week or 2 weeks or whatever, he tends to come back at full strength for the most part, right?
Yeah.
But it'd be rough. I mean, we're talking about, hey, look how close they are to fifth, and look how close they are to fourth, and they're not that far out of third and second, and you realize, look, I mean, if they keep playing like this, they are a top 6 team in the Western Conference. But if Devin Booker's hurt, you then have to turn around and look in the rearview mirror and see how many teams are close. They don't have like the biggest buffer zone, the biggest margin for error in the world. And if he's hurt and Jalen Green's not back and Dylan Brooks is on the verge of getting suspended, I mean, you do need some of your players to win games in this league.
Watch, Book is going to start missing games. Jalen Green will come back now.
Yeah, and then the chemistry will be
still a question.
Still in question. It's like when KD got traded here and he played 8 games, and then they had to go into the playoffs. That was rough. So
rolling his ankle in warm-ups. That was brutal.
I'm going to stay pretty optimistic about Book in this situation. I mean, he may have to miss a game or two or whatever, but I don't think he's going to miss a ton. But I'm also not a doctor, and I'm not there. So I don't know if that disqualifies me at all.
Appreciates your positivity.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th, 2026 and 10 for Pat's Run. This 4.2-mile run and walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium. Home of the Sun Devils. Celebrate the legacy in every stride, honoring Pat Tillman's life as an Arizona State Sun Devil, an Arizona Cardinal, and an Army Ranger. Learn more and sign up today and honor Pat Tillman's legacy with every stride at patsrun.org. All right, when we come back, it appears that there are 3 teams really high on John Harbaugh's list. So why are those three teams more appealing than the Cardinals? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Lawler, I mean, he's still considered one of the top prospects in baseball. We all know about the failings that he's had at the major league level so far, whether it was the yips or his inability to hit at first. I feel like we've gotten to that point where Jordan Lawler, where it's like, okay, what are you? Who are you? How are you going to contribute to the Arizona Diamondbacks? And I don't mean Reno. I mean the Arizona Diamondbacks. Yeah. How are you going to contribute to this team? And it feels like this is that year for Lawler. I just don't know where that path is.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and a new year's a great time for new windows, a great time to beautify your home and reduce your energy bills by calling my friends at Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. This is a family-owned business that treats customers like friendships. They're co-owned by former NFL linebacker Nate Orchard. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, and they do tremendous work. And I know because they replace my windows, and they look outstanding. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, and then they'll guarantee them for life. And during their New Year's sale, you'll get $1,250 off the purchase of 5 or more windows and $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 480-764-2110. That's 480-764-2110 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
You can swirl it, you can sip it, but the best way is to share it. Hey y'all, I'm Deanna, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You get that bold flavor of the Coke mixed with the smooth deliciousness of the vanilla ice cream. You have a juicy filet and a smooth, creamy float. It's an awesome pairing.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 27 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here, reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight. Oh no, it happened
Hey, it's Gambo. After landing Nolan Arenado, what is the next move for the Arizona Diamondbacks? We'll talk the latest on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Shout out to Glendale. What's going on to Glendale?
Yeah, Glendale.
Ever been to a hockey game in Glendale? Because I think I've been to slightly over like 500.
Okay. Yeah. No.
You haven't been to 500 hockey
No.
games in Glendale? I mean, there aren't any now, but there was a time.
Maybe 3, I think, yes.
I've got you beat there, then.
Yeah, you do.
Take that. They keep showing slow motion cuts
perfect.
of Mike Tomlin. Well, yeah, look where it got me. There's no games in Glendale now. Mike Tomlin on TV, and it's like the slow motion, like here he is coaching, looking intense on the sideline, Wolf. Yeah. And they're all scenes where you can tell it's cold because you can see everybody breathing. It's like, Mike, if you want to go somewhere warm, I'm just saying. Phoenix, you rarely see your breath in Phoenix. I'm looking at the YouTube live chat, and there are a few people saying, "Hey, look, Mike Tomlin's not coaching next year, so you're hoping for something that's not going to happen." Fair, maybe. I don't know. As long I'm at this point, Wolf. If he's not going to coach, that's fine. I don't want John Harbaugh going to coach the Giants and Mike Tomlin going to coach Atlanta. And there's 2 more teams that are in the playoffs every year in the NFC.
Yes.
And now you got to get past San Francisco, Seattle, the Rams, and then you've got 2 wild card spots or divisions maybe locked up every year with Harbaugh and Tomlin. So
yeah, in the NFC West.
Yeah, we don't need that.
Can you imagine that? Honestly, you're so spot on. John Harbaugh, please. Mike Tomlin, stay in the AFC. Thank you very much. Or if you want to come here and coach, okay, at me. Go ahead and at me.
Mike, your options should be come here and coach, go do TV. If for some reason you want to coach and it's not here, well, go to Miami or something. I don't know, but not in the NFC. Frederick Larson on YouTube. Why isn't Stefanski getting more attention here in Arizona? Great question, Frederick.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great question.
Why is he not getting more attention nationally? It seems really quiet.
I have a theory on that.
Okay.
What?
He was the head coach when the Browns brought in Deshaun Watson, and I don't know how much he signed off on that, but he was the coach, and I think that a lot of people look at that as a really, really bad move by them.
But I don't think that was his decision, though.
Yeah, but, I think that might be what is being looked at by other teams.
Yeah. I would almost look at that as like an obstacle he had to overcome. the ownership's the one that was like, hey, remember that day?
Okay, he was there, 6 years?
Stefanski? Yeah.
As the Cleveland Browns head coach.
Yeah.
And he won 2 NFL Coach of the Year titles?
In Cleveland. And they've been a mess the last 6 years. Well, they've been a mess the last 15 years, but...
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Might go back a little bit.
Want to double check past 50. Since 2000.
By the way, Cleveland, what up?
There's a reason.
I loved playing there in Cleveland.
There's a reason one of their fans wrote a song about all the quarterbacks they've had. And that song only went through 2017. If we remixed it, we could add like another 18 quarterbacks.
Yeah, that's right. Point well taken. We
also,
don't need to hear it, Rick. We do not. I see you back there working. Do not. Do not go there.
On the YouTube live chat, Sean wrote in and said, Borat isn't a good movie. I haven't seen the whole context of why that came up, but hopefully Vince Marotta does not see this.
Yes.
Yeah. John Harbaugh has 3 teams that seem to be, at least right now, the leaders in the clubhouse. John Harbaugh is going to coach next year, so this is a guy that you should be pursuing with everything you have if you're an NFL team that doesn't have a head coach right now. He's meeting with the Giants today. What he's already talked with the Falcons.
Yes.
And the Titans are also apparently one of the 3 teams that have kind of moved ahead of everybody else on his list. What do you think of those 3 teams?
That's really interesting. When you think about it, the New York Giants, of course, the Mara family, been around for a long time. The New York Giants with the heart, part of the heart, I would say, of the National Football League, playing in the Big Apple. Have a great tradition, of course, and history within that organization. The Atlanta Falcons, Arthur Blank is one of the most respected owners, I think, in football for the most part. So it's a situation where, I could see that. The Tennessee Titans being a better job then the Arizona Cardinals, I reject that openly.
I do too. And this is why I know there's a tendency to say, oh, this is the biggest offseason ever. This is a big one for the Cardinals. If you really take a step back and you think about the anger/apathy from a good percentage of the fan base, two emotions you don't want your fan base feeling. You'd rather they feel angry than apathetic. You don't want to get to apathetic because then it's just kind of they're not there until you start stacking wins. It's hard to get them excited about hypotheticals. So you have that. You have the fact that you're looking for a new head coach again. Last season didn't answer questions. It raised questions. We were supposed to get some clarity, and it seems like the only clarity we got is they might move on from Kyler, but there's a ton of other questions. But also the landscape. If you're a team that needs an NFL head coach, John Harbaugh's out there.
Yeah.
Kevin Stefanski's out there. He's not Harbaugh, but there's,
Right.
Brian Flores is out there. There are good coaches. There's a lot of years, Wolf, where there aren't good coaches. You have to get creative if you need one. And then flip it. It's not like the Cowboys need a coach. I mean, now the Steelers do. But it's not like the Cowboys or the Packers or these teams that are perennially really good and they're going to have their first pick. For a while there, it looked like you were competing with Tennessee and the Browns and teams that, like, you should not be behind these teams on a list.
Yeah, Baltimore is somebody I'm going to throw in
now
there.
Baltimore and Pittsburgh
as well. I'm going to throw those two in there. I just want to make the announcement to Mike T, of course, Mike Tomlin, ladies and gentlemen, that New York and Tennessee and Atlanta, they're all cold weather. Okay, you do get cold weather there. They play in the Mercedes Dome. Down in Atlanta.
And they're about to build a dome in Tennessee.
That's kind of nice. I get that. I understand that. But, that's not going to be done this year.
But you're still going to have to walk to the stadium.
That's
you're going to have to walk from your car to the stadium.
He just doesn't want to be in cold weather. Not going to go there. Who would want to go to the Big Apple?
I like how you're putting Atlanta as a cold weather city. I mean, I know it gets colder than here.
It does. It'll snow in Atlanta.
Oh, yeah. You don't want a part of that then.
Yeah. I'm just saying, we know, Mike T, that you love it, Arizona. We know that. He does. I know that for a fact.
The state of Arizona, not necessarily.
He loves the state of Arizona.
Okay. All right.
Exactly.
I'll come out here and
Mike T,
just
what
check
do you
it
say,
out.
Mike?
Maybe you check it
Come
out
on
for a
now,
year.
bruh.
I don't like that Harbaugh has these other teams on his list ahead of the Cardinals. I get the Giants. I get that. I get that it's New York, it's the Giants, like you said. That's a core team for the NFL.
And tradition.
And they have a quarterback, and they have a couple running backs now, and they have a potentially elite receiver, Malik Neighbors. He sure looked like it before he got hurt. So I understand that. I think we all thought the Giants would be at the top of the list. There's no reason the Falcons or the Titans should be considered a better job than the Arizona Cardinals. They're just and if that's the case, then that's something the Cardinals need to work on, because what have those teams done? The Titans may have a quarterback in Cam Ward, but the rest of the team's a mess. And the Falcons, I don't even think they have a quarterback right now, unless you're really into Kirk Cousins again. When we come back, how much could Dylan Brooks acquiring technical fouls seemingly more rapidly by the day
Michael Penix
end up hurting the Suns? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Junior.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And the Suns fall tonight to the Heat, 127 to 121. They got down double digits early. They were down 20 at the beginning of the third before fighting all the way back to take a 6-point lead. But they end up on the losing side by 6, 127-121.
Gut Punch L on the road, and we talk about it today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Bear here from Waltz TV and Appliance with Dan Bickley. So, Bick, how did your TV and installation really turn out from us?
Bear, I seriously cannot thank you guys enough. My viewing experience is so immersive and so incredible. It is everything you could ever want as a sports fan. I highly recommend to all of our listeners that you see the difference and you hear the difference when shopping at Waltz.
Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, let's talk fees. I hear people all the time saying, I don't want to pay too much for advice, but sometimes they're looking at it the wrong way.
Exactly, Gambo. Too many folks, especially the middle market, people with $750,000 to $1 million saved, get fixated on finding a discount advisor. But being penny wise and pound foolish can cost them way more in the long run.
Yeah, meanwhile, the ultra-rich don't blink at fees. They pay 2% plus 20% of the upside because they know the value is there.
That's the key. At Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, we are fiduciaries. That means we're legally obligated to put your best interests first. And our pricing is fair, transparent, and reasonable without all the Wall Street games.
So, folks, don't settle for cheap when your retirement is on the line. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The search for the Arizona Cardinals' next head coach continues, and a new candidate has popped up today, according to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport. The Cardinals have requested to interview Pittsburgh Steelers offensive coordinator Arthur Smith. For the full list of candidates, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. And the men's basketball edition of the Territorial Cup goes down tonight in Tucson. Tip-off for Sun Devils Wildcats is at 8:30 with pregame coverage beginning at 8 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. No trust your estate could go through probate, meaning the courts decide who gets your money. Schedule your full estate planning review at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. So what stood out in last night's Suns game in Miami? We're reacting to the Suns on the Burns and Gambo show. And we start at 2 o'clock on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Okay, well that's fairly significant news right there.
What's that?
How do you feel about Dante Moore if he was there at like number 3 in the draft? Don't waste your time. He's going back to Oregon.
No.
Is that what you did?
Seriously?
Yeah.
He's going back to Oregon.
You just said that, yeah.
Dante Moore is going back to Oregon, and that means, you know what? I'm kind of happy about that Because you know what? Let's get a butt god.
Because now nobody gets a quarterback.
That's right. Let's go ahead and get a butt god.
I like
number 3.
big butts and I cannot
Luke,
lie.
you've been talking about this the whole time. Maybe you could get a quarterback in the second round.
I just think it's as low risk as it's ever going to be to get an upside quarterback is to take one in this draft in the second round. There will be guys that you have heard of, which is not the cutoff point for why you draft a guy, but like there will be guys you're like, oh wow, I forgot that guy's there in the second round. He was being viewed as like a top 10 pick a few months ago. There will be guys. I know you're giving up a second round pick.
Yes,
that's anybody. You draft
right.
anybody. But yeah, I think drafting one at 3 now is probably out the window.
Yeah, but I like that. It brings clarity, I think, to that third pick right now. Just not going to take a quarterback at number 3. You're going to take some butt god who's going to line up and blow your face off.
You know who it doesn't bring clarity to is the Jets. Maybe next year, New York.
That is bad.
You want Kyler Murray? I mean, now you can't get a quarterback in the draft. You want Kyler Murray?
You know what? Honestly, Luke, that is something to think about as well.
That would be, I mean,
some veteran quarterbacks that are out there that could be out there on the market. That makes it a little bit more valuable. Let's put it that way.
If you really do want to move on from Kyler Murray, there's not much out there for teams that need quarterbacks. Try to view this from a different team's perspective that needs a quarterback, okay? Unless you're the Raiders and you can take Mendoza at 1, Kyler Murray is probably the best name, the most interesting name out there right now that Dante Moore's off the board. Now, other teams might not be so hesitant to take like a Trinidad Chambliss.
Yeah.
Because they see a guy who's 6'6" and they're not coming off of years of having a quarterback who was shorter than that. But I don't know. So we'll get into this, obviously, a little bit more here in a little bit. Also, since we just mentioned Ranger Suarez, the simple fact that I said it'd be cool if the Diamondbacks got him, he just signed to the Red Sox.
Oh.
So thanks, Boston, for taking everything that is important to us.
Yes.
All right, but that's a big deal right there with Dante Moore. So we're certainly going to get back into that. Dylan Brooks, Wolf, technical foul number 14 last night for the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah, what's your point?
Well, we're getting to 16 pretty quickly here. It feels like it has sped up in the last couple weeks.
Yeah, this is so difficult. It really is, because I understand Dylan Brooks, he plays with an edge, Basinonians. We all get this, and that edge is something that is integral to the Phoenix Suns and their culture and why they're winning games and the kind of effort that he brings and the intensity level that he brings to the floor. Yet at the same time, you've got to be disciplined. You have to be. You just can't go out there and put your team in a tough spot. And Dylan Brooks, if he continues down this road, which, again, it seems like it's really important to the Phoenix Suns that he's liked the way that he is. But, man, now all of a sudden it's going to start costing him games. In what, 2 more technical fouls?
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of an eye-opener to double-check this in the NBA rulebook, but the NBA rulebook pretty clearly states, unless there's like a secret one like the in-and-out menu that you have to look at that I don't know about, but the NBA rulebook pretty clearly says, like, okay, 16 technical fouls, you get a suspension. Everybody knows that. Okay, cool.
Okay.
Yeah, then you also get another one at 18 and 20 and 22 and 24 and 26.
So every 2 after that.
Yeah, I mean, do you believe that Dylan Brooks is going to get his 16th technical foul? I mean, at this rate, like this weekend, and then all of a sudden he's not going to get any more this season? He's going to get more technical fouls. Some of it's on Dylan Brooks. It does feel like his reputation has really taken off in like the last 2-3 weeks, whatever. Ever since that Lakers game, it feels like, I know this isn't the case, but it feels like a memo went out of like, hey, be on the lookout to all the officials for this Dylan Brooks guy. He's kind of mean. Because it just feels like now anytime he's near anything, there's like, I'll just give you a tech.
Yeah.
Like, okay, well, that's going to really start to be a
but
problem.
But, once again, listen, Dylan Brooks has earned
No, he created this. I get it. I get it. Yeah.
He's got to be more responsible in regard to saying, I cannot put my team in a tough spot. And this is what is so cool about this. Dylan Brooks now, he's their second scoring option. He is.
I mean, if Book's hurt, he's their first scoring option.
Right, but okay.
We're just pretending that's not going to happen.
Yeah, okay. But to me, again, he's got this critical role on this team. He can't lose himself. And I know what it's like to go out there and compete and lose yourself. Lose your mind. Do something that you would never do. Yet at the same time, it's getting to a point right now for Dylan Brooks where it's unacceptable to just say, I'm going to continue to go out there and get teed up.
But you want him to be Dylan Brooks. And I do
but
feel like
there's a way to do that without getting teed up.
So, okay, I think that's a good point. Do you think there's a way Dylan Brooks can do it, or is his reputation so bad now with officials that even if he does ease off, they're still going to call him? Because I hear what you're saying, but I feel like in football, you don't get as many reputation calls as you get in the NBA. It just feels like NBA officials are like, oh, that was close. Who is it? Okay, yeah, foul. It's Dylan Brooks. Oh, it's LeBron? No, that's not a foul. It's LeBron.
It's called being a human.
I hope that's not the case in other sports. It feels like it's just been accepted that's the case in the NBA. So I hear what you're saying, and he's going to have to change something or he's going to get suspended like 6 times this season. But my concern is that he dials it back a little bit, and they still call them. And then I don't know what you do because you don't want him to change what makes him good.
Yeah, but again, I will continue to say this. Dylan Brooks can go out there and be just as intense, be just as locked in without getting teed up. Once again, you have to take it on yourself, personal responsibility to not get a technical foul. Now listen, you're going to lose your mind. Sometimes you're just going to, you got to be kidding me. You called me on that. You just don't have to. You can dispute a call, and you can do it without saying you venal pettifogger, right? You can do it responsibly, and you can be fired up. Just walk away and be fired up. There comes a point where you're hurting your team. You can never hurt your team, ever. It's one of the things that is unacceptable, especially in the National Football League. Unacceptable to get hit with a personal foul penalty because you were yelling at the official, screaming, unsportsmanlike, because you were screaming at the official, or you were doing something dirty to an opposing player. Unacceptable. Will not happen. Discipline is something that a head coach in the NFL talks about all the time. You got to talk with Dylan Brooks about the exact same thing. Discipline.
This is going to get challenging because he's going to get suspended soon. It feels like the whistle on Dylan Brooks is getting quicker lately. It does. Again, he's put himself in this. I get it, but it does feel like the whistle's getting. I mean, he got called for a flagrant late in the game too. Right. That was like, yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Once again, though, Dylan Brooks, and he'd be the first one to tell you that he's earned his reputation.
Yeah, but the reason it's going to be an issue is he's going to get a suspension here soon. Jalen Green's not back, and even if Book's fine, hey, like he needs some other players out there.
So what do you got to do?
It only falls. It falls on him.
You got to turn around. You got to suck it up. You got to yell and scream somewhere other than looking at a referee while you're doing it.
But I do think, and they detailed this on the broadcast last night, not to take the onus off the actual player, but it does feel like there are times where the officials could be like, hey, maybe walk away. Maybe don't look for a technical foul from Dylan Brooks unless he's doing something. You know what I mean?
Yes, right.
All right, when we come back, otherwise the Suns are not going to have him for a good chunk of the rest of the season.
He earned this reputation, and this is his responsibility to make sure it doesn't happen.
Baseball, when we come back, do the Diamondbacks need to make any more tweaks to their lineup before the season starts? We'll kind of run through what the lineup would look like right now and just sort of reset that because, hey, pitchers and catchers like a month away. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Quickly and Marana mornings.
The Indiana Hoosiers may be the greatest story in the history of college sports.
Yeah, this would be a powerful lesson for any university. You get the right coach, you get the right funding mechanisms in place, this is really possible. It's a brand new world. ASU is already miles down that road. They are on the doorstep That's tremendously reassuring, especially with what Kenny Dillingham is capable of, his age, how he relates to players. In a perfect world, I would love the next 5 years to sort of be this great rivalry between Kenny Dillingham and Curt Cignetti for who's the best coach in college football.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available, Basinonians. Voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades. They have an A+ rating with a Better Business Bureau, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. Now, these shades are commercial grade. They're industrial strength, hundreds of colors and durable fabrics to withstand the Arizona sun. You can choose from manual or motorized, sealed track or cable shades. All Pro Shade Concepts, they've got them all, Basinonians. And right now, when you buy a motorized shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. That's right. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag a free patio heater while this offer lasts. That is unbelievable. Go to allproshade.com. You got to have shade.
Start the new year off on a healthier note by taking active liver supplements from New Nordic every day. Available online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com or at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, or Wegmans.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Happy New Year, Susan. I really appreciate you picking up the bill for lunch.
I'm happy to. One of my New Year's resolutions is being better with money. So I've started using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for buying gas.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I earn cash back just for buying the gas I was already buying.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make $200 to $300 this year.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now in the App Store or Google Play and start earning cash back on everyday gas purchases. Use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's up to 50 cents per gallon on your next fill up. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code RIDER. Code RIDER.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
In today's buyer's market, home sellers face more competition than ever. That's why it is crucial to understand all of your options before making a move. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty offers her guaranteed multiple cash offer program where you receive up to 10 cash offers plus her guaranteed sale offer. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at a price acceptable to you or she'll buy it. Call Carol Royce today to review your offers. Call 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
All I ever wanted was a black Grand National. Being rational, give them what they ask for. It's not enough. Few solid left, but it's not enough.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Alex Weiner. Suns limitations with defense chaos at fault in loss to Heat. John Harbaugh reportedly has interviews with 3 teams this week. Cardinals not on the inside track. And D-backs trade for Nolan Arenado pushes Blaze Alexander and Jordan Lawler into competition. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
All right, welcome back to the show. It is Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday afternoon. We're going to get into the ramifications of Dante Moore announcing he's going back to Oregon.
Yeah, I could do that right there. I could do that what that guy just did.
I think you could. You could totally do that.
I think I could do that.
We gotta get Wolf on tour with Kendrick Lamar next time around.
Oh, is that who it was? Okay.
Well, I mean, it's
Kendrick.
a song. There's other guys.
Yeah, Jamal and I went to his last tour. It was pretty fun.
Okay, nice.
Does he do the thing where he yells mustard? And I'm
yeah.
always like, this proves he shouldn't put ketchup on a hot dog because he's up there yelling mustard.
Yeah. I mean, ketchup on a hot dog is not my favorite.
Whoa! Come on. Rick and I agreed on something food related. Look at that.
It should be mustard. I mean, like, I'll put it on my hot dog sometimes, but like mustard, chili, onions, that's the way to go.
You can't just put ketchup on a hot dog.
No.
Why would you eat a hot dog when you could eat a hamburger? Why would you do that?
Well, that's a whole philosophical thing. Yeah, I mean,
if you're
I'm with you on that.
If you're at a baseball game, you don't want a hamburger.
Let's go ahead and all that stuff they interject into a hot dog.
Oh, I don't want to know.
Well, if you've eaten hot dogs on our show and very much enjoyed
Listen,
them.
I understand that a hot dog is okay, but if I've got a choice, hamburger.
Well, yeah, but let's say you're in a situation where somebody's like, "Here, eat this hot dog," and you're like, "Okay," and they're like, "You have
First
no
of
choice."
all, Luke, you're not going to make me eat a hot dog. You're not going to make me.
Not
eat
a personal
hot
goal
dog.
of mine.
I'm just telling you right now, nobody's going to make me eat a hot dog.
All right, the next time we're out at Salt River Fields, because we'll be out there shortly, I assume. Let's have somebody bring hot dogs up and be like, "Hey, Wolf, we're not bringing you any other food, but would you like this hot dog 3 hours into the show?"
What was that one hot dog we had?
The Sonoran dog?
Was it out at Chase?
Yeah.
Oh, no, we had that one that was split.
That was really, really
Yeah.
good, man.
Yeah, that was good.
That was.
I mean, I think I think at a baseball game, I'd rather have a hot dog than a hamburger. Because it's a better baseball stadium food. And speaking of baseball, that's what you guys are talking about.
But we did that last year before. That was spring training, right?
Opening day.
Opening day, we had two different hot dogs, right? We had the Sonoran dog, and then we had. Did they open with Chicago?
I gotta tell you,
we had the Chicago dog.
It was good.
Yeah,
it was good, man.
All right.
And I'm not just saying that; it was good.
No, it was. Yeah.
But again, philosophically, hamburger over hot dog every day.
That's fine, but that's not really the debate.
Just saying.
It's got to be a good burger, though. I don't want like a trash burger.
Luke, I said what I said.
Okay.
Right?
Let the record show. Wolf would prefer
telling you right now.
a hamburger over a hot dog, and you're never going to force him to eat a hot dog. These things needed to be established.
That's right.
All right. The Diamondbacks lineup right now is some variation of this since they've added Nolan Arenado. So if you go around the infield, you're going to go Gabby Moreno behind home plate. I know it's not the infield, but whatever. Indulge me. I don't know. At first base, I guess Pavin Smith right now. Cattell at second. Perdomo at short. You go with Arenado at third. Obviously, that's why you brought him in. And then in the outfield, some combination of Jordan Lawler / Blaze Alexander, then Alec Thomas, and then Corbin Carroll. And I would guess right now your DH is Adrian Del Castillo. I'm just talking about like when the season opens. I know Lourdes Gurriel Jr. will come back at some point. But that's largely going to be your lineup. And I think the way things are constructed until Corbin Burns and A.J. Puck and Justin Martinez get back, you're going to have to lean on your bats to win games.
Yeah, you know what? That's something that I think you could look at the Diamondbacks and say, yeah, well, if you're going to have to lean on your bats, that's probably a good thing because they are an excellent offensive team. They can score runs. Having said that, again, it really isn't with Mike Hazen and what he believes, his philosophy as to what wins baseball games. Most of it is all about pitching and defense, and that's where Nolan Arenado really does come into play. This is a guy that is going to be great in the clubhouse and a guy that, how many Gold Gloves consecutively?
10 in a row.
10 in a
Which
row.
I believe only Ichiro's ever done.
Think about that. Oh, my goodness. The respect that demands inside a clubhouse. And then you've got a guy who never takes a day off. I think right now, you know what, honestly, and I know this sounds crazy to people out there, and that's okay. It's just my opinion. As a former professional athlete that has been in a locker room, grew up in a locker room, I know how important it is to have that kind of chemistry and that culture in a locker room. The intangibles, to me, if you've listened to me for the last 2 decades, you know how I feel about the intangibles. They're so critical to a team, whether it's baseball, football, hockey, whatever it might be. It's critical to a team. And because of that, you've got a guy that is going to come in there and say no days off. He's going to go full-on Bill Belichick, no days off. What is that going to look like? What kind of impact could that possibly have on Ketel Marte?
Well, let me play a couple of these cuts from Mike Hazen. I'll start with just the main one. He was asked why. Okay, why acquire Nolan Arenado?
I think he's a good fit for us as a team. You know, we lost some of our position player group last year in the middle of the season when I traded them at the deadline. So even though I know a lot of the fixation this offseason has been on the pitching, we still felt like adding back to the position player group was important for us. We think he really solidifies our defense on the infield. It's been a priority for us to improve our defense, which I believe is going to have a direct impact on our pitching in a significant way. And I think it builds out sort of the depth around our team, allowing some of the younger guys to, be versatile, play, have matchups selected for them, et cetera. And I like the way we've always liked the way he's played the game. The impact he can have when he's not playing inside the walls is important to us. I think he's a good fit from that standpoint too. I know how much winning means to him and is important to him, and it's important to us.
Oh,
well then,
just going to say right there, the last point he made, the impact that he's going to have inside the walls. Did I hear that correct?
You did, and not a shock that's why they're making moves, because that was, I don't want to overstate it, but that felt like that got called into question with parts of this team last year, didn't it? Hey, we're underachieving. Hey, everybody's hurt. I mean, let's not forget that. But also, maybe it wasn't quite as intense, or at least it wasn't being viewed as quite as intense as everybody in that clubhouse wanted it to be last year. Not an accident you bring in Nolan Arenado, and then you just heard the GM say it's not an accident they brought him in for that reason. I want to play this cut too, talking about vets who benefit the young guys and some of the future of this team.
Outside the young players that are superstars on the roster, we have a bunch of young players that are getting ready to break onto or have already broken onto the roster. I think it helps those guys tremendously as well. Looking for guys in that younger tier that have kind of been up down the last couple of years, and including some current minor leaguers that will be coming on in the next few years. I think these veteran guys that set by the example and the way he plays the game and the way he prepares to play the game and win is critically important for the long-term future of our organization.
Oh, wow, there it is right there. When you think of some of these young guys that are up and down that he's referring to, who do you think of?
Jordan Lawler first. But it's not just him, but that's the guy I think of first.
Okay, Jordan Lawler. I wrote that name down as well. I thought of him, and I also thought of Alek Thomas as well. You know, I know that Alek Thomas is I don't know if I still consider him to be a young guy. I don't know how you guys – Rick, how do you guys feel about this, command and control? How do you guys see Alek Thomas?
I don't know why this is, but through your age 26 season, I see you as a young player, and that's – I believe where he is this season. So, yes, still a young player,
but he's
about to age out of that, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's kind of the way that I see it. But at the same time, he's still young enough. I think we're a guy, and this is why I also asked Katie Wu about the personality of Nolan Arenado. Mm-hmm. What is his personality? Because I don't know what his personality is like. I know he's had some issues with the organization in the past, with the Colorado Rockies, as a matter of fact, in 2020, I know that. So he's a strong-minded individual. I just don't know his personality in terms of how that's going to rub off on everyone else. But you know what? Mike Hazen does.
He does, and look, I wasn't in Colorado when Nolan Arenado left, but the perception I have of that it's largely from people there, was everybody had an issue with the Rockies at that point with the way they were running things. So I don't know if that's the whole story or not, but I think Mike Hazen's track record as far as players he brings in speaks for itself with stuff like that. Like, they vetted that. It sounds like they didn't view that as a question. They viewed that as a major reason they brought him in. They brought him in for defense and leadership. And, I mean, look, Blaze Alexander is a young player. Alek Thomas is still a young player. He's just not really considered a prospect. I mean, you're going to be calling guys up here at some point, too, like Tommy Troy and Slade Caldwell and some of these guys.
Tommy Troy.
You need some role models. That got kind of called into question last year of did they have enough role models or veteran leaders when you lose Christian Walker and Merrill Kelly gets traded. Merrill's back now, but, you lose some of those players. All right, when we come back, well, let's react to the news from about 25 minutes ago that shakes up the top of the NFL draft, and that is that Dante Moore is not going to be the number 2 pick or the number 1 pick, and he's not going to slide to number 3 because he's playing for Oregon next year until Lane Kiffin gets a hold of his number. All right, that's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Devin Booker from downtown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. I would say go to presidentialpools.com if you want a pool, Basinonians. Yeah, we're talking about a lot of perks when you work with Presidential Pools. How about this perk? Arizona's #1 pool builder. #1, Basinonians, that's right. You get to be #1 because you're the best, and that's who they are. They got a 5-year warranty, which is the industry leader right now. One of the reasons why we loved working with Presidential Pools all the way back 8 years ago. They put our pool in at the Wolfley compound, and we love it. They're also Arizona's most trusted pool builder in the market and build more pools than anyone and have the awards that back it up. They also have amazing financing options for you. Maybe you want to be swimming by the spring. Well, then now is a great time to start that process. Go to presidentialpools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-502-2612 or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
The holidays are over, and right now is the best time to start your home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. New year, new projects at the lowest prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear from Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, what makes Waltz the best choice for all of our listeners?
Well, Beck, we're local and we will beat any price. But I would say that it's really our knowledge and expertise that sets us apart. We offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you can enjoy a worry-free installation done by a pro. Or come see us and get what you want when you want it.
Take your fandom to the next level by visiting Waltz off the I-10 in Warner or online at waltz.com.
Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The search for the Arizona Cardinals' next head coach continues, and a new candidate has popped up today. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, the Cardinals have requested to interview Pittsburgh Steelers offensive coordinator Arthur Smith. For the full list of candidates, head on over to arizonasports.com. The men's basketball edition of the Territorial Cup goes down tonight in Tucson. Tip-off for Sun Devils Wildcats is at 8:30 with pregame coverage beginning at 8 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And Oregon quarterback Dante Moore announced that he will be returning to school for the 2026 season. He was number 2 on Mel Kiper Jr.'s 2026 NFL Draft Board. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. No trust, your estate could go through probate, meaning the courts decide who gets your money. Schedule your full estate planning review at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us on Thursday as we continue to talk about the Arizona Cardinals head coaching search and what dominoes are first to fall. Shenanigans begin at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, welcome into the 1 o'clock hour. It's Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday afternoon, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Wolf, I would say this qualifies as pretty significant news today. We've had quite a bit of this week, actually.
Yeah.
With the D-backs trading for Nolan Arenado yesterday, and then the Mike Tomlin news and everything. This peripherally impacts the Cardinals, but it does impact the Cardinals because it has been treated as almost a given that the top 2 picks in the draft were going to be Fernando Mendoza and Dante Moore. Raiders get one, Jets get one. Some people thought maybe Moore should be ahead of Mendoza. I think that has lessened with the way these playoffs have played out. But either way, here's your top 2 picks. It's a 2-quarterback draft. That's what we keep hearing.
Yeah.
Well, now it's a 1-quarterback draft because Dante Moore's going back to Oregon. He just announced that a half hour ago.
Wow, that's a big deal right there. It is. I don't know quite yet how big a deal it is in regard to shaking all of this out, but now all of a sudden that number 3 pick becomes more about a position player to me than it does a quarterback.
Yeah.
And
maybe it was anyway, but yes, I agree.
Yeah, there's quarterbacks out there screaming at me right now. Quarterback is a position player. I'm talking, no, quarterbacks are a paradigm all into themselves. Truly believe that. Football players, for the most part, that is a position player. A quarterback, man, he's a whole different animal.
Somebody needs to come out with an updated mock draft right now. It's been a half hour since Dante Moore said this, right? Because everything I'm looking at obviously has Mendoza 1, Moore 2, and then I'm looking at CBS. This is CBS's most recent one. I feel like CBS this time of year puts out mock drafts every single day, and this is from CBS. Ryan Wilson put it out 4 hours ago.
Okay,
so it's now outdated because thanks to Dante Moore. But he had Mendoza 1, Moore 2 to the Jets, and he had the Cardinals going with Peter Woods, defensive lineman out of Clemson, at 3. And I haven't really heard that name much to the Cardinals.
Yeah.
I tell you what I don't see much of, and I'm sure we'll have the mock draft tracker up on ArizonaSports.com as we get closer to the actual draft. Still a few months away, but I think you and I are both on the same page. Okay, offensive line. You need to go offensive line. I
don't know how you could listen. When I say this, understand if there's somebody there that you just absolutely love on the defensive line, I get it. But I don't know how you draft Darius Robinson and Walter Nolan the third.
And then go.
And then suddenly you're going to go with the number 3 pick over another defensive lineman. What would that mean? I don't know. But I'd rather go offensive lineman at that point in time.
Yeah, I think just philosophically, if you told me in a vacuum, okay, you have to... You don't get to pick the players because you don't know who they are yet, but what positions would you like the Cardinals to address in the first 3 rounds?
We're going to take the best player available.
Oh, yes.
That's what we're going to do.
BPA. Well, I would go O-line first round, quarterback second round, O-line third round. Now you got to see how the draft shakes out, obviously. And the Arizona Sports mock draft tracker is already up, so I can give you who some of the names are. I don't see a lot of offensive linemen on here. Arvell Reese from Ohio State has been mocked to the Cardinals more than anybody, 9 times already. Jeremiah Love, the running back out of Notre Dame, 3 times. That's second on that. That's
man.
If they did that at number 3, he needs to be Bijan or pre-2025 Saquon. That's what he has to be if you were going to do that. Then you get into a couple offensive linemen, Spencer Fano and Francis Mauigoa, who from Miami, that name I have seen. Ruben
That
Bain.
dude is a mauler.
That guy right there, yeah.
Maui Noah. I want them to take Maui Noah. That's like I will stand on top of this table and yell how much I want them to take Maui Noah.
You should just do that. Open the door though and do it during the break.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm with you on that.
I'm worried that
like
this will break, so I'm not going to do that.
Okay, that's probably smart because the whole board's right there too. If you stood on a table, you'd be standing on the board. Ruben Bain Jr. I've seen mocked to the Cardinals a lot. Again, there's an edge rusher. Would I like Ruben Bain Jr.? Yeah, that'd be great, except they need an offensive line.
Yes, they need an offensive lineman. They really do. They need a war daddy, as JG would call him, and that was something that I was hoping you had Will Hernandez that was going to be able to fill that role and do it nicely. And, listen, I don't know what his status is right now, but it doesn't look good as far as I'm concerned. They need a young blood, a young gun they can bring in here and let him line up, maybe at right guard, and go out there and blow somebody's face off, or even right tackle.
Are you nervous at all about taking a guard number 3 overall as opposed to a tackle just because teams value tackles so much?
Yeah, I'm not.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not, because once again, you're talking about a culture, and the kind of culture I want to see here is all about building it on that line of scrimmage and winning on the line of scrimmage. I'm tired of losing on the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
I'm tired of seeing that. And for me, that's the reason why, more than anything else, I want to see them continue to build that offensive line where they're going to be winning on the line of scrimmage.
Well, the top of the draft just definitely got shaken up. Here's Dante Moore on SportsCenter about a half hour ago.
Yeah, of course, first things first, I have to give glory to God for, of course, letting me be on this platform I am, the blessings he's given me. Yeah, this past year was a year that I'll remember for the rest of my life. Just my teammates, the adversity we went through, and just the way to be able to, as a kid, to play in the semifinals. And, of course, the year didn't end the way you wanted to end. And, of course, got to give your kudos and credit to Indiana. But, yeah, with this decision, mainly all my life, it's kind of just been, being as most prepared as I can for any situation I go into. And when it comes to me just making my decision, of course, I want to feel most prepared and, this is best for my situation, especially as a quarterback. And with my decision, it's been very tough. I prayed a lot about it, talked to many people, my mentors, and people I just look up to. And with that being said, of course, I'll be coming back to Oregon for one more year and being able to play for the Oregon Ducks and, of course, reach our goal and be national champions.
This is really huge here, because what you've got is a 20-year-old kid. He's 20 years old. He's not going to be 21 until this spring, I believe. Yes, May 24th. He's not going to be he's 20 years old. He's going to come back. He's literally, here's, by most accounts, everyone thought he was going to go number 2.
Well, I will say, how consistently has Aaron Maloney come in here and said he's not going? She kept coming in here, obviously noted Oregon fan.
I'm talking about not from Mel's perspective. I'm talking about from his perspective. He was going to go number 2 for the most part in the draft.
Yeah.
So now you've got to go number 1 next year, or
for it to be better.
Well, this is really a roll the dice type situation from Dante Moore. For all you know, he might come back, get hurt.
This is where it gets interesting, because the reason she kept coming in here and saying that is because they didn't really have a quarterback on Oregon's roster that was established. They just went out and got Dylan Raiola. Yes. And Dante Moore's still like, no, I'm coming back. And
okay, so what might happen here?
I'm not joking. Lane Kiffin's probably trying to get both their numbers right now. Like, has he signed to Sam Levitt, or can he go take somebody else's quarterback?
The portal is going to shut down in 2 days, correct?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I think Dante Moore doing that, and the reason that most people thought he was going to go into the draft is exactly what you just said. Dude, you're the number 2 pick in the draft. You might even be number 1. Who knows, depending who is making, how the Raiders feel about you or whatever. Even if you go back to Oregon and it makes you a better quarterback, it can't help your draft stock. You're going to be pick 1 or 2. And in the face of that, he still said, I'm going back to school.
It tells me an awful lot about Dante Moore, and it makes me appreciate him and like him even more, where he's like, listen, this isn't about where I'm going to be drafted. It's not. I'm going to make money. Thank you, Lord God, that you're allowing me to be able to make money. Hopefully, I'm going to still be a high pick next year if I come out. I don't have to go out there and be the first overall pick or the second overall pick. No, I don't have to be that.
But look how many guys were projected, and this is just mock draft projections or whatever, back in August, to be top 10, top 15 picks at the quarterback position going into this college football season, and none of them are up there. Garrett Nussmeier and Drew Aller and Sam Levitt and Lenora Sellers, like none of them are projected to be nearly as high now as they were back in August. So it is a risk. If you're Dante Moore, there's no guarantee you're going to be even a top 10 pick next year.
Absolutely.
All right, we come back over to basketball.
Which tells me a lot about him.
Yeah.
Once again.
How do you think the Suns are going to respond to last night's loss against the Heat tomorrow in Detroit against the team with the best record in the Eastern Conference? Because now the Suns are facing a little adversity. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I think from a Cardinals perspective, this changes things not so much because Tomlin is available, because as I said, I don't think you're going to get him. I think what changes things for the Cardinals is that Pittsburgh is available. And now that search got a little bit more diluted for the Cardinals to find their next guy.
That's a great point. It is one of the most stable franchises in the NFL, but there's a lot you've got to kind of overcome.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and a New Year's a great time for new windows, a great time to beautify your home and reduce your energy bills by calling my friends at Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. This is a family-owned business that treats customers like friendships. They're co-owned by former NFL linebacker Nate Orchard. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, and they do tremendous work, and I know because they replace my windows and they look outstanding. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, and then they'll guarantee them for life. And during their New Year's sale, you'll get $1,250 off the purchase of 5 or more windows and $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call, tell them I sent you. 480-764-2110. That's 480-764-2110, or online at advancedwindows.com.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Thursday morning. Suns getting ready for the Pistons. Will they have Devin Booker available? That and a lot more starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Shout out to New River.
Yeah.
What's going on, New River?
New River.
On this Wednesday afternoon.
So cool.
Phoenix Suns off tonight, which now as I said earlier, I get thrown off when they lose, and I'm really thrown off when they don't play. Like, they actually have a night off, and it's coming off a loss. But had the stat earlier in the show, Wolf, 10-2 after a loss since Halloween, the Phoenix Suns. This is what makes them so good this season, is they don't stack losses. They lose a game, they win the next game. On the 2 occasions since Halloween where they actually lost 2 in a row, they never lost a third one in a row. Like, this team does not stack losses, and they have managed to stack wins, especially lately. They were 9-2 going into that game last night.
That's why it's going to be very interesting to see what happens against the Detroit Pistons, right, Basinonians? The best team in the Eastern Conference right now. I believe they have 28 wins on the season, and we all know how tough they play and the intensity level in which they play at as well. This is going to be a real test for the Phoenix Suns. And what you just mentioned, 9-2 going into last night. They were 9-2 in their last 11 games going into last night. Now 9-3. They're still playing very, very well. How will they respond against the Pistons?
The Pistons, one of only 2 teams in the NBA with a winning percentage over 700. They're 737 winning percentage. Now, I should say for a reference point, Oklahoma City, and Oklahoma City has struggled lately. Their winning percentage is 829. Finally beat the Spurs. Like this, so I don't know. Maybe they're getting back on track as if they were ever off of it. But the only team that is close to Oklahoma City in the standings is Detroit. That's who the Suns play tomorrow night. No word officially that Jalen Green's coming back tomorrow. Devin Booker might be dealing with an ankle issue. We don't know yet.
Yeah.
So, there's some potential adversity here. This is already a tough road trip in the sense of you're playing some good teams. Detroit's the best one. You're playing 6 of them in less than 2 weeks, basically a week and a half. Like, just the grind of the schedule is probably going to cost you a game or 2 somewhere in here. So this is you don't want a season-defining stretch right now if you're the Suns. You just want to keep everything the way it is, because the way it's been going is pretty good.
So what is your expectation when you think of the next game for the Phoenix Suns? Coming off a loss, and suddenly, look, everybody, it's the Detroit Pistons. What is your expectation for this team?
I expect a strong effort from the Suns, but I'd like to know if Devin Booker's playing.
Yes.
But yes, I expect a monster effort from the Suns.
Yes, this is what is so cool about this. The culture that we've all grown to experience and fall in love with, really, with the Phoenix Suns is legit. And this is something that, again, it's not about being competitive. It's about being good. The Phoenix Suns are good. Their culture has made them good. Not about being competitive, but good. And coming off a loss like what they just experienced, where they didn't play specifically very well, and then suddenly got down by 20 and came all the way back and tied it up and then took the lead with 3 minutes and 32 seconds to go on the clock, had a 6-point lead. You're thinking, man, here we go. This is who they are. We know who they are. And sure enough, they ended up losing that game. So what are you going to do about it now? Boy, now they've got an uphill climb against the Detroit Pistons on the road.
Jordan Ott after the game last night.
It was a tremendous fight to get back into it. Being down 20 on the road, I think our response in the third quarter was exactly who we are. Not easy. Backs against the wall. I thought I think we were up in the possession game by 11 in that quarter. Just our overall resilience in that third quarter was fantastic, and then they made the plays down the stretch.
There it is, right there, backs against the wall. What are you going to do about it? They came out in that third quarter, and they showed an awful lot of collective toughness, and you know how much I value that.
Yeah, I mean, these are the situations the Suns have thrived in this season. I'm sure they'll be underdogs in this game. I mean, I think the Pistons have probably earned the right to be favored at home.
Yeah.
It does not affect the Suns. If anything, it makes them play better. Obviously, the Devin Booker thing is, it either is an issue or it isn't, but you're going to need an answer on that, because if you're telling me, hey, man, the Suns are going to go in there, going to play Detroit tomorrow, Jalen Green's not back yet, but here we go, Suns coming off a loss. Hey, I like the Suns' chances, even though the Pistons have proven to be a better team this season. If you tell me they're going in there without Devin Booker or Jalen Green,
now all of a sudden you don't like it.
I think they're going to play hard and well, but I just don't think you can win against a team like that without Booker or Green, who's going to score.
I totally agree with you on that. This is just me, and this is exactly the kind of thing that they probably love inside that Phoenix Suns locker room, is some fat old guy who loves the game of football talking about they can't win without Devin Booker. Right?
It's not that they can't.
Right?
It's just realistically.
I mean, that's something that you know they want.
Right.
I'm just saying, without Book, I just don't see a path for them to be able to pull the upset against the Pistons.
You remember when they used to do dueling gambos on the morning show? Now we have dueling rights on this show.
It's not even dueling. It's
we all just
confirmation.
Oh, confirmation, right.
Right.
Can you imagine?
And I don't say right all the time, do I?
Can you imagine?
I don't say it.
If Wolf, Command and Control, this is a question for you. I can't ask Wolf this question. Can you imagine if Wolf had Gambo's accent? Like Wolf, he's Wolf, but he has a New York accent. Yeah, that would be amazing.
I wouldn't want nothing else in life.
No, I can't imagine Wolf with a New York accent.
The blood sport.
As a Buffalonian? No, we don't do some Big Apple accent.
No,
not in Buffalo.
How is that viewed? Because geographically, you're not that far away.
Oh, it's the worst thing in the world. Our taxes are flushed down the toilet, and they end up in New York.
Oh, that's a downer.
That's how we feel.
You had an answer ready to go. I hadn't even finished the question.
Just saying, everyone in Western New York, okay, pay all your taxes so it can be flushed down the toilet.
Well, I think you've answered the question I was going to ask about how native Buffalonians, is that the right word? How they feel about the Big Apple.
No, that's how they feel right there. Flush the toilet and look at it on a map and watch it go down to New York.
But the pizza's great.
No, the New York pizza stinks.
What?
Yeah, the thin crust. No way.
Getting uncomfortable.
No, this is Western New York pizza is the best.
What's the crust on a Western New York pizza?
It's thick.
Okay, but not like deep dish.
No,
just
not
thick.
deep dish.
Okay.
No, just thick.
I like a good.
That's how we like it. You know what I mean? That's how we like it. You're gonna get your little thin crust.
Like I hate pizza that's on like a cracker. Like I hate that. Like, oh, look at this! I put it on a little cracker.
I like all pizza.
I like all pizza, but if I'm gonna eat pizza, I want a crust, not necessarily like a 4-inch deep dish, but like a crust.
I'm fine with that.
The one thing
It's
I
still
will
pizza.
admit that when it is thin crust pizza, I will roll it like a taco and bite it. It's really good. Roll it up like a taco.
Like a pizza
man.
taco?
It's just in a big circular. I bite into it like a burrito.
Pizza taco. That sounds like. I think we just came
Sounds
up with
like
an
a-
invention.
Hot dog.
Oh no.
It's not a hot dog.
You're not going to make Wolf eat a hot dog. We already established that.
What are we talking about here?
Well, now we're talking about pizza tacos, an idea that's going to make us all millionaires.
Okay.
But when we come back, we're going to talk about the top 5 teams in the NFL, power poll heading into the divisional round.
Okay, I see.
That's next. Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And the Suns fall tonight to the Heat, 127 to 121. They got down double digits early. They were down 20 at the beginning of the third before fighting all the way back to take a 6-point lead. But they end up on the losing side by 6, 127-121.
Gut Punch L on the road, and we talk about it today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
So the body knows that it needs to heal itself, but it doesn't know how to concentrate it and target it into just one area. So that's where we come in.
By we, Dr. Ashley Caravelli means the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, QC Kinetics.
We put in those treatments, then it sends out like little signalers to your body. We're able to make the body focus on the areas that need the most healing.
QC Kinetics has gathered brilliant medical minds like Dr. Caravelli and Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, a pioneer in the field of regenerative medicine, to lead the way in these innovative pain treatments.
So at QC Kinetics, we have a whole team working nationwide with cutting-edge research to reach our patients and treat them and know that surgery is no longer their only option.
The consultation is free. Find out if you're a candidate. Call QC Kinetics today.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, the Hummer EV is a game changer, and you're kicking off the new year with some serious savings.
What's up, Dave? There's no better way to start the year off with a brand new Hummer EV. For a limited time, get up to $8,000 off the all-new 2026 Hummer EV, SUV, or lease for just $799 a month. It's a new year, a new ride, a new opportunity you don't want to miss.
So shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey, Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Well, Happy New Year, Roller.
It's a new year, Wayne, and listeners are making new resolutions, eat healthier, go to the gym, save a little money. But what about their cars?
That's right, Roller. Everyone makes personal resolutions, but your car needs a resolution too.
All right, like what?
Stop ignoring the warning signs. You know that check engine light isn't a suggestion. It's your car's cry for help.
Okay, what else?
Well, commit to regular maintenance, fluid changes, brakes, tires. Taking care of the little things prevent big repairs and big expenses later.
That definitely sounds like a money-saving resolution.
I'll say, here's a good one. Don't wait until you're stranded to call AMCO. If something's off with your car, get it checked right away.
So fewer breakdowns, smoother driving, and less stress in 2026.
That's the goal. Start your year right with a car that's right.
A new year, new habits for you and your ride. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
The holidays are over, and right now is the best time to start your home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. New year, new projects at the lowest prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The search for the Arizona Cardinals' next head coach continues, and they are reportedly interviewing a candidate today. According to Sports Illustrated's Albert Breer, the Cardinals are interviewing Green Bay Packers defensive coordinator Jeff Hafley. For the full list of candidates, head on over to arizonasports.com. The men's basketball edition of the Territorial Cup goes down tonight in Tucson. Tip-off for Sun Devils Wildcats is at 8:30 with pregame coverage beginning at 8 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Oregon quarterback Dante Moore announced that he will be returning to school for the 2026 season. He was number 2 on Mel Kiper Jr.'s 2026 NFL draft board. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication, a $299 value, when you start any testosterone program. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Who is the best in the NFL? Wolf and Luke's NFL Power Hour.
Oh, this is especially difficult to do now, Wolf, this power poll with 8 teams left.
This is our last one, right?
Yeah.
Because next week there's only 4 teams left.
Yeah, then we'd have to put some consolation team in there at number 5.
Yeah.
We're not doing that. All right, so we're down to 8 teams.
I hate my power poll.
Well, okay, for clarification purposes, are we doing this as like, okay, we think these teams are going to win, or they're going to win this, or is it just more like who are the best of these 8 teams left?
I think it's, who are the best of these 8 teams?
Like, I think the Rams
expect them to win.
I think the Rams are the best team. I could see them losing to Chicago. That's where I'm having a hard time here. So we're just going the best teams here going forward.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
a power poll,
All right.
Luke.
Okay. Well,
Like we always do a power poll.
thank you. Yeah, but usually during the season, it's like, who has the best record? Now like, this is like, who's going to win the whole thing?
Well, okay. Who do you expect to win this weekend? Are you going to put a team number one that you don't expect to win?
No, but like I have Seattle higher because I think they're going to beat San Francisco, but I don't think they're as good as some of these other teams.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
I see.
I think we're going to have you go first since you know everything over there, because I'm having a real hard time with Houston right now. All right, here we go. Number 5.
Number 5.
I am going with the Houston Texans at number 5, Basonians, and C.J. Stroud does concern me. There's no denying that. Yet at the same time, I think their defense is so special, so difficult, that I think it's going to be very similar to what the Chicago Bears did back in the 46 defense, all the way back in 1985, where that defense won the Super Bowl. It wasn't just Jim McMahon, it was the defense. It wasn't Walter Payton, it was the defense that won the Super Bowl.
I don't hate that pick. Houston is a team I could see. Their offense worries me. But I could certainly see them winning this week, maybe even next week. Number 5, though, I have Chicago, because they have something going on, and it's hard to deny it at this point. Maybe if this were like week 12 and you were stacking all the teams, I might say a few other teams are better than Chicago, but they have something going on at the right time. And Caleb Williams in the playoffs right now, it's one game, but it looks like a good thing. Caleb Williams late in close games, it's a lot more than one game. The Bears have some sort of weird magic going on, and they're at home this weekend. I have them behind the team they're going to play this weekend, but I still certainly have them in the top 5 at number 5. Here is number 4.
Number 4.
All right, Basonians, purely because Josh Allen is that good. The Buffalo Bills at number 4. This is the number 1 rushing team in the National Football League and number 2 in rushing yards per play in the National Football League. So not only are they going out there and running the ball exceptionally well, all that does is put a defense in a very difficult situation. And even if the Buffalo Bills defense isn't good, Josh Allen is good enough to score more points than their opponent in an offense that is hyper-balanced the way that they are. Because of that, my Buffalo Bills, number 4.
All right, I have... Man, I don't want to... Give me Seattle at number 4. Give me the Seahawks at number 4. I do think they beat San Francisco this weekend. I got to stay consistent, though, with the Sam Darnold being a question mark. Now, if they go out there and light up San Francisco, and I think they have the, not easiest, I don't want to say easy, but San Francisco's beat up. I think of all the opponents the Seahawks could play this weekend, Bears, Rams, Patriots, Texans, Bills, Broncos, I think the Niners are probably the, quote, easiest for Sam Darnold to have a good game, build some confidence up in the playoffs. This sets up nicely for Seattle, and they earned that. They got the number 1 seed. So I have them at number 4, but I am probably most confident of all the teams that they win this weekend.
Okay.
Right, so you want number 3? Here we go.
Number 3.
Oh, I can't stand my power poll. Sam Darnold. Seattle Seahawks.
Okay, wow.
At number 3, Sam Darnold is the question mark. Seattle Seahawks.
Right back to the music. I love it.
The question mark. It really is. Will Sam Darnold get better? Or will Sam Darnold suddenly look like Sam Darnold, where he might see ghosts? I see dead people. With each game that is being played now, the likelihood of that happening is going to increase.
Yeah.
As the pressure mounts, it's only going to get worse. Now, Sam Darnold, I believe, has made strides in this regard.
But there's only so many strides you can make before the playoffs.
I'm saying he's made strides in this regard, but will he really finish in this regard? I don't know. The pressure is mounting from this point forward, but I still think the Seattle Seahawks in that defense, number 3.
If you don't like the Seahawks, and I'm guessing most of the audience doesn't, you would have really preferred that they played the Rams this round, and Sam Darnold has to deal with that pass rush again. We've seen how he does against that in the playoffs last year. Or even the Bears, because the Bears defense does turn you over a lot. So he has a chance to get right against San Francisco's beat-up defense, and if he does, I think the Seahawks defense is so good that they're going to go on a run here. So, all right, what you had them at number 3?
Yeah.
At number 3, I have Buffalo. It's really, I have Josh Allen and other players who make plays at certain moments. I think if they can get past Denver, this is their year.
Wow.
It's at least their year to get to the Super Bowl if they can get past Denver.
Yeah.
Not that Josh Allen needs a confidence boost, but if they can get past that defense, I think they'll figure it out in the AFC Championship. So I have the Bills at number 3. On to number 2.
Number 2.
The Chicago Bears.
Oh, you had them higher than I did.
The Chicago Bears at number 2. That's right, Caleb Williams. Now listen, I'm not a big Caleb Williams fan. Yet at the same time, he's a young guy that is making his way and developing, and some of the things he did in their last playoff game, some of the things he did in the last game they played were just Elway-esque. Some of the throws he made were ridiculous. You're not going to throw that. You are not going to throw the. Oh my goodness, you threaded the needle. Caleb Williams in that offensive line. By the way, this also gives me great encouragement. The Chicago Bears offensive line is a top 5 offensive line in the NFL at this point in time. They rebuilt that offensive line
quickly. Well, it took them a while, but then they did it quickly.
Exactly. They a lot of trial and error yet. In Caleb Williams, from year to year, from last year to this year, they built it quickly. A top 5 offensive line. And because of that, the Bears, number 2.
I think we have to go to command and control real quick on this because they have strong feelings on the Bears. How do you guys feel about the Bears at number 2?
I really like Houston. Okay. So I would have put Houston a lot higher than at least Wolf did.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think I am. But, they've just seemed like the team of destiny in a way this year. So.
You mean the Texans?
No, the Bears,
Yeah.
because they just keep pulling out these wins.
Yeah, like if they're down 4 and they're at their own 20 at the end of the game on Sunday, I'm going to expect an 80-yard Hail Mary completion. Jamal, how do you feel about the Bears at this point?
I feel like they're going to get to the Super Bowl.
Oh, there you go.
Very confident.
I thought I had
There
them
you go.
too high at number 5. Okay.
Telling you.
Number 2, I have the Denver Broncos. I said this earlier in the week. I still feel this way. I think we're going to find out a lot about them this weekend because they feel like a sort of an unknown team that has the best record in the NFL. But Bo Nix in the playoffs, we got to see it now. We got to see Bo Nix win a playoff game. The defense is good. They make me nervous in that they can't seem to put a lot of teams away, but I don't know if that's going to come up much this weekend anyway because they were never going to put the Bills away. You know what I mean? Like this game feels like it's going to come down to the final 2 minutes anyway, and it might just simply be whoever has the ball last because Bo Nix is a different quarterback in the fourth quarter than he is in the first quarter. So I have Denver at number 2. Wolf, who is your number 1?
Number 1. Numero uno.
Unbelievable. I'm going with the Denver Broncos at number 1, Basinonians, and largely because of that offensive line and what they've done on the offensive line. It's maybe the best offensive line in the National Football League, certainly in the top 3. I would put that offensive line, and their defense is lights out. Shut down. Bo Nix is the only question that I have. And once again, we've been talking about this. You could see any one of these teams in the last 4 games that we're going to see. Any one of these teams actually winning.
Yeah.
The whole thing.
No, it's crazy.
You could see it. It's wide open. Having said that, I think the Denver Broncos are built on the line of scrimmage. They're going to win the whole thing because of the line of scrimmage.
Okay, wow. Okay, well, I've been looking at this all day trying to pick one team that just isn't going to win. If you told me, hey, you gotta put $1,000 on one team to not win the Super Bowl, I think I'd say San Francisco because they're beat up.
Yes,
but again,
I
would I be stunned if they won the whole thing? No, not really. My number one team, I think, could be in real trouble, but I'm going to try and stay consistent here. I still have the Rams at number one, but this is going to be tough on Sunday. If they beat the Bears in Chicago, I think they go to the Super Bowl. It's very similar with the Bills. If the Bills beat Denver, they're going to the Super Bowl. If the Rams can somehow beat Chicago, they're going to the Super Bowl. I think they're going to have their hands full, though, because it's a road game. If it was in L.A., I think L.A. wins. In that environment, still just have images of Matthew Stafford. An amazing season, but he threw a pick six in the fourth quarter or something. That's still out there against that defense that turns teams over in the wind. What did we say? It's going to be 8 degrees Sunday night. 8 degrees with winds between 10 and 20 miles per hour. That's what the forecast calls for on Sunday right now. All right, we come back. That was the Power Poll, final segment of the show. What does the future hold now for Mike Tomlin? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
A lot of people claim that the NBA season starts at Christmas, right? That's when people start watching. That's when people start caring. Since Christmas, I'll give you a guess on who has the most wins since Christmas.
Memphis Grizzlies, the Pelicans, the Suns?
Not only do the Suns have the most wins since Christmas, they have the number one defensive net rating, and they're third in overall net rating.
We just got done talking about Curt Cignetti and the power of elite coaching. It's a little premature to say that about Jordan Knott, but man, all the signs are there.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. You know what? Moving Team 6, they have a deep knowledge of Phoenix and Arizona for smoother routes, faster moves, and less stress for you. That's what Moving Team 6 is all about, Basinonians. Removing that stress from the equation for you. Moving Team 6 has a brand new Mesa facility now open, proudly serving the East Valley, including secure, climate-controlled, air-conditioned storage. What I also love, Moving Team 6, they are full-service solutions just for you. Local and long-distance moves, residential and commercial moves, professional packing services as well. Secure, climate-controlled storage in Phoenix and now in Mesa as well. A proud supporter and employer of U.S. veterans as well. I love that about Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those roadshows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
When you struggle with private student loan debt, it feels awful. You feel stuck, you feel embarrassed, you feel like you've run out of moves. I hear from people all the time who are in that exact spot. But just know there is a way forward, and it's called Y-Refi. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and Y-Refi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That's all they do. And they won't judge you. They won't ask you why you didn't fix it sooner. They just help you get back on track with a low, fixed-rate payment that you can actually afford. And if you've been turned down by other lenders, honestly, that's when Y-Refi shines. They build a plan around your real life, not some perfect version of it. Your student loans don't define you. They don't get the final say. Why Refi helps you take back control and breathe again. Give them a call to find out more. 888-YREFI85 or visit yrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Bear here from Waltz TV and Appliance with Dan Bickley. So, Bick, how did your TV and installation really turn out from us?
Bear, I seriously cannot thank you guys enough. My viewing experience is so immersive and so incredible. It is everything you could ever want as a sports fan. I highly recommend to all of our listeners that you see the difference and you hear the difference when shopping at Waltz.
Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us on Thursday as we continue to talk about the Arizona Cardinals head coaching search and what dominoes are first to fall. Shenanigans begin at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Just as far as an update on the big names in the NFL coaching carousel, what are we up to 9 teams now that need coaches? That's the other part of this.
9.
They had it up on, I think it was Nick Wright's list of the most desirable coaching vacancies. He at least had the Cardinals ahead of some teams. He had them ahead of Tennessee and Cleveland and somebody else. I don't know where the list went. But the other part of this is when Pittsburgh and Baltimore become vacant, those move to the top of the list. I mean, to me, those are much more established, successful franchises than any of the teams that originally needed a coach a week and a half ago.
Yes, and I think that comes into play when you're looking for your next head coach.
This is Bill Barnwell yesterday talking about Mike Tomlin and John Harbaugh.
It's the Baltimore Ravens, is it not? I mean, the obvious thing to me, the logical thing, and I said this 2 weeks ago before either of them they're not fired, but either of them moved on from their teams. Would it not make sense to swap Mike Tomlin for John Harbaugh, the two biggest rivals of the last 15 years in the AFC North? But they would be great fits for the other organization. For the Ravens, you want someone who's going to build some authority on the defensive side of the football, someone who's going to be able to work with Lamar Jackson, someone who knows that organization inside and out. Well, Mike Tomlin's been studying the Ravens for 19 years now.
No way is that going to happen.
No,
right?
they asked the Ravens.
He's
They asked the Ravens owner about that. Was that yesterday? And I don't have the cut in front of me or the exact quote, but you could tell he maybe hadn't thought about it yet.
Yeah,
because it's not ever going to happen. But he was just like, they asked him. I think they were asking about the Ravens if Tomlin went there, how it'd be fitting. Or they were asking if Harbaugh went to Pittsburgh, and he's like, only if Tomlin comes here.
You know what? I love that sound because in my notes, Basinonians, my email, of course, for the show, I emailed, hunt down anyone about saying anything about Mike Tomlin. And that's exactly what we did. We just hunted down anyone that is actually saying anything about Mike Tomlin.
Well, there's more here.
And that was good. Oh, I can't wait to hear this.
This is Jeremy Fowler. He was asked what the future holds for Mike Tomlin.
It could be a Sean Payton situation. As you recall, Payton sat out that 1 year, did TV, came back, went with the Denver Broncos, where they had to work out a trade with the New Orleans Saints. So as of now, the Steelers have held Mike Tomlin's options for 2026 with an option for 2027. So unless they negotiated a buyout, it could be a situation where there's a trade if he wants to come back a year from now, 2 years from now, whatever that is. This is a coach that has some roots in Florida, coached in Tampa Bay. So if that job opens in a couple years, maybe something shakes there. There'll be plenty of available options to him. Teams have already called his people today just in case, like, hey, is he really leaving? So he would be certainly coveted on the scene if he does entertain that.
Okay, so I think the first thing you have to ask in regard to Mike Tomlin is whether or not you believe he's going to coach next year or not.
And I don't. You look at John Harbaugh and Mike Tomlin, and to me, and I'm trying to look at this from the Cardinals' perspective, but even taking a step back further from that, which one of these guys is gettable? Well, John Harbaugh is gettable. He may already have it in his head. He's going to the Giants. And if that's the case, then he's not, I guess, gettable. But he's going to coach next year. He is taking calls. He is doing interviews. Now, he's also been out there, basically, a week longer than Mike Tomlin. Tomlin just became, quote, available yesterday, but he might not even be available. Like, you hear that cut from Jeremy Fowler. It would make a ton of sense for Mike Tomlin to take a year off or maybe even take 2 years off. And, you know, maybe he has a job or two in mind. And when that job opens, he'll go coach them, whether it's Tampa or wherever. He doesn't have to rush to do anything. Harbaugh's older. Harbaugh's not old, but he is older than Tomlin, and he got let go. He wants to coach. Like, he's ready to do it right now. Tomlin, we don't have any indication that he even wants to coach.
You know, for me, I do believe that Mike Tomlin is going to coach in 2026. I think this is a way to soften the parting of the ways with the Pittsburgh Steelers, of course. I think this is largely a PR statement from Mike T and what he's talking about. Listen, he's coached the Steelers for 19 years. He has a relationship with the organization and fan base that is only going to get better with time and space. Okay, having said that, the last thing he wants to do is make it look like he quit. He's not a quitter. He didn't quit on his players. He didn't quit on the organization. He didn't quit on the fan base. He simply thought it was time to move on. He doesn't know what he's going to do, and saying he doesn't plan to coach next year is a way to soften the blow, to me, of what is happening. And what is happening is he quit. He walked away. He resigned.
So if that's the scenario, don't you think he already has the place in mind?
I do.
Okay. Because the one thing that I can't get on board, like I don't think Tomlin walked away yesterday. Okay, man, all right, I'm kind of, burned out, whatever. Just like, it's been 19 years, same organization. Okay, I need a break. I don't think he did that, and then because his position is such where he could take a year off and just do TV. He can just take a year off. He doesn't have to do TV. I have to think he looks around and he's like, you know what? If all the jobs are open, I'd like that one or that one or that one, whatever. I don't think that he's necessarily going to go immediately take one that he has to be talked into,
Yeah, right.
Hey, the Titans talked Mike Tomlin into coaching them. Like, if I'm Mike Tomlin and I want to coach, I can basically coach almost wherever I want in the next year or two, probably.
Yeah, how would the Steeler fans feel if Mike Tomlin quit, walked away, and went and coached somewhere else immediately? Again,
probably depends where.
I think you're right about that. Yeah,
a little.
Don't go to the Baltimore Ravens.
Yes.
That's what you're saying.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
I'm with you on that. But, again, I think this is a way of softening the blow. He does not plan to coach next year. That's the narrative that is out there. He does not plan to coach next year. He doesn't plan to coach. There's a big difference between planning to coach and actually coaching.
And then all of a sudden, I'm in Florida and that Miami job looks good.
Yeah, right. It wasn't my plan to do it. It wasn't. I never planned. I never walked away from the organization to quit and go somewhere else.
What if they fired McDaniel?
Do that.
And we all assume they fired McDaniel for Harbaugh, and it's because they had a pretty good idea Tomlin was going to be available in a week.
You know what I'm saying?
All right, that's it for us. Enough of this nonsense.
Oh, no.
Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The Suns defensively, it has been one of the cornerstones of why they've got the sixth best record in the NBA's Western Conference.
Yeah, it is really aggressive in getting after the basketball. If you're going to make a lazy pass, they're going to get their hands on it. They're going to deflect it. They're going to steal it. That's led to a lot of easy baskets for them. So by most defensive metrics, this is a pretty good defensive basketball team, which surprised a lot of people.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers Drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free, and you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com. Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Because we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see lots of lawyers' ads. Most seem to be bragging on results, but are they true or misleading? For example, in some cases, a firm may try a case even though the at-fault party has no lawyer, then brag in the ad about their results. My son Matt got one for nearly $50 million, but we never collected one dime. Some lawyers may say they got a result even though they were sitting second chair at a firm like mine, and even though they had little to do with it. Happens all the time. All that glitters is not gold. At Morgan & Morgan, our results are real. Visit forthepeople.com and go to settlements and verdicts to see for yourself what your case may be worth before you hire a law firm. Do your homework. Fact check. It's easy and too important not to. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
A great haircut every time in a barbershop that will make you feel young again. That's V's Barbershop. Dave Burns here. And for Jimmy V, the founder of V's, that was his mission. Hire the very best barbers in town and create that old-fashioned vibe that you experienced as a kid. You open the door to V's, and it's a wave of nostalgia. And when you leave, you have a haircut to be proud of from a barber that you trust. The next time you're thinking about where to go to get your haircut, don't think about it. Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The search for the Arizona Cardinals' next head coach continues, and they are reportedly interviewing a candidate today. According to Sports Illustrated's Albert Breer, the Cardinals are interviewing Green Bay Packers defensive coordinator Jeff Hafley. For the full list of candidates, head on over to arizonasports.com. The men's basketball edition of the Territorial Cup goes down tonight in Tucson. Tip-off for Sun Devils Wildcats is at 8:30 with pregame coverage beginning at 8 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Oregon quarterback Dante Moore announced that he will be returning to school for the 2026 season. He was number 2 on Mel Kiper Jr.'s 2026 NFL Draft Board. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication, a $299 value, when you start any testosterone program. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw on this Wednesday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show. Here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo.
Burnsy, what's going on?
Not much. I loved all the YouTubers yesterday.
Not much.
Speculating that the reason you were working from home yesterday was because I hit you with the cabinet in the prep room there. Like I was opening the cabinet, one of those that swing like open. You were leaning forward to get something. I got you right in the head, and a lot of people thought that that maybe you were bruised or wounded or something. And you just didn't want to be. You were shamed. You didn't want to be seen by anybody, so you were hiding at home.
No, I could. I've taken a lot of punches to the head. I could take a cabinet to the head. I'm okay with that. There are just, there's people notice there's always 1 or 2 times per month I work from home. I've got some things I got to do, so I work from home a couple times
from home. There you go. Yeah, it was not because you were clocked in the head.
It wasn't because I was clocked in the head.
Nothing to do with it. Okay. I got a busy show today. A lot to talk about. A lot to talk
busy
to.
Show.
The news out of Oregon that's certainly going to impact the Arizona Cardinals. We'll talk about that. The coaching search that continue to take twists and turns and names added and things like that. But right now, let's tell you what our top story of the day is here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Royce right hands it into the forecourt. He's going to shoot from the logo at the horn. He missed that. And the Suns fall tonight to the Heat. 127 to 121. They got down double digits early. They were down 20 at the beginning of the third before fighting all the way back to take a 6-point lead. But they end up on the losing side by 6. Again, the final tonight, 127, 121.
I hated that game.
Yeah.
I hated that game.
All right, tell me why.
You get down by 20, and then you bust your ass to come all the way back and not only tie it, right? They go on a 24 run in the third quarter, and they're like right there. They're right on the verge of like taking this game. And then you're like, okay. But a lot of times when you exert so much energy coming back, you kind of lose the game. But that wasn't the case. They're up 114, 108 with 3:30 left. You got a 6-point lead with 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. This is closing time. Who sang that song? Closing
Semisonic.
time. Okay, semisonic time right here. Let's go. Go win this basketball game. You've got this. You got them on the ropes. And then what the hell in a handbasket at that time? I mean, Bam Adebayo, Bam Adebayo, Norman Powell, and the Suns just stepped all over themselves. Grayson Allen's out of bounds, and Mark Williams turns it over, and then he can't dunk, and then it's just like they couldn't have played worse than the final 3.5 minutes. So I hated that game. I hated it because it was like, okay, this is the Suns. They're going to battle back. They're going to take the lead. They're going to beat you. And they weren't able to beat them. Miami went on this epic run at the end of the game to take it from the Suns.
I hated that game, too, for a lot of the same reasons. I hated that game because we haven't seen them play that bad a defense since the first couple weeks of the season. I mean, it was deplorable in the first half of the game. It was almost unwatchable how lackadaisical they were. I'm like, we had just spent the last 2 days talking about how they're this defense and they're that defense, and look at this number, and here's this flashy stat, and throwing all these numbers your way to tell you how great they were defensively. And they give up 71 in the first half. It reminded everybody of the first 2 weeks of the season when they gave up, 70 to Sacramento, 70 to Utah, 70 to the Clippers. It was like, oh, God, guys, what? And the comeback. But you're absolutely right. That was just a mess of epic proportions in the last 3 minutes of that game, leaving Norman Powell open the way they did. Dylan Brooks, man, love you, dude. But do you have to do that then? Do you have to be that guy in that moment right there? Can you not contain yourself just a little bit in that moment? And then most of all, Devin Booker, who, he came back, but we're all like pins and needles holding our breath, waiting to see that injury report when it comes out at some point for tomorrow's Detroit.
He was hobbled.
It's just like so
the basketball gods, right? Oh, Jalen Green is close. He's coming. He's coming. Oh, there goes Devin Booker.
Right. Somebody
Never
said,
mind.
wouldn't that be like the typical Suns thing to do? Green's coming back and Booker gets hurt at that point. Like, isn't that typical Suns?
So I hated that game too, but mostly, and I tip of the cap to our colleague John Voight over at Bright Side of the Sun, who pointed out, okay, this road trip is going to be a bear. It's going to be a bear. It's going to. Last night, Miami came in. They had not been playing well. Bam Adebayo had not been playing well. Their offense has been atrocious, and they came out and they took it to the Phoenix Suns. And I think that could be indicative of just how tough this road trip is going to be for a Suns team.
It's going to be a bear.
Yeah.
This is the road trip that scares me a little bit because I know that there's some kind of losing streak coming. If they could go 3-3, it'd be great. If they can go 2-4, I'll take it. I'm afraid of 1-5, but even then, you built in some equity. So, but last night was one of those games like, damn, you could have won that game. You really could have won that basketball game. But the travel by Mark, the out of bounds by Grayson when he stepped out of bounds. Brooks misses a 3 and Book missed a 3 on the same possession. They both got 3s and they both missed it. You had the offensive foul by Dillon with 11.5 seconds left. You had. It was just everything kind of went against them. And they had played so well to get back, and it looked like they were going to steal that game. It looked like they were absolutely going to steal that game from the Miami Heat. But it didn't work out that way. You're going to lose some of those games. Miami is one of those teams that's over 500, so put a loss in that column for teams that are over 500.
Yep.
But it was that game really could have went either way after the terrible start by Phoenix.
Yeah, and, we spent a good chunk of yesterday, too, talking about Bam Adebayo and his struggles so far this year offensively, and then he goes nuts, and Jordan Ott talked about that after the game.
I mean, that's the game changer. Like, how do you protect the rim? How do you protect the paint? You put size there. When they're able to space the floor like that, I'm sure that's why he's out there spacing the floor, and that's why they're playing the way they are. They did it at a high level tonight. I thought he got easy ones early. I thought we got to let him get going early. Can't do it. He's too good of a player, done too much in his career, too hard of a place to win. We cannot start games like that. Didn't like how we started, on him specifically. Then he got us in the end.
Well, he had been in a month-long slump, but I'll say that's one of the best games that anybody's played against the Phoenix Suns this year. That's in the top 5 games anybody's ever played against the Phoenix Suns. He was 11 of 15 shooting.
Yeah.
4 of 6 from three-point range. Okay? He had 9 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 steals, a block. I mean, he was unbelievable in that game. And here's a guy that was really, really struggling. It was his second highest scoring game of the season, that game that he had last night against them. So he was incredible. I think it's one of the best games I've seen anybody play against the Phoenix Suns, just all together.
I know. I'm trying
on both sides of the ball. I thought that was one of the best games.
I'm listening to you, and I'm trying to think of what I thought was the best game that was played against the Suns this year by an individual player, and nothing's coming to mind. But I'm sure if I look through my notes and jog my memory, I might be able to remember. Oh yeah, that guy had of this game, or that guy had of that game. I mean, the Suns have been so good that it's hard to imagine there have been fewer. That there've been a ton of games like that where one guy just took over the way Bam Adebayo did. And it's nothing. Look, it's. They have built up so much equity, and they have built up so much running room, and they have been so much better than anybody thought. They're one game away from the midway point of the NBA season, and they're on a 49-game win pace.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like everything's fine, but it's also like things had been going so well over the last few weeks. Not that you were starting to feel invincible, but you were, we were dreaming of, hey, maybe they're the 6th seed.
Yeah.
Maybe they're the 5th seed. Or maybe they're the 7th seed, which is where they are right now after everybody else in the West won last night. And maybe this thing is going to be a little bit tougher than we think. But make no mistake, the top story of that game last night is Devin Booker. And it's just kind of waiting to see. I'm encouraged by the fact that he came back. You saw that he re-aggravated it with, 2.5 minutes to go in that game. I think we're all just kind of holding our breath a little bit to see how long it's going to be, because for as off of a season as Devin Booker has had, obviously shooting the basketball, he hasn't nearly been the player we're used to seeing. He's still Devin Booker, and you just don't want to go through any extended period without him.
You know what this team has not faced this year? Adversity. Take the 1-4 start out, right? Take the 1-4 start out. The most losses they've had is 2. From 1-4 on, they had a 2-game losing streak. They lost to Oklahoma City and Denver. Okay. But then they came back and they beat the Lakers. They had a 2-game losing streak to Oklahoma City and the Lakers, and they came back and beat Golden State. They've only had 2, outside of the 1-4 start, they've only had 2-game losses. There's been no adversity.
You're right.
But trust me, lose to Detroit, lose to the Knicks. You have your first 3-game losing streak since the beginning of the season when they lost 4 straight. But in the beginning of the season, when they're 1-4, nobody was thinking anything. They haven't faced adversity.
No.
This road trip could put adversity right in their face. It really could. And I'd like to see how they respond to that.
Yeah. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the Arizona Cardinals added another offensive-minded head coach to their search today after adding another defensive-minded head coach to the coaching search last night. Quick, off the top of your head, how many coaches are on the list for the Arizona Cardinals? Do you even know the number? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
As former head coach Jonathan Gannon talks with teams around the league about their open positions.
Who's interviewing with Washington, as you've now heard. For the D.C. job, Jonathan Gannon.
The Arizona Cardinals search for a new head coach continues.
Arizona, again, is going to be the team that, how much are they going to pay a guy? Are they going to have sort of the leftovers? Are they going to have the last man standing type of deal?
Who's going to be the big bird for the Cardinals on game day in 2026? We're keeping tabs on the front runners for the job.
I love Robert Saleh.
And we're looking around the league at who's getting hired by the other teams in need of a new head coach on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
What if I told you could try M-Drive with a 60-day risk-free guarantee? That's how much they believe in their product. And right now, online, there's a New Year's sale going on, 20% off. 20% off when you go to mdriveformen.com. 20% off. Time for men to be men again. Rebuild your strength, reclaim your drive, and all you got to do is start with M-Drive. Right now is a great time for New Year's resolutions. People want to get in shape. They want to lose a little bit of weight. Well, all the M-Drive products help you with energy, T-support, strength. They do a great job. I use M-Drive Elite, and sometimes I use Boost and Burn, clinically tested ingredients to get you the results that you want made right here in the USA. You're going to love the products that they have online. If you're one of those guys, you work out, you eat pretty good, but you just can't lose a few extra pounds, try M-Drive Boost and Burn. It'll give you the benefits that you're looking for. And right now, 20% off when you go to mdriveformen.com. That's mdriveformen.com.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
The holidays are over, and right now is the best time to start your home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. New year, new projects at the lowest prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
Ready! Hi, this is Brent with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. If you ever find yourself in need of any help in your home as it pertains to your plumbing or air conditioning, there's only one name to think of, and that's Ready Services. At Ready Services, we treat our customers fairly, we give honest pricing, and honest assessments of your issues. We'll never leave your home without you feeling satisfied with the job that was done and your experience with our technicians. To learn more about how we can help you at Ready Services, reach out to us at nofeeemergency.com.
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us on Thursday as we continue to talk about the Arizona Cardinals head coaching search and what dominoes are first to fall. Shenanigans begin at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, thanks to everybody who's watching us on the YouTube channel right now. You can subscribe to the Arizona Sports channel, watch our shows whenever you want. Got a bunch of people in the chat right now saying hello to them, saying hello to the folks in Maryvale who are joining us on today's Burns and Gambo show. Hi.
Wait, did you guys see some kid scored 100 points in a basketball game? I think he was from Maryvale.
No, I did not.
You didn't see that?
I did not. Kid scores 100 from
I thought it was Maryvale. I was at the barbershop. I was at V's barbershop today getting a haircut.
Adrian Stubbs,
There
first
he is!
Arizona high school basketball player to score 100.
Yo, Adrian!
Yo, Adrian.
Congrats!
He had 70 in the first half, feeling it. He kept firing shots in the third quarter, dropping 30. In 3 quarters, his night was done, but history was made. The senior became the first Arizona high school basketball player to score 100 points in a game in a 109-25 victory at Yuma Kofa
Who did
on
they
Tuesday.
Who did they play? Yuma Kofa?
Yuma Kofa.
What is that?
This is a high school in Yuma. It's called Kofa. It's in Yuma. It was yesterday, Tuesday, January 13th. 109-25.
The rest of the team scored 9 points?
Yes.
I'm in the barbershop. I'm in the chair at the barbershop at V's. I got the news on. They're like, man, this guy scored 100 points. And I'm like, they didn't say who they played. I don't even know what Yuma Kofa is, but the kid scored 100 points in a basketball game? The rest of his teammates only scored 9? All right.
Yeah.
All right.
His goal before graduating was to break Nico Mannion's 6A record of 57 points in a game. Stubbs had 56 in a game last season. That was his previous best before
They
going.
could have taken him out when he got 60?
I mean, they could have.
I mean, they were only up by 70.
I mean, it's just like, if you're the
Hey,
Yuma,
coach!
you're the Yuma Kofa coach, you're probably going up
Like,
and going,
come on.
seriously? Really? You had to leave him in, huh? Just had to leave him in.
Maybe at 80 you could have taken him out.
Scoreboard. Anyway, congratulations. And Maryvale, you are the proud home of the first high school kid to score 100 in a game. Congrats.
You won by 84.
I didn't expect you to go there, but thanks to the miracle of Google, I was able to find it real quick.
You said Maryvale. It reminded me of the story I saw.
Triggered something. Yeah, I triggered something at V's Barbershop. 13. That is the correct answer to the question. There are now 13 associated names of the Arizona Cardinals coaching search after 2 more were added last night. The 2 that were added, well, one was added last night and one was added today. The one that was added last night was Texans defensive coordinator Matt Burke. According to the Athletics' Diana Rossini, the Cardinals have requested permission to interview Burke. He's the defensive coordinator of the Houston Texans. Obviously, his team is still in the playoffs. He's also a former defensive line coach of the Arizona Cardinals.
Yes.
Under Cliff Kingsbury and then DC Vance Joseph. And then the one we learned about this morning is the offensive coordinator of the Steelers, Arthur Smith, who presumably is kind of in limbo right now, given that Mike Tomlin has stepped away from his job. Per Ian Rappaport, he has received a request to interview. The Titans have reached out to him as well. So 13 names, 5 offensive, 8 defensive so far.
Yeah, I think it's a great list. Like, I think the list is really good. I mean, the Texans guy could be a great hire for them, right? I think they're going to lean defense. What we know is that it's an expanded list. We talked about this with the Suns. I'm glad the Suns went as deep as they did because it allowed them to get Jordan Hott. And I don't know if they would have limited it to a certain amount, if Jordan Hott would have even made the top 5, 7, 8, 9, 10. But by expanding it, you get this look at all these different coaches. Arthur Smith seems like a reach to me a little bit. I mean, that unit wasn't very good. For the Steelers offensively, it had a lot of issues. So that's an interesting name. But again, I think at this point, you reach out to as many coaches as you can. And you kind of whittle it down and you go through the process and then, you eliminate a bunch of guys. You do a second round of interview. And then at that point, you got to narrow it down to like 2 or 3 guys. You bring the owner in at that point, and then the owner sits down with the general manager and you go over all the different options that are out there. And then you make your hire. It's
a similar search to what we went through in 2023 when I believe the Cardinals interviewed a dozen candidates for the job back then too, before ultimately choosing Jonathan Gannon. Now, hopefully it goes better than it did in 2023. 2023 because obviously Jonathan Gannon was not the right choice so far. And again, this is the list. I think, most everybody knows this by now, but it's Vance Joseph. It's Miami Dolphins defensive coordinator Anthony Weaver. It's Chiefs OC Matt Nagy. It's 49ers DC Robert Saleh. Seahawks OC Clint Kubiak. Falcons head coach Raheem Morris. More on him in a second. Patriots passing game coordinator and tight ends coach Thomas Brown. Packers defensive coordinator Jeff Hafley. Rams OC Mike LaFleur. Rams DC Chris Shula. Texans DC Matt Burke. Chargers DC Jesse Minter. Steelers OC Arthur Smith. Of the 13 names, Gambo, if I'm doing my count right, 5 are former head coaches in the NFL. 5.
Okay.
Vance Joseph, Matt Nagy, Robert Saleh, Raheem Morris, and Arthur Smith.
Okay. And that's the difference between the Suns and then when you look at the Cardinals. The Suns were pretty intent on hiring a first-time coach. We're going to hire a first-time coach, where the Cardinals are going to explore every option. Offensive guy, defensive guy, former head coach, not former head coach, they're going to do it all. So, these names are interesting. Arthur Smith is also interviewing with the Titans. Albert Breer reported.
Yep.
He was an assistant at Tennessee for like 9 or 10 years. He was their offensive coordinator there. He left the Titans to be the head coach in Atlanta. He was 21-30 in the 3 seasons there. Then he got fired. But I look at that offense. They were 25th in total offense this season. 25th.
Yeah.
Now, there are ties to Monty Ossenfort because when he was in Tennessee, Monty was the Titans director of player personnel from 20 to 22. So there's 3 years of familiarity there. So I think that could be, the guy, you bring him in and, you see what happens. So their offense didn't do very much in that game against the Texans the other day. But again, familiarity with Monty. They were with the Titans together with Arthur Smith. He was a former head coach. A lot of these guys, I'm a big believer that the second time around for some of these guys are usually great because you saw it with Pete Carroll, you saw it with Bill Belichick. There's been a lot of guys that when they got their second opportunity were really good. So I'm not against guys who failed the first time.
No, I'm not either, but they're of the guys who failed the first time, I mean, some of them I think are just more appealing than others. This is total bias. I mean, I admit it. I'm prejudiced to certain guys on this list, and certainly there are guys that I like and guys that I don't as much. I'm not particularly interested in Arthur Smith as a second-time head coach. He doesn't really move the needle for me
just
very much.
The offense. It's not like the offense was dynamic. The offense wasn't very good.
Matt Nagy is a second-time head coach. Doesn't really do anything for him. Doesn't really move the needle. Robert Saleh, yeah, moves the needle. Raheem Morris doesn't really move the needle very much for me.
Vance,
he's a tweener. He for me is, I just, the only thing I worry about Vance really is that he just strikes me as the guy who's just better off being a coordinator. You are a really good coordinator.
The Steve Spagnuolo.
Just the kind of a, like, that's your lane, dude. You're so good at that lane. Just stay in your lane and you make a lot of money and you'll coach in this league a lot of years. I just don't know if he's, going to veer out of that lane or not and be any good at it. He's the tweener name for me where, like, of all the former head coaches who are trying it again on this list, he's the one where I'm like, okay, maybe I could see it, but I'd be a hard no on Arthur Smith. I'd be a hard no on Matt Nagy. I'd be a pretty hard no on Raheem Morris. And the news about him, according to Albert Breer, the Cardinals have already conducted an in-person interview with Raheem Morris.
Okay.
So that's done. The Jeff Hafley interview is today, according to Albert Breer, for the Cardinals. The Cardinals are interviewing Packers DC Jeff Hafley for their job this afternoon.
Now, Raheem Morris, he interviewed with the Titans as well.
Yes.
Okay.
And
it seems like the Titans and the Cardinals have very similar lists.
It does. The Giants have also conducted an interview with Raheem Morris, and of course,
the Giants are getting Harbaugh.
Of course they are. I mean, the Giants are interviewing John Harbaugh today,
right. and he's not going to leave.
I'm already reading the stuff out of New York, like bar the door, don't let him out, close the airport, close the train station, don't let him leave, give him whatever he wants, and hire him before he takes another job.
You want that Statue of Liberty? We'll put it in your backyard. It'll be right there for you. We'll move it for you. You can have it.
We will get you your own Staten Island ferry. It'll drive you back and forth across that thing, whatever you want. I'm like, what else do you want, huh?
You want a hot dog truck outside your house? I'll put one there. With the
Chrysler building,
sauerkraut.
done. We'll do the Chrysler building for you. It's all right. We got that. If they were okay, remember last year they hired Jonathan Gannon on Valentine's Day. I think we're in for a similar long haul this time around. But there are some of these guys that they could, in theory, hire right now. Guys whose teams aren't coaching anymore.
I don't think they do. I think Harbaugh's. So here, the right way to do it is to interview everybody. Okay? Now, you may lose a guy or two in the process.
Mm-hmm.
Then you go through a second round of interviews in person, and then you narrow it down to 2 or 3, and you bring the owner in and you make the choice. I doubt, and I don't know this for sure, I doubt the Cardinals would do an interview halfway through. And that's our guy, hire him, don't cancel the rest of the interviews. I don't think that they can afford that. I think they need to interview everybody.
I agree.
So that's why it's going to take the time frame that you just mentioned.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the Arizona Diamondbacks infield is just about set with the addition of Nolan Arenado, with the exception of first base. We'll talk about how the Diamondbacks look now that Arenado is in the fold next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And the Suns fall tonight to the Heat, 127 to 121. They got down double digits early. They were down 20 at the beginning of the third before fighting all the way back to take a 6-point lead. But they end up on the losing side by 6, 127-121.
Gut Punch L on the road, and we talk about it today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Do you cringe when you have to smile for photos? Are you lacking confidence because of broken, discolored, or missing teeth? You struggle to chew food properly, or you just don't function normally with your teeth? Have you ever forgotten? Have you even forgotten how to smile because you just don't smile? You hide your smile with your hands? Well, Pro Smile Dental can change all of that with dental implants. At Pro Smile, from start to finish, everything is done on site with your implants. That's right, Arizona's top oral surgeons, cosmetic dentists, and an on-site lab provide immediate teeth with the highest quality. The all-on-4 implants can give you back the confidence to laugh and smile and look good doing it. Pro Smile Dental is the only practice. We have oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists available on-site every single day. It's a family-owned practice right here in Arizona, not a national chain, and I love giving my business to these family-owned practices. They've got locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale. They offer multiple financing options, including interest-free financing or financing up to 10 years. So if you want to fix your smile, let's get you to call Pro Smile right now. You can text PRO to 620-620 or call 1-888-GO-SMILE. That's 1-888-GO-SMILE.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear from Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, what makes Waltz the best choice for all of our listeners?
Well, Beck, we're local and we will beat any price. But I would say that it's really our knowledge and expertise that sets us apart. We offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you can enjoy a worry-free installation done by a pro. Or come see us and get what you want when you want it.
Take your fandom to the next level by visiting Waltz off the I-10 in Warner or online at waltz.com.
Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
All right, Basin Earnings, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
Hey, Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Well, Happy New Year, Roller.
It's a new year, Wayne, and listeners are making new resolutions, eat healthier, go to the gym, save a little money. But what about their cars?
That's right, Roller. Everyone makes personal resolutions, but your car needs a resolution too.
All right, like what?
Stop ignoring the warning signs. You know that check engine light isn't a suggestion. It's your car's cry for help.
Okay, what else?
Well, commit to regular maintenance, fluid changes, brakes, tires. Taking care of the little things prevent big repairs and big expenses later.
That definitely sounds like a money-saving resolution.
I'll say, here's a good one. Don't wait until you're stranded to call AMCO. If something's off with your car, get it checked right away.
So fewer breakdowns, smoother driving, and less stress in 2026.
That's the goal. Start your year right with a car that's right.
A new year, new habits for you and your ride. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The search for the Arizona Cardinals' next head coach continues, and they are reportedly interviewing a candidate today. According to Sports Illustrated's Albert Breer, the Cardinals are interviewing Green Bay Packers defensive coordinator Jeff Hafley. For the full list of candidates, head on over to arizonasports.com. The men's basketball edition of the Territorial Cup goes down tonight in Tucson. Tip-off for Sun Devils Wildcats is at 8:30 with pregame coverage beginning at 8 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Oregon quarterback Dante Moore announced that he will be returning to school for the 2026 season. He was number 2 on Mel Kiper Jr.'s 2026 NFL Draft Board. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication, a $299 value, when you start any testosterone program. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Hey, it's Luke. Now that Dante Moore has decided to return to Oregon, is there any chance at all the Cardinals still draft a quarterback at number 3? We'll talk about that tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, I say it all the time, but you can tip jar this one for me, please.
Little Stevie Wonder?
Stevie Wonder. Sir
it.
Duke. From Songs in the Key of Life. Great album. This is Mike Hazen yesterday on his teleconference for the Nolan Arenado announcement. Arenado met with the media today. We're currently working on cutting up some of that sound.
I'd like to hear what he has to say. Yeah,
right, yeah. We'll bring that to you as soon as we're able to turn it around. But for all the talk that we had yesterday about Arenado and his bat and kind of his declining numbers and things like that, Mike Hazen almost anticipating that was going to be the reaction to the trade for Arenado, kind of de-emphasized the offense of Arenado and emphasized more the defense of Nolan Arenado.
With the firepower we have at the top of our lineup, we're not looking for him to carry the offense. We don't need him to carry the offense. We need him to solidify and stabilize our defense. That's a huge component to this. I think it's a huge value to what he brings to the table, and what he's going to do from a leadership standpoint. I'm excited about.
Defense was one of the major areas of concern for them going into the offseason. They needed to get better defensively. This is a team that prided themselves on playing the game the right way. And how many times did we come in last year like, this is not Diamondbacks baseball.
Right.
Like, this is like, they're sloppy. They're throwing the ball all over the place. They're making errors. It was just it was not the Diamondback baseball that we were accustomed to under Torey Lovello. Torey's a stickler for just, not making those mistakes, making the right plays, putting pressure on the other team. And by getting Arenado, you're getting a dominant defensive player at third base that is going to really solidify that area. Like Ryan Thompson, you said, commented on my my tweet yesterday about the news of getting Arenado.
You're going to get carpal tunnel from writing 5-3 in your scorebook every day. Yeah,
he's automatic. He's got great range. He's got a great arm, like Suarez. Suarez had a great arm. Arenado's got a little bit more range. I mean, I'm not saying he's Brooks Robinson, but he is a great defensive third baseman. He will help that defense. But I disagree with Mike a little bit. I think he is going to be a run producer. I think he is going to be a guy that drives in a bunch of runs. Now, where they're going to bat him in a lineup, 6th or 7th, he's not going to bat 4th or 5th, but he probably bat 6th, maybe bat 7th. But I think he's going to get a lot of opportunities because the Diamondbacks have a very good offensive team. I think he'll come up with a lot of guys on base and he'll be able to drive in runs.
Yeah, and I know he knows this. We have a great deal of respect for Mike Hazen. We think typically he's the smartest guy in the room. I would, a little bit with the offense say that I do think it doesn't completely not matter how he does offensively. They were pretty, especially after the trade deadline, 5 through 9 in the lineup, they were pretty quiet in August and September. They did not get a lot of production out of the top. And outside of the top, I should say. And if they do bat Arenado 5th or 6th, which I think is a pretty fair projection for him to be, he can't just be an automatic out either, right? Like they need a little more production down there to take some of the pressure off of the Carrolls and the Ketels and the Geraldo Perdomos. Here's Arenado today. Credit to Lauren for turning this around as quickly as she did because she's back there working on it right now. His first thoughts when he heard he was joining the Diamondbacks.
I was kind of in shock because I feel like this process has been going on for a little bit. So I was kind of like, man, I can't believe we're finally getting to this place. But obviously, Arizona was one of the first teams to show interest in me. And, I love the way they played the game. It was, I expanded my list, and those were one of the teams that I expanded from last year. I put them on this year. It's close to home for me. I'm from Orange County, so it's easy. I got family in Arizona, and I really like this team. They're a good team. They play hard, and they're young, but I feel like I could really help this team win ball games and contribute. And obviously being around good, young, hungry players, I think it just helps me stay young. So it was kind of a no-brainer for me. So I was really excited about it.
It makes sense for him to come here. I was still shocked that the Diamondbacks only paid $11 million to get him for 2 years. Mm-hmm. Now, Longoria was here for 1 year. So they had Evan Longoria for 1 year. When they got Longoria, he was, 85, 95, 2005, 2000. He was 37 years old or something.
A couple years older than
So he played for the Diamondbacks in 2023. He was born in 85, so 23. He was like 38 when he got here. So I don't know if I agree with the comparisons with Longoria. I mean, you can look at the batting average and the production and say that's okay. But Arenado's a few years younger than when Longoria played that one season with the D-backs in 2023.
He is, yeah. I mean, so I think in that regard, but I think the general concept of a veteran third baseman, a steady glove on his decline, there to kind of provide that sort of edgy leadership. That's another thing that I read over the last 24 hours was that the Diamondbacks have kind of a lot of self-starting guys in that clubhouse, and they want a veteran guy who's also kind of a self-starting leader guy to go along with the younger players who are like that. It's the question now really is who's pardon the Abbott and Costello bit, but who's at first, right? Because third is set. It's Arenado. Perdomo set at short. Ketel's set at second. Pavin Smith is your left-handed option, we would presume, at first.
And he'll get the majority of the bats because most pitchers are right-handed.
Though Adrian Del Castillo could in theory, spell him a little bit, too, if Pavin Smith isn't very successful.
ABC. I like his bat.
I do, too, and I certainly think he presents themselves a DH option as well from the left side of the plate with the way he swings it for power. You said yesterday, you reported via your Twitter account that this does not rule out Paul Goldschmidt. I know we had Steve Gilbert on our morning show today, and I guess Goldie texted Gilbert and said, hey, you got a good one in Nolan Arenado, so that the door for a Paul Goldschmidt reunion is very much viable as a right-handed bat.
Crushes left-handed pitching. He'd be great as a platoon guy. He still is a dominant player defensively at first base. So he could also be the type, Goldie could be the type of guy that He'll get less at bats than Smith when you just go regular first baseman because he'll be facing the lefties, paving the righties. But Goldie's a superior defensive player at first base than Pavin Smith is. So Goldie could be the guy that comes in the 8th inning of a baseball game, when you've got a 3-2 lead, and you take Pavin out and you say, I'm going to play Goldie at first. So you also could get games that way where he's a defensive replacement for the final couple innings because you'd much rather have Paul Goldschmidt at first base playing defense than Pavin Smith. So I do see that as an option. Now, I believe they'd like to pay him around $6 million a year. That's a big pay cut from what he was at. I don't know what his value is, but I think if he did sign with the Diamondbacks, it's probably in that $6 or $7 million range. I don't think it's any higher than that. It's not 10, 15. I don't think they want to go there. Finances are an issue for a team, for this team. They don't have the Dodgers' money. They spend all their money. They do a great job of it, but they just can't go around giving everybody $15 million.
No, and then, of course, this also leaves the outfield as trying to figure out how it's all going to settle out until Lourdes Gurriel Jr. comes back. We didn't get a chance to talk about it yesterday because we were so focused on Arenado. He released an Instagram video of him. Did you see the Lourdes Gurriel Jr. Instagram video?
No.
Oh, he was sliding into third base, and he was jumping around in the weight room.
I said Friday there were some guys that are closer than.
I mean, he looked fine sliding in the third. And it was a very deliberate video to show the world how fine he was. But he's standing over at second, and he comes sliding into third. And he pops right up, and everything looks good. So maybe it won't be as long as we think for Lourdes Gurriel.
We talked on Friday. I had got some word that they've got some encouraging medical reports on some of their guys. And then Hazen on his press conference a couple days later said that some of these guys are closer. So that's good. That's good news that some of these guys may be back. I think it's Gurriel. I think it could be Puck too. So there are some good medicals coming back on some of these guys that could be back earlier than expected.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, probably not a surprise, but Dante Moore is headed back to Oregon. The trick is going to be now figuring out what the Cardinals are going to do at quarterback for 2026. That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
You call John Harbaugh and you say, hey, John, Michael Bidwell here. As you know, we've got a vacancy here, and we're obviously very, very interested in you if you'd like to be part of what we're doing here. And have you seen the weather here in the wintertime? It is stunning. Have you seen the plans for our brand new facility, of which you can be the ringleader of it all? And, we don't really have a quarterback now, but we've got Jacoby Brissett, and he can get you through a year, and you can go pick out whoever you want. Have you ever had a Sonoran dog, John? Have you ever had our salsa? Have you ever seen our sunsets? Yeah, look, it's a pipe dream. Yeah, I mean, you try it.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here to tell you about V's Barbershop. You don't need me to tell you about V's Barbershop. Gambo just went there today. It's where he found out about the kid from Maryvale who scored 100 points in a basketball game last night against a high school in Yuma. V's Barbershop is the place to go to get the very best haircut you possibly can. And the place to go, not only with the best barbers or the hot lather shave, which is just absolutely awesome if you've never had one of these. It's also the place to go to just kind of get away from it all, even for just like 30 minutes. It is amazing. Every time I go and you walk in, and it's like you've just been transported to a different time and place. And whatever stresses you've got, whatever real world issues you're dealing with right out there, like you walk into these and suddenly for just at least a half hour or so, you're just kind of taking a break and getting a great haircut and it's relaxing, or you're getting a hot lather shave, or maybe it's a great day and you're getting both. Either way, you're getting away from it all when you go to V's Barbershop. You can't go wrong. So the next time you need a haircut, go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
Winter is the perfect time to upgrade your yard with Turf Monsters, Arizona's trusted, top-rated installer of artificial turf. Their turf is engineered for our climate, built to stay cool, vibrant, and durable year-round, and is backed by industry-leading warranties. Holiday gatherings coming up? A clean, green, low-maintenance lawn makes entertaining easy, and their artificial turf is pet-friendly, kid-safe, drains fast, and never gets muddy, so everyone can enjoy the yard without the mess. It's also an eco-friendly option that can save thousands of gallons of water a year, and Turf Monsters can also create dog runs, poolside turf, and outdoor spaces perfect for grilling and game days. You'll get a free in-home consultation, clear pricing, and fast professional installation, often done in just one day. Get your yard ready before spring hits. Visit turfmonstersaz.com or call 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, here's Lauren with today's social media poll question of the day. I haven't seen it. I have no idea what it is. So what is it?
Me either.
Wow, I get to surprise both of you
Surprise.
today.
Surprise.
Surprise.
Wow.
Yeah, surprise.
Okay, it's about the Phoenix Suns.
Okay.
I'll lead with that. When Jalen Green comes back, who should be the 5th Suns starter with Jalen Green, Devin Booker, Dylan Brooks, and Mark Williams?
Okay.
Is it Grayson Allen? Is it Jordan Goodwin? Is it Colin Gillespie? Or is it Royce O'Neal?
Grayson Allen.
Grayson Allen.
Let's just hope
I
that-
love Goodwin off the bench. And a high energy guy. You want that second unit is relied on very heavily under Jordan Knott. Very heavily.
Yeah, I get
They
the
play
idea.
the end of the third, start the fourth. I want Goodwin out there.
I get the idea of a point guard next to Book as a starter, but I Grayson Allen. Grayson Allen's the answer for me. He
You
played
guys-
a great game last night.
You guys answered far more definitively than our audience because 36% are
Colin
going with
Gillespie.
Royce O'Neal and Grayson Allen, tied at 36%.
Oh, wow. Wow. Okay.
26% going with Colin Gillespie and 2% going with Jordan Goodwin.
Goodwin getting no love.
No, it's a 3-slice pie right now.
He already got ruled out of the Pistons game. We're talking about Jalen Green now, and of course we don't know about Devin Booker. I don't know what time the injury report typically drops.
We'll have to wait a while.
Kellen coming on at 3, but I imagine at some point during our show we will get an update on Devin Booker.
Yeah.
And Gambo if he's
I'll try to check on it. I haven't, but I will.
I would be surprised if Devin Booker is playing tomorrow night against the Pistons, which is a bummer because he's a Michigan guy. I'm sure he'd love to play against the Detroit Pistons, and maybe he does, but I'd be very surprised if he did. God bless you, by the way.
Thank you.
That's the poll question. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo X page at Burns and Gambo. One word is where it's at. So the announcement came down today on SportsCenter, no less, from Oregon quarterback Dante Moore.
Yeah, of course, first things first, I have to give glory to God for, of course, letting me be on this platform I am, the blessings he's given me. Yeah, this past year was a year that I'll remember for the rest of my life. Just my teammates, the adversity we went through, and just the way to be able to, as a kid, to play in the semifinals. And, of course, the year didn't end the way you wanted to end. And, of course, you got to give your kudos and credit to Indiana. But, yeah, with this decision, mainly all my life, it's kind of just been, being as most prepared as I can for any situation I go into. And when it comes to me just making my decision, of course, I want to feel most prepared and, this is best for my situation, especially as a quarterback. And with my decision, it's been very tough. I prayed a lot about it, talked to many people, my mentors, and people I just look up to. And with that being said, of course, I'll be coming back to Oregon for one more year and being able to play for the Oregon Ducks and, of course, reach our goal and be national champions.
I think it's a wise decision. I think NIL allows these kids to come back and not forced to go to the NFL and get the money. It's the one area of the NIL that actually is good. It does allow these kids the ability to say, I don't have to go to the NFL. I'm not just getting a scholarship. I'm getting a few $1 million or it does allow these kids to say that. This is a kid that's got 20 collegiate starts over 3 seasons, 5 at UCLA and then 15 this year at Oregon. He appeared in 5 games as the Dylan Gabriel's backup. The interesting thing for me now is the Raiola kid who transferred from Nebraska. He's got 2 years of eligibility. So he could be the backup to Moore this year and then take over the starting job next year. But I think it's wise. I mean, he would have been a high pick in the draft just because of talent, but I think going back for another year, it's just going to help him be better prepared to go to the NFL the next year.
Yeah, and not to dive too deep into Oregon football, but it's exactly what Dante Moore did behind Dylan Gabriel. He transferred to Oregon and sat behind Dylan Gabriel for a year, so it could be that Dylan Raiola is doing exactly the same thing behind Moore. Obviously, the impact here locally is for the Arizona Cardinals. Not that you were going to get Dante Moore at number 3, but, this 3-quarterback draft, it might come down to a 1-quarterback draft if Ty Simpson, there was a report yesterday that we spoke about briefly, in which he might have a $6.5 million offer on the table through NIL to stay in college one more year. Now, whether he can or not is kind of up for debate because he's already declared for the NFL draft, but it certainly... If the question is who is going to be the Cardinals starting quarterback in 2026,
not going to be this guy.
Not that Dante Moore was the answer to that question, but the answer to that question got a little bit more murky today. Just like, okay, who's it going to be, and how are they going to go get that guy, and what is it? Is it going to be Ty Simpson? Does he go number 2 if he indeed sticks with the draft? Can the Cardinals even find their quarterback of the future in this year's draft? It's really complicated.
It might be second round. I don't think you're going to be able to pass on the incredible amount of talent at the top of that draft for a quarterback. Now, again, I don't want to trade down, and I know some people may want to, but I think that they need great players, and you risk it trading down. Look, I said this the other day, and I truly believe this. Like, hindsight being 2020, you should have taken Will Anderson over Paris Johnson and the extra pick. You should have taken Will Anderson.
Yeah,
you should have.
So I know somebody pointed out on the YouTube chat yesterday when we had that conversation that, remember in the moment we thought the Houston Texans were going to suck and maybe you were going to get the first and the second pick in the draft.
Yep.
When you made that, right? Like in the moment you thought, oh my God, the Cardinals could pick first and second next year. Watch this. This is going to be so cool.
But you bypassed a great player. And this organization's done it. They passed on Terrell Suggs one year to go get Calvin Bryant and who was the other guy and the wide receiver, Brian Johnson.
It was Brian Johnson and
Calvin Pace.
Yeah.
Calvin Pace. Yeah. Like, you passed on a great player in Will Anderson. If I could go back and redo that draft, the Cardinals are taking Will Anderson. I'm not even thinking about it. Now, that was a Pro Football Focus story. Perfect draft pick for all 32 teams. And they had the Cardinals taking Dante Moore. They said the Cardinals would be set to move on from Murray. Fans should be crossing their fingers that the Jets pass on Moore at 2. While his final game wasn't very good, he's still ranked 5th among all FBS quarterbacks. But now he's going to go back to college. And listen, it means that there'll be a player that's not a quarterback taken before they choose, most likely. But that's okay. There's still like 5 great players that are going to be there.
Yeah, and if it is Ty Simpson, you do have a bridge quarterback in front of him in Jacoby Brissett. If that's the direct, you wouldn't be under any pressure to play Ty Simpson right away. I think there's an awful lot of risk. I think the names that are just stuck in my head, and I know the competition is going to be so fierce. It's Malik Willis and Mac Jones. And I wonder about both of those guys, and I wonder about how much it would cost to get both of those guys. Malik Willis would be a free agent, so that would just be straight money. Mac Jones would have to be a trade. You're giving up assets to get him, and you'd be doing it with a division rival. Not that would hold you back from doing it, but you would require draft compensation to go get Mac Jones. And for some reason, maybe it's just because Ty Simpson really looks like a guy who needs to pull a Dante Moore and stay in school. Gambo, those are the 2 names I cannot get out of my head, and wondering if one of them is going to be the next quarterback of the Arizona Cardinals. It's just, like we talked about yesterday, it really just depends on how much pressure Monty feels like he's under to win right now. And if he feels like he's under pressure to win right now, then I think they have to go out and get one of those guys and roll the dice and see if it works. If he's not under pressure, well, then you can probably draft whoever the heck you want at number 3 and just kind of slow play the quarterback thing and maybe punt on it until 2027.
I would do
potentially.
That, but they don't tank in the NFL the way they I guess some teams do, but it's harder to tank in the NFL, than it is to.
Well, players.
Look at the Giants. The Giants should have had the damn first pick in the draft.
Players don't tank, but
Coaches
organizations can by saying that guy's not available this week. That's guy's not available this week.
That's exactly what they do.
And they just rule guys out. That's how organizations tank.
Sure,
in the NFL.
Sure. Yeah, the players are always going to play to win. The coaches are going to coach to win, but. Usually, you know what the front office wants in that direction. I would punt on this year and try to get myself a franchise quarterback in the next year, but man, it's a tough sell to the fans because the fans are fans are tired of losing all these football games.
And then, of course, there's the Kyler Murray option.
You win 7 or 8 games, you don't go to the playoffs, and you've got the 15th pick in the draft. No, thank you.
Yeah, well, we come back on the Burns and Gambo show. Suns basketball losing last night to the Miami Heat. The road trip kind of punched back last night. We'll talk Suns basketball with our guy, Kellen Olson. He'll join us next on the Burns and Gambo show.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage team. Rates are good right now. You can email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. They'll monitor rates for you and find you the right rate so that way you can strike and get that mortgage that you want. Listen, the rates have come down. And the Lund Mortgage team's a local mortgage company that I've always used ever since I moved here to Arizona. Family owned and operated from Stan Lund over to Lisa Lund and Matt Oliver. It's a great local company that can help you with a refinance, a new home loan, getting you pre-approved for a mortgage. They do a terrific job. I've sent so many people over to the Lund Mortgage team, and everybody's always happy with the job that they do. Now, again, if you want to have if there's a certain rate you want, you could email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. That's ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. They can absolutely monitor the rates for you, and when the rate hits a certain number, you can get that mortgage at that rate. All you have to do is call 623-889-0130 or text ratewatch to lundmortgage.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
If the power goes out in the middle of winter, do you have a way to stay warm? If not, you need the Vesta off-grid space heater from My Patriot Supply. It's compact, safe to use indoors, and best of all, it doesn't need electricity. Right now, you can get a free Vesta and other bonus gifts when you order the Winter Survival Kit from My Patriot Supply. Just go to mypatriotsupply.com to see everything included. That's mypatriotsupply.com.
It's tax time, y'all. If you want to file free, this next one's for you.
Now taxes is so free. Payroll tax, free edition only. Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple form 1040 returns only. Now this is tax.
Love that jam. Up next, commercials.
Intuit TurboTax free edition. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, student loan interest, and Schedule 1A.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The search for the Arizona Cardinals' next head coach continues, and they are reportedly interviewing a candidate today. According to Sports Illustrated's Albert Breer, the Cardinals are interviewing Green Bay Packers defensive coordinator Jeff Hafley. For the full list of candidates, head on over to arizonasports.com. The men's basketball edition of the Territorial Cup goes down tonight in Tucson. Tip-off for Sun Devils Wildcats is at 8:30 with pregame coverage beginning at 8 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Oregon quarterback Dante Moore announced that he will be returning to school for the 2026 season. He was number 2 on Mel Kiper Jr.'s 2026 NFL Draft Board. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication, a $299 value, when you start any testosterone program. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Suns insider Kellen Olson joins Burns and Gambo to talk Phoenix Suns basketball.
We'll start with questions. Remember to state your name and affiliate, please. Up next. Back here. Kellen, great. Sorry, Kellen.
My fault, everyone.
Courtside with Kellen. Brought to you by Southwest Gas. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality.
127-121. The Phoenix Suns open up a 6-game road trip last night in Miami with a loss to the Miami Heat. A lot of game to talk about there, a lot of things that happened in that game to talk about. And joining us right now, the co-host of Arizona Sports at Night, our Suns guru at arizonasports.com, our weekly guest here on Burns and Gambo. There he is via the air link, Kellen Olson, who joins us here on Burns and Gambo. What's up, Kel? Good to see you. How we doing?
Bear down, Gambo. We winning by 40 or 60. I can't decide.
You know,
maybe I cut it down the middle and we're winning by 50.
Yeah, it's going to be a bloodbath. It's just going to be a bloodbath. I mean, his team. Did you watch that game against TCU the other day? I watched that from start to finish. It was such a great game. They played so well. It's Koa Pete had a great game. And then Iowa State got clobbered the other day. So UConn won yesterday. It's going to be a good year. But every time I watch other teams play, I kind of think that, God, I think Arizona's better than all these teams. I don't know about Kansas, but we'll see when they play each other.
Yeah, good thing it's an 8:30 start. Like, put the kids to bed early. You don't want them to see what we're about to do.
Exactly. And most people will be able to go to bed at halftime because the game will be over, right?
That's what I'm
100%
thinking will probably be my
9:30, you'll be
plan
good.
tonight. Yeah, stay up, watch the first half, and Lauren's giving the thumbs down on the other side of the glass. That's funny stuff. When let's start with the nuts and bolts of this. Being that you've covered this league as long as you have, when do you think we'll get an injury report from the Suns regarding Devin Booker, Kel?
I was actually refreshing it just now. Not out yet. It should be in the next 15 to 30. Lauren, your super producer, is on it. She'll be in your guys' ear when it drops. So it'll either be 3:15 or 3:30.
Would you be surprised if he is playing tomorrow against the Detroit Pistons based off of his history, their history, and kind of what we've seen, how they've handled these things this year?
No, I thought that it was concerning when he went to the locker room right away because that's a telltale sign that he's obviously hurt, because there's been so many times over the course of his career that I've covered where he got hurt and didn't show anything or tried to show just about nothing. I think the most infamous example was Game 5 in Denver 2 years ago in the playoffs when he went sideline to sideline. They didn't even show it on the broadcast because there was nothing to show, but he clearly pulled his hammy or something, and then the way he was moving in Game 6 kind of revealed it, but he'll rarely reveal it. The concerning part for me, guys, was minute 30 left he clearly like re-aggravated it and then had to like limp with it for a second. And that's not like him. Like once he's playing through injury, he won't show something. So it was definitely a tennis ball on the side of his foot when he woke up today. It's just a matter of how they get that swelling down.
Yeah, when he went to the locker room with 55 seconds left in the third quarter, at that point it's 90-87. I was surprised when he came back into the game later on. Like in the fourth quarter, I was not expecting to see him back. But the 9-11 mark, they brought him back in. He came in for Grayson Allen. But he tried to tough it out. You know, he tried to tough it out. And then obviously that was an emotional game for him, too. You could see that him and Jaquez with the pushing and the shoving and the technicals and everything. I think he wanted that one bad. But, yeah, I think, listen, the Suns have been very cautious with their players. I don't think they're going to go risk anything. If he can play, he'll play. But I think if there's any chance that he could re-injure that, they're going to sit him and not have him play in that game.
Yeah, look, if it's going to take like 2 to 3 weeks, and I'm not saying I know anything on a timeline or anything. I know the instant reaction, roll your eyes, of course, as Jalen Green's getting back, but it's more about being precautious. We're not in a stage of the season where you have to start pushing guys back too early. It is an ankle sprain at the end of the day. It looks like, at least, like that's what it looked like. And for him to go back to the locker room, probably get it taped up a bit and go back from there. But he should, I would assume he's playing tomorrow, just like knowing him and being around him for a long time with the game in Detroit, especially. But we'll see. Maybe the medical staff wins this round. I'll put it as.
I said to Bernsey, what this team has not had this year is they have not had any adversity. They just have not really had adversity. They started off 1-4, but outside of that, the longest losing streak they have is a 2-game losing streak. This is a really, really tough road trip. And, you know, if they do struggle on this road trip and drop a bunch of games, this would be the first time this year that they would have to deal with some adversity.
Exactly. In terms of the way the games have gone this season, for sure. But I think the encouraging part, Gambo, is they have had adversity all year through injuries, right? And having to have other guys step up. So they've had that level. But in terms of like the week-to-week flow, where you drop the first 2 or 3 of a road trip and you're on that flight trying to relocate the energy, make sure you're good when you go into the next city, state, time zone, wherever you're going. This is also the year we always, the part of the year we always talk about, Gambo, where late January, early February, like right before the trade deadline, right before the All-Star break. This is when a lot of teams will not take their foot off the gas, but will start to feel the effects of a season, especially rookies. We'll see like, oh, we have like 40 more games left. Excuse me, like 50. And for a team like this that is playing so freaking hard every single night, we're going to see this point somewhere where they hit that wall. It's just, to your point, how do they respond to it? I think all three of us are expecting for them to respond to it well. But to what ability are they going to be able to do so? We'll have to wait and see. Like, we keep learning more and more about this team as the year goes on. And like that learning moment, Gambo, we're still waiting to see what it is.
Kellen Olson joining us here on the Burns and Gambo show. We've obviously talked about Dylan Brooks all season long, the good and the bad. He giveth, he taketh, all of that thing. Last night, it was kind of more the same with him. I mean, at this point, do we believe there is anything that can get his attention when it comes to the timeliness of some of his mistakes that he's making out there? Does getting suspended for 16 technicals get his attention, or is this just the Dylan Brooks experience and we're all going to have to live with the good and the bad of it, Kel?
This is just what it is, and it's going to continue to be this. I don't expect him to trend for 25, 30 technicals like he's at right now. But it's one of those things where you want him to avoid those situations where he could get a technical. And him and Ed Malloy had probably like a combined like 9-minute conversation over the course of that game. Like, he was talking to Malloy the whole freaking game.
Yes, he was.
That's the type of thing where, again, you would like for him to dial back, but it's just not going to be him. And you see the thing that he did with the flagrant foul, and you're like, why are you grabbing at the guy? Like, what kind of, and you remember he did that earlier this year to Steph. Like, why does he do it? I don't know, but it's like
foolish.
A thing that he does.
It's just so foolish. I mean, it's just foolish, unnecessary, and unproductive. But I don't know
where
if
he
he's
grabbed his arm and slid down his arm.
No, the one where he was going up for a shot as he was coming down. He kind of took his left arm and just sort of dragged the defender with him in the corner. And it's just like, again, it's the good and the bad. And he does it, Kellen. And I just don't know if there's any stopping it at this point with him. You're just going to have to live with it if you're a Suns fan, or the Suns in general.
Yeah, you'll remember Book saying, like, it can be controlled. Like, respect Book with all the world, but it cannot be controlled. It's just, this is how it's going to go. Guess what, guys? Third quarter, who was the guy that was getting it going and leading the comeback?
Brooks.
Yeah,
he had a great third quarter. Unbelievable
Ups and downs.
third quarter.
It's an extreme roller coaster that would make everyone nauseous. And if you're like scared of those types of thrill rides, you will not enjoy yourself. But I'm enjoying it. It's a lot of fun. The good and the bad, I'm enjoying all of it.
I'm surprised at his ability to get to the basket with ease. Like, he was blowing by guys in that third quarter. I mean, it wasn't just a bunch of three-pointers. Driving, layup, elbow jumper, layup, pull-up jumper, layup. I mean, he was driving by guys. He's not the longest guy out there, but he's got that, he's kind of got a little bit of a physical wide body, and he's able to get separation on you and use his body to be able to get that ball up without it being blocked.
He's legitimately a great scorer. I'll have a piece on ArizonaSports.com when the guys get back. I should have a couple more people to talk to about like some signature things that they do on the floor. And for Dylan, it's the scoring that you're talking about, and more specifically, something that Jordan agreed with when I asked him about it is we watch scores and like they're very instinctual with the way they go about the floor, right? Like it's like taking a feel for that move, this move here. You know what Dylan is going to do. Like he has 4 to 6 moves that he relies on consistently and can get to them like wherever on the floor because he has gone through so much repetition. And he said within the last 2 years really is when he honed down on like working on these moves every single day. And it's so rare to watch a guy work on like a turnaround fall away before the game with 5 minutes to go until the buzzer sounds, and then that move actually be deployed a number of times throughout the game. But that's how hard he works. He is such a hard worker, and it clearly affects the team in such a positive way.
It's our poll question today. What do you assume the move is when Jalen Green comes back? Assuming health for Devin Booker, which I don't want to assume, but just for argument's sake, what is the move when Jalen Green comes back?
Yeah, Grayson. I think that it was always going to be Grayson too, even earlier in the year. Now, Colin has played so well this year. I would argue that he's been their third best player this year when you take into the health of Jalen and Grayson as well with them being out. But I think what Grayson provides for them with the spacing that he does and then the extra driver that he is as well, because when you're looking at like the drive and kick stuff that they use to really get the gear spinning, that's not Dylan's game at all. It's going to be Jalen's game, you hope, but we'll have to wait and see if he can do that part of his game consistently. That's what Grayson does. That's what Book does. Having that guy out there as well. You would have like defensive concerns and like matchup concerns, but Odd has been so fantastic this year that like all these concerns about size, like last night's game, it was like, oh yeah, this is a really small team. Like they were getting manhandled a bit by the team that was just bigger, stronger, faster than them. And we haven't seen many games like that because of the job that Odd has done. I think it's Grayson. He's also just played really well since he got back too.
So you two going to be tweeting each other tonight around 8:30 or so? Is that the plan?
We don't even need to communicate anymore. We just know what's going on.
You saw what happened.
Why would you talk about something you know what's going on?
You saw that Michigan team lose at home to Wisconsin the other day. I mean, come on. How would they get first place votes over Arizona? That was ridiculous.
Kansas is this dumpster fire. Lauren could go on a 6-minute monologue about everything that they're going through this year, and suddenly they're able to like beat Iowa State by 20. Not us, Gambo. Not us. We're never losing, ever.
Thanks, Kellen. We appreciate that.
Thanks, guys. Bear down.
Got it. Kellen Olson, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Yeah, ASU U of A.
We like our Wildcat
tonight.
basketball.
Yeah, you two do. You really, it's a love affair. It's a deeply rooted love affair. There's no question about that.
Arizona got a kid from Munich, Germany. Come on.
Arizona Sports is teaming up for something big, and we want you climbing with us. Sign up to join Ron Wolfley and myself. It's the Arizona Sports team to help raise critical funds for the special needs community during the Cardinals Climb event. We would love to see you out there. Ron and I will both be out there climbing on February 21st at State Farm Stadium. Text the word hike to 620-620. Learn more. Sign up today. We would love to have you out there. We talked about it with Kellen. We'll talk about it more, the two of us. Devin Booker injured his ankle last night. Returned to the game. Should we be concerned? That's next on Arizona Sports.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And the Suns fall tonight to the Heat, 127-121. They got down double digits early. They were down 20 at the beginning of the third before fighting all the way back to take a 6-point lead. But they end up on the losing side by 6, 127-121.
Gut Punch L on the road, and we talk about it today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
If you're replacing your home's windows or doors, here's what most people miss. Installation matters as much as the product. I'm Becky Lynn, and that's why I recommend Arizona Window and Door Store. Locally owned with their exclusive seal and shield installation process, backed by a lifetime labor warranty. And with over 1,400 five-star reviews, Arizona homeowners agree. Call 480-562-3902 for a free in-home appointment or book online at azwds.com. That's azwds.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Revitalize your bathroom with big savings at Lowe's. Get up to 40% off select vanities and free delivery during our bath savings event. Plus, get up to 40% off select shower heads. No matter what style you're looking for, we've got you covered. Shop for your bathroom refresh at Lowe's. We help, you save. While supplies last, selection varies by location.
Rain-X wipers are the #1 wiper blades in America. That means all kinds of drivers choose Rain-X. Big drivers in small cars choose Rain-X. Small drivers in big cars choose Rain-X. Drivers with long hair and short commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with short hair and long commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with pets on board, babies on board, and bored babies on board choose Rain-X. Basically, drivers who love a clear view of the road all choose Rain-X wipers, the #1 wiper blades in America.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Thursday morning. Suns getting ready for the Pistons. Will they have Devin Booker available? That and a lot more starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
And as Kellen mentioned a second ago, Lauren is standing by refreshing the injury report from the NBA, which drops. I don't know how often it drops, but we're expecting
every 15 minutes.
Every 15 minutes they drop it. Okay. So at some point today, we're going to get an update on Devin Booker and find out whether he's questionable, doubtful, out, whatever the case may be. But last night, needless to say, every Suns fan everywhere was like, no, come on, man. Seriously?
Hero lobbing the other end for Larson. He gets it blocked by Booker. Both guys hit the deck and are underneath the basket in pain. On the other end, a lob to Brooks. He'll lay it up and in, and the Suns are within 3. Devin Booker still slow getting up, as now he's got a visible limp as he's trying to walk it off. And Booker's going to limp off the floor as he has a heavy limp heading into the tunnel.
I'm sure the folks in Youngtown, Gambo, were very, very upset to see Devin Booker just head right for the locker room.
More so than any other town. Youngtown, they were the most upset.
That's the kind of thing that really triggers the folks in Youngtown, is when they see Devin Booker just go right to the locker room and not even go to the bench. He came back in the game, but But then as Kellen alluded, and we mentioned it earlier in the show too, he clearly re-aggravated it with about 2 minutes to go. You could see him kind of grimacing, and he twisted it again or did something to aggravate it. So now we're all waiting to see what the deal is going to be with Devin Booker moving forward. The timing sucks, obviously, with Jalen Green due back almost any day now at this point.
I know. That would be the worst thing, right? I mean, you just really want to see this team whole heading into the trade deadline in February. Like, my initial thought right now is you trade Nick Richards for a second-round pick, and you be done with it, and then you roll with what you have. It gets you under the tax. You take out that repeat offender options, and I think that's the most likely scenario is you trade Nick Richards to a team and just get back a second and be happy with it. I don't know if they'll do anything major, but you got to see what's available. You got to see what your needs are. Hopefully Book doesn't miss any extended period of time, but I wouldn't be surprised if they are on the side of caution if they think that injury is something that could hurt him. You look at him. I was looking at the All-Star voting. He's 17th in the second fan return voting. Yep. This past week, he's not going to be named the starter to the All-Star game. And there was a comment on AZ Central that said it's fan voting. There are some super big market teams. There are guys from different countries that have the whole country behind them. I kind of understand the process, but I'm playing better than a lot of guys for sure, but that's not the setup. So I think he acknowledges he's playing better than some of those guys, but that because of the circumstances, he's not going to get voted in as a fan from the fans.
By the way, the news just dropped. He's questionable for tomorrow's game against the Detroit Pistons. So
makes sense.
He's questionable, yeah. And I understand the push and pull here. Michigan is home for him, or one of his homes anyway. I'm sure he's going to want to play against. He's going to want to play in general, but he's going to especially want to play in that game. We'll see. As long as it's not a semi-long-term thing. We've all been waiting so long to see him and Jalen Green together, and we've all been obviously impressed with the success they've had without Jalen Green. But it'd just be cruel luck to have him get hurt right as Jalen Green's going to come back. I do think the interesting thing about the All-Star vote is that in any other year, I don't think Devin Booker gets a sniff at the All-Star game at all. But because of the team success they're having, and because he's clearly the guy you would pick on the roster, that he might get more than his fair share of consideration once it gets beyond the fan vote. There was a story on ESPN.com today. I think it was Tim Bontemps who took a stab at predicting the All-Star rosters, and he had 5 bubble guys in the West. One of them was LeBron James. And at the end of the day, the 2 bubble players that he had making the All-Star roster were Denny Advia of the Portland Trailblazers and Devin Booker.
He had him.
And the reason he had Devin Booker was exactly that. He's like, the Suns are just too good. And he's their best player. And he's not having the season we're used to seeing, but he hasn't been awful either. And there has to be some level of reward for what he's done on that team, given that he's kind of the face of maybe the biggest surprise story in the NBA. At least that was the argument for him putting him on the roster.
Yeah, he's like 2 million votes behind Doncic. Luke is leading with 2,229,000 votes. And, Kevin Durant's not even at 1 million. When you looked at it, I think I was trying to see where Book was. Book's way down on that list when it comes to the fan voting.
But again, Luka's got an entire country behind him, as Book was alluding to, right? Like Jokic has an entire country behind him.
Book's 17th.
You could argue Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has an entire country behind him in Canada. So it's I get, and Devin Booker he's not having a great season by his standards. He's not shooting the basketball the way we're used to seeing, and his struggles from the three-point line have been pronounced and season long. I mean, it is. He
went 4 for 6
thing.
the other night. Almost really?
Yeah.
He finally had a good game shooting it from 3. But the shots abandoned him. I mean, he's just not he's great at getting to the elbow. His mid-range jumper's still good. He's great at the pullbacks. But the three-point shot is just, I don't know, for some reason it's just, although he hit, the best three-point shot he had was a game winner, right?
Sure,
top of the
OKC,
key game winner against Oklahoma City. That was and that went in as the shot clock was winding down. I don't know, fan voting's 50%, players are 25%, media's 25%. We'll see if he gets in or not. I don't care about this stuff as much as other people do. I know you want the accolades, you want to say it. We just saw it with Josh Sweat of the Cardinals, how upset he was that he had this great season, did everything that was asked of him, and he didn't get the Pro Bowl vote. I don't care, but the players do. The players want to look at their card at the end of their career, 7-time All-Star.
Sure.
They want those accolades, 3-time Pro Bowl player. They want that when they have a great season. So they do, you hear Book, and he's not that he's complaining about it, but he's like, look, some of these guys from other countries, and it is what it is. He says, I'm playing better than a lot of guys. So he feels like he's playing better than a lot of these guys.
I don't care that much either. I've said this before. I care if he cares. If it matters to him, then because I love Book, then it matters to me a little bit. I do think the thing about it that stands out to me is, and now we're going back many years here. For years, it was Devin Booker is statistically putting up all these numbers, and he's doing it on a really bad team. Now, when you flip the script a little bit, and he's putting up numbers that aren't as great, but he's doing it on a really good team, you feel like the thing that kept him out when he was younger should be the thing that gets him in now, right? The thing, hey, his numbers are down a little bit, but the Phoenix Suns are the surprise of the NBA. They're coaches from around the league. I mean, I was listening to Wolf and Luke when I was driving in today. They played a cut from Eric Spoelstra, who's like, yeah, that team is tough. That team is hard-nosed. That team has been doing it better than us all year long in terms of their consistency. You'd like to see the team success be rewarded for an individual like Devin Booker when it was the lack of team success that was being used against him earlier in his career. There's nothing consistent about this selection process at all. But at the end of the day,
get to the playoffs.
I get to the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Win your play-in game if it ends up being that. Get the 6th seed. Make life tough for the Denver Nuggets or the Spurs or OKC or whoever you play. Gel great with Jalen Green when he comes back and see what the next level. All of these things, all of them are way more important to me than when Devin Booker appears in a game that, I'm being honest, I'm probably not even watching it. Even if he is in it, I'm probably not even watching it.
I'm certainly not watching it.
It's just like, if it's there, maybe I'll tune in. Probably not. They're trying another new format this year.
Are they really?
Oh yeah, it's like 2 U.S.-based teams and 1 international team playing a mini round robin tournament over the weekend.
Okay,
just to try something different. Let's put it this way: I'll watch it more to see if the new format is any good than I will if Devin Booker's in it. It just doesn't move the needle for me that much that Devin Booker would be in it or not.
When he first got in, I remember we watched it because we just wanted to see. And then when he made the Olympic team. But like I said, these accolades means I was reading something about Nolan Arenado, like his time in Arizona could determine whether he's going to be a Hall of Famer or not. I'm like, okay. I would think that he's in. But they're like, nope, if he could have good year, that'll solidify him as a Hall of Famer. It's what people think about when you've got a long career.
When we come back, the Arizona Diamondbacks, after solidifying third base, now have a lot of decisions to make about the rest of the field and what they're going to roster next year. Alex Weiner joins us next to talk D-backs baseball here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The Diamondbacks are bringing in a new third baseman.
Per our John Gambadoro, the Diamondbacks have completed a trade for third baseman Nolan Arenado with the St. Louis Cardinals. Arizona sends Jack Martinez to the Cardinals.
Okay. As long as it's not Justin Martinez, I'm good with that.
Yeah. Spring training now a month away. What else will the D-backs do to compete in the NL West? Follow breaking Diamondbacks news on the local sports leader on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than you can at Liberty GMC, and that is why if you are in the market for a Terrain or a Canyon or a Sierra or a Yukon or a Hummer EV, you want to go to Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. New year, new savings event going on right now, new ride opportunities at Liberty GMC, and that includes absolutely the best truck out there on the market, the 2026 Sierra 1500, up to $12,000 in savings right now or 0% financing. If you need the Sierra Heavy Duty, $5,500 off the 2026 Sierra Heavy Duty right now at Liberty GMC. Great selection on the lot. Now's a great time to get the truck. GMC SUV is your thing. The popular Yukon and Yukon XL models, they're arriving daily, and you can get those for lease options at $77.99 a month. It's all at Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Happy New Year, Susan. I really appreciate you picking up the bill for lunch.
I'm happy to. One of my New Year's resolutions is being better with money. So I've started using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for buying gas.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I earn cash back just for buying the gas I was already buying.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make $200 to $300 this year.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now in the App Store or Google Play and start earning cash back on everyday gas purchases. Use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's up to 50 cents per gallon on your next fill up. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code RIDER. Code RIDER.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, your company is a leading installer of artificial turf in the Valley, and artificial turf has become extremely popular in Arizona.
Absolutely. Less maintenance is what everyone is going for these days. So we can provide a lawn that'll last through every season, less watering, no mowing, one-stop shop. Call Turf Monsters.
623-263-7388, online at turfmonstersaz.com. Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
I'm Lauren Colville with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The search for the Arizona Cardinals' next head coach continues, and they are reportedly interviewing a candidate today. According to Sports Illustrated's Albert Breer, the Cardinals are interviewing Green Bay Packers defensive coordinator Jeff Hafley. For a full list of candidates, head on over to arizonasports.com. And after sustaining an ankle injury in last night's loss to the Miami Heat, Devin Booker is officially questionable for tomorrow's game against the Detroit Pistons. And ASU men's basketball is in Tucson tonight to take on the number 1 ranked Wildcats. Tip-off for Sun Devils Wildcats is at 8:30 with pregame coverage beginning at 8 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Oregon quarterback Dante Moore announced today that he will be returning to Oregon for the 2026 season. He was the number 2 on Mel Kiper Jr.'s 2026 NFL Draft Board. This report is brought to you by The Window Depot. Ready to freshen up your home in 2026? Come visit The Window Depot today. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, and more at the best prices at thewindowdepot.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. What do the Phoenix Suns need to clean up in order to bounce back against the Pistons? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
With the Nolan Arenado trade yesterday, things came into focus for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Just today, they announced the dates for pitchers and catchers reporting and first full squad workout. February 10th for pitchers and catchers is the first workout. The first full squad workout is Sunday, February 15th. And joining us right now in studio to talk all things D-backs with us, he does a fantastic job for us at ArizonaSports.com. You should absolutely read his stuff and follow him on social media. He's Alex Weiner, who joins us here in studio. The Arenado trade brought some things into focus, and it's also kind of opened our eyes a little bit to where the competition is going to be. And I just want to start with Blaze Alexander v. Jordan Lawler in spring training. And I know it's not that simple, but it certainly seems like that is going to be a thing, if not the thing, to watch when players show up at Salt River Fields in a couple of weeks.
Every outfield rep that we can watch from those two guys is going to be something to watch in spring training, right? Because Nolan Arenado, the thinking is he's going to be the everyday starting third baseman. And sure, there'll be days here and there, guys getting a day off their feet or DH for a day or whatever in the infield, but it feels like the opportunity for these guys is going to be in the outfield. And neither of them have extensive outfield experience. Blaze played pretty well out there last year, but it was 28 total innings. I mean, it's not a lot of experience. And Lawler played 3 games out there in winter ball, too. So every outfield rep we go watch for these guys in spring training, because left field is a question mark. Whether they have a platoon in center field with Alec Thomas, that could be a potential opportunity for playing time. DH looks like it's going to be fairly fluid. But if you want to get a spot on the field, the outfield's going to be the place to do it. So those two guys, Tim Tawa, Jorge Brosa, all those guys will be guys to watch.
The interesting thing for me with Blaze is there is a feeling that Marte's going to have days off and Arenado's going to have days off, and that you might be able to, have 40 games where Arenado doesn't play third base, where maybe he's a DH, maybe you give him 20 days off, and then he's got 20 days where he DHs and you get him off his feet because of his age. Now, you want him out there because of how good defensively he is, but the opportunities for Blaze could be, you don't see Perdomo getting a lot of time off, but Marte, yes, Marte could DH, and Arenado could DH. That could be opportunities for Blaze to get a decent number of at-bats in the infield.
I really like him as a super utility role kind of player, and I think last year was really exciting for him in particular because of the confidence he was playing on defense, especially the way he was playing defense that first rookie year in 2024, where it was really tough to watch in the first part of the season. Last year, the way he was confidently picking up the ball at third base, going out in the outfield, doesn't matter if it's center field or left field, he's running all over the place, diving, jumping at the wall, making plays. I think that gives you a good amount of confidence that going forward, you can kind of plug and play him in a lot of different positions. And I think ultimately that's kind of the best use for him as a player.
I hate to look to the Dodgers for any kind of inspiration.
Then don't.
But I'm going to for just a second. I do feel like in some ways, not that they've perfected the super utility role guy. But God, they've been really good at it the last few years, whether it's Tommy Edman or Chris Taylor or Kike Hernandez, right? And I know other teams have done it too, but it feels like the Dodgers have had. And so when I think of Blaze Alexander, much like you, I think there is absolutely a role for a guy like that on a team where, I mean, you're talking about those 3 players where at times the best players on the Dodgers roster, on a loaded roster, what those guys were able to contribute. So I think there is a spot for a super utility player like that on this team.
Absolutely, and it's helpful to have a guy, like if somebody gets injured, who's been playing everywhere, and you could just kind of plug him into a spot, and they have enough depth behind him where, you can kind of bring in somebody else to be a utility guy, whether it's a Tim Tower or somebody else. But yeah, I totally agree. I mean, it feels like Kike Hernandez has been on the Dodgers forever. I know he left for a little bit and came back, but there's a reason they keep bringing him back. It's super useful to have a guy like that.
I think the interesting thing is I think the clock is ticking on Jordan Lawler and how much time he has left as a top prospect. There does come a time when you start to hit 24 to 25 years old, when I remember it with Connor Jackson, where, if you haven't established yourself as an everyday major leaguer, now, not that you're going to be a bust, but like that top prospect thing goes away, and now you're just trying to survive and make it in the major leagues. This is a big year for Jordan Lawler. I think there's a chance with Gurriel out that he can get a lot of reps in left field, but you've got competition there as well. They moved Jake because of the logjam in the outfield. So how much do you think this spring training is importance for Jordan Lawler?
I think it's huge because I think ideally he looks supernatural in the outfield, and you could play him regularly in left field, get him regular at-bats, and you can kind of build on the progress he seemed to make at the end of last season. It wasn't perfect, but if you look at his offensive numbers in September, they were pretty solid. He cost himself some playing time with the defense, but if he goes out in left field and can kind of prove he can get semi-regular playing time out there, I think that's kind of best case scenario because, you're right. At some point, we're going to have to see it consistent and have him be kind of a contributor in this lineup day in and day out as opposed to in spurts here or there because he's proven the ability to do it in the minors and in short stints in the major leagues. Now it's can you be a viable everyday regular?
They got to the point last year where people were asking us, like, why isn't Lawler in the field? They're not going to play him. Like, those games were so important. They were like, we're not playing him. Like, he's not.
Torrey even said on the record, I'm not playing him. I can't play him right now.
At first, it was like, yeah, we'll find spots for him, and then eventually it's like, no, he just hasn't earned the trust to be able to do that yet, which was pretty stark for him to say.
Yeah, they were very afraid of him in the outfield blowing a game for them, or him anywhere blowing a game from with his defense.
Alex Weiner is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. We're anticipating another bullpen addition. Mike Hazen all but said yesterday there'd be another one. I was kind of grilling you a little bit before we went on the air, some of the names that are still out there free agency-wise that could be got at this point. There are still, certainly nobody stands out as a closer.
Sure.
But there are intriguing options out there as arms that you could add to kind of help get where you want to go potentially. Who's out there for the Diamondbacks?
Yeah, it's funny. When you look at MLB.com, they have a list of all of the free agents, and they're ranked by wins above replacement. And you go to the relievers, and it's 23 of the top 26 guys have already big teams. There's still a lot of guys out there. It's just, as you mentioned, it's not the top-end closer types. Sir Anthony Dominguez comes to mind as a guy who has been a closer, who's been a back-end guy throughout his career, still kind of in his prime. Not a flawless guy, but has been pretty consistently solid throughout his career with a bunch of different stops. He ended the year last year in Toronto.
I like Tommy Kahnle.
Tommy Kahnle's a good one.
Him.
He was the Tigers' closer to start last season.
Yep.
Went through a rough stretch in the middle of the season, kind of lost that role, but finished off pretty well. Tons of experience.
Outside of last year, he's just always been good. And last year, his ERA was 4.3, pitched in 66 games. But outside of that, he's always been a good, reliable, with that changeup, always been a good, reliable guy.
Ground ball savant. And even last year, he had one, terrible month. I was looking at all the relievers, and other than that, he was pretty good. So I wouldn't be too worried about that. He's getting up there in age a little bit. Danny Coulombe is another who's a lefty. Doesn't throw very hard, but has just been very consistent. Again, you're not looking at guys who have a ton of closing experience, but guys who could maybe come in and compete for some back-end opportunities in the free agent market.
And Loaizaga is a guy that they like. They think that if he makes the roster and pitches well in spring training, he is a back-end bullpen guy, 7, 8, 9. To the point where could he be the bridge closer? Possibly. If he lights it up in spring training, he could be that bridge closer we've talked about. But they don't see him as a fifth-inning guy. They see him as a guy that can pitch high-leverage situations in the 7th, 8th, or 9th inning if he has a good spring training.
Absolutely. When you look at, the minor league free agent deals some teams get, a lot of them are flyers, but you look at a guy like Loaizaga, and he stands out because he has been a really good reliever throughout his career.
Yes.
The problem has been staying healthy. But when he is healthy, he's got a sinker in the upper 90s. He's got a good changeup. He's got multiple answers for you beside his fastball, and he gets a ton of ground balls. And so he's done it before, and so you have that point of reference. The problem has been staying healthy. If he can get through spring training healthy and the stuff ticks up, he's another year removed from an elbow surgery as well. That's something to keep an eye on. He could potentially be, as you mentioned, a back-end option for this team.
Sometimes you find good things at Goodwill.
Shelby Miller,
right? This is where they're at.
Juan Murillo.
You just mentioned 23
Jalen
out
Beeks.
of 26 of the top guys, and Beeks should come back. I like Beeks. 23 out of the 26 guys are gone. They don't have $15 million for a closer. They don't have it. Mm-hmm. They don't have $10 million for
at this point.
No, but they didn't spend it on anybody else previously. They don't have it.
There's nobody left to spend money on a closer at this point.
So that's why I wonder what Sir Anthony Dominguez's market's going to look like based on everything that's happened around him too.
Yeah. So you're at the garage sale and you're trying to find some diamond in the rough right there.
No doubt about it. A couple of my kids exclusively shop at Goodwill. That's just how they do it.
I saw some kid come up with a Suns Gorilla jersey the other day on TV. Yeah.
Right
at Goodwill.
Goodwill.
He was dunking the basketball for his mom. Did you see that commercial?
I did, yes. Alex, we appreciate it as always. Thanks for coming by. We look forward to reading more of your stuff at ArizonaSports.com.
Thanks Alex.
I appreciate it. Thanks.
Alex Weiner joining us here in studio on the Burns and Gambo Show. The WM Phoenix Open making its triumphant return to TPC Scottsdale from February 2nd through the 8th. We're giving you the chance to win tickets. Text the word green to 620-620, and you could win Greenskeeper passes. Again, that's green to 620-620. All of these head coach openings in the NFL, how do they hurt the Cardinals' chances of landing the guy they want? That is next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I get it. There's the people that are like, okay, good. You should be in on this. And then there's the people that are like, ha ha, big deal. They talked to him. Well, that's fine. I mean, do I think he's going to coach the Cardinals? No, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't. But they better be in on it, at least. And it sounds like they at least are. I'm not going to lead a parade because they're in on it. But it would have been pretty discouraging if they were just like, John Harbaugh, who's that? Like,
see, I totally agree with that. I totally agree with that logic. It doesn't mean the Arizona Cardinals are going to get John Harbaugh to coach them. No. And at the same time, it is nice to see them try.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about Dr. J. Schwartz and the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Locations, Glendale, Scottsdale, Mesa. For all of your eye care needs, nobody does it better than Dr. J. Schwartz. Team Eye Doctor for the Suns and the D-backs, and ready to help you right now. If you've been told in the past that you are not a candidate for LASIK surgery, you feel like, okay, I'm stuck with the glasses, I'm stuck with the contact lenses, well, maybe you're not. What you need to do is you need to contact Dr. J. Schwartz, get in for a free, thorough eye exam, and let's find out if you're an option for some of the other great procedures that are out there, like the camera inlay or the clear lens exchange. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has multiple options for you if you're nearsighted or farsighted, having astigmatism, and you want to get rid of your glasses and contacts, or at least reduce and eliminate the need for them. Contact Dr. J. Schwartz at 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
This is the one the world waits for. Be part of the excitement at Barrett-Jackson, the world's greatest collector car auctions. January 17th through 25th at Westworld. There's entertainment for the whole family. Save with advanced tickets today at barrett-jackson.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Since we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see and hear lots of lawyer ads. It seems that most are bragging on what they got their clients. But be careful. If you heard that someone sold their car for $500,000, you would be impressed. But if you later learned that it was a rare $10 million Ferrari, would you say that person got screwed? And that's before you even know if it's true. Who is fact-checking? And how much went to medical bills and lawyers' fees? If you want to get an idea what your case may be really worth, visit forthepeople.com and go to Settlements and Verdicts. You will see what a law firm like ours is capable of. And fact check for yourself. All that glitters is not gold. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. We won big, a lot. At Morgan & Morgan, we represent consumers. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those roadshows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing, and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy.
Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Hey, it's Luke. Now that Dante Moore has decided to return to Oregon, is there any chance at all the Cardinals still draft a quarterback at number 3? We'll talk about that tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, so updating the Cardinals coaching search, which we're all settling in for this thing to take a while. We don't know that for a fact. It's just kind of their history and how they typically have done these things. They do tend to be thorough, and they do tend to take their time. The list is now up to 13 names that have been reportedly reached out by the Cardinals. 8 of the 13 are on defense. 5 of the 13 are on offense. 5 are former head coaches. The 2 new names that have been added to the list are Steelers offensive coordinator Arthur Smith and Texans defensive coordinator Matt Burke. Matt Burke was added last night, according to Diana Rossini, and then it was today that Ian Rappaport reported that Steelers OC Arthur Smith had received a request to interview and that he's going to interview with the Titans as well. So far, though, there are still a few names that are not on the list, and this isn't a John Harbaugh rant. I mean, it could be if it wanted to be, but it's not. He's, from what I understand, from what I read today about Harbaugh, he's in New York. Now it sounds like he's going home, and the Titans are coming to him.
Okay,
and
so he didn't get a deal.
He didn't get a deal with the Giants. The Titans are coming to him, but it's basically going to come down to the Giants, the Titans, or the Falcons for John Harbaugh, and nobody else really is in his lane. The 2 names that I'm still curious about, and maybe they just hasn't been reported, but I really doubt it, Mike McDaniel and Kevin Stefanski. And Stefanski in particular, I'm a little, yes, this is a big list. They've cast a wide net. I really would like them to talk to Kevin Stefanski about the job, and I'm wondering if they did and he's not interested because he knows he's going to get better. I don't know, but he's a name that I feel like should be on their list, and I'm disappointed he's not.
The concern, you wish there was only 3 or 4 openings, right? But the concern is there are 9 openings. 9. Now, what that also does is that means there's 9 openings means that all those staffs are free, right? That's 9 offensive coordinators, 9 defensive coordinators, 9 tight end coach, 9 quarterback coach, 9 linebacker coaches that are all looking for jobs. I was looking, and I know you've looked at these things too, but one by Yahoo Sports ranking the NFL coaching openings. They had the Ravens 1, the Steelers 2. The Falcons 3, the Giants 4, the Raiders 5, the Titans 6, the Browns 7, the Cardinals 8, the Dolphins 9. So they had the Cardinals as the 8th best. So, look, Harbaugh is going to get one of these jobs. Okay, he's not going to get the Cardinals. The Cardinals aren't going to hire Harbaugh. I'd be shocked if they did. But now you look at these other jobs, and he's like, if Harbaugh does go to the Giants, like the Ravens is a great job. The Steelers is a great job. You love the Falcons job. The Giants committed to winning. You know, you start to compete like you're competing against all these other teams for guys. It's like, which guy are you going to get? Are you going to get your first choice, your second choice, your third choice? You know, I don't know. We have to see how it plays out. But you still have to go through the process if you're the Cardinals and interview every single person that you're connected to.
No doubt. And while I am disappointed that the guys at the top of the list are clearly going to have better options than the Arizona Cardinals, that's life. Tough, deal with it. You know, like we're all going to have to kind of come to grips with the fact that there are just way better jobs out there, and the names at the top of the list are going to go talk to those teams. Still, you'd like the best candidate you can possibly get. Obviously, I also think, and this is just my opinion now, people might look at the list a little differently. I also think there are enough names out there in terms of coaches that even if you don't get one of the top guys or all the top guys go to all the top jobs, I still feel like there are good coaches out there that I like that I'd be fine with the Cardinals hiring. I mean, Clint Kubiak is one. Is he a top guy out there in this hiring cycle? Doesn't seem like it. He seems like a guy who might be available in the Cardinals range. Saleh, I don't know about. You know my affinity for him. I like him very, very much. I'm very interested in Mike LaFleur, the offensive coordinator of the Rams. I don't know if he's going to be considered a high priority guy for any of these teams searching and might be a guy that's more in the Cardinals range. I feel like, yes, there's a deep list of teams. There's 9 teams looking for coaches. And there are, depending on your perspective, 3 or 4 that really rise above the rest. But I think there are enough quality coaches that are out there as candidates that I still feel like the Cardinals can get a decent one, even if they are the 7th best job available, 8th best job, depending on your metric and how you're judging these
I was
things.
reading something just a short time ago on Robert Saleh. He's a guy you like. Rappaport has said that he's got interviews with the Ravens and Titans, but he noted there are other interested teams, but the Ravens and Titans are the only squads that have secured an interview right now. Now, his team's still in the playoffs after that win against the Eagles, so, but that was interesting to me. He's planned interviews with the Ravens and Titans, but Ian Rappaport says there are other teams interested, but those are the only 2 squads that have secured an interview.
And that's the part about this. While I am confident that the list is deep enough, it's when the mid-tier guys say they don't want to have an interview with the Cardinals that I get a little nervous. Like a Robert Saleh, I think, is a mid-tier guy. I don't think he's at the top of the list with the John Harbaughs or the Kevin Stefanskis or anything like that. I think he's a nice mid-tier guy. If he looks at the Cardinals job and says, yeah, thanks, but no thanks, I don't want to have a conversation with you, that would be very disappointing. And that would be very reflective of what people think of this job and what their ability is to succeed. I hope that doesn't happen. I hope we don't get to that. I don't know. I saw the same thing you did about Saleh.
5 teams have asked for interviews, but he's only granted. He has an interview, but 2 of them are going to get interviews.
Connor Orr of Sports Illustrated. Sorry, I paused for a second because I was trying to get my facts straight here. Connor Orr ranked the job openings like you mentioned. Everybody's doing right now. He had the Cardinals 8th on the list, ahead of only the Browns. He also revised his prediction for who he thought was going to get the job.
He had Vance Joseph originally, I did.
About a week ago. Now he's got Jeff Hafley, the defensive coordinator of the Packers, who, according to Albert Breer, is being interviewed by the Cardinals today, this afternoon, for the job. Now, with the Packers out, it can be a face-to-face. It doesn't have to be virtual. It could be here. It could be – and I looked at the list, by the way, of the 13 names that they've been connected to. The guys that, in theory, they could hire right now whose teams aren't in the playoffs, okay? Anthony Weaver, the Dolphins DC. Matt Nagy, the Chiefs OC. Raheem Morris, the fired Atlanta Falcons head coach. Hafley, the Packers DC. Jesse Minter, the Chargers DC. And Arthur Smith, the Steelers offensive coordinator.
Right, who just got added within the last 24 hours.
Those are the 6 guys who their teams aren't in the playoffs. They don't have a gig. They don't have a job. In theory, if the Cardinals really liked one of them and they were blown away in the interview process by one of those 6, they could hire them right now without talking to anybody else. Everybody else, they're going to have to wait to have like a face-to-face with until after their team is eliminated from the postseason.
Hafley interviewed with the Dolphins as well. So he's interviewing here today, but he has interviewed with the Dolphins. He's got a connection to their new GM, the Sullivan guy who was in Green Bay for 22 years. So there's connection. A lot of time the connection thing matters, right? Monty's got some connections here, so we'll see how that works out. But the connection thing really matters, and at least getting interviews. Again, I'm not in a rush to hire a coach. I mean, if you're going to interview 13, 14 guys, you may get to a point where you're on your 8th interview and you absolutely love this guy, and you may want to push things a little bit quicker, but I still think you've got to go through all those interviews to see what you come up with.
4 o'clock reset time. Here comes Lauren to tell us what's going on in sports. Stay with us. That's next here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Booker, a lob down low. Williams will jam it home on the alley-oop. Devin Booker hits Mark Williams. That's the bookmark.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
It's a scary time, being in an accident, being hurt in an accident, seeing your car get trashed. When you've been in an accident, you've got a lot that you need to figure out. You need to understand your medical bills. You need to understand your lost wages. You need to understand how to get your car fixed and how to get things done in a timely manner. And you need to understand how to make sure you get taken care of. And as somebody who tried to navigate all of that by myself, or my wife and I, we tried to navigate that by ourselves, I can tell you it was a mistake for us not to call Berg Simpson. And if you're ever in the same position that my wife and I were in, don't make the same mistake we did. Call Berg Simpson because they are the best team to represent you. They consistently rank among the best when it comes to their attorneys, when it comes to their law firm. They're just a different level than the others that you could hire in this moment. And if you're ever in need, and here's hoping you're not, let the best team represent you at Berg Simpson by calling 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000, or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and a new year's a great time for new windows, a great time to beautify your home and reduce your energy bills by calling my friends at Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. This is a family-owned business that treats customers like friendships. They're co-owned by former NFL linebacker Nate Orchard. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, and they do tremendous work, and I know because they replace my windows, and they look outstanding. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, and then they'll guarantee them for life. And during their New Year's sale, you'll get $1,250 off the purchase of 5 or more windows and $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call, tell them I sent you. 480-764-2110. That's 480-764-2110, or online at advancedwindows.com.
Hey, Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Well, Happy New Year, Roller.
It's a new year, Wayne, and listeners are making new resolutions, eat healthier, go to the gym, save a little money. But what about their cars?
That's right, Roller. Everyone makes personal resolutions, but your car needs a resolution, too.
All right, like what?
Stop ignoring the warning signs. You know that check engine light isn't a suggestion. It's your car's cry for help.
Okay, what else?
Well, commit to regular maintenance, fluid changes, brakes, tires. Taking care of the little things prevent big repairs and big expenses later.
That definitely sounds like a money-saving resolution.
I'll say, here's a good one. Don't wait until you're stranded to call AMCO. If something's off with your car, get it checked right away.
So fewer breakdowns, smoother driving, and less stress in 2026.
That's the goal. Start your year right with a car that's right.
A new year, new habits for you and your ride. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO. Transmissions and a whole lot more.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Lauren Colville with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The search for the Arizona Cardinals' next head coach continues on today, and they're reportedly interviewing a candidate today. According to Sports Illustrated's Albert Breer, the Arizona Cardinals are interviewing Green Bay Packers defensive coordinator Jeff Hafley. For a full list of candidates, head on over to arizonasports.com. And after sustaining an ankle injury in last night's loss to the Miami Heat, Devin Booker is officially questionable for tomorrow's game in Detroit against the Pistons. And ASU men's basketball is in Tucson tonight to face off against the #1 Wildcats. Tip-off for Sun Devils Wildcats is at 8:30 with pregame coverage beginning at 8 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Oregon quarterback Dante Moore announced that he will be returning to school for the 2026 season. He was the #2 on Mel Kiper Jr.'s 2026 NFL draft board. And that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
4 o'clock reset time. Here is Lauren to take us on a guided tour of the top stories of the day.
Gonna lead with the kid that scored 100 points?
No.
I'm reading a story about him right now on AZ Central. He's in demand. ESPN called, the New York Times, The Athletic. After he got back from Yuma, they allowed him to miss some classes in the morning because he scored 100 points in the game.
So he could do some media obligations?
Maybe, yeah.
Have we put in a call? Well, we don't need to put in a call.
No.
We have
we're
not.
fine. No, that's fine. We're okay. We're okay. Let him... But congratulations to him for scoring
100 points in a basketball game.
Didn't make the cut, though, on the 4 o'clock reset, did it?
No,
it did not. What did?
Yeah, there's a lot to cover today, but we'll start again with the Arizona Cardinals and their head coaching search because the Cardinals have requested to interview Texans defensive coordinator Matt Burke. They also are reportedly interviewing Jeff Hafley today, and the Cardinals, Titans, and Giants have all conducted in-person interviews with Raheem Morris.
Yeah. The longer this goes on, I mean, it really is how they do it and the thoroughness of it all. But you can feel the fan base starting to get, even though nobody's been hired for a gig yet, you can feel the fan base just starting to get a little restless, just nervous that they're going to end up getting this guy or that guy, and it's not that desirable of a job, and you could just sort of feel it on social media. People getting kind of anxious about who they're going to end up getting to be their next head coach.
I'm still just so happy we don't have to talk about a Cardinals loss. I was 14 out of 15 weeks we had to come in here and talk about a loss, so I'm just glad they're on to something else.
Indeed.
I still relish the fact that season is over.
It's going to be...
That aged a lot of us.
It did. It's going to be one of the most news-packed, fascinating off seasons ever. And I know we say that all the time about every team, but this time we really mean it. This one is going to be filled with news and decisions and choices, and it's going to be big. There's going to be a lot to talk about when it comes to this offseason.
I swear we're not lying this
We're not.
time. We're not lying.
Sometimes we overhype these off seasons. It's the biggest off season ever. This one actually is a pretty big off season for the Cardinals. A lot of things they have to decide.
You trust the owner to get this one right?
I'll know more when I know who the head coach is.
I would help.
Yeah, all right. And CBS announced today that Kirk Cousins will join them as a guest studio analyst for the divisional round and the AFC Championship game.
How do you like that?
Oh, God.
Prepping for his next gig?
Yeah, him and Mike Tomlin competing for the same gigs.
Yeah, probably, right?
Yeah, ugh.
You like that?
Yeah, but you gotta give one of these, too. Doesn't he, pound on his chest as he comes down the hallway?
You like that?
Yeah, oof, no.
Just don't do that.
No,
Remember we
please.
thought he was going to be a Cardinal that one time?
Yeah.
His sister lived here or something.
In Tucson or something like that.
He had a
Yeah, I
sister that
remember
lived here. He's going to come to Arizona. His sister lives here.
I remember that.
Glad that one didn't happen
Yeah,
there.
me too.
No, and 49ers, Fred Warner is not ruling out a return
wants to
against
play.
the Seahawks on Saturday.
He wants
His
to play.
21-day practice window was opened.
I don't think they want him to play. He wants to play.
It'd be a heck of a return. I mean, the biggest thing is going to be San Francisco on offense against Seattle's defense, just because we saw what Seattle's defense did to that offense just a couple of weeks ago. But Fred Warner's potential return would loom over this one, to be sure.
I mean, San Fran had to go on the road to Philly, hard-fought game. They won it. The big thing for them is Kittle's out. I don't know how they could beat Seattle without having that weapon in George Kittle. Seattle's well rested. They've had time to get off. These teams are familiar with each other, but you got to give a big advantage to Seattle in this game.
Yeah, the 49ers will need Ricky Pearsall healthy for that one. And quarterback Dante Moore has opted against the NFL draft, and he will return to Oregon.
Yeah, they brought in the kid from Nebraska, the Raiola kid, but he's got 2 years of eligibility, so he could sit as the backup for a year.
And a broken leg.
And a broken leg. Look, Moore probably, he's only had 20 starts. 5 at UCLA and 15 at Oregon, I think it is.
I think it's 18 overall.
Okay. He needs more time. And the one positive about NIL is that it allows these kids to make decisions based on what's best. You're going to pay me $3 million? Okay. I don't need to go to the NFL. I can spend another year here.
All true, but it does complicate the Cardinals' search for another quarterback. Not that they were going to get Dante Moore, but it thins selection pool, and it was already thin to begin with, and it just thins it out even more, which just makes it even more head-scratching to figure out. Trust me, none of the options are great. I mean, I floated Malik Willis, and the YouTube chat was like, God, no, why him? I'm like, because he's going to be a popular name in the free agency cycle based off of the 2 games that he filled in for Jordan Love as quarterback of the Green Bay Packers, and he played well in both of them. Trust me, he'll get paid this offseason. Someone's going to give Malik Willis some money to be their starting quarterback.
My group chat, some Jet fans in there, like Bacala. Dante Moore returning to Oregon, LOL, decided not to be a Jet. I say nobody wants to be a Jet. Nobody wants to be a Jet.
I could return, get NIL money, or I could be a New York Jet.
Right.
Yeah, I think,
Give me the NIL money.
I'll pass on that.
No, can't blame him for that decision there. And in the NBA, the Phoenix Suns lost to the Miami Heat last night, 127-121. Devin Booker did injure his ankle last night. He returned to the court. He is officially questionable for tomorrow's game against the Detroit Pistons.
Hated that game. Just hated that game. Bam Adebayo, who's been garbage for a month, decided to play the best game of the year last night. Knocking down threes and would have had 3 threes in a row. One of his foot was on the line.
Yeah.
Took over that game late. Suns were down 20. They came all the way back. They had a nice lead, 6 points with 3.5 minutes left, and they couldn't hold on.
I can't believe we spent all that time praising the Phoenix Suns for their defense, and rightfully so, deservingly so. Boy, they were hot garbage in the first half of that game last night, giving up 71 points. Their defense was not handling Miami well at all.
You know why?
Why?
The heat was on.
Oh my God! I
Okay.
can't believe that we paused to let you deliver
Seriously.
that
Here
joke.
I thought he was going to make some brilliant point, and instead he was just quoting a Glenn Fry song. Good God!
I gotta have some fun every once in a while. Come on!
Have these other 2 hours not been fun for you?
Have you not had fun? Has this been a chore for you?
That was fun for me. Anytime I bring music into the show, it's fun for me.
All right, so Gambo's not having fun.
I like music.
Noted.
Noted.
Gambo
Duly
hating
noted.
today's show.
Gambo hates his job. Okay, cool.
All right.
When
Noted.
they ask me, I'll be like, yeah, the last 2 years are 2 of the worst of my. I'll be
Is
like
that your
Devin Booker.
Yeah. All right. And then some NBA injury
Wait,
news.
does that make me Kevin Durant or Bradley Beal? I mean, seriously, WTF? Does that make me one of those guys?
Whatever one you are, I'm the
You're
other.
the other, apparently.
So
yeah, congratulations.
It's not a compliment.
You and I are addition by subtraction. You get the vibe that he's putting out there.
Yes.
He stays, we goes, and everything's better.
I find a way to have fun every day. I find a way to have. I do. I have fun every day when we do this show. I do.
You're making it sound like it's a struggle, Gambo.
You're not helping yourself.
Yeah, we're not
It's
holding
hard.
a knife to your neck
It's
here.
hard, but I have to find a way to enjoy this.
I do. I enjoy the show every day.
All right, some NBA injury news too. Trae Young is still recovering from his MCL and quad injuries on his right leg. He will be reevaluated mid-February after the All-Star break. And Zach Edey will miss another 6 weeks with his injured ankle.
Okay.
And some MLB news. Here's Nolan Arenado earlier today from his presser talking about his relationship with Torey Lovullo.
Yeah, well, our relationship started off pretty rocky when the 2017 wildcard game, so I wasn't a huge fan of him or too many people over there. But, obviously I respect Torey and all those guys, those coaches. They always seem very prepared. I always thought that, even as a young player in Colorado, whenever I look in their dugout, all their coaches are very locked in. Dave McKay is very locked in. So, all these guys, I always had, great respect for them. And the conversation I had with Torey are phenomenal. I'm excited to play for him and hopefully make them all very proud that they made the right move.
I've never heard that building any louder than it did for that 2017 wildcard game.
I know this and I have nothing in front of me. I'm almost positive Arenado homered in that game.
I don't recall.
The Diamondbacks over the Rockies in the one-game playoff.
Archie Bradley triple and the place melting down.
I believe Arenado homered in that game.
He might have. I don't recall.
I'll look it up during the break, and then we'll know. Also, D-backs pitchers and catchers report on February 10th, and the first full squad workout will be February 15th.
Let's go.
Let's
Baseball
go.
season be here before you know it.
I love baseball season.
Giddy. Giddy. All right, and we'll wrap this one up with ASU in Tucson to take on the Wildcats
It's gonna
tonight.
get bloody tonight.
I did tease Could this game be a bloodbath tonight?
Just turn the bus around. You're halfway to 2, so just come home. Come home, ASU.
Just go back up to Tempe, wave the
You know
white
what?
flag.
You know what? We'll wait for you guys to come here. We'll play you here.
Yeah.
Okay, that's kind of them. And with that, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
The game starts at 8:30 tonight.
It'll be over by 9.
They've got U of A tonight, and they've got Houston on Saturday. Oh,
the Big 12.
Boy, it's going to be tough.
I mean, Iowa State was number 2, and they got whacked.
Join Arizona Sports on April 11th in Tempe for Pat's Run. It's a 4.2-mile run/walk. It's iconic, and it finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Celebrate the legacy in every stride, honoring Pat Tillman's life as an ASU Sun Devil, Arizona Cardinal, and Army Ranger. Learn more and sign up today and honor Pat Tillman's legacy with every stride at patsrun.org. When we come back, the good, the bad, and the ugly with Dylan Brooks. It was all on display last night. That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And the Suns fall tonight to the Heat, 127 to 121. They got down double digits early. They were down 20 at the beginning of the third before fighting all the way back to take a 6-point lead. But they end up on the losing side by 6, 127-121.
Gut Punch L on the road, and we talk about it today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Back here to tell you about Global Credit Union and all the benefits that come with being a member at Global Credit Union when it comes to doing your banking, your checking, your savings, the loans that you need. Global Credit Union is committed to its membership to just saving you money every single year. $195 million saved last year. The last time I checked in with the folks at Global, they were projecting that to even be better for the upcoming year, and they do it through low to no fees on their accounts. They do it through better interest rates than you can get at a bank. But there's so many other benefits that come with banking with Global Credit Union. A live person, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to answer any question you have. A U.S.-based representative to speak to you about your account. No fee checking, no fee savings accounts, no fees for accidentally going over your balance. It goes on and on. There's a reason why you should explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Start this month and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, sleep better, and you'll lose that belly fat. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Start TRT today. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medications. That's a $299 value only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
The holidays are over, and right now is the best time to start your home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. New year, new projects at the lowest prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Everybody loves the season of giving, but now the season of paying for it is upon us. That not-so-wonderful time of the year when millions of Americans open their credit card statements, stare in horror at the balance, and resolve then and there to find new ways to save money. If you're among those Americans, why not start by cutting your wireless bill in half right now with Pure Talk's Saver Plan? It's easy. You'll get unlimited talk, text, and 3 gigs of high-speed data on a super-fast, nationwide 5G network for just $20 a month. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Ho, ho, ho! And if you're active or former military or a first responder, you'll save an additional 20% every single month. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe for the gift that keeps on saving from America's wireless company. Pure Talk.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Alex Weiner. Dante Moore's return to Oregon thins options for Cardinals in NFL draft. The Cardinals have requested an interview with Steelers offensive coordinator Arthur Smith for head coach. And the Nolan Arenado trade does not disqualify the D-backs from a Paul Goldschmidt reunion. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Shouting out Fountain Hills for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon. Thank you for bringing us into your homes, Fountain Hills. We appreciate it. Thank you to everybody on the YouTube chat, as always.
Is that where Bickley lives?
Bickley is practically the mayor of Fountain Hills. Absolutely, yes. That's where he lives. So if you see him at the local grocery store, say hi to him. Tell him we said hello.
Bic for mayor.
Bic for mayor. I'm sure he'd rather just golf all day rather than actually run for political office. That's just a guess. But thanks to the YouTube audience as well. You could subscribe to our show in the Arizona Sports channel on YouTube and watch us whenever you want. We got a good, healthy audience right there right now. The chat is, as always, very, very lively. So, Dylan Brooks, it's the good, it's the bad, it's everything at this point. You'd like to think that he's going to back away from the way he plays, no matter how many times it might hurt them or hurt him. And by the same token, he not single-handedly, but he was very, very involved in getting that team back into that game last night in the third quarter. He's obviously been one of the most important players to their success this year. And we're at the point where, Gambo, you just have to accept the whole Dylan Brooks experience and realize
I don't even complain about it.
That I don't think he's gonna change at any point when it comes to the stuff that you don't want him to do.
No, and I think you just have to accept that's who he is. The interesting part to me was like I had when the Suns were making the move for Dylan Brooks, I had spoken with a lot of players, coaches, people around the league, general managers, try to get as much information as I can. One of the things that was told to me about Dylan Brooks is if he's on a good team, the antics don't come out very much. But if he's on a bad team, then the antics are multiplied. You see, well, you know what? He's like leading the league in technical fouls for like double.
I feel like whoever told you that information probably needs to rethink their logic on this one, because I think he's on a pretty good team, and I haven't really seen that holding him back at all in terms of doing the things he's doing out there. Have you?
Yeah. Dylan Brooks, better on a good team. Bad team, his foolishness spirals. He helps change defense, can guard top players, Braun, KD, Curry, SGA, sometimes AD, physical and tough. Everyone hates until he plays for you. Team Canada, Jordy loved him on the national team, does everything you want, dead serious about the game. But the first one, better on a good team, bad team, his foolishness spirals. Well, we're getting the full effect.
Yeah, the full effect.
He's on a good team, and we still see a lot of the foolishness. It is who he is. I don't think you try to change him, because I think it would take away. You don't want to take away who he is. I don't think you can have that I don't even want to have that conversation with him. Hey, can you calm it down a little bit? That's who he is. That's how he plays. Very soon he's going to be suspended for a game because he's going to reach the limit on the technical fouls.
Yep.
And you have to play a game without him. But that is just par for the course, my friend. Par for the course.
He leads the league in technical fouls, assuming they don't rescind the one that he got last night in the third quarter. That would be tech number 14 on the season for him. By far and away leads the league. 2 more, and he gets a $5,000 fine and a 1-game suspension. And then what's really punitive after that, for every 2 more he gets after he gets to 16, he gets another suspension.
Right.
And then another, and then another, and then another. So, I mean, he's pacing at this point. If he doesn't calm things down even a little bit, he's pacing to miss. I mean, I haven't done the math in my head.
He'll calm down after he gets suspended for the first time. But they all do.
I mean, potentially 3, 4 more games possibly that he would miss if he just keeps getting a tech. He's got 14, and they've played 40 games. So, I mean, Could he end up with 28 technical fouls like he's on pace to?
No.
And if so, if that's the case, it would be 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28. It'd be 7 games he'd miss. That'd be 7 games if he keeps up the pace that he's on.
Most ever is 41. That's the most technical fouls in a season.
Who had it?
Rasheed Wallace, I believe. 41 is the most technical fouls ever. He's on pace for 28. I think what happens is once he gets suspended for the first game, he's going to be a lot better. The games are going to matter more. He's a smart player. He knows, he knows what to do. I would tell. Okay,
I hope you're right.
He's got 14.
Yeah.
Right now.
Yes.
I would say it's safe to say that over the next half of the season, and we at the halfway mark. Could you say we're at the halfway mark?
Tomorrow is the halfway point. After tomorrow, we're halfway done.
I would say he has 7 or less the second half of the season.
The rest of the season?
Yeah. How many games would that be suspended for?
That would be 21
say
total
21.
technicals. He'd be suspended
3 times?
3 times.
Okay.
He'd be suspended 3 times.
I will say that he will have less than 7 in the second half of the season.
I'm not going to bet.
Players just get smart. They get smart. They know.
I think, and that's where I worry. Dylan's a very intelligent human being, obviously. I think when he gets out there, he just loses himself. He loses himself in the moment. It's
emotional.
He's an emotional guy. He is. I certainly think some of it, and this is his own doing, is his reputation that he has, and it works against him. I think officials in particular are going to have a quicker trigger with him on a tee than they are somebody else just because of who he is and the reputation that he's earned.
Fair point.
I just don't know if in the moment can he think his way through not getting a technical, or does that take away the thing that makes him special? Is that his superpower? And does he not want? And I don't know the answer to any of these questions. I know that, the technical foul was silly. The thing he did at the end of the game in the corner where he reached out his left arm and dragged the other player down with him, remember, it was only a 3-point game at that point. They got 2 free throws and possession. That was the game. Not that they had much of a chance to win it without that, but with it, they had no chance. The game was over effectively when Dylan Brooks committed that foul. And I just
got the ball back.
I just hope you're right. I hope that a suspension, when it comes, and it's inevitable, is the thing that makes him back off. But I also don't want him to back off too much because that's his superpower. That's the thing that makes him special.
Yeah, I think he wants that reputation in the league, and I think he's got to back that up by being that type of player. But I do think that there is a time that he'll – I'd have to look at how many – I don't know this, but I bet you if we looked at previous years with his technicals, you would see a drop in the second half. Because it just makes sense. You don't you could do it, so you could drive over the speed limit until you get caught and they give you a ticket and then you got to spend all this money and go to driving school. Okay. And then you do better. Once he gets suspended.
But that's a terrible analogy.
It was the best I had at the time.
It's a terrible analogy because you know as well as I do, you go to traffic school and it lasts about a month and then you're speeding again? Seriously, how many times in the history of getting a ticket for speeding and having to go to traffic school has it ever? You know what?
I always drive safer after I've gotten one.
But for not long, not for the rest of your life.
No, but for a few months,
for a little bit, and then pretty much you go right back to the heavy-footed habits that you always had.
Once he has to sit and watch his team play, that's going to hurt. He's going to be hurting when he has to sit for a game and watch his team play. And he's going to know, I got to be careful and I can't do that. 7 or less in the second half of the season. Mark it down. 7 or less.
His career high is 18. He's going to blow that away. He's going to blow right past that. His career high is 18. And then he had 14 the year after. He had 16 last year. I don't know, man. I hear what you're saying, and I want to believe that you're right. I just don't know if there's – I think eventually he'll dial it down a little bit. He's not going to finish with 28.
Being asked to do a lot more on this team than he was those other teams.
And I think in that freedom –
So because he's scoring more and shooting more, that these incidents are going to happen with a regular occurrence.
And I think he's got a lot more freedom on this team than he ever did with the Houston Rockets or the Memphis Grizzlies.
Grizzlies want him to take 6 shots a game.
He might be feeling a little bit of that, not invincibility, but sort of like, hey, I need to do more around here, and that means means more Dylan Brooks, the good and the bad, all of it.
But if you're going to shoot the ball 15 times a game instead of 6, there's going to be 15 occasions where somebody's in your grill and you're getting hit and you're getting fouled and you're arguing with the refs over it. It just leads to more technicals.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show for this new coach coming in, what do the groceries look like in the pantry? What players will he be able to coach next year, and how good are they? That's coming up on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
The Indiana Hoosiers may be the greatest story in the history of college sports.
Yeah, this would be a powerful lesson for any university. You get the right coach, you get the right funding mechanisms in place, this is really possible. It's a brand new world. ASU is already miles down that road. They are on the doorstep. That's tremendously reassuring, especially with what Kenny Dillingham is capable of, his age, how he relates to players. In a perfect world, I would love the next 5 years to sort of be this great rivalry between Kenny Dillingham and Curt Cignetti for who's the best coach in college football.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bear here from Waltz TV and Appliance with Dan Bickley. So, Bick, how did your TV and installation really turn out from us?
Bear, I seriously cannot thank you guys enough. My viewing experience is so immersive and so incredible. It is everything you could ever want as a sports fan. I highly recommend to all of our listeners that you see the difference and you hear the difference when shopping at Waltz.
Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Autumn Nation.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, I'm here with Tim Lee, the owner of Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com. Why do you do what you do?
We were talking earlier, and I was talking with the boys and talking about what's our purpose, what's our mission. Your move is our mission, but what's really our purpose in life? What are we driven to do? And our family is a family of faith, and what's God's purpose for us on this earth?
Amen.
And we have this business, and it's going well. What can we give back? What can we do? What can we do for vets? What can we do for homeless? What can we do for people that are struggling in their life? How can we help them? And I think we can use some of our skills and our network of people to make a difference. That's really what it's all about.
What separates you from other companies that are out there?
I really believe it's people on our team. I'm a firm believer it starts with the people at the top, and when the people at the top believe in everything they're doing, the people will follow.
The standard is the standard.
Yeah.
Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Hey, it's Pat. Does your brain ever seize up when you have a lot of choices in front of you? Mine does. At restaurants, the mall, ice cream, decision paralysis. Weird thing is, I have zero issues picking out a Toyota. There isn't a bad choice in the bunch. It's easy. Not like other things. I mean, somebody gave me a gift card to an online store. I've been sitting in front of the computer for 3 days trying to figure out what to buy. Oh, maybe ice cream.
Right now, get low 1.99% for 60 months on remaining 2025 Tacoma SR and SR5 models. Or get 4.99% APR financing for 60 months on best-selling Toyotas like Camry, Corolla, and Grand Highlander. Or get a great lease deal on any new Toyota. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,887 per thousand borrowed for 60 months on 2026 Camry and Corolla. 1.99% financing with $1,752 per thousand borrowed for 60 months on 2025 Tacoma SR and SR5 only. 0 down payment if you qualify. Offers end 2/2/26. See dealer for details.
I'm Lauren Koval with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The search for the Arizona Cardinals' next head coach continues on today as they are reportedly interviewing a candidate today. According to Sports Illustrated's Albert Breer, the Arizona Cardinals are interviewing Green Bay Packers defensive coordinator Jeff Hafley. For a full list of candidates, you can head on over to arizonasports.com. And after sustaining an ankle injury in last night's loss to the Miami Heat, Devin Booker is officially questionable for tomorrow's game against the Detroit Pistons. Jalen Green and Jamari Bouye both remain out for that one. And ASU men's basketball is in Tucson tonight to face off against the #1 unbeaten Wildcats. Tip-off for Sun Devils Wildcats is at 8:30 with pregame coverage beginning at 8 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. An Oregon quarterback, Dante Moore, announced today that he will be returning to school for the 2026 season. He was the #2 on Mel Kiper Jr.'s 2026 NFL draft board. And that's what's trending now.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us on Thursday as we continue to talk about the Arizona Cardinals head coaching search and what dominoes are first to fall. Shenanigans begin at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Maybe this isn't much of a positive, but 3 years ago when the Cardinals were going through this coaching search, they were also going through a GM search, and the cupboards were bare. There was nothing here, and everybody knew it. There was nothing here. It was a mess of a job. It was a mess of a situation. It was a long-term rebuild, and everybody knew it. And that's why we gave, I feel like we did, and not just you and I, Burns and Gambo, but most Cardinal fans, I think, gave Monty Ossenfort and Jonathan Gannon a little bit of grace when it came to rebuilding this roster, understanding that it was going to take some time. I do think that one difference between then and now is that the cupboards, while they're not stocked, they're not as bare as they were 3 years ago when there was nothing here. You know, there are still, Josh Sweat is still here. Paris Johnson Jr. is still here. Michael Wilson is, Trey McBride is here, right? Like there's talent here. And I was thinking of that when I saw a story you and I both saw today on ESPN.com, in which one of the NFL writers over there, I can't recall which one, ranked the draft classes from a year ago. Now, in my opinion, it's a little too early to even start doing that. Sometimes it takes 2 years before you know what you have, maybe even longer than that. I mean, heck, it took Michael Wilson 3 years for him to arrive the way he has. But the Cardinals ranked 14th in the NFL in terms of the draft class that they had this past year, and Walter Nolan and Will Johnson, and they really shouted out Denzel Burke for his work. There is some talent on this roster for the new coach to work with, whoever he may be.
I think there was some talent on the other roster, too, but they decided not to keep those guys.
Two guys.
They didn't keep Zach Allen.
Those are the two. Byron Murphy and Zach Allen are the only two guys I could think of.
They didn't keep them.
Everybody else was like, you know?
Zach Allen's a terrific player.
I know, but I just couldn't think of anybody beyond those two.
Right.
If there's somebody, I mean, Kyler, I guess, if you want to count Kyler on that.
You had Buddha, you had
James. I mean, yeah, I guess you had James
Conner,
you
had Trey McBride.
Okay, you're right.
You had Zach Allen, you had Byron Murphy.
But
was the wide receiver gone at that point? Christian Kirk?
I think he left that offseason.
He left that offseason?
I think he left. Okay, so you're right. You're right. All right, there was more. There was more than I gave them credit for, but it was pretty bare. It was in terms of how you're going to field a roster. Do you not feel this year is more well-stocked than it was 3 years ago? You don't?
I don't know that I think there's so many question marks.
Okay.
Maybe it is, but I mean, how many incompletes do you have right now? You know?
A bunch.
I mean, I'm giving out incompletes left and right. You get an incomplete. You get an incomplete. You get an incomplete. I don't know. B.J. Ojolari, is any good? Walter Nolan, is he any good? Darius Robinson, is he any good? I don't know. I don't know. Trey Benson, is he any good? I don't know. I mean, I've got so I mean, I sat there and I listened to Michael Bidwell talk about just, you know, the culture and how it's changed and all. Is it really that much better than it was 3 years ago? I mean, being honest, like, is it really that much better? Like, what makes you say that? What would make you say that? Now, if Nolan had popped and Robinson had popped and Benson had popped and B.J. Ojolari had popped, I don't know that. I mean, I heard everything that they said, that Michael Bidwell said about how it's so much better and the culture's really changed. And then I look at the team, I'm like, I don't know, man. There's a lot of. You had Buda Baker, you had Jalen Thompson, you had James Conner, you had Trey McBride, you had Zach Allen, you had Byron Murphy. You had Will Hernandez. I mean, really? Can we sit here and say it's that much better now than it was when they took over? It's hard. You would have to bank on all those injured players saying these guys are all going to be good.
Yeah, but you've got all those guys that you had then 3 years ago, and you've added to it with the players that you have that you know are good. I mean, do we think that Will Johnson is going to be a member of the next great Cardinals team? I feel like he is.
I think so. I like him.
I think he is. Trey McBride is way better now than he was 3 years ago when you did all this. James Conner, you're not going to have him. I hear what you're saying. You're right. There are some guys that clearly I was thinking about the two players that they let walk and thinking that there just wasn't much else. But all of those guys that they had 3 years ago, Buda and Trey and James, they have most of those guys still now, and I do feel like they've added to them with a good, not great left tackle, a good, not great center, a good, maybe great wide receiver in Michael Wilson, like a Josh Sweat is a pass rusher that I think is going to be good for the next couple of years.
Okay, that last
I like
year,
Will Johnson. I think Walter Nolan, if he can just stay healthy, I think he's going to be a stud. He just has to stay healthy. You know,
the last year wide receiver, they had Hollywood Brown and DeAndre Hopkins, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that's what they had. Now you've got Michael Wilson and you've got Marvin Harrison Jr.
And a established Trey McBride as opposed to when who knows what you got.
Trey McBride was behind Zach Ertz.
Yeah. You don't feel way better about that room now than you did 3 years ago?
Trey McBride's one of the best players. He's the one great player. You say you want great players, you've got a great player.
Michael Wilson's not a great player?
I can't say he's a great player.
Okay,
but I like him. But at
least a guy who's got a chance to become a great player.
I would trade Marvin Harrison Jr. I would trade him
because of how good he's been,
yes.
right? Okay.
Yes, I believe more in Michael Wilson than I do in Marvin Harrison Jr. I do.
Josh Sweat's a really good player, if not a great player.
Josh Sweat's he had a great year.
Yeah.
He had a great year.
Yeah.
So there is some, but there was also how many questions are there?
Tons.
How many Max Melton, question mark, right? I mean, Trey Benson running who's your running back right now? I have no freaking idea who their running back is. Who's their right tackle? Who's their right guard? Who's their left guard right now?
Yeah, they need them.
I don't know.
They need new of all of them.
That's what I'm saying. I sit there and watch this press conference about how things are so really I don't know. You try to sell me on it. I don't know if I could buy it. I hope it's better. But for it to be better, these guys, the guys you're talking about, they have to freaking pop.
Mm-hmm.
Or else it's not better. It's similar.
Okay. Yep. The rookie class was, as I mentioned, graded very highly. Walter Nolan was thought of very highly. Will Johnson was thought of very highly. Denzel Burke got a lot of positive pub in this. But you're not wrong. We'll go round and round about this one, and certainly they have a lot of holes to fill. But 3 years ago, they had a lot of holes to fill.
You also know who your quarterback was 3 years ago.
2 years of holes to fill. Yeah, that's a big one,
3 years ago, you knew Kyler Murray was still your quarterback. Right now, I have no idea who the quarterback is.
Yeah.
I mean, your quarterback could be Simpson, Malik Willis, Mac Jones, Kyler Murray. I don't know.
But we also, 3 years ago, we knew Kyler was the quarterback, but we also thought Kyler's got 8 games to prove himself, and if they have the number 1 pick, they're going to take Caleb Williams, right?
Yeah.
They had a quarterback, but it wasn't a quarterback that anybody believed in, and it certainly wasn't a quarterback that anybody thought was locked in as the future of the organization. He was a quarterback that we were all looking to run out of town if the Cardinals were so bad they had the number 1 pick and you could go get Caleb Williams. So it wasn't like they were set at that position either 3 years ago. We were all looking to move on from him.
He played 11 games that year. He played 11.
The year before, the last year of Cliff, and then he tore his ACL against the Patriots, and then you knew you weren't going to have him until the middle of the season next year, and even then, you knew the whole thing was an audition for him.
Like I said, I'm hopeful, but it's like to sit there and be like, guaranteed, this is so much better. I don't know if I could buy that.
Yeah. Could ASU U of A tonight be, in the words of many, a bloodbath? That's next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
What a weird year where you could make that a real case for like 8 coaches for Coach of the Year, and then you could flip it around and you've got Hall of Fame caliber coaches that are available. And Mike Tomlin just won the division. They just went to the playoffs.
Let us dream. That it is a possibility. Mike T's out there. I know he likes Arizona. I know it, Basinonians. Don't at me on this. I know that he does. If we're going to put together, if we're going to put together a wish list, for me, Mike Tomlin's number 1.
Yeah, Tomlin.
Can I just say that?
Tomlin's what?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Christian Brothers, AC, plumbing, and electric. And what a great job they do. Over 50 years in business now. And they're celebrating their 50th year by offering you $50 inspections. Now, trust me, they lose money on every single one of these because by the time they pay their technician and the time and the gas and the van and all, they lose money. But you can get a $50 plumbing inspection, a $50 AC inspection, and a $50 electrical inspection. Let me give you an idea on the plumbing inspection. You get a full home plumbing check for leaks, corrosion, and pressure issues. They'll do a water heater flush for you. So that's actually like part of a tune-up, but they will flush out your water heater for you, which helps preserve the tank by getting rid of all the hard water sediments in there. That'll really help the tank. They'll do a drain and fixture evaluation to prevent clogs or damage, and you'll get a peace of mind report with expert repair or upgrade recommendations. You don't spend any more than $50 with Christian Brothers. Call 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
My perfect day has sand, salt, water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-949-1441. That's 800-949-1441.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, getting an update on our Twitter poll question of the day. Here is Lauren. get us caught up on what we're asking. The anticipated return of Jalen Green. And, oh, by the way, Devin Booker is questionable for tomorrow's game against Detroit.
With all that in mind, when Jalen Green comes back, who should be the fifth Suns starter with Jalen Green, Devin Booker, Dillon Brooks, and Mark Williams? Should it be Grayson Allen, Colin Gillespie, Royce O'Neal, or Jordan Goodwin?
Grayson Allen.
I agree.
Grayson Allen.
I like Grayson.
Again, not a lot of separation on this one. Right now, Grayson Allen is leading the way with 34% of the vote. 33% are going with Royce O'Neal. 30% are going with Colin Gillespie. And 3% are going with Jordan Goodwin.
I don't want them to rush into anything, but I hope we don't have to wait long before we see it. We have waited long enough to see a backcourt with Devin Booker and Jalen Green. And even though they've won enough basketball games that they've built up a lot of leeway and a lot of running room and a lot of equity and all the things that we've talked about, I feel like we've all waited plenty to see what a Devin Booker, Jalen Green backcourt looks like, and I really hope we don't have to wait much longer.
I know they teased us with that one game in which Jalen Green was outstanding, and then outside of that, we
5 quarters is not enough basketball for you guys?
No, it's not. It's not. And if we're being honest about it, Devin Booker, he needs the help. You know, I do wonder, though, how defensively it's going to change when Jalen Green's out there. We talked about that a little bit yesterday. They've been so good defensively as a unit.
Yep.
I do think he's going to hurt that a little bit. Hopefully the balance, it works out. That they get better offensively, even though they're probably going to take a hit defensively. We'll see. We'll see how long Devin Booker misses. He's questionable for tomorrow's game against Detroit. It's game 2 of a 6-game road trip. They still have a long way to go on this trip, and this one is going to be, we learned last night, very, very tough. That's the poll question. You can find it on the Burns & Gambo X page, at Burns & Gambo. One word is where it's at. There is basketball on tonight. It is of the local variety. It's a late start, but that's okay. You might not have to stay up that late to see what happens. ASU is traveling to Tucson to take the number 1 ranked U of A Wildcats on tonight.
The number 1 team in the country, Arizona, have not lost a game yet. I think there's 5 unbeatens left, Laura. Is it 5 unbeatens left in college basketball?
4.
Is it 4?
I think it's 4.
Okay, down to 4. And Arizona, of course, the number 1 team in the country. Michigan was undefeated. They lost to Wisconsin over the weekend. I watched the end of that basketball game. That was a home game for Michigan, and they lost. But this Arizona team is maybe one of the best Arizona teams we've seen in quite some time. It really is. They're loaded. They got the big guy Krivas up front, who's just a perfect fit for them over Vasir. I think Vasir is more of a finesse player. Krivas is just a big body, and he's physical, and he grabs rebounds. They have so much size. There's physicality. Koa Pete is so physical. Awaka is very physical. And then you've got your shooters. Del Orso can shoot the ball very well. Karchenkov is a guy who's done a really good job for them. I love the Braden Burries kid. He is such a phenomenal player, and so you've got some one-and-done guys. Koa Pete, one and done. Burries, one and done. These guys are all going to play at the next level. Arizona State got off to a good start this year. They did, but then they lost that game to UCLA, and then they lost 4 out of 5. They got a win over Kansas State the other day to kind of right the ship a little bit, but this will be a big, big challenge for the Sun Devils tonight.
Oh, it's going to be too big of a challenge for the Sun Devils tonight. I mean, let's not. It would be the upset of all upsets, and I'm not saying it can't happen, but it would be highly, highly unlikely to think that this is even going to be a basketball game with 10 minutes to go in the second half of this game tonight, because there's just so much of a talent disparity between the two of them. So it would be yes, it's going to be very, very. It's going to be. Look, we all know where this is headed. All right, like as these two teams meet tonight, we know where this is headed, and here's what I mean by that: U of A is going to be a top seed in the NCAA tournament. They're going to be very likely they're going to be a number 1 seed. They're not going to finish undefeated, obviously. They've got an incredible murderer's row coming up in about a month from now, where I'll look it up here in a second.
BYU,
it's
Houston,
ridiculous.
Kansas.
I mean, it's just it's an assault. Like the teams they have to play in the Big 12. They won't get through that unscathed, but they'll probably finish as a number 1 or a number 2 seed. They're going to be judged by how they do in March.
Have to get to the Final Four with this team.
It doesn't.
Anything less than disappointment.
And I hate to say that everything they do now doesn't matter, but it kind of doesn't. You know, it's like it's great, it's fine, but it just doesn't matter if you're not going to have success in March.
It's true.
It's truth.
But you can get the number 1 seed in the West, which is a big deal.
Of course.
You would love to get the number 1 seed in the West.
And ASU is trending towards a season where we all know it. This is very likely Bobby Hurley's last season.
Right.
He would have to do something extraordinary for it not to be his last season at ASU. And I think we're headed towards these very known outcomes for both of these programs. It's just a question of what they're going to do before they get there. You know, like what are they going to do along the way before they get there? U of A is going to have all the pressure in the world on it come March, and ASU is very likely going to be conducting a coaching search for the first time in, what, a decade? Bobby Hurley's been there a decade plus. Will you look up real quick what year Bobby Hurley got hired? I mean, I think it's at least a decade that he's been there.
It was Herb Sendback.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Right.
Before him.
Yeah. Send back. Send him back.
Send him back.
Wherever he came from.
Did you mean to say send back, or did you mean to say send back?
Send it. We used to say send him back. Herb Sendback.
What year did Bobby get hired?
He was hired on
10 years
April
ago.
9th, 2015.
10 years ago.
2015. Okay. Yeah.
10, 11 years ago. Huh?
So, yeah,
Wow.
11 years when it's all said and done. And so that's
a nice run for Bobby. Just not, but yeah, it is really hard for ASU to compete in basketball when you've got that juggernaut down in Tucson. Like, that's a blue blood.
Yeah.
It's one of the best programs in college basketball every year. You look around, littered with players in the NBA. They're gonna have a field day with players in the NBA off of this team. So, like, it is hard. It's hard. Like, they've got the reputation. They've got a national championship. They've got another. They lost to Duke in a championship game. So they've got the Elite Eights. Like, they've just got so much going for them that it is hard for ASU to compete with Arizona.
starting on Monday, January 26th.
The BYU game?
So just a couple of weeks from now. U of A will play. Now, there are a couple of not-so-tough games in here, but just listen to the stretch.
Okay.
From Monday, January 26th, they will play at number 11 BYU, at ASU, home against Oklahoma State, at Kansas, home against 15th-ranked Texas Tech, home against 11th-ranked BYU, at number 7 Houston, at Baylor, home against Kansas, home against number 2 Iowa State.
Yeah, 2 against BYU, 2 against Kansas.
Okay, looking at this schedule, though, U of A lucked out in some ways with the draw. They don't have to go to Lubbock, so they don't have to play Texas Tech there.
Mhm.
They also don't have to go to Ames and play Iowa
They get
State.
Iowa State at home.
At any point. Both of those teams, you get to play at home.
Iowa State ain't so bad. You see them the other night against Kansas? Come on.
Did I see them play Kansas the other night? Yes, I
Come on.
did see
Kansas
that.
beat them like a drum.
Yeah, which was shocking because Kansas is having
Up and down season.
Yeah.
up and down is kind.
But they have a top
player.
4 pick in the draft. The
If
Peterson
he's on
kids.
the court.
Yeah, if he's on the court, he's a top 4 kid.
He's hurt a lot, yeah. But they didn't get lucky in that they, you don't get every team twice in the Big 12. They got BYU twice. They got Kansas twice, right? Like there's that it kind of gives and it takes at the same time, right? But look, it's amazing to me. And I don't watch it nearly as much as you do, and I certainly don't follow it as much as you do. But when I do follow it, it is amazing to me that they're really not much of a three-point shooting team at all. They scored over 100 points the other day, and they hit 3 3-pointers. They just don't.
They don't need to.
They don't need to. It's
They
not their
dominate the
MO.
boards.
They dominate the boards, dominate second chance points. They get to the free throw line a ton. They're not a typical team that you would think of in that regard. They're not bombs away from 3. No, they
Del
don't.
Orso's a good 3-point shooter. He is a good and I think Burry's is a good 3-point shooter. But outside of that, no, they're not a great 3-point shooting team. I mean, the other night, they missed like their first 14 3-point shots.
Yeah.
and then won the game. They just don't need the 3-point shot to win.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we spent all day yesterday telling you about how great the Phoenix Suns defense has been since the holidays, and then they gave up 71 points in the first half against the Miami Heat. So what happened? We'll tell you what happened next on Burns and Gambo.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Love telling you about Sanderson Ford and Sanderson Lincoln. If you are in the market for a beautiful luxury vehicle, I highly recommend the Lincoln line at Sanderson Lincoln. We drive the Navigator in our family, and my wife does. I get to drive it sometimes, but my favorite vehicle ever was and is the Lincoln Navigator. They've got a great selection on the 2026 Navigators right now at Sanderson Lincoln. They've also got the Aviator, the Nautilus, and the Corsair. So if you are looking at a great luxury vehicle with service second to none, I mean, when you own a Lincoln from Sanderson Lincoln, you need an oil change, tires rotated, they come to your house. They leave you a comparable loaner. They take the car, they do the oil change, they rotate the tires, they wash the car, they bring it back to you. You don't lift a finger. You don't have to go anywhere. You don't lift a finger. That is what kind of service you get when you own a Lincoln from Sanderson Lincoln. They're just east of the I-17 on Bell Road. Patrick Heigl and a group over there is second to none. So go online for more information at sandersonlincoln.net or visit them just east of the I-17 on Bell Road.
That's the sound of fun. All across the valley, families are discovering their new favorite game, pickleball. At Just Pickle Courts, we design and build custom pickleball courts for homes, clubs, and communities. Beautiful, durable, and made for connection. For a free quote, visit justpicklecourts.com/radio. That's justpicklecourts.com/radio.
Justpicklecourts.com, design, build, play, pop, pop, every day.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. People say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it, because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream home and you could just move in right away without waiting around to sell your old place first? It sounds perfect, right? Well, it's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. That way, you don't risk missing out on the new home you just found. So here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline, no waiting around, no showings, no double moves, no bending your schedule around the schedule of a bunch of strangers. I've done that. I'm not doing it again. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right buyers. Orchard agents are some of the most experienced around town, and they're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. This is what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their homes without the stress. Their flagship program is Buy Before You Sell. Orchard gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, and still get top dollar for your home. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Lauren Colville with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The search for the Arizona Cardinals' next head coach continues on as they are reportedly interviewing a candidate today. According to Sports Illustrated's Albert Breer, the Arizona Cardinals are interviewing Green Bay Packers defensive coordinator Jeff Hafley. For a full list of candidates, head on over to arizonasports.com. And after sustaining an ankle injury in last night's game, Devin Booker is officially questionable for tomorrow's game against the Detroit Pistons. Jalen Green and Jamarie Bouye both remain out for that one. And ASU men's basketball is in Tucson tonight to face off against the number 1 Wildcats. Tip-off for Sun Devils versus Wildcats is at 8:30 with pregame coverage beginning at 8 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Oregon quarterback Dante Moore announced today that he will be returning to school for the 2026 season. He was number 2 on Mel Kiper Jr.'s 2026 NFL draft board. And that's what's trending now.
Hey, it's Wolf. What do the Phoenix Suns need to clean up in order to bounce back against the Pistons? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Jordan Ott after the game last night on what went wrong in the first half and in that fourth quarter.
I mean, it's not an excuse. This is different. The way they play is different. They obviously came off a road trip that they probably weren't too happy about. Their response in that first half, they were at us. They were at our chest. Really hard to come with any type of help. So you're on an island one-on-one. 71 points, not good enough. I mean, we talked about their pace, how fast they play, and how they drive the basketball, how they cut into space, and then they just drive the gaps. Yeah, we'll take a look. Obviously we didn't change a ton in the third quarter, and we were able to guard them. So, and then the fourth quarter they made shots. It was less about the individuals driving to get into the paint. They did spray in the fourth. I thought Jaquez was fantastic. He's tough. Like, you play off of him because he's such a physical driver, and then he made the right plays down the stretch.
They did respond defensively in the third quarter. I guess that part was encouraging to see. Oh, you're gonna tip jar Green Day? Oh, there you go, microphone.
I'm gonna tip jar Green Day right there. I have that song on my Spotify. I like this song. Wow. I Walk Alone. Right? Is that right? Yeah, good song.
But it came out within the last 20 years.
I like the song. This is a good song.
Yeah. Technically called Boulevard of Broken Dreams.
Boulevard of Broken Dreams.
Yes, it's the name of the song.
It's on my Spotify.
I did not mean to step on you and not give you the opportunity to tip jar. I apologize sincerely. Never in a million years would I have thought you would have tip jarred this song.
Why?
I don't know. It just doesn't fit.
What year you think it came out?
It came out in 2000, I think, is when American Idiot came out. Such a classic album.
It's a great song.
It's such a
year. Let's see. The year was.
I think it came out in 2000.
2004.
Oh, okay, that was a little early.
22 years old.
Yeah, I know, but usually the stuff you lean towards is like 42 years old.
Or 52.
52 years old. Yeah. 62 years old. like
you check the Spotify right now. It is on there.
Throw me a lifeline here a little bit. You would admit that this is not the typical.
I stopped listening to new music.
80s kind of music you tend to lean towards.
I stopped listening to new music when the decade of the 80s ended. It's true. It's true. That's why I was at the Bryan Adams concert, Pat Benatar.
Did you make it to Duran over the weekend?
I didn't go to Duran. I might go to Chicago. Chicago's coming.
Chicago and Styx, right?
Styx.
They're playing at the
Yeah, Mr. Roboto. I like America. I go to those music. Petula Clark.
I passed a billboard. Your boys, Blue Oyster Cult, are going to be here.
They're always here.
I know. They're on. Yeah. They're perpetually on tour.
They are. They're always here. They're always
on tour. Don't
when
fear
are they
the
coming?
Reaper.
I'll go.
February 5th.
Okay.
I think I saw a billboard for him.
It's my favorite rock and roll song of all time.
That's fine.
Don't Fear the Reaper. That is my number one rock and roll song. I think it's the best rock and roll song ever made. It's my choice. I know people, but that is my favorite.
Okay.
I think it is a classic, iconic song.
Black Dog by Led Zeppelin would probably be my number one rock and roll song of all time. like just pure rock and roll. I think I'd go Black Dog by Zeppelin. But boy, we really got off the. You threw us for a loop here, Gambo.
Well,
we're all like backpedaling and recovering.
Boulevard of Broken Dreams.
Trying to figure out what just happened here. The defense is what didn't happen for the Suns last night. The 71 points they gave up in the first half was, if we're just being honest about it, was kind of reminiscent of what we saw early in the season, and was kind of at least what I was expecting to see of the Suns this year. When they got off to that awful start this season, they were 1-4. And they were giving up 70 points in the first half, like it was, to borrow a Gambo phrase, like it was going out of style. It was at that moment where I thought, yeah, this is kind of what I thought this team was going to be this year. They're just not very good defensively. And then it all flipped, and it stayed flipped ever since then. So no one's panicking over it. I'm certainly not that concerned about what happened last night, but it was shocking to see them get physically manhandled the way they did against the Miami Heat. They were no competition in the first half for that team physically.
No, it's in Miami. A lot of Eastern teams play that style, right? It's a more physical style in the East than it is in the West. It was just defensively not being able to match. It was almost like they, everything we said about Bam Adebayo, he's in the worst stretch of his career. This is the worst offensive slump that he's ever had. He can't make a basket in the last month. He can't make any shots. He hadn't scored 20 points in nearly a month. And it was almost like, okay, we don't have to guard the guy. And then Bam Adebayo goes out there and has the one of the best. And I said this earlier. That's one of the best games I've seen somebody play against the Suns this year. He had 29 points on 11 of 15 shooting. Mm-hmm. He knocked down 4 of 6 from three-point range. He had 9 rebounds. He had 4 assists. He had 2 steals. He had a block. It's one of the best games that a player has had against the Suns, and it's kind of crazy because he hasn't been good. He's been really bad. So for him to break out like that, and then, look, Tyler Hero missed 31 games, so getting Tyler Hero back probably helped him a little bit. And they were physical. The Ware kid is a physical kid. Adebayo is a physical guy. They brought a level. The Suns eventually matched it in the third quarter, and they took it to them, and they had a great third quarter. But by that time, they had been down by quite a bit.
Well, and
20.
And I mean, really, the secret sauce to the Suns' defense this year, and it's no secret, it's their ability to force turnovers and its ability to score off
First half, they couldn't get any steals,
and that was the problem. All right, like I understand. They play great team defense and they force a lot of turnovers. They don't have the best on-ball defenders in the world, right? They do play a great brand of team defense, but individual defenders, they don't have a ton of them. So they have to make up their magic by forcing a lot of turnovers, and they weren't doing any of that in the first half at all. Again, none of this is overly concerning until it starts to become a trend, and I guess that's the thing. My number one takeaway from last night's game, and I'm kind of echoing what our buddy John Voiter wrote about at Bright Side of the Sun, but he's absolutely right. Okay, wait a minute now. This road trip is going to be a monster. Okay, it's really going to test them, and it's going to be tough. And we were looking at the Miami Heat this time yesterday, and we were saying, yeah, they've lost 6 of their last 11, and Bam Adebayo's having this worst season ever, and they're terrible against teams above 500. They're 2-10 against teams that are above 500
it was
since
a winnable
November.
Game.
And not that it was going to be a cakewalk, but you kind of thought this was going to be another. And the Suns almost did. They almost won that basketball game last night.
When they got up by 6 on the three-point play by Grayson Allen, there was about 3.5 minutes left in the game. And at that point, I'm like, oh, my God, they're going to take this.
Yeah.
But Adebayo hit a shot. It wasn't a three-pointer, so it was on the line. Then he hit 2 3-pointers. Then Norman Powell, who had a good game. See, that was a big thing, too. Norman Powell played. He was questionable. He had a great game against them.
Well.
He knocked down that 3. And then the Suns just stepped all over themselves.
And their defense against him at the end was deplorable.
Terrible.
I mean, that mid-range shot he got, you can't lose him. He's standing in the corner by himself. You can't lose Norman Powell, right? You can't leave him alone there. You said it best earlier, and I agree completely. And they're not even there yet, but they haven't really faced any adversity this year.
Not at all.
They've missed guys because of injury, obviously. But that's a level of adversity. But in terms of losing basketball games?
No. They were 1-4 to start the season. Take that out. That's the beginning of the season. They haven't had a 2-game losing streak. They had 1 2-game losing streak. That's the most games they've lost in a row is 2. Okay, they haven't had to lose 3 in a row, 4 in a row. And that's going to come. I've said this all along. They're going to have that. This could be the trip where that happens because it's a brutal trip. Now, take care of business, make sure you beat the Nets. That's what you got to do. But, this could be where you have one of those road trips and people come back and they start questioning the Suns, and the media starts questioning the Suns. And, okay, maybe not as good as we thought they were going to be. And they just went 1-5 on a trip or 2-4, whatever it's going to be. They have not had adversity. They have not faced adversity yet. I think they could if this ends up being a bad road trip.
I think it's going to take a lot more than that for us to question the Suns and what they've done so far. Like, I could easily see, to the point of adversity like you're talking about, I could very easily see a 3-game losing streak happening. Last night, tomorrow night against Detroit, Saturday against the Knicks. That looks and feels like a potential 3-game losing streak. Rebound and finish 3-3 on the trip by beating Brooklyn and beating Atlanta and beating, who's the other team? Oh, Philly. Okay, that one might be kind of tough. But even a 2-4 road trip, I don't think should be like, oh my God, this is it. Here it comes. Never mind. It was all fake. I think nothing short. I don't even want to speak it into existence, but we all know what a disastrous road trip would look like. I think that's the only thing that could have us like really questioning, oh my God, did we get it wrong with this basketball team? Are they hitting a wall? And I just don't think that's going to happen. They're too good for that.
Yeah.
They're too good for that.
I think so too, but like, the Oklahoma City Thunder just went through a tough stretch. It's 82 games. Sometimes things like last night, like it just didn't go right for them at the end of the basketball game. Mark Williams had a turnover, and Grayson Allen stepped on the turnover. He stepped out of bounds. And just like the Oklahoma City Thunder last week or 10 days, whatever, they were going through a tough stretch. They couldn't win a game. What's going on here?
And Kellen made a really good point when he was on with us earlier. For a team, the Suns have to play with a lot of energy and expend a lot of energy. And we are getting to that point in the season where fatigue starts to kick in a little bit. It's a long year. The All-Star break is still a few weeks away. There's no vacation coming. You're playing basically every other night. This is the part of the year where things get a little crispy, like when it comes to teams and their fatigue. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the Arizona Cardinals still trying to figure out their head coaching search, but give them credit for this. They've delivered on one very early promise when it comes to their head coaching search. That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And the Suns fall tonight to the Heat, 127-121. They got down double digits early. They were down 20 at the beginning of the third before fighting all the way back to take a 6-point lead. But they end up on the losing side by 6, 127-121.
Gut Punch L on the road, and we talk about it today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
All right, back here to tell you about Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or from the comfort of your living room. You can shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Nowhere in this valley can you get a GMC for less than you can at Liberty GMC. So when it comes to the best truck out there, the 2026 Sierra 1500, they got tons of them. The Yukons, the Yukon XLs, those models are arriving daily. They got a great lease option right now for the Yukons and the Yukon XLs, starting at $799 a month. Terrains, Hummer, EV, SUVs, they've got those too. And a service department, second to none. Second to none in the fact they've got a late night shift. They can turn around and get your car ready for you the next day if you drop it off by 8 p.m. 25% off for everybody when it comes to the service department at Liberty GMC. Free wiper blades with any oil change. Buy 3 tires, get 1 free always. It's all at Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Here's a tale of Linda trying to lose weight, but the med prices she found were all over the place.
Hidden fees and markups made her jaw drop low. Then she found good RX. Now she's in the know.
GLP-1 subscriptions FDA approved.
With clear upfront pricing.
And same-day pickup.
That's good RX, the no-nonsense way. Save time and money on prescriptions.
Get to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
When winter weather hits and the power goes out, will your family still have heat, light, and communication? The Grid Doctor 3300 solar generator from My Patriot Supply gives you serious off-grid power. It'll run heaters, refrigerators, medical devices, and more without gas or noise. Right now, you can double your power for free with a free expansion battery when you order the Grid Doctor 3300. Go to mypatriotsupply.com and get your Grid Doctor 3300 today. That's mypatriotsupply.com.
If you're replacing your home's windows or doors, here's what most people miss. Installation matters as much as the product. I'm Becky Lynn, and that's why I recommend Arizona Window and Door Store. Locally owned with their exclusive seal and shield installation process, backed by a lifetime labor warranty. And with over 1,400 five-star reviews, Arizona homeowners agree. Call 480-562-3902 for a free in-home appointment or book online at azwds.com. That's azwds.com.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us on Thursday as we continue to talk about the Arizona Cardinals head coaching search and what dominoes are first to fall. Shenanigans begin at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Shouting out Wickenburg. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon here on the Burns and Gambo Show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Hello, Wickenburg. Hello, YouTube. Hello to everybody listening out there on the Arizona Sports app or Arizona Sports 98.7. Cardinals coaching search. Here's the very latest that we know when it comes to the coaching search, and I think there was a very sort of succinct recap of this put out there by Teo Mackey from AZ Central based off of the latest round of media reporting. Number one, and this probably won't come as a surprise to many of you listening, the Cardinals are not among John Harbaugh's top three. Sounds like it's the Giants, the Titans, and the Falcons. He's completed an interview with the Giants. He's headed home. Apparently the Titans are going to his home, and they'll interview him there for their head coaching job. And then at some point he'll meet with the Falcons. Robert Saleh's got 2 interviews set, the Ravens and the Titans. The Cardinals have requested permission to speak to him. There's been no reporting of a set interview that's been scheduled with him. So hopefully they do get one, because I'd really like to see what Robert Saleh has to say about the Cardinals job. But as of now, the Cardinals are not among Saleh's 2 set interviews for him to talk to.
Right.
And then number 3, Mike McDaniel, the former Dolphins coach. And I don't know who reported this, but if it came from Teo, I trust it. The Cardinals have not been connected to Mike McDaniel. And apparently there's been some reporting out there that he might prefer a great offensive coordinator opening to a not-so-great head coaching opening, which is interesting to me.
Reestablish value?
Yeah,
Let me go somewhere, reestablish value?
Reestablish value, and also the recognition that, hey, there's the Steelers, and there's the Giants, and there's the Falcons, and there's the Ravens. And if I don't get one of those 4 jobs, it might be better for me to go become an OC and wait for the next round of great jobs to open up, because the other ones that are left are the Titans and the Raiders and the Browns and the Cardinals, and it might be better for me to go be an OC and reestablish some value a little bit.
There's always openings. It's the NFL.
Always.
Coaches are not for long, right? I mean, there's always 9 openings, more than 25% of the league open right now. Crazy.
Yeah,
Just crazy.
It is crazy. The Cardinals added 2 more names to their list last night, according to multiple reports. Of course, the Cardinals.
I don't like one of them, but go ahead.
The 2 names that were added, I think I know which one you don't like, were Steelers offensive coordinator Arthur Smith.
Yeah, I don't really like this one.
That's what I thought you
I don't, but there's a connection to Monty. He was an assistant with Tennessee for a long time. And when Monty was there, he was the director of player personnel for a few years, and so they did cross paths. But the Steelers' offense was terrible this year. They were 25th in total offense. Now, he's also interviewing with the Titans, but that one just seems out of place to me.
I don't like it either.
Yeah, I don't like it.
I don't like it much either. And I'm not super fond of the other one either, and that's Texans defensive coordinator Matt Burke. And it's nothing against Matt Burke. He used to coach here. He was defensive line coach here under Vance Joseph when he was the DC and Cliff was the head coach. It just, and this probably isn't fair, but God, they've got so much defensive talent in Houston. You know, I don't want to say he has nothing to do with it, but they just have so many great defensive players in Houston that I don't want to say anybody could coach them, but it does feel like they're not great because of some fantastic scheme that he's drawing up. They're great because they have really good players. They have Daniil Hunter and they have Will Anderson and they have Stingley and they have just guys who get after it. I don't know. He doesn't move the needle for me very much. It's just it's probably a really bad take, but he just doesn't do much for me.
I'll tell you, I'm not expecting Harbaugh, and I said there's no way they're getting Harbaugh. There's just no way. They're not even going to get an interview with him. I'd be shocked. I'd be disappointed if they can't get Saleh in for an interview. I would be disappointed if they couldn't get him for a face-to-face.
I 100% agree with you.
Like, to me, that would be, they're going to hire a coach, and we're going to sit there, and just like with Jordan Ott, I'm going to say the same thing. You got to give the guy a chance. Got to give the guy an opportunity. I mean, Jordan Ott, a lot of people didn't like it, but you know what? It's fair to give the guy, you may not like it, but let's see. They saw something in him. They liked him. Let's give him an opportunity. And that's what I think you say a lot about a lot of, maybe guys you don't like, but if you, like, I would think, like, that would be a really great hire if you hired Robert Saleh. Now, I like Vance Joseph, too. A lot of people don't, but I like Vance. Mm-hmm. I think Vance is a leader. Saleh's a leader. I love the NFC West tie. I love pulling him away from San Francisco. I love he's defensive-minded in this conference. I love his knowledge of the conference. I'm tired of getting our asses kicked by the NFC West. The 2 out of the last 3 years, they've gone 0-6 against the NFC West. Okay? If you're not tired of that, you're not a Cardinal fan. Mm-hmm. So I'm tired of getting beat like a drum by the teams in the NFC West. So, yes, I think Robert Saleh, you got to get that guy in for an interview. I'll be very disappointed if they don't.
I would, too, because what I'm worried about is that the Cardinals just are not that attractive of a job, and people will look at it and go, yeah, I'd rather talk to Team X, Y, and Z and not talk to the Cardinals. And Robert Saleh not even wanting – and, again, we're talking about this as if it's happened, and I want to make it clear it hasn't happened. There are 2 teams we know he's going to talk to, and according to reports, he's working on figuring out the others. If he just chooses not to interview with them, I'd be very disappointed in that as well, because I think it would speak about how the marketplace views the job, you know. And I understand it's not the best job out there. It's probably one of the worst jobs out there. But I also want to know that good quality coaches like Robert Saleh could look at it and go, yeah, but they got this and they got that, and I could do this and I could that, and that'd be a great second opportunity for me to be a head coach.
Yeah.
So I hope you're right. I hope it doesn't come down to him saying, yeah, no, I'm good. I'm going to talk to these teams, and thank you, appreciate the interest, but I'd rather just focus on that. Would really disappoint me too. I totally agree.
Yeah,
with that.
Like I said, there are things that you could sell about the Arizona Cardinals, and there are things that are going to really work against them. You know, ownership and the scores and the history is going to work against them. But there are some things that are going to work for them. I mean, you get a chance to work with some terrific players in Budda Baker, and you get to coach Trey McBride, and look, it's a head coaching job. So I hope they're able to narrow it down and get themselves a coach that they feel is going to be the guy that can take this team to the next level.
They did say, look, on the day that Jonathan Gannon got fired, Michael and Monty held a press conference that we carried here live, and we reacted to it in the moment. And one of the things that Monty said, and this is kind of what we were alluding to when we were going into the segment. One of the things that Monty said was, look, we're going to be deliberate, and we're going to take our time, and we're going to cast a very wide net, and we're going to talk to a lot of people about this job. And for some, I know the fan base is getting a little antsy, trying to figure out who it's going to be. I would caution everybody in the fan base, you might want to settle in. This is probably going to take a while. There's a lot of these coaches that they're talking to that they want to talk to have teams that are still in the playoffs, and you're not going to get a face-to-face with them until their teams are done. Now, maybe that thins out. They will thin out a little bit this weekend, and maybe that'll move things along a little bit. But they are at least talking to a lot of guys. I would love it if they talked to Stefanski. They're not reported to have done so. I'd love it if they would have talked to McDaniel. That hasn't been reported either. There are 13 names out there. 8 are on defense, 5 are on offense, 5 are former head coaches, and 6 of them you could, in theory, hire right now if you wanted to. And none of the 6 that you could hire right now, I'm not high on any of them. The 6 are Anthony Weaver, the Dolphins DC.
Okay.
Matt Nagy, the Chiefs OC. Raheem Morris, the former Falcons head coach. Halfley, the defensive coordinator of the Packers.
Who's in today, correct?
Who, according to reports, was interviewing today for the Cardinals job.
Okay.
Jesse Minter from the Chargers, and then Arthur Smith. The only 2 on that list that I'm kind of intrigued by are Minter and Halfley, just a little bit. The other 4, they don't really move the needle much for me. Weaver, Nagy definitely doesn't. Raheem Morris, no. Arthur Smith, definitely not.
We have no word on Stefanski as of now.
None. Nope. Those 6 right now have nothing keeping them from taking the Cardinals job if they wanted it. They don't have teams in the playoffs. They don't have another job they're dealing with right now. Their teams are out or they're unemployed.
Who's your number 2?
My number 2
and then we'll break, but I want to see who your number 2
Clint
is.
Kubiak.
Okay.
And then LaFleur is my number 3.
It's a good one.
Who's your number 2? Who's your number 1?
Sal or Vance. I like both of them.
You like both those guys? Okay,
Yeah.
so the other would be your number 2?
Yeah.
If one's your 1, the other's number 2?
Yep.
Okay. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, the NFL draft's already thin when it comes to quarterback. Just got a lot thinner today with Dante Moore returning to Oregon. What are the Arizona Cardinals going to do when it comes to a quarterback next year? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Morada mornings.
A lot of people claim that the NBA season starts at Christmas, right? That's when people start watching. That's when people start caring. Since Christmas, I'll give you a guess on who has the most wins since Christmas.
Memphis Grizzlies, the Pelicans, the Suns?
Not only do the Suns have the most wins since Christmas, they have the number 1 defensive net rating, and they're 3rd in overall net rating.
We just got done talking about Kurt Cignetti and the power of elite coaching. It's a little premature to say that about Jordan Knott, but man, all the signs are there.
Bickley and Morada, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about Lifeguard Imaging because early detection can save lives. And right now, we are offering you something absolutely free that I hope you take advantage of. A complimentary coronary, artery, and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value. You get it absolutely free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Okay, why do I need this scan? Early detection. 1 in 2 men are going to get cancer. 1 in 3 women are going to get cancer. It's 40% of the people out there are going to get cancer. And most are going to find out when it's too late. You're going to find out when it's too late because like something's going to happen. You're not going to feel good. You're going to go in. You don't know how far gone it is. Early detection can save lives. Lifeguard Imaging saves 1 to 3 lives per day. And they've got great scans available. They could give you a scan for your chest, your abdomen, your pelvis. They do so many great scans. But right now, the coronary, artery, and heart scan for you is free. You don't have to pay for it. All you have to do is call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
All right, Basin Earnings, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Our firm handles hundreds of crash cases involving semi-trucks every year. A crash case involving semis is much different, and if you don't know what you're doing, you can leave lots of money on the table. Many times there is separate insurance for the cab and for the trailer. Sometimes there are actually layers of other insurances and excess insurance that some lawyers may not know about because they don't see that many cases. We see these cases every day. Also, there are federal laws governing the hours a driver may drive in a 24-hour period and logs that are required. A crash case involving a semi-truck is a totally different animal than a simple car crash. We have lawyers who only handle these cases. It's all they do. Rolling the dice with the wrong law firm can be disastrous. Call us on your cell phone at Pound Law, pound 529. It's so easy. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
I'm Lauren Koval with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. After sustaining an ankle injury in last night's game, Devin Booker is officially questionable for tomorrow's game against the Detroit Pistons. Jalen Green and Jamarie Bouye both remain out for that matchup. And the search for the Arizona Cardinals' next head coach continues, and they're reportedly interviewing a candidate today. According to Sports Illustrated's Albert Breer, the Cardinals are interviewing Green Bay Packers defensive coordinator Jeff Hafley. For a full list of candidates, head on over to arizonasports.com. And ASU men's basketball is in Tucson tonight to face off against the #1 Wildcats. Tip-off for Sun Devils at Wildcats is at 8:30, with pregame coverage beginning at 8 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Oregon quarterback Dante Moore announced today that he will be returning to school for the 2026 season. He was number 2 on Mel Kiper Jr.'s 2026 NFL Draft Board. And that's what's trending now.
And with the local DBC news, LL with a triumphant comeback.
Hey, it's Luke. Now that Dante Moore has decided to return to Oregon, is there any chance at all the Cardinals still draft a quarterback at number 3? We'll talk about that tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, it's getting pretty sketchy, isn't it? Thinking that there's going to be a quarterback to take at number 3. I mean, Ty Simpson might be there. Do you really want Ty Simpson as the number 3 pick overall in the draft? God, that feels like such a reach.
No.
It is. It doesn't feel like such a reach. It is such a reach.
I'm not saying you shouldn't draft a quarterback, but I don't. There's going to be way too much talent at the top of that draft where you should be able to get a star player, and they need star players. I'm not going to take a chance on a quarterback there. I might take one in the second round. Do you like Carson Beck? Are there any of these other kids that you like? The LSU kid? Then maybe you take somebody in the second round. I'm not opposed to punting on this year and taking a quarterback next year when your odds might be better to get somebody. But this does not look like it's a very good year to go get a quarterback outside of the Indiana kid Mendoza.
No, the Arizonasports.com, the mock draft tracker. Now we got a long way to go for this. But the early returns and the early mock drafts, the player, and this was as of 2 days ago, so this might have changed a little bit, but probably not. The player most mocked to the Arizona Cardinals at number 3 is Arvell Reese, the linebacker out of Ohio State.
Great player.
He's been the most. Jeremiah Love has been the second most mocked player to the Cardinals.
Running back.
Spencer Fano, the tackle out of Utah. Maui Noah, the tackle out of Miami. And Ruben Bain Jr., the edge out of Miami, are the 3 players that have been mocked the third most times. There's even a Fernando Mendoza. I got news for you. Fernando Mendoza ain't going to be there at number 3, and I don't think the Cardinals have a chance to move up to number 1.
Did you see them taking an edge guy?
Look.
Josh Sweater, double-digit sacks. If they got Birch, they got Nolan.
If Ruben Bain is going to be a star, sure. I could see them taking an edge guy. Yeah, I mean, like
I always say, take the best player, whoever you think the best player is.
There's one thing, whether it's you or even during the holidays when Kellen was filling in for you, and I agree with both of you. It's not totally positionless. I mean, you can't just go, hey, no matter what position, but you need a great football player. All right, a game-changing football player with the third pick overall. And it's almost like it doesn't matter that much what position they are. You need somebody who is going to change the outcome of football games on a daily basis. And if that's another edge rusher, fine. Go get another edge rusher.
Doesn't mean you can't use your second round pick for a tackle.
Yep.
Doesn't mean you can't use your third round pick for a tackle. But, like, there are needs at tackle. There are needs at running. There's a need at running back. I would hate to take Jeremiah Love and, with that spot right there. I really would.
I would. I mean, it wouldn't be my first choice, but I also understand the sentiment of just getting a guy who's going to change the game for you. Now, with no Dante Moore, he announced today on SportsCenter that he's going to stay at Oregon. I don't know if the Cardinals were ever going to get him anyway. If he had declared, it probably would have gone, even though he wasn't ready, and I'm glad he recognized he wasn't ready. I'm glad that Phil Knight or somebody with Oregon paid him a bunch of money to stay around because he probably wasn't ready to come out. But neither is Ty Simpson. And, okay, good for the kid and all of that, but forget about what the Cardinals are going to do at number 3. What are the Cardinals going to do at quarterback next year? And to your point, and I keep believing this, like, is Monty Ossenfort under pressure to win next year? And if he is that going to paint him into the corner of doing something really stupid
Can you
at quarterback
sell your
this
owner
offseason?
on there is not a great quarterback out there? We do not want to draft one. We're going to have to take it on the chin one more year and then go get that franchise quarterback. So let's build up the offensive line. Let's get the running back we want. Next year we'll get the quarterback. But we're going to take it on the chin one more year to put ourselves in a position to get a quarterback high in the draft.
Take it for what it's worth, but I think back to the comments of Michael when they fired Jonathan Gannon.
1 year.
In which he said, like, we're and Lauren, if you can find Michael's comments from that day in which he's like, no, we want to win. I'm tired of losing. I'm tired. And owners will say that all the time, but you certainly didn't get the impression that we're in the, hey, let's give it a couple more years and see how this goes kind of phase, right? Like
that was the day after the season ended. There was a lot of frustration, right?
Yeah,
but at some point, you've got to look at the landscape, and the landscape doesn't show like this franchise quarterback being available to you.
No, I mean it's Malik Willis as a free agent.
Jones.
It's Mac Jones if you want to trade for him and
bring back Kyler.
And the further, I know it's early. Today's January 14th. Okay, we're still 2 months away from them even having to make a decision about Kyler Murray. Okay, but with each passing day and with each option kind of evaporating in front of our very eyes, that little voice inside my head wondering about Kyler Murray coming back next year, it's going to get a little bit louder and a little bit louder and a little bit louder with each day. Just wondering, is that going to be their option? Is that going to be
Michael Wilson's like, no,
because he's not going to throw me the ball.
He doesn't throw me the ball.
He's not going to. Lordy, are you having a hard time finding the cut? I know there was if you can't,
it's okay.
It's fine. If you can't find it, it's okay. But it does. And the reason why it's 2 months from now, on the 5th day of the league year, which typically starts in mid-March, you have to decide whether, if he's still on your roster, you guarantee like $19 million of his contract for 2027. You got it for me? Will you play it for me? Thank you, Lauren.
We want to win. This was a decision that was based solely off winning. When I look at what other teams have done, and frankly, historically, we've done a quick turnaround in our not too distant past, I am looking forward to that, and I hope it's going to be in the first year, not in the second year. But we're confident that our search is going to be thorough, it's going to be broad, and we're going to select the right coach.
You could say that, but then when you sit down, you got to be like, oh, how do you think we're going to turn this around? We were one of the worst teams in the NFL. We lost 14 games.
Playing in the toughest division, by the way.
We lost 14 games. It's franchise record. What are you going to win 11 games next year? It's not going to happen.
In a division where 3 of the teams that we're sharing it with, they're all playing this weekend.
Yeah, and your schedule's not easy.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing at Lauren. She's making gestures in there.
That the Cardinals play the Bears?
No, she's just how tough. Just
they don't play the Bears next year.
The one other team in the playoffs that isn't an NFC West team is the Bears.
It's the Bears.
So
that's why she's gesturing in there. It's the NFC West and the Bears.
I got to be like, Michael, I know what you said, but here, listen, here's the reality. Like,
you want to rush this thing? Because, like, to do it right, we got to take a little reset right here. We've got to look at it over 2 to 3 years, not just 1 year.
It's just this fan base is perpetually lived in the land of the reset, right? Like, it's just, hey, no, wait, we promised 1 more year. No, really, 1 more year. Just give us 1 more year. It's a tough sell, but it's also, if you, like you say, if you look at the landscape, who's your quarterback? Who's it gonna be? And not that Dante Moore was the savior. Yeah. But who? Malik Willis, Mac Jones, Ty Simpson?
Could take a chance on somebody like that.
Jacoby Brissett. I mean, who's your quarterback next year who's going to lead this 1 year flip? You know?
I had in my email today, I'm just calling it up right now, there was something out there and I thought it was kind of funny, so I put it in there. The Texans, the Houston Texans, actually John Voida put it in. The Houston Texans were founded 101 years after the Cardinals. 101 years after the Cardinals, and they may pass them in total playoff wins this postseason.
They would, yeah. If they win this weekend, they would match them.
They would, yes.
They would match the number of total playoff victories.
Right. The Cardinals have 7 playoff victories in their lifetime. The Texans have the Jaguars, who came in after the Cardinals, they got 9.
Yeah.
But the Texans have 6, and they came 101 years after the Cardinals.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, Nolan Arenado spoke to the media today, the newest member of the Arizona Diamondbacks. We'll bring you the best of what he had to say and why Arizona is his new home next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
As former head coach Jonathan Gannon talks with teams around the league about their open positions.
Who's interviewing with Washington, as you've now heard. For the D.C. job, Jonathan Gannon.
The Arizona Cardinals' search for a new head coach continues.
Arizona, again, is going to be the team that, how much are they going to pay a guy? Are they going to have sort of the leftovers? Are they going to have the last man standing type of deal?
Who's going to be the big bird for the Cardinals on game day in 2026? We're keeping tabs on the front runners for the job.
I love Robert Saleh.
And we're looking around the league at who's getting hired by the other teams in need of a new head coach on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Happens to a lot of people because their financial advisors, they don't do right by you. You get to retirement, you're like, okay, I've got all this money saved, I'm set, how much I'm going to be able to take out per year, and your financial advisor forgot to have a tax plan for you. Ruh-roh. Yeah, you're sitting there like, wait, what? I'm taxed on Social Security? I got to pay taxes on, yeah, you put all this money away tax deferred. There's going to be a tax bill due at some time. It's why I tell you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax every single day, because when you work with a financial advisor that's a fiduciary like Stuart Willis, you have a tax plan. You're well aware of the situation, and not only are you aware of it, he also comes up with a plan, because Stuart's plan is for you to keep most of your money, right? It's all we make all this money and we save all this money, but how much of that are you going to be able to keep? That's why I recommend you call Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax and get a free portfolio review. 602-877-PLAN. Work with the same guy I do. That way you not only have a financial plan or retirement plan, but also have a tax plan for all your money. So call that number, 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Logan Fury did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he bought a mini treadmill. Is walking on it during video conference calls more distracting than he thought? Yes. And is that because he overestimated his foot-eye coordination? Definitely. But it's Logan's savings, and if he wants to burn calories and any chance at a promotion, we say, good for you, Logan. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
Hey, I'm here with Tim Lee, the owner of Moving Team 6. What separates you from other companies that are out there?
We have a protocol of how we do a move. It's more of a military style, and people are like, wow, who does this? I really believe it's people on our team. I'm a firm believer it starts with the people at the top. When the people at the top believe in everything they're doing, the people will follow.
The standard is the standard.
Yeah.
Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear from Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, what makes Waltz the best choice for all of our listeners?
Well, Beck, we're local and we will beat any price. But I would say that it's really our knowledge and expertise that sets us apart. We offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you can enjoy a worry-free installation done by a pro. Or come see us and get what you want when you want it.
Take your fandom to the next level by visiting Waltz off the I-10 in Warner or online at waltz.com.
Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight? The games we're going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. 8:30 tip time tonight. The ASU Sun Devils traveling to Tucson to take on the number 1 ranked U of A Wildcats. It starts at 8:30. You'll hear it here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
That's it?
Wow, I was just waiting for the inevitable.
You'll be able to go to sleep at 9 if you want to go to bed early.
Some reference
Or
to
you'll
blood.
stay up and watch all of the game because you love college basketball and you don't care. And yes, I'm
Yeah.
talking about myself in the third person.
I mean, listen, I'm sure ASU fans don't like watching U of A, but this team is really, really good this year.
Yeah, I don't think ASU fans look at it that way, Gambo.
5 straight. It's only 5 straight. It's only 5. The last time ASU played them in Tucson and won was that the Cambridge shot from like half court. Remember that shot? Cambridge? That was an incredible play.
Is it your hope that ASU fan will watch tonight's game and appreciate U of A's greatness? Is that your hope?
Sometimes I can watch other teams and appreciate greatness.
Okay, because I don't think
I appreciate the greatness of Shohei Ohtani. I hate the Dodgers.
Okay, yeah, I don't think ASU fan is going to watch tonight's game and go, I hate that my team is getting its brains beat in, but boy, I really appreciate how good U of A is at basketball. I don't think they're going to do that.
We're grasping at straws here.
Oh, you're grasping at straws. you. I'm grasping at nothing. I understand the terrain on this
Listen,
one.
there's no moral victories here, but if they could keep it within like 15 points, I think that'd be really good.
We'll see.
If the number that you didn't just say was 15, I'd feel fairly confident about that. But 15, that's not a moral victory.
I mean, they're beating the hell out of everybody they play.
Yeah, they
They
are.
haven't played a lot of close basketball games.
We'll see. I'm sure we'll be talking about the game a little bit tomorrow, but we're also, it's a tough task with the way U of A is just destroying teams right now. Is there any other good college basketball on tonight as kind of a warm-up to that? Because there's not a great NBA slate tonight.
Bernsey, thank you for asking. Obviously, wait the 5 minutes until we're off the air, but Iowa could pull off an upset over number 5 Purdue in Mackey right now.
Okay.
They are
No
currently
way.
up 7 against Purdue.
Boiler down! You know how they always say boiler up?
Yeah, we know. We got it.
Just to be clear, we're laughing because we weren't expecting it, not because we didn't get it.
We got the joke. It's just we weren't expecting you to make it. That's all.
I got 2 friends, Nick Middleton, Purdue fan, Justin Robinson, Kansas fan. We have a small little group chat. And anytime like Purdue does something crazy, we all get on him for Purdue losing. And like Justin was going crazy because of the Kansas win the other day. And then I always brag about Arizona. Now, Justin went to Kansas and Nick went to Purdue, and I didn't go to Arizona. I didn't even go to college.
I'm glad you pointed that out. Thank God for pointing that out. Like, I've got this friend group, 3 of us. 2 of us went to college. They've got a reason to root for their teams. I don't, but I just like talking crap.
So I rip on Purdue anytime they lose. Are they losing right now?
Yeah, they're down 5 right now.
How much time left?
12 minutes.
Oh, man, that would be great if they lose.
A lot of time left
me
in
and
that
Justin
game.
will be giving it to Nick all night long. You boiler down, boiler down.
Yeah, Nolan Arenado today on what he likes about Arizona.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously, like I said, close to home is always nice. I'm from Orange County. That's great. It's only an hour away. Easy for the family. Arizona is always great. Has a lot of great places to eat. When I used to play there, we used to go crush a lot of great places. And then, just there's a lot of good golf too. But, like I said, it's just close to home. And obviously the baseball team's great. Playing indoors, I think is going to feel great. First and foremost, that's the most important thing on the baseball side. But, like I said, I've been there, I've had spring training there for, almost 12 years or however long I was in Colorado, including the minors. So I know the area really well, and it'll feel like a second home in a sense because I've just been there so many times.
He used to go work out in Gonzo's backyard all the time.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, him and Gonzo are very, very close. I think he had a house here and then he sold it, but I think he's looking for another place right now. But yeah, he would take ground balls and he would hit in the off season at Gonzo's house because Gonzo's got an area where you could, hit ground balls, and he's got that indoor batting cage, which is terrific. So Arenado and Gonzo are pretty close, and he used to go train there.
There was a report from, I think it was Ken Rosenthal at The Athletic, that the Padres were also interested in acquiring Nolan Arenado, but they wanted to move him to first, and they wanted St. Louis to eat even more money than the
they're having some
Diamondbacks
financial
were
issues,
offering
right?
to.
Because the guy that owned the team passed away, and they went all in for a couple of years, spending crazy money that they didn't have, and now they're just trying to get their finances right.
Now, obviously, it was Arenado and Goldie in St. Louis. He was asked today if he asked Goldie about going to Arizona.
No, I didn't. I think with the way this offseason went, it was fairly fast. When this all came together, it happened very fast. It wasn't something that I didn't feel comfortable seeking advice, I guess, because it wasn't if I would have seeked Goldie's advice a week ago, it would have been silent for a whole week, and then I'd be like, I don't even know why I texted Goldie about this because there's nothing going on. So it happened fairly fast, so I didn't really have time to find out information about it. And obviously, talking to Goldie throughout the years of when I played with him and seeing those players and talking to some of these players, I kind of had an idea of how they are. So, like I said, it came fast. And when it came fast, I was it was just a no-brainer to say yes. So I didn't really have a whole lot of time for that.
He had a no-trade clause that he had to waive, and he waived it for this one. It's fair to wonder if Goldie and Nolan Arenado are going to be reunited yet again here in Arizona.
Yeah,
I know you haven't ruled that out yet.
No, and I think price will be important here. I think if they could get Goldie for around the $6 to $7 million mark, I think it makes some sense to them. I think first base will truly be the last thing they do. They're really working on a couple of bullpen arms right now, and I said yesterday I think they're really closing in on one that could happen within a few days. So I think that's the next priority. But I do think that Goldie is still an option from what I've heard.
He would be really, really good against left-handed pitching.
Yes.
His numbers were still very good last year.